Chapter 81 The Buyer's Heart and Freighted. Li Qing twisted his neck and said, "Let's not talk about it. First ask everyone. Who has a big need for that salon?" Wang Yanqing immediately asked, "Do you have a big need for this?" "Yes. I have a big demand and use it for myself." "Then I don't want it." Ding Yuan also said, "I don't need to transform the planet or the base." "And I don't need to." Zhang Ruoyang laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if it's something, or if it can be converted into money." Both Yan's brothers and sisters and Duan Qian could see that Li Qing needed this. And they all said they did not need. It is not deliberate polite. But because they do have no big needs. The biggest role of this slave is to transform livable planets. At this stage, no one has the ability to transform a livable planet. The SAR people just make them easier to transform. The transformed planet is more beautiful and livable. And reduce the cost. However, the cost of transforming a livable planet is at least 10 trillion plus. The higher the difficulty of the transformation, the increase in the geometric multiple of the cost. This cost is reduced by 20%, which is still so high. The key point is that this is only the cost of transforming a habitable planet. Building and developing a planet is a bottomless pit. They can't afford it. That's it. Everyone doesn't want it. Then I'm not very polite. Li Qing was in a good mood. He picked up the A2 paper again, took a look at it, and said, "I calculated it. This time, we reached a total of 30 billion plus 30 billion plus 1200 billion plus 100 billion plus 140 billion plus 1 billion plus 1 billion plus 5 billion plus 5 billion plus 3 billion plus 3.2 billion plus 2.22 billion plus 2.1 billion plus 15 billion plus 15 billion plus 1.21 billion plus 2.34 billion plus 700 million plus 23 billion plus 1.5 billion. A total of," after careful calculation, he smiled and said, "a total of 4,515.279 billion stars." "Wow!" Li Lai whistled. Everyone was happy, waiting for him to continue to say. Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "Regarding distribution, first of all, the population of the 100 million Sala civilization was given to the team, and it was used to upgrade into a legion. This part has no money, and there will be no additional shares. But once the team is upgraded to the legion, everyone is the core of the team. No one speaks. And there is no opinion." After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. Li Qing continued, "After deducting the 100 million people, there are about 300 billion left. And there are 424.5279 billion left. As agreed in advance, all the Shar slaves will belong to me. After deducting 300 billion star dollars, there are 124.5279 billion star dollars left. Except for me. The only 8 people who are eligible for distribution are Ding Yuan, Wang Yanqing, Yan Chumping, Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruoyang, Li Lai and Li Qi. I will divide the remaining harvest into 10 equal parts. Ding Yuan and Wang Yanqing have invested the most troops, so they will each get 2 parts. The remaining people will each take 1 part. How do you think?" "No." Everyone looked at the speaker in surprise. It was Li Lai. He said seriously, "I don't think the distribution is not good at this. You have less divided by the captain." He looked at the people present and said seriously, "This time, we actually have no effect. We have invested in some fleets. The rest is to fight soy sauce, and shout to cheer back, and shout 6-6 or 6. From the end to the depths of the enemy's situation. We are all the heads of the regiment. We can get nearly 125 billion in gains." Everyone was speechless and looked a little ashamed. Li Qing said awkwardly, "We are all brothers. There is no need to worry about these things. Heaven and earth's conscience." Li Lai's words are really not taught by him. If he thinks that only the SAR people don't want more, he will directly speak to ask more. I believe no one will have opinions. However, Li Lai seemed to feel that the distribution was very uneven. And he did not stop still saying, "You may not know if there is something. The head of the regiment bought something some time ago, and the money was spent. Now the cash on his body is less than 1 billion. And he owes 15 billion yuan in foreign debt. He has a big use of these Sali slaves." "Wait. Don't say it anymore." The more Li Qing felt wrong. How was it sensational? Making it as if he wanted more. Press Li Lai's shoulder. "Don't say. You are so passionate. I'm almost getting chicken skin." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Li Qing waved his hand and said carefully, "Don't mind what I said just now. Although I owe some money. It's still early for the repayment date. Don't worry. There's no need to worry. As the saying goes, it's better to arrange things well than to fight well. This is also your luck. Of course, I really feel embarrassed. When I go back and sell things, I can give me a big red envelope. I don't mind. Press Li Lai's shoulder hard to signal him not to talk about it. Li Lai wanted to continue, but Li Qi's voice came to his ears. Don't talk about it first. Don't worry. Wait for us to return to the base. After listening to Li Lai, Li Qing patted his shoulder with a force. He really didn't care. He was really satisfied with the batch of more than 10 million salon slaves. This is much more than he expected. He can directly start the comprehensive transformation of the warehouse area. If you have time, you can use the 4 types of planets where the base is located. Wait for the reconstruction. Whether it is used or sold, it is blood-making. It is true as Li Lai said. Their efforts and gains are not equal. But this is normal. Just like he told them just now. It is better to line up well than to fight well. Who told him to cling to him? With this experience, they greatly shortened their distance. In the future, they need to help them. And they can gather in minutes. There are great limitations to working alone. Having a group of subordinates and trustworthy friends can save you a lot of trouble. Just like Li Lai's words just now. It is inconvenient to say that it is not convenient to say that although he does not need it. It is 2 codes. And this line is called the buyer's heart. The speed of returning is very fast. Especially after many post stations that belong to the Sata clan joint civilization have been destroyed. A large number of interception systems have been destroyed. Li Qing tried to jump on the road, but was always intercepted by the residual intercept system. It was not successful until the 6th attempt. Here, everyone was relieved. However, everyone's face lasted only less than a minute. When they connected the battlefield channel and saw a message on the top of the channel, everyone was annoyed. The pinned message was jointly issued by 5 teams including the Crimson Horn of Freedom, denouncing the Galan team for constantly interfering and hindering the Crimson team's attack on the Reef Nest Galaxy, the capital of the Shada tribe and the southern province, causing their strategy to fail and forcing them to change their combat objectives to attack the Shada No. 5 giant dock system. In this top information, they were described as a group of greedy locusts, not only to seize the fruit of victory behind them, but also destroyed their strategy for the benefit. They deliberately seduced the enemy and secretly captured their interests. How shameless. After reading this top information, everyone was so angry. They recognized the mix of water. But they said they deliberately destroyed their actions and deliberately seduced the enemy to destroy their plans. This is equivalent to the ranks of being crowded directly into the rape. And the heart is too vicious. And even Li Qing, who has a good temper, is annoyed. But it was just annoyed. He carefully checked the top post. Although there were many unknown players scolding them in it, some players with clear brains did not believe. Especially those who can become team leaders are not stupid. Even some players who have grievances with the 5 teams are still mocking them. The top 5 teams in the outpost base joined together, but were destroyed by a medium-sized team. Such a critical mission. There is no other explanation except that you are a bunch of trash. At first glance, they appear to be villains. But if you think about it carefully, you can find many flaws. And many of the accusations do not hold water upon closer examination. The most important thing is that all this is just their words, and they can't get any evidence. At this time, science and technology have not been used as evidence. Therefore, after calm down, they did not take this one thing. On the contrary, it was a problem from the direct suppression of the 5 teams. But when the enemy comes, we will fight back. When the water comes, we will flood it with earth. The head of their group was UUFA. When the battleship returned to the outpost, they clearly saw warships belonging to the 5 major teams lingering at the entrances of several galaxy wormholes near the outpost. They must be waiting for them to come back. However, they drove a frigate back. Until now, they still didn't know how Li Qing managed to lead such a large fleet to quietly enter the Shada No. 5 galaxy. Just like now, he swaggered through the wormhole and drove right in front of them to return to the outpost base. When they returned to the outpost base, they found that it was useless. Moreover, when they discovered that the Gonlan team's fleet drove into the Star City in the center of the galaxy from the outpost base, the 5 team leaders had different expressions, full of surprise and puzzlement. How did they come back? Outposts are prohibited from directly jumping, even if they have a flagship. They have to jump to the next galaxy and then come here. Unless they also have a penetrating relic of the same type as the high-level relic in the hands of the leader of the Horn of Liberty. But this is impossible. The special treasure can be seen casually, regardless of their various doubts. Li Qing returned to the outpost base and moved all the loot in the universe in the palm of the hand. Except for a few who needed to be retained. All the other annoyance were sold. The 400 million SATA tribal civilian. The purple epic scientist. Many blueprints of warships. All sold out. Selling 340 billion yuan. He had wanted to distribute it to everyone first. But it happened that he would be going back to Tianjin in a while. They also wanted to go back. But due to the current situation of the team, they could not leave. So they entrusted him to help collect some of the things that the team had accumulated during this period that needed to be sold into the Palm universe. And wait for Li Qing to return to Tianjin to help them sell them. And buy some things for them by the way. So the money will stay with him for the time being. At this point, there are only 300 million civilians left in his hands, with a total value of 900 billion. Of course, civilians do not want to be cheap others. When the military operations are over, they will sell the remaining legions after being promoted. At that time, other large teams could not rely on this promotion legion to reduce several competitors. Purple epic scientists are rare. I believe many people want. If Li Qing could not order the servants of the light, he would keep it by himself. As for the numerous battleship blueprints, including the 3 battleship blueprints, they were all for their own use, and they could be divided among themselves. He had no say in that. Li Qing, who sold all these all sold out, did not ask for them, and gave them all. However, after they received the money, they immediately transferred another 25 billion each. Wang Yanqing and Ding Yuran each transferred 50 billion star dollars, which added up to 250 billion star dollars, which was exactly the remainder of 1.25 trillion excluding the Shar slaves. In addition, they each had exactly 100 billion, with Wang Yanqing and Ding Yuran each transferring 200 billion. Of course, Li Qing refused, but Wang Yanqing, who represents them, made him say nothing. If you calculate 100 points this time, your importance accounts for more than 95%, and you only get 70% of them, or even not even. After all, so many salon slaves flow into the market. The price will inevitably fall. And it may be clear. I know you can make more money in the future. But there is a thing called rules, and a thing called propriety. You gave us too much. It's like taking 125 billion yuan for nothing after going on a trip with you. Everyone is happy. But it's too hot to handle. You don't have a dime. So much of us get so much. Is this like this? Well, what Li Qing wanted to say, Wang Yanqing said carefully. We also want to have such a good thing to continue to call us in the future. If you don't get it, you will call us in the future. And we are embarrassed to go again. Under the serious expression. Such a cool thing. The fool is embarrassed. However, although he thought so, he still agreed with Li Lai and Li Qi's proposal. Although Li Qing didn't mind. It didn't mean that they were stupid and uncomfortable. There was really no penny. When Li Qing went to do what he had to do with no money, he would think of this. In the future. Such a good thing will not call himself. Just like a friend helped you a lot. Friends don't care about you. But you can't really say thank you. Even if you don't care about your friends. You have to ask others to drink and smoke. I don't care once or twice. In the long run, the friendship will inevitably fade. Wang Yanqing could think of it. And Li Qing could think of it too. He thought about it. But did not insist any further. He nodded and said, It's everyone's heart. Then I will receive it. By the way, you hold the remaining 90 billion first. Didn't you go to Jimin after a while? At that time, everyone may not be able to go. You will help you bring something back to you. And give you a shopping list. Can. Discard the contact. Li Qing is in a good mood. It's quite sensible. I will call you this kind of thing next time. Just like what they said. Without he didn't care. He would be happy with him. And human nature was so simple. Chapter 82 Returning to Tianjin, and the teachings of second uncle. Li Qing, who was in a good mood, cleaned up and was about to return to Galen's headquarters. But the battleship just received the communication of Gu Xinzhou just when he went out, connecting his gloomy face. Li Qing, you really impress me. Li Qing folded his arms and said expressionlessly, If you want me to vomit out again, then you'd better avoid the gold mouth, so as not to see it. No, no, No. Gu Qinzhou waved his hand. His gloomy face turned into a smile and said, I don't come for this matter. That's why. Come for you. The Ming people don't say secretly. I appreciate you very much. Come to my deep red team. I can give you 5% of the original stocks. And promote you as one of the head of the dark red deputy regiment. Wait for the dark red promoting the legion. You are the dark red deputy army head. And allow you to set up a fleet by yourself. I don't want anything from you. Just come here. Li Qing. This surprised him. He thought several possibilities. And never thought he was here to dig people. You don't go forward and retreat with your allies. But secretly running to dig people. Don't you afraid to be angry with your allies? Gu Qinzhou listened to Ha laughed. We are just temporary ally. Now that the action is over. We are not an ally. Do you do this? Don't be afraid they know. Know how. This is not conflicting with me now recruiting you. It's really a qualified leader. Li Qing couldn't help but praised and shook his head directly. I'm sorry. I don't accept your offer. Oh. Is it because I didn't give you enough? If you have any other requests, you can ask for them. I will satisfy you if I can. No. You gave a lot, and were very sincere. Why? Gu Qinzhou frowned, and asked as if he suddenly realized. Because you UFA? Yes. Since He Xiao left, there are no other powerful men in the current Ganan team. With your ability and wrist, it won't take long for the entire Ganan team to be your person. He pinched his chin to himself, as if he understood, and raised his fingers to him. What a trick. It seems that you can really pick this famous flower. I wonder how Yi Xiao will feel after knowing this. That's it. Then I won't force it. Gu Qinzhou shook his head a little bit. His face gradually disappeared. And his face gradually disappeared. And he quickly became indifferent. Now, in the name of the Crimson Team, I, together with the Freedom Horn, Halo, and Aquarius and Brilliant Team, want an explanation for your sabotage of our team's operations in this operation. I will send a formal note to the Galan team later. You must either pay 10 trillion in compensation or return all the profits you have obtained by sabotaging our operations to us. Otherwise, we will take necessary actions, including but not limited to the use of force, to take back our legitimate interests on our own. After saying this, Gu Qinzhou took the initiative to disconnect. Is it coming? Li Qing vomited a sigh of relief. The Black Eagle frigates appeared through the wormhole in the galaxy next door, and then directly started the transition engine. A jump appeared in an unknown galaxy. The Lingning Ascendant gave him a 100% transition distance bonus, and a jump was twice as much compared to the past. So this time it took only 3 days to rush back to Gogan headquarters. As soon as the battleship stopped at the Star Castle, he received the communication from UUFA. Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. It was still the familiar room. Yu Yao and her sister were both there. She got straight to the point and said, I have heard about the news, but I don't know what it is about. As you heard, I did something big. I found the Shada civilization's number 5 giant dock system and captured 400 million Shada people and more than 10 million Shar slaves, as well as a large amount of supplies. Is it the same as they said? Li Qing asked back. What do you think? At this time UUFA asked. So what are you going to do next? Li Qingqi said. What do you mean by what I am going to do next? It means what are you going to do next? You are the leader, and the note was sent to you. But this operation is led by you. And you are also the deputy leader. Shouldn't you be thinking about the team? Yes, I have been thinking about the team. I have 100 million Sala civilized civilians here to dedicate to the team. You are going to receive it. UUFA opened her red lips slightly, unable to speak for a moment. He said straightforwardly, with 100 million civilians from the Shada civilization and our previous accumulation, there will be no problem in advancing to the Legion. How can you say that I don't care about the team? So the pressure from now on will be on you. If you can't handle it, you can send them back. I don't care. He didn't laugh. And the next pressure was really not carried. When he sold things, he immediately returned to Jin Min. After returning, he had to dig that grave. And the epic level continuous task was long. Isn't the head of the group. Otherwise, what do you use? Warm bed or sell cute? After that, he also encouraged UUFA with encouragement. With your status and connections, they won't dare to go too far. As long as you hold on until the end of the military operation, the Galan Promotion Corps will be considered victorious, even if the territory and reputation are lost. It's gone. As long as the headquarters is not lost, it can be taken back in the future. Next, they can only hide. They can't win by fighting. No one of the 5 teams can beat them. And they can't win by arguing. There is no evidence in this matter, so we can only argue. Next, they are destined to be difficult. Various means of the 5 major teams will be made, depending on whether she can hold on. Then Li Qing returned to the outpost base and picked up all Wang Yanqing, Ding Yuyu and others. They did not have the universe in the palm, so the big goal could not return quietly. After sending them back, the Gauguin team announced the closed galaxy and did not accept outsiders to visit the Gauguin Starberg. There are not many ways they can use. Either blocking them without supply, or disturbing team members cannot go out, destroying the team members' personal bases and mining bases, or directly buying ordinary members of the team. If it is other teams, it may directly attack the Carthage. But UUFA was born in the U family of Tianjin. If they still want to stay here, it is unlikely that they will directly attack the Galen Star Castle without solid evidence. Of course, this situation is not absolute, and they can't keep their brains. Therefore, their best response way is to give up everything outside. Only keep the headquarters, and first carry this time to settle the dust to be promoted to the Legion. Li Qing did not stay here all the time. After UUFA officially ordered the team to withdraw, he quietly left Galen Star Castle one day and prepared to return to Tianjin. But just as I was about to go out, I suddenly received a message from Ding Yuran. I need to go back to Tianjin. Can you take me with you? Well, looking at the look of the beautiful woman, he nodded. Fine. Take a ride. This cannot be rejected. In the Star Fort, UUFA saw that Ding Yuzheng had left Li Qing's warship and left. Somehow felt inexplicable. Yu Yao, who was slow to make tea, glanced and said, Look. Don't. Someone wants it. Think about it yourself. UUFA was so angry that she looked up at her sister and wanted to say what she wanted to say. But she didn't have the courage. The Black Eagle frigates went all the way. At this time, although several teams were to suppress, the fleet was not adjusted, and it was stable all the way. After 2 days, they entered the transition area. They did not pass the outpost base. A man and a woman were alone, and there was still a little embarrassing at first. It was very common for a long time. It is learned by chatting that Ding Yuzheng's trip to the windmill did not just want to be alone with himself, but that he really had something to go back to Jimin. Of course, it is true to want to be alone. As the saying goes, men chase women. Composition mountains. Women chase men. Compartments. A Baifume chased you down. And the tenderness that has never been seen has made Li Qing quickly disarm. How can a man resist such temptation? This is not a sugar-coated bullet. It's just a candy with a high milk content. Without the bullet, he was very moral for holding on until now. Before leaving Zuder, he half-heartedly held her hand. The journey was far away, and it was almost 2 months old. Their feelings quickly heated up, and soon were not satisfied with holding hands, and began to move their feet. Lang is affectionate, and intentionally, when he is about to reach the transit base, he can already allow him to reach out to put his hands in his dress. 2 months later, a Black Eagle frigate appeared at the transit base galaxy. When I saw the huge star city suspended on the star track, Li Qing took back his hand and said, Finally reached. Ding Yuran lay in his arms. Her charming face not as shy as it was at the beginning. She adjusted her posture to make herself more comfortable. Her slender fingers lightly touched the projection screen in front of her, and the movie that was playing was turned off. He stretched his waist. His perfect body was revealed in his arms, holding his neck and hanging his backhand. His charming face raised, and a pair of watery peach blossoms looked at him. It's something to wait for me to go back to G-Min. You helped me sell things by the way, and the money exists for the time being. She is charming regardless of her figure and appearance. Especially the pair of peach blossom eyes is very hooked. But she always never resigns and her behavior is correct. No one thinks anything. But when they are in love and act coquettishly in front of their lover, those watery eyes are simply seductive. Perhaps Rong Yen was inferior to the 2 sisters of UUFA, and her body was comparable. They were straight and long legs, but her charming temperament and ecstasy peach blossom eyes were too hooked. Especially the difference between the time when the time was coquettish. It is a pity that their origin is different from that of the education. Before they were engaged, they couldn't give more than the last step, but they could only be addicted. At this time, Li Qingzhou had already forgotten about UUFA. Although the identical twin sisters were also very attractive. Her style of being a lady in front of people, and a prostitute behind their backs was also not bad. On one side is twisting, and on the other side is to take the initiative. Do you still need to consider it? They only stayed for a day at the transfer base. And the next day, they were directly transferred to Jimin through the star door of the transfer base the next day. She took another Black Eagle frigates from Liqing to the planet number 1 in Jimin. And he parked the frigate in the Star City Pass. Opened the trading network to find the appropriate acquirer. The supplies harvested from the previous operation were sold in Tianjin. And only 300 million Shada civilians are left. This cannot be sold for the time being. It can only be sold after the Expeditionary Force's military operations are over. Otherwise it will be sold to others. The team entrusted him to sell the supplies that some outpost bases were not collected. Although there were how much it wanted. It only refers to military-related materials. Some things in the outpost base have not yet developed. And they could only be sold back to Jimin. The entire team has accumulated for a few months and sold 45 billion yuan. These will be used as team funds, not individuals. At this time, he has 340 billion star dollars and 45 billion star dollars in his hands. In addition, he will stay in Tianjin for a month or two. And then he can sell the 300 million Shada civilians in his hands. It took 2 months to rush through the Gangxingbao to Jiminguang. And then 4 months and 1 or 2 months. It was another 2 months after selling back to the outpost base. This is 6 months and half a year. The military operation on the expedition to the expedition should end again. Moreover, it would take another 4 months for the large team at the outpost base to rush to Tianjin when they receive the news. And then go back. A full 10 months of buffer. He didn't believe that Aquarius and the brilliant team would have enough time. Sitting in the battleship, Liqing first pulled out a long shopping list. And then bought various materials for Wang Yanqing and others according to the shopping list. Then rent a large warehouse, and set the warehouse address to the delivery address. Next, there is no need to wait in the warehouse. After buying all the materials required on the shopping list, he was relieved and set another destination for the frigate. The planet number 1 in Jimin. Among the bustling cities. Among a white building with only 3 floors, but covering an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. Li Luan, who is wearing a blue Zhongshan dress on the 2nd floor of the music hall, listening to the beautiful drama of Tsingyi in the stage. He shook his head gently with the song. Looking at it. Suddenly, a message came from his portable personal terminal. He stood still and listened carefully until it was over. Then he opened his eyes, and a projection unfolded with a touch of his fingers. After reading the projection information, he returned a word and immersed in opera. The family was stationed. Liqing returned to wait for more than 2 hours, and then saw that the second uncle was in the cane out of the speed. He greeted him to pick up the cane. Li Luan said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a long time. How about my kid now? I haven't caused you trouble." Liqing replied with a smile. "He is very good now. Some time ago, we rushed to the core galaxy of Shada Civilization 5 to work." Li Luan paused, and a surprise appeared on his face. Real or fake? How could I tell lies in front of my second uncle? Li Luan's face was obviously smiled and said, "Tell me in detail what great things you have done." The second uncle knows. During this time, the outpost base launched a large-scale military operation, and we responded to the Expeditionary Army's call to join the battlefield. At once, the two said slowly and said that their experience was a little bit of art processing to the second uncle, which focused on Li Lai's performance. Chapter 83 Visiting UFA's father. When the inner house was finished, a maid stepped forward to pick up the second uncle's cane, took off his coat, and brought his hands to wash his hands. After wiping his hands with a towel, Li Luan waved for the maid to leave, crossed his legs on the seat, pointed to the chair next to him, and asked him to sit down, and said with a smile, "It seems that you have developed very well there. But you offense the top 10 large teams in the top 10 at the same time. He contemplated a little and said, "If I am you, I can visit you's father's father." Liqing immediately said, "This isn't my plan and go later." Li Luan nodded and continued, "Don't hesitate when you need to borrow power. If you don't use the power, it will expire. Competition does not only depend on your own ability and potential. You can also borrow the power behind you. Miley family's power. And the power of several core members of your team. You can visit them in a few days." "I will." It has to be said that, although the older generation is better than them in terms of ability, They are indeed better than them in terms of experience. He had never thought about this before. He just wondered if UFA's identity would be scary. But he never wondered to take the initiative to borrow and suppress them in turn. This is not impossible. After all, at this stage, regardless of the transit base or outpost base, it is U's. Perhaps many of the mini giants mixed over there are stronger family than Gene Menu. But the strong dragon is difficult to press the ground snake. No one is here. As expected, they were all too young. Even though Yu Yao looked shrewd and scheming, like a mastermind behind the scenes, she was only 18 or 19 years old after all. Just a girl. And still too young. With this in mind, Li Qing took the opportunity to ask his second uncle Li Luan some questions. And Li Luan felt that his son was mixed under Li Qing. He was good at his son. So he taught some of the experience he accumulated. One heart. One intentional. Very speculative. 1.5 hours later, after a topic, Li Luan suddenly asked, I remember in the information you sent me just now, saying that you want to reapply for a family fund? Right. I only applied for the personal development fund of the 100 million star. I think this does not meet my current strength and achievements. I want to apply again. Li Luan nodded and said, This is the right idea. Yes, you apply for your current strength and potential, as well as your own advantages in writing and writing. You know the process. And the individual and the team apply for one. I will pass it as soon as possible. Li Qing asked something. Can I apply for a team development fund? Of course. You have not applied for team development funds before. Well, is it not possible? I really can't. It's okay. Wait for you to send you a model. You can fill it out? Thank you. Uncle. Just take care of that kid more in the future. Early the next morning, Li Qing received an application form from the Pioneering Fund from the second uncle. A personal pioneering fund. And a team pioneering fund. After studying it carefully, I found that the gap between these two pioneering funds is not large. But the individual pioneering funds are more inclined to personal strength and potential. And the team's pioneering fund is more inclined to the team's overall strength and potential. Personal strength. Personal potential. Segmentation. Li Qing rubbed his chin and first listed the warship he currently owned. The 2 battleships were under construction. So although there were only 2 cruisers, he calculated 50 destroyers. The frigates do not list too much. Unless there are many exaggerated points of this cannon fodder. It does not make any sense. Such as 1,000 ships. Then the point came. He listed the Servant of the Light. In the name of a gold-named mythical super naval commander. This proportion will be very, very high. Of course. I awakened Lingning and successfully soaring. Of course. It also went up. Which is also a bonus. However, he has not been listed for the time being to condense the sanctuary. The main reason is that this is too outrageous, and the impact is too great. You must know that the entire human united empire is just 10 spiritual tower. It is worth mentioning that psionic saints are the key factor in building psionic towers. But not all psionic saints can condense psionic towers. This requires other conditions. Therefore, the human united empire has less than 10 psionic towers. But there are definitely more than 10 super psychics who have condensed psionic saints. Of course, there will definitely not be too many. It will never exceed 100. However, no matter what, the most critical core factors for the establishment of the Lingning Tower have been condensed. And they are qualified to try to build the spiritual tower. The reason why Li Qing didn't want to tell anyone was because this thing was too high profile. And he would never have peace after telling it out. Moreover, at this time, he was in a weak period. And he was still in the honeymoon period with Yu Yao. He had an agreement with mutual help. For the time being, he could not do anything else. This agreement was not mandatory, and was not restricted by Yu Yao. She could not use it to order him to do anything. He could leave at any time by paying a small price. But the psychic saint is a little weak now, and it would be dangerous to leave. In addition to these, Li Qing also talked about a space in his hand. The size of the space was the same as that of others. The internal space is 10,000 kilometers. And it also revealed that he built a space station inside in the application form, which contains a very large private shipyard. The secret of the space inside the universe will be slowly discovered one day. Rather than exposing it one day, it is better to disclose it slowly and control it yourself. The individual pioneering fund application is temporarily exaggerated. In fact, this is already exaggerated. He didn't dare to say anything else for the time being. After that, his strength was getting stronger and stronger in the future. And he slowly broke out. Now these things are enough to attract the attention of the family. And they will pay more attention to overheading. Which is not what he is willing to see. As for the application for the Team Development Fund, Li Qing only added 3 items besides rewriting the personal information he had just filled in. The same as that he is now the second largest shareholder of the Gogan team. He has 14% of the original shares, and the deputy head of the deputy regiment. It also revealed that the Gonlan team has met all the conditions of the promotion legion. After the expeditionary military operation, the military operation can be promoted immediately. The second was that he discovered a Type 4 planet deep in the starry sky that could be transformed into a habitable planet. In the third place, he has a slave of January 3rd, 52 million good at transforming the environment and can be used to transform the fourth type of planet. Although it is not a life planet, the fourth type planet is still worth immigration after transformation. You don't have to expect the civilians on the planet to have high talents. But at least it is much better than the all-gray immigrants in the residential station. Blank people can also become practitioners of various professions. The problem of rare elite professionals cannot be borne, regardless of any force. The most lacking is actually a large number of underlying occupations. After adding these 3 points and checking them carefully, Li Qing sent the 2 application forms to the Family Development Foundation. Next, just wait for the Pioneer Foundation to receive the application, and then check it. After confirmation, it is decided how much the Pioneering Fund he can apply for. Li Qing didn't know how long this process was. He had applied for 100 million people to complete it for 5 days before it was completed. Now 2 copies of the application materials or more, and they need to be tuned one by one. Of course, this does not require a special trips to the outpost base for review. It is not just the Qinghali family. The main gate valves of the major military fields of the Empire have collected messages at the outpost base. They pass a message every time, as long as the next batch of information comes. It can be determined, so the specific time is difficult to say. Li Qing didn't wait all the time. He went out after submitting the application form. And then, in the 4th floor warehouse of the universe in the palm, I turned it over and found the same thing to wrap it. It was prepared to be a gift to visit UUFA's father later. This is a coral tree with blood red like blood jade. The overall height is about 2 meters. The transparent jade is unknown like a magma, which slowly flows inside and looks very beautiful. This thing was looted when the Shada No. 5 galaxy was plundered. No one knows which Shada civilization noble's home this decoration came from. It was identified as a valuable decoration when it was classified before and was not sold. Now it is just right to be used as a gift. UUFA's father seemed to be one of the decision-making layers of Yu's decision-making. What kind of baby such a big man had not seen? So he never thought about how precious gifts. But this exotic decoration, focusing on novelty. Li Qing did not have the contact information of UUFA's father, Yu Qinsheng, and could only submit worship through formal channels. Normally, it would be difficult for a visiting card from a junior like him, who had not yet become famous in Tianjin, to be delivered to Yu Qinsheng. A big shot like him had many people who wanted to see him every day. His secretary would sort all the visiting cards by importance. And people like him would usually be placed at the very back of the queue and might not get a call for several months. However, he wrote UUFA's friends on the post and stated that he was commissioned by UUFA, which was different. Dare not say that you will see it immediately. At least carefully review it. Less than half an hour after submitting his visiting card, he received a strange call. When he answered the call, a middle-aged man in a neat suit introduced himself with a professional smile. I'm sorry to bother at this time. I am the assistant of Mr. Yu Qinsheng. I will ask you to verify if you say it is true half an hour ago. Li Qing was also serious at this time, following the aristocratic etiquette that an old noble had taught him in class. He nodded slightly. I am Li Qing. Li Qing, Qinghe, and the second largest shareholder of the Gogan team. The middle-aged man said carefully. When I met Mr. Li Qing, I had already confirmed that your visiting card would be delivered to Mr. Yu Qinsheng within an hour. If there is any news, I will inform Mr. Li Qing as soon as possible. It's troublesome. Goodbye. In fact, only half an hour later, he received a message from Yu Qinsheng's assistant saying that he could go over now. After wrapping the gifts, they placed them on the automatic floating platform and followed behind to the interior of Tianjin Star City, as one of the core decision-making levels of Jinmin Yu's Yu Qinsheng usually likes to stay in the stars. With the permission to pass, we arrived at the interior of Star City unimpeded. The interior space of Star City is probably over 100,000 square meters, with hills and rivers, lush greenery, and a retro mansion with 7 entrances and exits right between the U-shaped river. It sounds awkward to put the words dong and retro together, but it's true. The small building of the house has 2 floors and 3 floors, but the architectural style is retro. What time is it, and how can it be completely retro? He was led by a servant to a reception room, where he was served tea and snacks. Li Qing picked up his chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. Many people have been misled by movies and TV shows and believe that it is very rude to eat snacks on the table when visiting a guest. Actually, the tea snack is originally eaten for guests. Otherwise, what do? Do not eat in film and television dramas, just because it will affect filming when eating. And many times NG will be too much. While eating beautiful and delicious snacks, drinking tea, waiting slowly. After 2 cups of tea, he heard footsteps from outside the door. Slowly picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. The door was opened. A very handsome middle-aged man came in. The assistant he had seen before followed, and he immediately got up to go. The middle-aged man was very handsome, and had some similarities with Yufa and her sister. He sat down at the head seat, looked at Li Qing, and said with a smile, "I've heard of your name. You're very courageous. You dared to fish under the noses of 5 large teams. And you actually caught a big fish. Not bad." Li Qing's face did not change, and he said humbly, "Fortunately, luck. It's lucky or strong. You have done it." Yu Qinsheng didn't tangle this. Took a sip of tea, and asked, "You are here because of the crisis that the Gallon team is facing now?" "Yes. I want to hear Uncle's opinion." "No need to worry. Let them suppress. As long as you keep the Gaga Blue Castle. If they... No. They don't dare to attack Gallon Star Castle." Yu Qinsheng smiled confidently. "Unless they don't want to mix here. Otherwise they dare not directly attack the Lawn Blue Star Fort." "Uncle, aren't you afraid that someone will be upset by this? Someone must not be able to swallow this breath. But such an impulse must not be within the decision-making layer of the 5 major teams. At least these 5 teams can only swallow this breath." "Oh, that's fine." Li Qing didn't say anything else. He originally just came to tell Yu Qinsheng. Now it seems that he is very clear about the situation at the outpost base. He is not worried at all. So there is no need to say more. Without continuing to talk about this topic, he was about to want to leave with an excuse to leave. And suddenly Yu Qinsheng asked, "What do you think of Jielan now? What problems need to be changed?" Li Qing stunned and replied, "Jielan is normal now. There is no problem." "Well, what do you think of my daughter?" "Ah." Li Qing looked up in surprise, and asked so directly. Chapter 84 Giant Comprehensive Scientific Research Base. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Very good. Very beautiful." Yu Qinsheng continued, "Lady, I think you are very good. Yu Qinghali and you are also a household. Do you want to marry my daughter?" Li Qing was completely shocked. He had never thought that Yu Qinsheng would ask such a question so directly. He was totally unprepared. He opened his mouth in shock for a long time before he asked cautiously, "Uncle, let's talk about this here. Will it be not appropriate?" Yu Qinsheng waved his hand. "If there is any inappropriateness, you answer. Do you think? Or don't want to?" Li Qing's mind flashed with Ding Yuren's face, and the time they had spent together along the way. He asked himself if he was with her, he would be happier in the future than with Yufa. However, the next second, 2 exactly beautiful faces appeared in his mind. If it is 1 plus 1. Cough. He pretended to cough lightly to hide his embarrassment, and said, "Sorry, Uncle. I already have a girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Is she as pretty as my daughter? Is she as good-looking as my daughter? Can my daughter's impressive family background help you?" Li Qing is speechless. No one wants to sell her daughter like this. But I have to answer. It's Ding Yuran, one of the core members of the Jialan team. Yu Chen rushed and murmured, "The girl of the Ding family." "Okay. If that's the case, forget it. I warn you. Of that. There are girlfriends. Don't take my daughter in the future." Li Qing couldn't laugh. It is now seen that Yufa's father is not that serious personality. The important thing was over. Li Qing did not continue to stay, and he didn't talk about it after a long time. Looking at him, Yu Chensheng stood up, and his chin was a little shocking. Unfortunately, it is rare to meet such a talented young man. It is just one side, while the master is out of the main side. It is too good to match them. No. You have to let your daughter take the initiative. No. Let Jiao also think about it. Two together. I don't believe he is not interested in love. Returning to the silent assistant who said, contact the Li side of the Qinghe. His father. Talk about the two marriage things when he appoints. The assistant should be at first. And then asked, Master, this has a girlfriend. Is it? Yu Chensheng glanced at his assistant and said, so what if you have a girlfriend? You're not engaged. Is this worth it? Yu Chensheng suddenly laughed and said, latest news. Do you know what I received? Assistant bowed his head. Have no idea. The boy not only condensed the sanctuary of the spirit, and the success of the spiritual can rise, and he also had a top-level remedy. The most important thing was that he had a mythical super-naval commander in his hands. He could do a career. He held 3 kinds of his ancestors at this age. After leaving Yu's, Li Qing, who had originally planned to visit Ding's again, did not continue with the plan. Instead, he sent a message to Ding Yuran, asking her to talk to her herself. He did not expect that Yu Yuefei's father was so embarrassing that he was so embarrassed. He was afraid to wait for the Ding family. And her family also asked this, which was even more speechless. He did not return to the Li's office, but returned to the Black Eagle frigates directly, and then directly entered the universe in the palm. After so long, he now still has 4 points of the Servants of the Light at hand. While he entered the Galway fortress, Li Luan also received 2 applications from Li Qingfa. Li Luan, who is not as keen channels as Yu Chensheng, was silent for a long time when Li Qing's personal advantage in Li Qing. At first, he thought he was wrong, and was going to ask Li Qing if he was wrong, but soon realized that he couldn't believe it. After a while, he began to contact the family's intelligence personnel here to verify the information. However, after being verified, it can only prove that the first spirit can be ascended. The second space category has heard of it, but it is not sure. The third light of the super naval commander did not receive any news in this regard. However, the latest intelligence did confirm that he had done a lot of votes not long ago. After thinking about it, he contacted the father of Yu Yuefei, the commander of the Gogan team. Half an hour later, Li Luan, who was shocked by his face, stood up and pushed the door. Soon after, an aircraft left the planet and drove the planet to Jinmin Xingbao, so that the messenger's privilege applied to the Dingxing domain of the Star Gate to Jinmin. In the palm-sized universe, Li Qing first went to the warehouse area. The 13.52 million Shar people had already been transferred here, but no tasks had been assigned to them before. The main reason is that the slaves that are plundered have not passed the ditch yet. How to arrange it? Fortunately, these Shar people have evolved from plants, and can maintain survival through photosynthesis, with the same wavelength and exactly the same wavelength as the star light in the warehouse area. It can also survive through photosynthesis. However, although there are no tasks, these Shar's natural instincts have been spent for so long in the warehouse area, and many of them have begun to transform the land under their spontaneous transformation to the soil that is suitable for their own survival. After all, even though they didn't know where they were plundered or where they were settled, since they didn't die immediately, they had to live. It was their natural instinct to transform the land under their feet into an environment suitable for living. Li Qing quietly hidden above the 6th floor agricultural area, and we can see that the tens of millions of Sao people scattered in this huge area. These Salians look like a tree man Li Qing in the previous life. A movie named Gert was watched, but there were many vines wrapped around, and a piece of tender leaves grew around the body, especially the small woods composed of a lush vine on the top of their heads. The male and female of the Sar. The breeding method is very interesting. When the conditions are met, a shaman will pick up his body with a leaf and the bud. Then these branches will slowly grow and eventually grow into another Sar. Generally, about 10 years of newborn Salon can be able to move away from fixed freedom. In addition, when the natural lifespan of the Shar people reaches the end, they will find a favorite place to reroot the feet and fix them here. And then the branches on their bodies will grow quickly, and they will eventually turn into a big tree. This civilization is a peace-loving one. Li Qing is actually quite curious about their form of civilization, and even more curious about what their warships look like and what weapons they use. It is worth mentioning that not all Shar people have accompanied flowers. Generally, the white names and below are not accompanied by the spiritual spirit. Only the green names are available. But the number of accompaniment is not necessarily related to what name. Some green names have 2 or 3 accompanimental spirit, but some blue names have only 1. Among the 1352 million Sao people, there are about 1 million or more in the green name, without purple names. Li Qing observed for a while, and suddenly appeared in the air above the warehouse area. The surging spiritual energy on his body formed a spiritual energy vortex. The whole person in the vortex quickly transformed into a tall, light man, speaking in human language. "Serve me. Give me the right to survive here." The words that came out of his mouth were human words, but driven by his extremely powerful psychic energy. They were transmitted to the entire area in the form of telepathic resonance. All the Shar people heard his voice at the same time and understood it instantly. Telepathic resonance is a unique way of communication for psychics. It allows them to convey the wishes they want to express directly to the target through their minds. There is no need for the other party to speak their language. And regardless of whether the other party is a psychic or not, they will naturally understand what he means. This is also the power of the spiritual capability. The spiritual can use this method to communicate with any civilization in the universe and any existence. Like the powerful existence in the virtual realm. What the mortals can hear, what they can say is not that they all speak human language, but the powerful existence of living in the virtuality subspace. They all have spiritual energy and communicate with spiritual energy. This is why the 3 major ascension can rise to the most powerful, like gene soaring and mechanical ascension that cannot do this. On the 6th level, countless Shar people were silent for a while after he appeared. After a while, a psychic will that was extremely weak to him suddenly lit up, and a voice that sounded like a little girl sounded in his mind. "Great existence. Can you shelter my family to survive here?" Li Qing looked at it unexpectedly. A blue name of the Shar was much smaller than other people. The leaves on the body were also tender and green, at the level that ordinary people could not see. There was a light layer of spiritual light. "Interesting. A Shar with awakened psychic powers." Li Qing responded. "Serving me. You can survive." He reached out to the 6th level of the widely 6th level, and said with a sync, "The first thing now is to transform this world into a livable world." After speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. Without so much nonsense. He did not work hard to show them up. Just order it directly. Anyway, they are trapped here. There is no choice but to be obedient. It doesn't even matter whether they are obedient or not. They are trapped here and cannot leave. After a long time, they can only choose to transform this level and turn it into a living area for the tribe members. After all, they have a population of 1.352 million. And so many people are enough to slowly reproduce into a new civilization. The choice of group wisdom can only transform this world into a world suitable for their own lives. After Li Qing was going to wait for them to accept destiny, they opened the 6th floor agricultural area with the 7th floor Savannian area, and divided into a part of the salon to continue the transformation. As for now, he has come to the scientific research area in the 10th floor comprehensive area. From the last time, the servant of the light to the present, I have continued to accumulate the quota of 4 light servants. First of all, pointing into a biological sociology super scientist, the original chief of biological sociology, named Qin Xian. A woman. And then, Li Qing carefully thought about it, and redotted the 3 major scientists of engineering, physics, and biology. Let's follow the previous plan and form a super scientific research team first. Anyway, there is no room for playback of other types of light. For example, he ordered a super naval commander again, and there were not so many fleets who made him command for the time being. Points a general of an army, and there is no army to command him, or order a governor. This is okay. You can place it in personal base instead of himself. But now he is not returned to the base, and it is useless now. The cosmic warehouse area in the palm requires a governor, but it is still a matter after immigration. Now there are a bunch of SAR slaves in the base of the warehouse area. Now they have not been completely at ease. There is no need to point out. When these salon people admit their lives, they can order a servant of a Shar, just as the racial leader of the salon. It is easier to rule them. 6 super scientists have been able to form a weak team. What is lacking now is that the scientific research experimental base is not worthy of them. Li Qing came out of the universe in the palm and opened the trading network to search for the products of scientific research. At a glance, a full set of giant comprehensive scientific research bases are seen at a glance. including all basic scientific research facilities, such as a giant ring-based particle collision machine, various models of centrifuge, various models of analyzers, large and small laboratories, etc. The total price is 120 billion yuan. This top-selling information is generally invisible to players. Normal players cannot see this special trading information when entering the channels of the trading network. This can only be seen by those who have special permissions in G-Min. Normally, Li Qing couldn't see it, but after signing a contract with Yu Yao, he shared their authority. So he is now equivalent to UFA visiting the trading network. So this kind of good things that could not be seen before can be seen now. And they are also qualified to buy it. He examined this thing carefully and found out that it came from a senior pioneer who gave up on further development and dismantled and sold his base. This scientific research base, which had taken huge efforts to build, was put on the shelf. Of course, this is just what people say. We don't know where it really comes from. We only know that it is produced by humans and can be used immediately after purchase. It is worth mentioning that this senior pioneer refers to players who have already developed for more than 10 years. These senior pioneers, who have been pioneering for more than 10 years, have experience longer than them. And they have been mixed. Whenever they have been mixed a little better, they have accumulated for 10 years. And their strengths are very powerful. Some top senior pioneers have hundreds of warships with hundreds of battleships. And some large teams may even have flagships. Fortunately, the United Empire Senate stipulates that the Zuterstar domain is limited to new pioneers for more than 10 years. If there are no restrictions, those senior pioneers teams who have experienced more than 10 or 20 years, and even the regular legion, they have no chance at all. The price of a complete set of 120 billion stars is not expensive for a set of giant comprehensive scientific research bases containing all basic scientific research facilities. It is really more than double to build such a new large-scale scientific research base. The reason why it hasn't been sold yet is mainly because it's useless. Chapter 85: The Secret of Mechanical Ascension. Those who need it will start building their own scientific research bases early. And those who don't need it will not buy it no matter how cheap you are. Most of the players have never thought of becoming a military leader. They are too far away from them. If you need to buy finished products directly, why labor is laborious and not to please this. There is no large number of top scientists. And it is impossible to develop something at all. The average player has no idea how rare top scientists are. All they can say is that they are even rarer than one might imagine. Li Qing directly contacted the seller, but found that the seller was a business director of the Holy Ruling Corps. He immediately understood that this was not a senior pioneer to abandon the pioneering dismantling base for sale. But the Sacred Ruling Legion defeated the warrior obtained by a certain opponent. Regular legions like the Holy Judgment Legion already have their own scientific research bases. So this base is naturally of no use, and can only be sold. After all, if you want to use it, you need to have a scientific research team, which costs a lot. And even a senior legion can't get a few. Simple bargaining. The price was 120 billion yuan. He tried to pay the price of 110 billion yuan. And immediately responded, which made Li Ji stand up. The disassembly scientific research base was in the warehouse near G-Min. The transaction was completed as soon as it was completed. It was transported to his designated position in less than an hour. A satellite track that was flattened as a storage was flattened. Hundreds of super-large trailer containers were placed directly on the satellite's orbit. And then the palm-sized universe was opened. A large industrial ship flew out and towed all the string trailer containers into the palm-sized universe. What follows is busy disassembly and installation. A large number of robots take out the goods in the containers. And then, they are sucked directly into the warehouse area by the traction equipment in the warehouse area. They appear directly on the 10th floor of the warehouse area and can be placed in any area as they wish. The next step is installation. The seller provides a complete scientific research base installation drawing. You can install it according to the drawing, or change the installation location according to the situation. Anyway, the research base is composed of different sizes, and there is no fixed placement. Of course, they still need to be classified. Engineering-related laboratories are placed in one area. Physics-related laboratories are placed in another area. And social biology-related laboratories are placed in another area. The overall shape is a triangle, with a comprehensive area in the center. How to place Li Qing ignorant, and let those chief scientists decide how to put themselves. It is them to use it anyway. After packing, he returned to G-Min Starberg. opened the talent network on the trading network again, and was ready to recruit a group of scientists and apprentices. It turned out that there were only 3 small laboratories in the universe in the palm of the palm. The scientists and apprentices were not 100. Now the giant comprehensive laboratory is built. The people are seriously inadequate and need to recruit a batch. Through UUFA's relationship, he first saw a blue-name scientist for recruitment in the talent market. He felt tears. However, he did not choose to recruit blue-name scientists. First of all, there were few of them, and their salaries were very expensive. It would be better to recruit a group of blank scientists. Anyway, with the bonus of his awakened star sun talent, the work efficiency of blank scientists under him was higher than that of ordinary blue-name scientists. The most important thing is that in the future he will continue to enlighten servants of light, no matter they are white, green or blue. After becoming a servant of light, they will become a golden super scientist. At this time, the initial template will be the same, and the slight difference between white and green names will make no difference. The scientific research servant of light has a talent skill called mind matrix sub-body. The effect of this skill is very simple. When there are 2 or more scientific type servants of light, their mental consciousness can be connected to form a thinking world called the mind matrix. All scientific type servants of light can connect their thinking consciousness to this mind matrix and share their thoughts with everyone. When minds are shared, their knowledge and memory will be shared, and even the brain's thinking and computing abilities can be shared, allowing them to work together to study a topic. This ability is extremely powerful. And as more servants of light are connected, countless thoughts resonate together, and this ability will become stronger. Even if there is a subject in the mind matrix here, it can actively control this thinking world, simulate anything in it with the power of the mind, and simulate any experiment in the thinking world. At that time, there will be no need for the constraints of the so-called laboratory. Unfortunately, when Li Qing awakened as the son of the stars, he chose domination. If he had chosen wisdom, he would have gained the ability of the mind matrix subject. But it's not a big problem. As the palm-sized universe is further repaired in the future, and the son of the star awakens again, he will be able to regain the authority of the mind matrix subject, and thus possess endless wisdom. 300 white-name scientists, 100 from each of the 3 major systems of engineering, physics, and social biology, with a monthly salary of 800,000 yuan each, and a total monthly salary of 240 million yuan for the 300 scientists. In addition, a total of 30,000 scientific research apprentices, commonly known as scientific research dogs, were recruited to help out and maintain various large and small laboratories and other related scientific research hard work. Scientific research is a physical and mental job that clones cannot do. Only natural persons can. The monthly salary of a scientific researcher is 50,000 yuan, which is higher than most basic occupations. 30,000 of them means a monthly salary of 1.5 billion yuan. Good fellow. Adding other salaries, the total monthly salary expenditure is close to 2 billion, which means an annual salary expenditure of 24 billion star yuan. This means that if you don't have the ability to make money and don't have a continuous income transfusion, you will go bankrupt at any moment. After the recruitment was completed, a civilian ship was rented to send all the scientists and apprentices to the galaxy next to Tianjin. And then external communications were closed to enter the palm-sized universe, and directly into the experimental area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. At first, they did not know where they were at this time. With a large number of manpower in place, the 6 Servant of Light super scientists finally had enough manpower to start researching the subject. Then he went to see the aircraft carrier area on the 5th floor of the warehouse area, which was being renovated. Although the efficiency has skyrocketed due to the bonus of the awakened star sun talent, the area is too large and the workload is too high, so it has not been completed yet. Li Qing came out of the Palm universe and returned to Tianjin. He wanted to buy something, but considering that his family had not responded yet, he could only continue waiting. I don't know how much development fund I can apply for this time. According to the information he got from his second uncle Li Luan, nearly half of the 50 trillion development funds prepared by the Li family this time have been received. Among them, the one who received the most personal development funds is a clan brother named Li Xingyu, who possesses a purple epic level innate talent. Combining his personal strength with his current trump cards, and comprehensively calculating his existing strength and future potential, he has received a total of 44 billion star yuan in personal development funds, and 50 billion star yuan in team development funds. Li Qing believed that he was much stronger than that cousin. It was hard to say by how much. But he should be stronger than that cousin. It is worth mentioning that this cousin is not from the same batch as Li Qing, but from the previous batch of pioneers. He was 2 batches earlier than Li Qing, and has been pioneering for about 6 or 7 years longer than him. Now his overall strength is stronger than his. However, this cousin did not develop in the Zuder star field, but in the 5th star field, Faust star field, in the northern hinterland of the United Human Empire. It is the border between the United Human Empire and the Broan United Civilization. And it is also a chaotic battlefield where the 2 civilizations have been fighting for thousands of years. That cousin developed there. Originally, this development fund was only available for application by the tribesmen who developed the Zuder star field. But later the tribesmen from other places mostly had objections. And later it was discovered that the development fund could not be used up. So more than half a year ago, the tribesmen from other places were allowed to apply. There was nothing to do for the time being. So Li Qing plunged into the universe in his palm and continued building the ship. Now he did not build frigates, but started to build destroyers, which have several times more experience than frigates. Although the difficulty of manufacturing a destroyer is several times higher than that of a frigate. For Li Qing, who has already mastered many skills in building a destroyer, it is no different from manufacturing a frigate. After staying in the dock for a full 24 days, a batch of 10 destroyers were built from scratch and equipped with a set of standard weapons and equipment. Li Qing's many manufacturing skills were upgraded by 1 level, nearly 100 times the experience. Manufacturing a batch of 10 destroyers is equivalent to manufacturing 100 batches of 1,000 destroyers. The experience is simply pouring in. At this rate, if we do nothing and just stay in the dock, we will be able to build a battleship in less than 2 or 3 years. If it were any other professional shipbuilder, it would be basically impossible to reach the level of building battleships without more than 50 years of rich experience. And this is the case with purple shipbuilding related talents and various accelerated skills. In other words, most engineers who can build battleships are big guys with purple innate talents. They have very strong talents themselves. And the purple name itself has experience bonuses, so they can reach this level at this age. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for an ordinary shipbuilding engineer to improve his shipbuilding skills to that level in his lifetime. Therefore, any shipbuilding engineer who can build battleships is basically a purple name. And their number is extremely small. There is no channel to recruit them. Even with UUFA's identity, they cannot be recruited. When any profession reaches the top, its status will become transcendent. At this time, it is not others who recruit you, but they choose you. And you cannot force it. Of course, except for prisoners. So after understanding the situation in this regard, Li Qing fell into deep thought as he looked at the purple-named biologist from the Shada civilization who was captured in the universe in his palm. This is a member of a species evolved from spiders, from one of the 8 tribes of the Shada civilization. It looks like a human head and a spider body, with the upper body being human and the lower body being a spider. However, this scientist seems to have taken the route of mechanical ascension, and his body has already undergone deep mechanical transformation. The bloated lower abdomen was removed and replaced with an all-metal mechanical abdomen, with 8 flexible mechanical legs extending out. The feet can be freely transformed into spikes, tentacles, or hooks and suction cups, etc., allowing it to flexibly move in any environment. There is no clothing on the body. Instead, there is a thick layer of armor. There are 8 octopus-like mechanical arms behind the arms, which can be flexibly transformed into various tools. The eyes have also been modified. In addition to being able to emit various light beams, they can also be transformed into microscopes, perspectives, analysis and other related instruments at any time to assist in experiments. To be honest, this thing's body has been completely mechanically transformed. Only the brain has not been completely transformed, according to the standards of mechanical ascension. As long as the biological brain is replaced with a mechanical brain, and then one's own consciousness is uploaded, it will be a complete mechanical ascension. The scientists of the Shada civilization have modified their entire bodies to this point, but they have not yet achieved mechanical ascension. There is only one truth. The technology for uploading consciousness has not been perfected, and there are still risks. So they have not achieved ascension. After all, it is only a 3rd-level civilization. Although there is no necessary relationship between mechanical ascension technology and the level of civilization. Some 2nd-level civilizations with crooked technology trees can achieve mechanical ascension. But it is obvious that the mechanical ascension technology of the Shada civilization has not been fully upgraded. So it does not yet have complete mechanical ascension technology. Human civilization does have complete mechanical ascension technology. But within the human United Empire, active mechanical ascension is prohibited. Even if one's limbs are disabled due to war, there is genetic repair technology to reshape the body. Mechanical ascension is generally prohibited. The main reason is that after mechanical ascension, there is no physical form to distinguish species. And the mechanical body created by each mechanical ascender for himself is different. In addition, their living habits have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to humans. Over time, these mechanical ascenders will slowly forget their human identity, thus forming a new ideology. Think about it. When a person changes from a carbon-based biological being to a robot, all the original human hobbies disappear. I used to be able to try all kinds of delicacies and snacks from all over the world. But now I can only eat batteries. It used to be that there were billions of kinds of touches, and I could hug a sweet and soft woman and do naughty things. Now I am a cold mechanical body, and can only simulate all this in the virtual world. But simulation is fake after all. No matter how real it is, or how addicted you are, there will always be a day when you wake up. Over time, mechanical ascenders, who have nothing in common with humans, are prone to developing dangerous thoughts. In the short history of 10,000 years, the human United Empire has not been without large-scale mechanical ascension. That was more than 2,000 years after humans arrived in the new universe. At that time, the human United Empire had just been established. Faced with the strength of the Broan United civilization, they needed more powerful strength. So the simplest of the three ascensions, mechanical ascension, came into the eyes of humans at that time. At that time, no one knew how many human players joined the mechanical ascension team in order to gain greater strength. At the peak, a Star Sea Lord even joined the path of mechanical ascension, and went through 3 stages of mechanical ascension in a row. At the 3rd paragraph of the machine, the leader of the Star Seas fully transformed a super war star that is comparable to the planet with tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, and then moved his core consciousness into the mobile battle star, so as to control this war-like fortress comparable to the planet with his own will and treat it as his body. The combat power of the super war fortress controlled by personal consciousness is extremely terrifying. Relying on the powerful combat power of this super mobile war star, and integrating countless mechanical ascenders under its command, it is invincible on the battlefield between humans and the Broan United civilization, and is unstoppable, forcing the Broan United civilization out of the 5th star field. Chapter 86 Great-Grandfather's Support. However, the good times did not last long. Li Qing did not know what happened in the meantime. He only knew that 200 years later, a civil war suddenly broke out within the human United Empire. The mechanical rising star of Shanghai suddenly issued an independent declaration, announcing to the entire human camp, announced that it was separated from the human model, the self-established 0001 purified person, and the founding of the country independently. It also published a statement of war that made all human beings a creeping. And after that war, the main reasons for the signing of mechanical flying ban on all the human Star Lords and the Star Owners of the Star Navy. It is worth mentioning that although the Star Sea Lord with 3-stage mechanical ascension was defeated, he was not destroyed. When he was about to be defeated in the final stage of the war, his main fleet suddenly disappeared overnight and has not been found to this day. It is because of that dark history that mechanical rising mechanics is now prohibited within human beings. However, small-scale mechanical prosthetic modifications are not prohibited. For example, modifying a mechanical eye, and some army players inserting some prosthetics to enhance combat effectiveness, etc. are all allowed. But large-scale body modifications are not allowed. The body of this purple-named Shada scientist has been transformed to its current state. Theoretically, he can still be transformed into a servant of light. But after the transformation, his mechanical body will have to be dismantled. Each servant of light is a very powerful psychic with powerful psychic powers, which conflicts with mechanical ascension. This also means that those who have completed complete mechanical ascendancy cannot be enlightened as servants of light. Li Qing considered it seriously for a long time, but still did not want to stay. He was an alien and a supporter of mechanical ascension, so problems might arise after he was enlightened. Then only sell it. This rare scientist can completely become the chief scientist of a large laboratory, and I believe it can sell a good price. When he thought of it, he reopened the trading network, created a selling post on the talent trading subnet, wrote a title, indicated that the purple epic social biologist, and wrote all his skill parameters. As for the final price, he considered it, referring to the recent prices of a purple named scientist at the time of a purple named scientist at the time. It's like an auction. The highest bidder wins. This kind of extremely rare purple named scientist auction is mostly directly put in professional auction houses. It is quite rare for him to put it directly on the trading network. Soon the price fluctuated several times, and the price quickly changed from 50 billion to 54 billion. With more than a dozen inquiry information, he ignored these inquiries because the Family Development Fund he had applied for before finally received a response. And his second uncle Li Luan asked him to return to the family office in Tianjin. When I arrived at the door of the hall, I saw my second uncle sitting in the deputy seat and an old man sitting in the main seat. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, and looked energetic. He was wearing a black robe and holding a golden nama stick in his hand. He was talking to Li Luan. When Li Qing appeared at the door, they both looked up at the same time. Li Qing's pupils lit up instantly, and his head tilted back slightly. A ball of spiritual flame exploded in front of him, and the old man opposite also had his pupils lit up with spiritual flames. At this moment, Li Luan seemed to see an invisible lightning in the hall that exploded, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. Well, the spiritual energy in the old man's eyes slowly disappeared, and he looked at Li Qing with a kind smile and said, I can't think of my Li why this generation there will be such a Karen. At this time, Li Luan quickly said to Li Qing, Don't stand stupidly. Come and see your great-grandfather. Li Qing was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this was his great-grandfather. He quickly stepped forward and knelt down according to etiquette. You may not believe it, but Li Qing has never seen his great-grandfather. As far as he knew, his great-grandfather Li Huai seemed to be more than 400 years old. He was one of the decision-makers of the Qinghe Li family before they became powerful and became military leaders. After the Qinghe Li family was established, he had always been one of the highest decision-makers in the family until he handed over power to his 13th son 100 years ago. He then gradually withdrew from the power center of the family, and no one knew where he was practicing meditation and health. From birth to now, I only know the name, but I have never seen it before. I did not expect to be seen today. Li Huai carefully looked at the young man in front of him. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He reached out and touched the top of his head, patted it gently and said, Get up and sit. Li Luan immediately moved a chair over and placed it on the other side of Li Huai. Li Qing thanked him and sat down. When I first heard Xiaoluan's report, I didn't quite believe it. Now I see with my own eyes that you are even better than he reported. You should have ascended not long ago. Right? Li Qing nodded. Yes. Just fly up less than a year. Well, you should condense the Lingning Saints. Li Qing was shocked and didn't speak. Li Huai laughed. Don't worry. Here are all yourself. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Many old guys who have lived long enough and have seen a lot can see your situation. Li Qing is speechless. But once you've awakened for a longer period of time, in a few years, it won't be noticeable to anyone. By the way, you said you have a space treasure and a powerful naval commander. If it's convenient, can you let grandfather take a look? Can. Li Qing pointed his hand, and a black portal appeared in the room. It quickly expanded until it reached the top of the hall and stopped. Then a human figure emerged in the rippling black portal, broke through the rippling light and emerged. And a man of light walked out. The great-grandfather stood up for an instant, and a circle of twisted outlines appeared on his body, and the faint twisted spirit could spread outwards. Li Qing did not talk any nonsense, directly showing the attributes of the servants of the light. The great-grandfather was relatively calm, and just bowed to Li Yuan. However, the second uncle Li Luan beside him could not hide the shock in his eyes, and muttered to himself. Sure enough, this is the talent of historical legendary famous generals. Li Qing reached out, and the servant of the light nodded to him, and returned to the universe in the palm. The light gate disappeared, and my great-grandfather let out a long breath. He looked at Li Qing with an extremely kind gaze and said, My child, you have proven your talent and unparalleled potential. According to the family rules, you can obtain the highest level of personal development funds and team development funds, which are 100 billion star dollars respectively. Li Qing's heart is more happy, which is much higher than he expected. At this time, Li Huai continued, in addition, you are also eligible to compete for the position of the Qinghe Li family's heir. However, You will not be officially included in the candidate list until 10 years after you have been pioneering. Only then can you obtain many benefits and family resource support for candidates and compete with other candidates for the position of the Qinghe family's heir. Li Qing. Prince. This Li Qing heard that none of the heirs under the military gate valve. If there was no accident, the son of the sun succeeded directly after an abdication, because the crown prince is the most outstanding one selected from all descendants. He needs to defeat all other competitors when competing for the position of crown prince. So once he becomes the crown prince, there will be no other competitors, and he will be the only heir. It is worth mentioning that the competitors of this son do not refer to a certain generation, but that all the descendants of the military leader are qualified in the future. For example, the current military leader of the Qinghe family is of the same generation as his great-grandfather. So Li Qing's grandfather, father, and his brothers are all eligible to compete for this position, even if no absolute winner is decided during this period, or if the current military leader lives too long and is unwilling to continue to occupy the position. Li Qing's sons and even grandsons will be eligible to compete when they grow up. After all, with the current genetic technology, the strong can generally live for a long time, even if there is no genetic rising. 5-gene control can allow ordinary people to live more than 100 years. If one can achieve genetic or psychic ascension, one can live longer. For example, the current military leader of Qinghe clan has lived for more than 400 years, and has ruled Qinghe clan for more than 300 years. Judging from the situation, if there are no accidents, he is estimated to rule for another 100 years or so. At this time, my great-grandfather continued, but besides the prince, you have other choices. Li Qing looked up, and his great-grandfather said in a deep voice, open a star domain by yourself. Establish a new province. Stand on his own. And become the new military gatekeeper. The 5th room of our Qinghe family is still an active offspring. I only see this possibility on your body. If you agree, you will get a full support of 5 bedrooms. Well, Li Qing was somewhat tempted. If he could really get the full support of his great-grandfather's family, his development speed would definitely be greatly accelerated. However, although my heart is moving, I still keep a bit rational and ask. As far as I know, the family does not allow direct funding according to regulations. At least these restrictions in the first 10 years are still very harsh. I don't know what the family uses to fund me. Grandpa Li Huai whispered. What are you missing now? Li Qing hesitated for a moment and said, I am missing time now. Great-grandfather was obviously stunned for a moment, then asked, so except time? Lack of money. Besides money, what else do you need? Are you short of high-level professional talents? Are you short of advanced warship blueprints? For example, battleship blueprints? Are you short of some good things that can't be bought on the market? There is indeed a blueprint for the battleship. That's right. You can buy a blueprint for a battleship from the family at the market price. You can supply Tinyu in 1 year. We can also recruit high-level professionals at market prices, whether captains or scientists. How high is the highest? Is there an epic scientist? This is not the highest blue name. But I can pay attention to you. Professional talents with purple names can be intercepted for you. Oh, okay. In fact, Li Qing didn't take this seriously. He was mainly attracted by the stable supply of 10 battleship blueprints every year. This is the support at this stage. According to the great-grandfather, the pioneers had the strictest restrictions in the past 10 years. After 10 years, the restrictions will slowly let go. There is no limit to the family behind it. Therefore, the pioneers from civilians want to take the lead. In the past 2 decades, it is not possible to have no chance for more than 2 decades. This is the result of civilians and nobles and capital compromises. From the perspective of civilians, although the preliminary nobles have advantages, they are not too large to surpass. They have the opportunity. When civilians become nobles, their descendants have an advantage than civilians. Under the same circumstances, they may be higher, and both sides are satisfied. When Li Qing left the room, there were already 10 standard night-level battleship blueprints in his hands. According to the market price of 1 billion, a total of 10 billion yuan was directly deducted from the individual development funds. The remaining 90 billion people opened up funds, and 100 billion teams to open up funds. In this way, he has 140 billion plus 190 billion star yuan personal disposable assets, 90 billion plus 900 billion belonging to Wang Yanqing and others. and 45 billion team assets. He sells it directly to the family in those 300 million satars. So don't worry about buying these captives from here. There is no shortage of buyers for this kind of alien race. No matter it is the Yu family of Tianjin or any military leader or clan in the human United Empire. They will want it. They support the establishment of the outpost base and the formation of the expeditionary army. The main purpose is to plunder civilization points. Of course, the Qingheli family also needs to sell them better than selling them to outsiders. With so much money in hand, you have to spend it. There is no interest if you keep it. Considering that everything that should be done in Tianjin has been done, and it is time to go back and to continue digging graves, the demand for ground troops is quite high. So he decided to purchase a batch of ground troops. However, it is not a one-star troop like the clone troopers or robot commandos. Instead, through UUFA's authority, he can purchase a stronger 2-star army alien troop from Tianjin. This is a kind of killing creature that is transformed through genetic technology. It looks like an ape covering thick keratin and sharp claws. The Colonel LS can resist ordinary light weapons. The sharp claws can penetrate the hard alloy structure. The hard-cut stones are like mud. It is more than 10 meters away to adapt to various complex terrain and environment. Regardless of the mountains, forests, urban lanes, narrow ground, etc., have extremely powerful combat power. The only defect is because it is not equipped with modern weapons. And it is huge loser to be easily covered by artillery fire in open plains and other open places. However, the main combat environment of this 2-star ground force is complex terrain. The more not suitable for the place where the large-scale military forces are launched, the more they can play its combat effectiveness. The unit price of this alien troops bought the unit price, and a brigade of 500 was 1 billion yuan. Considering the loss of cannon fodder and other factors, Li Qing purchased a total of 10,000 strangers in a full group, which cost a total of 20 billion yuan. In addition to this, he also purchased another 2-star ground force mechanized armored unit. This is a high-tech mechanical force that has a large amount of armor, transport aircraft, and carries a large number of heavy weapons. It is suitable for frontal assaults on open battlefields. The main individuals of this kind of mechanical armored unit are still clones, but the skills equipped in their brains are different from those of the cannon fodder clone troops. Their individual combat capability is slightly inferior to that of the 1-star clone troops. But the skills they are equipped with are mainly to control various combat weapons and combat platforms, and to fight in a team. Generally, a battalion of mechanical armored forces contains 2,000 combat individuals, half of which are clones and half are robots. With 20 standard, it can ensure that all the soldiers of the battalion plus combat weapons are transported to the battlefield at one time. Chapter 87. 5 large-scale mechanical armored combat platforms. This is the accidental shape. It is a prison-shaped fortress with a diameter of 30 meters. It has a variety of mobile methods such as wheels, tracks, and suspension. It ensures that any environment can be applied. It has a robotic arm of about 1 meter, like an octopus tentacles. It is equipped with a variety of weapons. It can be freely combined into various combat methods. The main body of the fortress can accommodate 100 soldiers, and has a main gun that is as powerful as an S-class small ship gun, as well as 8 secondary guns, which can be either electromagnetic guns or laser guns, and can be freely combined. A total of 16 small short-range missile launchers, 16 close-up machine guns, 64 Gaussian machine guns. A proper mobile battle fortress. The combat effectiveness is extremely amazing. 20 small mechanical armored combat platforms are the same as large-scale mechanical armored combat platforms. They are only 10 meters in diameter, only 8 robotic arms, and about 30 meters in length. It can accommodate 20 soldiers. For secondary guns, 8 small short-range missile launchers. For close and defense machine guns, and 16 Gauss machine guns. 50 amphibious armored vehicles have a specification of 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. They are equipped with 4 close machine guns, 12 Gaussian guns, and accommodate up to 100 soldiers. And this is just a camp configuration. If the combat unit reaches the first level, a large missile will be configured. If the combat unit reaches the first level of the brigades, more powerful weapons will be equipped. As for air units, it mainly depends on the cooperation of the Navy in space. If the ground forces have their own fleet in the planet's orbit, they can call for support from warships in orbit as appropriate. and carry out orbital bombing on stubborn military targets on the ground directly from orbit. The purchase price of this mechanical armored force is different from other troops. There is no single sale. Instead, the minimum purchase unit is a camp. The price is 15 billion, which is several times that of the alien troops. He bought 2 battalions in one breath, spent a total of 30 billion yuan, and a total of 50 billion was so gone. And this has not ended. Although the aircraft carrier area in the warehouse area has not been completed, a part of it has been built, and it can be sent in handy. It is still through UUFA's channels and relationships. At the price of 4% to 4.5 million, the full 50,000 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost fighter was purchased, which cost a total of 225 billion yuan. Buy more if you want to buy. If the platform had not been completed yet and had insufficient capacity, he would have spent all the money he had. I bought 50,000 ships this trip. It is estimated that it is a year later to return to Jimin next time. At that time, the platform is estimated to expand more than 10 or 100 times. At that time, it is possible to make millions of space fighters in one breath. A weak flagship aircraft carrier will be in hand. A normal interstellar mothership requires a large escort fleet to protect the mothership. But this one does not need that. 2 days later, the information came from the trading network. The purple scientist who placed on the trading network had sold it. The final transaction price was 71 billion yuan, which was higher than he thought. Then, Li Qing used all the funds he now held, with a total of 126 billion personal funds plus 990 billion yuan Wang Yanqing and other people's money, and 45 billion team funds. A total of 1,161 billion yuan. Through UUFA's personal relationship and channel, a large number of materials required for outpost bases were purchased at a 10% discount. When Ding Yuren returned to the team, a Black Hawk frigate passed through the Tianjin Star Gate and arrived at the transit base, and plunged into the starry sky without stopping. A month and a half later, the Black Hawk frigate had returned to the outpost. Looking at Star City, which seemed to be larger than before, Li Qing said to Ding Yuzong in her arms, "You contact the team at the outpost first. I'll go sell the stuff." She nodded. "Well, let me contact." The transaction is simple. When the goods are purchased in Jimin, they have already been loaded. He even bought the transport ship directly. Although the war on the outpost base has already ended at this time, the various materials are sufficient than before. The price has decreased smoothly, and it is no longer possible to earn as much as before. However, through the relationship between UFA, he still got a 16% difference. That is, compared to the additional 16% premium compared to Jinmin's side, and the Jimin side was 10% off. This trip can earn a total of 26%. A total of 26% of the 1,161 billion yuan star is 301.8 billion yuan. There is no need to divide with Wang Yanqing and others to make money. 301.8 billion Xingyuan plus its own personal assets of 126 billion yuan. And now the total assets suddenly become 427.8 billion yuan. Making a lot of money. He was thinking about whether to run a few more times. At his current speed, he could make a round trip in about 3 months at full speed. If he made a few more trips, he would be able to pay off the debt by the second year. Li Qing squeezed his Chinoso, and suddenly received Ding Yozhing's communication. After connecting, he saw Ding Demei, who was frightened. For the first time to see her like this, Li Qing was quite surprised. But before he opened his mouth, Ding Yuzhing said a news that shocked him. Gallon Star Castle was breached by Brilliance and Aquarius 2 months ago. Li Qing was shocked, and his head was full. Are they crazy? I find it incredible. But it's true. What about the head of the group? After the Gallon Star Castle was breached, they broke out. An unknown fleet followed and attacked them. And then they disappeared. Li Qing still felt incredible and incomprehensible. Don't they want to mix anymore? Who knows? It's crazy. Li Qing was speechless for a while. The last time I was so speechless was the last time. The joy of having just made 300 billion disappeared in an instant. And the idea of doing business was thrown out of the window. No one knows where the head of the team is going. No news. What about the Glory and Aquarius? They retreated back to their headquarters system after the war, and haven't been out for the past 2 months. I'm afraid now? Li Qing pinched his brows, thought for a moment, and said to her, "Go to the local channel and send a message to gather the members of the Jialenuan team. It's impossible for such a large team to be missing." There should be some who are not missing. Ask them after gathering. I will try to contact her. Ding Yuzong knew who he said. Nodded. I'll do it now. Really pain. This change caught him completely off guard. He could only say that he underestimated some people's self-control. Or, he always feels a bit wrong. Both Glory and Aquarius are large teams. There are many shareholders. It is normal for someone to be stupid. But there is no reason to be stupid. They cannot know the consequences of doing so. But after thinking about it, I couldn't figure out what was wrong without any basis. Discarding the contact, he rubbed his head, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the sanctuary in the virtual realm. The Lingning Saints who were able to contact instantly. This time, like a layer of invisible power isolate, could not be contacted. Li Qing stood up instantly. His face was solemn. Yi Xiao? Or the son of other virtual realms? There are only two types of people who can isolate a psychic saint. One is other sons of the virtual realm, and the other is the evil god of the virtual realm who favors Yi Xiao. But the former, not too possible. According to Yu Yao, the son of Void Realm needs to defeat the son of Void Realm at the same level in order to advance. The sons of Void Realm at the same level may be strong or weak, but it is absolutely impossible for them to be completely sealed directly. If she had such ability, Yu Yao should have been defeated by now. Then, it can only be the evil god in the virtual realm who favors Yi Xiao who takes action. Of course, it is also possible that there are other powerful virtual beings that they don't know about. But under normal circumstances, who would target them for no reason? And thinking back on this period of time, the one who had a grudge against them was Yi Xiao. And according to the news that Ding Yuzong had just heard, Ganlon Star Fort was broken by the two teams of Glory and Aquarius. This could not help but remind Li Qing recall that when he used the military operation, Yi Xiao used the power of the evil god to ban the innate talents of other players and force them to be a cannon fodder. It is amazing that no controller came out to expose Yi Xiao's behavior afterwards. This made him guess that Yi Xiao's method should not be as simple as sealing talents. Perhaps there are other evil effects such as mind control, or mental suggestion and so on. If this is the case, then Yi Xiao is a very dangerous person. Control many small and medium-sized teams quietly, and even control some core figures in other teams, and even the Legion. Li Qing immediately thought that if there were players in Glory and Aquarius who were controlled in this way, it would not be impossible that they would suddenly attack when the two major teams were besieging Ganlon Star Castle, resulting in an accidental discharge of gunfire. He opened the regional channel, and although the incident happened more than 2 months ago, many people were still talking about it. Li Qing silently watched some players chatting in the regional channel. In their words, this was just a topic for casual talk after dinner, and they had no stance or inclination. But from their words, it can be seen that they are not optimistic about the Ganlon team. Whether it is giving up the outer territories and retreating to the Ganlon Star Fortress, or being defeated by the two major teams of Brilliant and Aquarius, and the headquarters being captured. This has greatly reduced Ganlon's reputation. Ordinary players, regardless of whether you are a strategy or strategy, they only look at the process and results. This time, both the process and the result of Ganlon's experience were so tragic that his prestige among ordinary players almost reached the bottom. Ding dong. After receiving Ding Yojing's communication again, he was pulled into a group of chats. And more than 100 people were chatting. Here are the team members who didn't go missing with headquarters. So few? Are all the others missing? Li Qing remembered that the team's ordinary members, elite members, and some affiliated members totaled nearly 1,000 people. Ding Yojin shook his head. Not many people are actually missing. But now the team headquarters has been destroyed. The Star Fortress has been looted. And there has been no one to lead for 2 months. The morale of the team has been scattered. In addition, other teams have taken advantage of the situation and pulled people away. Most of the members couldn't help but quit and left. Now there are only these few people left. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This is normal. Li Qing exhaled lightly and said in the channel, "Brothers, I'm Deputy Head Li Qing. I'm back." There was silence in the channel for a few seconds, and a man named Wang He asked, "Deputy Director Li, you come back just right. You should know the current situation of the team. What do you want to do next?" As soon as the words fell, someone immediately said, "The current situation of the Jialan team has reached the most dangerous juncture. We also have a hint of hope in the performance of the deputy head in the previous military operations. When you come back to host the situation, We hope that you can retrieve the head of the team as soon as possible, recapture the team site, and avenge the Glory and Aquarius team, and re-enhance the prestige of the team on the outpost base. This sentence basically represents the thoughts of everyone. No one spoke after that, and everyone waited quietly for his response. Li Qing knew very well that this was the last chance for the Gallon team. If what he did next could not satisfy them, Gallon would be gone. However, most of those who can stay are people with a long-term vision, their own opinions and certain abilities, and can be considered elites. As long as they can be retained, Gallon's structure will still be there, and it will not be difficult to develop again. He thought for a moment, and said, I am honored that you can trust me. Li Qing, what you think is what I think. You can rest assured that I don't want the team to fall apart any more than you do. After all, I am the second largest shareholder of Gallon, and have invested more effort than anyone else. I will definitely go all out. Just now the brothers made 4 requirements, namely the head of the team, as well as regaining the team site, and retaliated with the Glory and Aquarius team to re-enhance the reputation of the team on the outpost base. We have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. We have to follow these 4 steps. The first step is to find the leader and his men. I have already got some clues on this and am preparing. We will find them in half a month at the fastest and a month at the slowest. As for taking back the team's territory, we need to get back the team leader and his support, as well as everyone else. Everyone in the channel heard that most of them recognized in their hearts. Wang He said before, just as Deputy Headmaster Li said, we will find the headmaster within a month. Li Qing immediately replied, no problem. When he reached an agreement with them, Li Qing was relieved and at least stabilized them. Well, it's not that stable. He does have a way to find UFA and the others. After exiting the group chat, Li Qing sent a message to Ding Yuran, asking her to prepare to go to a certain coordinate. And then, he sent a message to a friend who had not deleted it, in the Crimson Star Fortress, Gu Qinzhou, who was discussing things with several other Crimson Corps members. Suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and connected the communication. Li Qing looked at Gu Qinzhou expressionlessly for a while, and said, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect you to be so brave that you actually dared to attack Gallon Star Castle and kill them all. After his words, Gu Qinzhou's face immediately pulled down. How ugly his face would be. How ugly, he said a little loudly. This has nothing to do with me. I, Crimson, am not involved. Li Qing sneered. Do you say that if you do participate? Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Others believe it? At first, we suppressed our 5 teams. Your 5 teams have participated. Chapter 88 Saving Yuyao. Speaking of this, Gu Qinzhou's heart was almost suppressed in depression and anger. I, Gu Qinzhou, never lie. I did it, and I never bother to deny it. This matter has nothing to do with me. In addition, I don't want to talk about this. Don't ask again in the future. I want to get revenge. I will continue. The others wait for the head of your group to come back. And you are not qualified to ask Gogan to ask me. After speaking, the contact was disconnected. Li Qing too leaned against the back of the chair, recalling the words and tone of Gu Qinzhou just now. His fingers knocked unconsciously. At this moment, the terminal suddenly prompted that a message had been received. I clicked it, and saw that it was sent by Gu Qinzhou. We have already met the conditions for the promotion of the Promotion Legion. Although we suppress Ganlin's favor, it is impossible to break through the bottom line. At first, it was the main force of the Brilliant Tour near the Gallon Star Castle. But I do know what happened to the fire at the Green Star Fort. Although Brilliant and Aquarius were the most active in suppressing Gallon, they normally would not attack Gallon Star Castle directly. It is impossible for them not to know the consequences. But now the situation is indeed out of control. I thought about it afterwards, and there may be a possibility. Gu Qinzhou was silent for a moment, and sent another message. Yi Xiao of the Halo has the ability to forcibly prohibit the innate attributes of players. The previous action was to rely on this small and medium team that forced followers to be a cannon fodder to lead us to the enemy. But in addition, he seemed to have other special abilities. I guess whether he is behind him. Li Qing did not reply. These words were true or false. They might be true, or they might be an attempt to shift the blame. He would not believe anyone before Yu Yao returned. But it can be used as a reference. When Yu Yao comes back, compares the information they control, and may get some information about the truth. Now, let's save them back. Li Qing estimated that Ding Yojing's current position. After waiting for 2 days, he drilled into the universe in his palm. At this point, we still have to rely on the universe in our palms to break the impasse. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to break the seal of an evil god in the virtual realm and connect with the psychic saint in the virtual realm. The main reason is that the existence that can be called an evil god in the virtual realm is too powerful. Even if the son of the virtual realm says to seal it, unless he can now find a spiritual tower and use the power of Lingning Tower to force the seal of the evil gods. The normal situation is not even the top super spiritual capable of human civilization. The reason why he is confident is the universe itself in the palm. As soon as he entered the universe in the palm, with the 10 times increase of the universe in the palm, Li Qing's spiritual strength intensity instantly increased by 10 times in an instant. And the intensity of the original 11 million spiritual energy instantly increased to the strength of the spiritual energy. Buzz, Li Qinghun, who was hung in the cold void by a circle of spiritual flames, could explode directly, and turned into a huge spiritual energy light man hanging in the void. And the invisible fluctuations of him fry him in all directions. What is the concept of more than 1 million spiritual strength? You must know that the spiritual strength of the spiritual power he condensed is 5.67 million. Although only 1/5. It has entered the state of 1 million strength, which is essentially the same level. In this case, the connection between his saints with his spiritual energy will be increased by 10 times instantly. But this is still not enough to penetrate the seal of the evil god and communicate his spiritual energy. At this time, Li Qing played his second trump card. You must know that when his psychic power ascended, the universe in his palm had entered the virtual realm and left a coordinate at the location where he, the psychic saint, was. Through that coordinate, he can reopen a hole in the virtual realm at any time. In theory, he can use this mouth to devour the spiritual energy and source in the virtual realm. But it is easy to be discovered by the virtual realm. The origin of the virtual realm of his current sources is still using a virtual realm as the coordinates, and the existence of the true realm of the virtual realm to cover his existence. Because what he is doing now is like a thief. Once the void realm finds out that he is devouring its essence, he will definitely provoke a thunderous counterattack from the void realm. Even until now, he never used the universe in the palm to actively communicate the virtual realm. And the existence of the virtual realm did not find that he was the coordinates of the universe in the palm. This is actually he can use this virtual realm to forcibly eliminate the seal of the evil god of evil gods to communicate with the saints. But he has never thought about it. Although the existence of the virtual realm must not be able to fight the evil god, it is not a problem to break the seal. But if that, the existence of the virtual realm will definitely find the existence of the universe in the palm. And in the future, it will not be able to continue to use its behavior of covering the universe in the palm. For Li Qing, the importance of this behavior is to save Yu Yao. Of course, it will not move above the saints of their spiritual energy. But now the way he used does not need to affect that coordinate. But instead, controlling the universe in his palm, he forcibly tore a hole in the virtual world coordinates that he had left behind. The next second, Li Qing's will, whose psychic power increased tenfold, contacted the psychic saint not far from the virtual world coordinates, as well as the psychic saint of Yu Yao, the son of the virtual world, nearby. But before they had time to communicate, they felt an unsightly described vast will. And the will, horrible and irresistible. He only had time to pass the coordinates that were prepared early. Boom! Li Xiangqiang's body collapsed, and a circle of dazzling light was like a supernova explosion, and it quickly extended to hundreds of millions of kilometers, forming a super spiritual halo with a diameter of nearly 1 billion kilometers. The center of the aura is the dazzling light of the spiritual energy. A face that cannot be described in words slowly emerges. The void quickly decays, and the spiritual light becomes darker quickly. However, as the cosmic coordinate channel in the palm is gradually closed, the unspeakable will, after being weak and slowly suppressed by the power of the universe in the palm, and eventually they have to withdraw. 5 minutes later, Li Qing's collapsed soul will reunite in the core of the universe in the palm. Even if he was resurrected, the horror in his eyes had not dissipated. Too strong. Just a ray of thoughts came. His spiritual spirit could collapse on the spot without resistance. Fortunately, in the cosmic universe, the soul will of the soul can be reunited perfectly without losses. If you meet such a big guy outside the universe outside, this death will not be able to gather the soul to resurrect. Unknown void. Darkness, nothingness, and a broken fleet is moving slowly in the void and slowly slid. Obviously, the warship has intact power and sufficient energy, but the entire fleet seems to lose most of the lights. Lonely. Despair is full of fleet. They had been exiled to this unknown space for about 2 months. At first, they thought they were exiled to an unknown starry sky. But in less than 2 days, they confirmed that their current location was not an unknown starry sky, but an unknown space in the subspace that did not belong to the material universe. There was still a hint of hope for instant despair. What is the subspace? It is the opposite of the universe. There is no concept of direction or time. It is the opposite of the main universe, and the place where all emotional concepts of the entire universe converge. To put it bluntly, the emotional concepts of all intelligent life in the universe can be mapped in the subspace. The virtual realm is the gathering place of all spiritual will and concepts of the psychic system in the subspace. When it is exiled to the subspace, it will not only attract all kinds of weird gaze in the subspace. The most important thing is that if you stay in the subspace for a long time, your will be affected by the subspace, and many emotions will be greatly enlarged. When you have fear, you will become more afraid. When you are angry, your anger will exceed your reason and get out of control. When you have hatred, your hatred can make ordinary people feel unreasonable. Any emotion is out of control. Even if the positive emotions are out of control, it will become extremely terrible. If so many people in a fleet lose control of their emotions, there will be extremely terrible consequences. Fortunately, they did not fall into the subspace for a long time. In addition, this unknown subspace did not know why there was no Asian space biological watering. But the most important thing was Yu Yao, the son of the virtual realm. Her power could suppress these emotions from being magnified. And the team was normal. But this is just temporary. If it is too long, 1 year, 2 years, or even more than 10 years, she can't hold back the mutant emotions. Even emotions are small issues. The key is food. At present, the food is sufficient, and the warship can adhere to food for a year or 2. If the food is insufficient for 2 years, it is a big problem at that time. In the battleship, Yu Yao and UUFA were playing chess. UUFA held a white chess piece for a long time, and Yu Yao did not urge her. Her eyes fell on the chessboard. Her eyes were a little lost. After nearly half an hour, the white chess piece landed somewhere on the chessboard. Yu Yao came back to her senses, picked up a black piece and put it down, then picked up the white pieces one by one and said, "You lose." UUFA did not lose frustration, but looked up at her sister. In the past, she was afraid of attachment and unwillingness to her sister, but staying with her sister today, the most is peace of mind and hope. She asked, "Sister, can we go back?" Yu Yao paused while picking up the white chess piece and said with a smile, "Don't worry. He will come to save us. You are a child of the void realm, and you can't escape by yourself. So why should he save us?" Feel. Is the sixth feeling of a woman? UUFA asked with a boldness. Do you still feel a woman? Of course. Yu Yao looked up at her sister who looked exactly like her, reached out her hand to touch her flawless face, and said with a smile, "My good sister, is it affected by the subspace? Your courage has become bigger." UUFA mustered up her courage and said, "I am daring." Really? That? Her hand suddenly paused. A smile appeared on her face. She withdrew her hand that was caressing her sister, and threw the chess piece in her other hand onto the chessboard, with a bright smile on her face. "We have to save." UUFA was slightly stunned, and then she reacted in the next second. Quickly stood up and asked, "Is it him?" "Yes." UUFA stretched out his hand, and the chessboard turned into a light spot. He stood up and stood up. He has sent the coordinates, and you immediately call everyone to prepare for a transition. They only have a minute of preparation, and they are out of date. I notified them immediately. After saying that, he turned and left, watching her sister disappear. Yu Yao let out a breath and pointed to the other side. A shadow emerged, revealing Li Qing's projection. She smiled. Sure enough to disappoint me. At this time, the quiet fleet became boiling because of a communication. Many dark warships quickly lit up their lights, and many decadent players and crew members jumped up after receiving this communication. Li Light pushed the row of messy mahjong in his hand, tore off the dozens of notes stuck on his face, jumped up, and laughed. Also fart. The brothers are about to be in place. ready to go home. Under normal circumstances, everyone would definitely say that he was cheating. But at this moment no one cared about it. They were all excited about the news announced by the team leader. In less than a minute, all the core members of the team in the Team Command channel were all in chi. UUFA looked at everyone's spiritual appearance. He nodded and said, "As mentioned just now, I have found the way back. All crew members are in place, ready to jump. I can go back. It's great. I can't stay in this rubbish place for even a second. I'm going to have a good time when I get back. I am coming too. Count me in." UUFA looked at them with a smile. From this, we can see that everyone's mental appearance is not bad, and it is not affected by the Asian space. This is a good thing. A minute passed in a flash, and as UUFA gave the order for everyone not to resist, an extremely powerful psychic energy covered the entire fleet in the next second. Then, in a layer of the void that they could not see, a huge phantom of light emerged. It stretched out its hand and waved. Ripples appeared in the subspace, and the fleet melted away into thin air. The destroyed Galasin galaxy is outside the gravitational well. A frigate was anchored alone in the empty starry sky. Ding Yuran sat quietly in the bridge of the frigate waiting. She came here according to Li Qing's instructions alone. For Yu Yao, the best coordinate is of course her apostle. Ding Yuran is one of her apostles, and is more suitable to be her coordinate than Li Qing. Ding Yuran was not at the outpost before, and her psychic saint was also sealed by the evil god, so she could not sense Ding Yuran at all. Even if Ding Yuran came back later, she could not sense her. But before Li Qing forcibly opened up the god of the evil god with the universe in the palm of the palm, even if she was only a moment, she could instantly capture Ding Yozheng's position. The reason they had to go to the vicinity of the Galan galaxy was because they were nearby when they disappeared, and the distance of psychic jump was limited. If Ding Yuran was too far away, even with the coordinates, she could not be teleported back. At a certain moment, Ding Yuran, who could not sit still, suddenly opened her eyes. A light flickered in her pupils, and a mysterious rune emerged. Her mind moved and her will quickly communicated with a familiar will. Chapter 89 Yuya's Revenge. The faint light of the next second spreading her centered on her, and quickly passed through the void of the ship to the farther away. About a minute later, the shadow of a fleet suddenly emerged from the ripples, and it quickly solidified as if it was slowly floating up to the surface from the bottom of the water. When it solidified to the extreme, a circle of powerful energy tide exploded, and the fleet completely solidified into substance. And the jump was successful. Call! UUFA vomited and announced in the fleet channel. We're back. Oh yeah. Marvelous. Go back to the outpost first. Everyone can scan around through the warship radar, and naturally know that they have been separated from the danger, and return to the universe. After UUFA ordered, the fleet began self-inspection. An hour later, the fleet began its normal jump. At the same time, Yi Xiao, who was far away at the Halo headquarters, suddenly stood up. Before Yi Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, could ask anything, he saw Yi Xiao's face change drastically and he said, "I have something urgent to do. Excuse me." Then he used psychic teleportation to leave. The core of the aura, who was at the meeting, looked at each other, and everyone looked at Yi Yuan with the eyes of inquiry. You look at me, and I don't know what's going on. In the bridge of a battleship, Yi Xiao walked out of the void, and turned into a secret room on the edge of the bridge. He took out the words of Lingning Torch Mouth, and read words. The torch was burned, and the flames were gradually transformed into a distorted face. Boom! There was a sound of something heavy falling in the room. 3 days later, at the outpost Star City, a scarred fleet slowly approached Star City, and docked at the dock on the other side of Star City. In the group chat, a large number of new faces suddenly appeared. Several members of Gonlan who were chatting stunned, and shouted in surprise. The head of the group is back? This is really back. Wang Yanqing announced loudly in the group chat. Thank you, Deputy Lei Li. We are back. At this time, UUFA also said in the group chat. Let you wait for a long time. This time, the strength of my Gonlan team has weakened sharply. Under such circumstances, you can never give up. It is a good brother. I must not let you disappoint. You can wait a little. In one day, you will see that I have counterattacked the first step of the 5 teams. After saying this, the avatar dimmed. Everyone tried to guess what she meant by that, and their emotions started to get excited. At the same time, Li Qing had been transmitted to UUFA's seat with Ling Ling, and it was just that UUFA pushed out the door. She walked up to Li Qing, looked directly into his face with her beautiful eyes emitting a faint spiritual pressure, and said softly, "Thank you." He nodded. "You should thank me. I suffered a lot to save you." She thought he had paid a big price and said, "Don't worry. Once this matter is over, the team and we will compensate you." "Can. I'm going to Xingqing. My sister is inside. You go in." Li Qing nodded and passed by, watching him push the door open. Yufa didn't know what she was thinking. A blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face. She bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth and turned away. Yu Yao was still sitting in the original place. He came straight to her and sat down. Two exquisite white and tender hands squeezed the teacup and pushed the orange tea to him. Yu Yao looked at him with a smile. He pointed at the tea and said, "Taste this cup of tea that I carefully brewed for you." A strange feeling came to his nose, and Li Qing's heart moved as he looked at the cup of tea. The floating heat condensed into a beam on the surface of the tea, neither dissipating nor floating away. And it seemed to be unusual. "This is not an ordinary tea. The General Lord may not be able to drink it. I will this cup here." "Oh, ordinary military leaders can't drink it?" Li Qing picked up the teacup, which didn't look very unusual. With great interest, he took a sip and the hot air flowed into his nostrils. He immediately felt a warm current rushing into his brain. And then, the spiritual energy of his whole body began to become active. He looked at Yu Yao, who was looking at Li Qing with her hands clasped to support her chin, and nodded. "Drink while it is hot. Otherwise the effect will dissipate." Li Qing opened his mouth and drank it, and immediately felt like a mint bomb exploded in his mouth. A coolness of the whole head swept through the whole head, and the whole person instantly became super sober. He opened the property panel with an idea and saw a line of prompts. Absorb the unknown power. Perceive permanent +2 in congenital, and permanent +2 in congenital spirit. This is? He looked at Yu Yao in surprise. She reached out to pick up the teacup and placed it on the desktop and said, "Don't worry about what this is. It's only effective the first time you drink it. And it's rare. I can't get a second cup anytime soon." She reburned the water to clean the tea set and said, "You saved our two sisters, so you would definitely not be interested in ordinary treasures. After thinking about it, I think this should be very useful to you. In addition to increasing your innate perception and spirit, it can also make ordinary people's minds become very sensitive and sharp in a short period of time. If there is a special psychic to guide you, there is a high probability that you can forcibly awaken your psychic power. For formal psychics, in addition to increasing innate attributes, it can also slightly increase your psychic talent and increase the speed of psychic growth. Well, I am very satisfied with this benefit." Li Qing smacked his lips. Although increasing his psychic talent was useless to him, and his psychic growth was not based on his own talent, but increasing a total of 4 innate attributes was still possible. It is difficult to add some congenital attributes to him, unless you can rise or increase the 3-stage spirit or 3 segments in the future. The baby who can generally increase the congenital attributes is useless to him. The effect of the innate attributes increases in steps, with 1 order of magnitude for every 10 points. And the effect is enhanced exponentially with each increase in magnitude. The few points added now cannot increase 1 order of magnitude. But in the future, when he ascends again, he can increase his innate attributes. By that time, he may only be 1 or 2 points away from breaking through an order of magnitude. And then the effect will be greater. Returning to the right. "You are back now. How are you ready?" Li Qing suddenly paused and exchanged a glance with Yu Yao. Both of them could feel that the seal of the psychic saint in the virtual realm had been lifted. "It's him indeed," Yu Yao said coldly. "You asked me what to do. Of course, there are revenge and revenge. And there are grievances. I have asked Ufa to find the uncle responsible for the Yuanzhang army. Can your uncle help?" "No. He can't do it." She laughed. "Although what they did break the rules, there was no violation of the rules. Naturally, I couldn't ask the elders to shoot. And you? Don't worry. You will know if you wait for a while." Li Qing was speechless and did not ask further questions. Instead, he changed the topic. "Are you sure who exiled you?" Yu Yao shook his head. "I don't know who did it. But I know who did it. And I believe you can guess it. Yi Shao." The two said the name in unison. Yu Yao smiled and said, "If you can exile me, and even the saints who are in the virtual realm, the only son of the virtual realm of 1 level than me is only those powerful virtual gods. It is unfortunately that Yi Xiao is a career of the evil god, and he has the cause and motivation for hands-on. It can only be him. Li Qing thought for a while and asked, "Need evidence?" Yu Yao asked. "Need evidence?" Li Qing smiled and said, "I don't need it. It really doesn't need." He asked again, "How do you want to deal with him?" "Don't worry. He has a good care of the evil gods to deal with it. Now what we have to do is to re-establish the prestige first. Find the glory and the Aquarius to recover justice and compensation. Recapture our territory. Re-establish the headquarters. And re-establish the prestige of the team on the outpost base. Do you have a detailed plan?" "Yes, but you need to execute." "Tell me." Yu Yao looked at Li Qing seriously and said, "Later, the UFA will announce the new structure of the army's position. She serves as the head of the army and chief executive. And you will be the chief of the deputy army and the chief military commander." Li Qing was so surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" Any 3 major generals of the army ranked first in the military chief. The chief executive ranked second. And the third chief of the industry was ranked third. She was the commander of the legion, but the chief of the military chief. Will she be willing? This is her opinion. Li Qing. What about Wang Yanqing? He is the 4th largest shareholder of the team. And his shares are only 0.5% less than you ran. As a veteran of the team, he has been through so much with the team. How will he plan? He is also the deputy commander of the corps. When the time comes, let him choose which deputy commander he will serve as. And get him the number of the corps' 4th fleet. Well, this is okay. In any legion, there are only 3 highest positions: Chief of Military Affairs, Chief of Administration, and Chief of Industry. The Chief of Military Affairs is responsible for all military-related matters of the entire corps. In theory, he can command all independent fleets and independent squadrons of the entire corps, as well as other military combat units, including all land forces. The chief executive is responsible for the administrative matters related to the entire legion. The core power is personnel rights and financial power. The appointment and removal of the legion officials and large financial expenditures need to be approved by the chief executive. The Director General of Industry is in charge of all matters related to the entire legion's industry. When the legion is established, unlike the wild team, the legion is recognized by the mysterious system of the new universe, and by all the star lords and military lords of the entire human united empire. It has many privileges, such as access to many profitable industries. At this time, the Legion headquarters will encourage team members to build various factories in their own bases to produce various industrial products or other commodities that ordinary individual players are not allowed to produce, such as clones, robots, etc., which are commodities that ordinary individual players are not allowed to cultivate and manufacture, and then sell them to the outpost base or the trading market in Tianjin. In addition, the loot obtained by the team, the ore collected by the army mining team, etc., after the establishment of the army, it can be sold directly to the army industry, and the Ministry of Industry will be sold uniformly. In theory, the Ministry of Industry can stipulate that the minerals and industrial products of players within the Legion must be sold to the Legion. But in reality, no Legion will make such a mandatory requirement. Among the 3 chiefs, theoretically the Chief of Administration has the highest authority. But in reality, the commanders of most corps also serve as the Chief of Military. The reason is obvious to all. The Chief of Military Affairs controls the actual force of the Legion, and fists represent truth at all times. From the words of Yu Yao, Li Qing heard that the Gogan team was promoted to the Legion. This has not been able to pay so much effort and investment in so much. And now he has finally returned. The core of the Legion has the right to market access to several very profitable industrial products. He holds the universe in the palm of his hand, and can be produced on a large scale in a large scale. It is easy to earn money. At this time, Yu Yao stretched out his fingers, and a light curtain bomb was displayed in front of him. This is the arrangement of the Legion position. If you look at it, do you need to modify it? Let me see. Li Qing reached out and held down the light curtain to pull in front of him. Under the 3 generals of the Legion, it is a senior official. Among them, UFA's assistant Yuan Yu served as the person in charge of the Legion and was responsible for the personnel related to the Legion. The core of the Legion Yan Chumping can choose one between the intelligence director or the industrial supervisor, or build an independent brigade. The core of the Legion, Yan can choose one between the foreign supervisor and the logistical supervisor, or the Self-Built Independent Brigade. The core section of the Legion can choose one between the Intelligence Supervisor and the Industrial Supervisor, or the Self-Built Independent Brigade. The core of the Legion Zhang Ruoyang can choose one between Intelligence Supervisors or Industrial Supervisors, or build an Independent Brigade. The core of the Legion Li Lai and Li Qi can choose one of the headquarters, Business Executives, Industrial Supervisors, and Logistical Supervisors, or Self-Built Independent Brigades. The core of the Legion, Deng Wu, can choose between the Logistics Director and the Industrial Director, or build his own Independent Brigade. This is the appointment and removal of many core members that the Legion still retains. There are room for choice. Li Qi naturally has no opinion. In addition, there is also the appointment and removal of the middle-level elite members of the Legion, and is appointed for some elite members with certain strength and potential, but not senior officials, just ordinary officials. For example, Factory Director, Shipyard Procurement, Diplomat, Propaganda Officer, Trading Officer, Financial Director, Auditor, and Independent Squadron Captain, etc. Except the Independent Squadron is a subordinate of senior officials. This appointment has not yet been issued, and it will be issued when the Expeditionary Army is established through the Legion. At that time, they decided to choose one from the optional appointment. After closing the light curtain, Li Qi pinched his chin and asked, "These people are not enough to support the shells of a Legion, and there are many important positions that no one is in place. Do you have any ideas?" Yu Yao smiled and said, "Pick some of the old people who are still kept. In addition, when our Legion is established, there will be a large number of powerful players to join the Legion. When they pass the test, they can trust. Even if there are no suitable candidates at the moment, we can recruit a group of professional managers and replace them when suitable candidates are found in the future." She looked at Li Qi. "Or, do you have a suitable candidate?" He shook his head. "Not yet. The qualified Li Lai and Li Qi are already on the list of senior officials. The abilities of his other subordinates are only average, so it is not appropriate to force them into senior official positions." Chapter 90. Women's Resentment and Promotion to the Legion. Of course, this is not to say that he is now the chief of the military. The commander of the First Fleet, Li Lai and Li Qi, will both serve as the 1st and 2nd Brigade captains of his First Fleet. They will naturally arrange it. If he can gradually practice in the future, he will not be able to push them up. In addition, he has now received the verbal support of his great-grandfather, and after a while, he can recruit some people in the family after a while. The aristocrats dare not guarantee that they are very strong, but at least the lower limit will not be too bad. At least it is much better than ordinary civilians. It is not a problem to fill the middle and lower officials of the First Fleet. According to the Legion standard, the fleet unit of the First Corps has a place of 1,000 players. Now it has a maximum of 2 major teams, 10 leaders, and 100 captains. Some of these people can be your own people, who are relatively reliable. In the future, you can conquer them with your personal charm and interests, and they will become your loyal subordinates. The other part is the people outside the same family, mainly if they are all clan. If there is anything to conflict with the family in the future, the family will definitely fight against the family. Similarly, if the hands are clear from the same place, if they are united, the possibility of overheading him will occur. This possibility is small, but we should take precautions. Li Qi didn't wait long. About half an hour later, Yu Yao, who was drinking tea, suddenly appeared with a smile on his face, saying, "Look at the announcement of the regional channel." Li Qi immediately opened the regional channel and picked his eyebrows. He saw that the news of the original top of the area had been squeezed to the second. Instead of being a new announcement of the Legion, the preliminary discussion of the military committee of the military reconsideration and final decision to formally determine the conditions for promotion of the Legion to be the following. 1. The team needs to accumulate 1 million points of expedition to contribute. 2. Teams need to complete major merit-level military operations in this military operation twice. 3. Teams need to plunder more than 180 million Sala tribes to jointly civilize civilians. In the end, the team that meets the conditions is the Aura and Gonlan team. Congratulations to the 2 teams that have made a meritorious team for human beings successfully promoted the Legion. Li Qi looked up at Yu Yao in surprise, and smiled for a while. "Crimson, they guess you are so angry. Obviously it was the influence of Yu's." And before the final resolution, The promotion of the Legion was changed. Normally, the activity would end when the military operation was over. And at that time, it would be determined which team would be promoted and which team would not be promoted. However, the Yu family was too strong here, and the final settlement was delayed until now, until they came back and launched a counterattack. If you remember correctly, Li Qing remembers that the Legion promotion conditions were not so strict at the beginning. At the beginning, all you need to do is complete a major meritorious military operation and unite 100 million civilized civilians from the Shada tribe. Now the major meritorious military operations have been adjusted to 2 times. Not only will Glory and Aquarius, who are going to attack Galen Star Castle directly, have no chance at all, but even Crimson and Freedom Horn, who originally met the conditions, have no chance either. Unfortunately, the conditions that are satisfied with the aura are more sufficient than the Lon Lon. For the first time, the residential station of the Shada 6 Galaxy has more than the major meritorious military operations at that time. Later, Halo and Crimson's joint attack on the Shada No. 5 Giant Dock Base was considered a major meritorious military operation. And this time Halo also plundered a large number of people, although it is unclear how much the Halo has plundered. Judging from the results, the conditions that the Halo meets are definitely higher than those of Galen. Otherwise, according to the 2 sisters' desire for revenge, the Halo would definitely be blocked. Women are so careful that they can only be satisfied with the other party than themselves without getting stuck. Boom! A golden lion decoration was kicked to the ground by 1 foot. Gu Shinjo grabbed the most favored Janine at the table and smashed it down. It felt unpreparable, and he kicked the coffee table to the ground. Madness. Asshole. Idiot teammates. Although he had expected this when the Glory and Aquarius suddenly broke through the Gaga Blue Star Fort, he also asked his father to explain to Yu's side, trying to recover the influence, and now it seems that there is no effect. He had a bad hunch before, but he was still very angry when this really happened. Not only the domineering of Yu, but also the most angry that several pig teammates will be buried in a good situation. But the most annoying thing was Halo Yishao. Although there is no evidence, Gu Shinjo can roughly sure that Yishao is in a secret action. For them, many times they don't need evidence to confirm some things. But guessing is one thing. If they want to deal with someone of status like Yishao based on guesses, they still need sufficient evidence. Boom! He kicked the chair again. Gu Shinjo unbuttoned his collar buttons and took a long breath. He said to several deep red cores indoors in the meeting, "Let's check whether anyone in the team was close to Halo during the joint operation a while ago." In addition, the core and elite of the team rushed back. The annoyance is annoyed. But Gu Shinjo is very clear that the wood has become a boat. It is impossible to change, and the regeneration gas is useless. What you need to do now is to minimize the impact and respond to the next situation. In the past, there was no Legion on the outpost base, and all teams were on the same starting line. Everyone was half a caddy to 8, and there was no absolutely strong team. But now 2 teams are promoted to the Legion, and their strength will quickly open the gap with other teams. Then at this time, the strategic direction of the Redness must be changed to cope with the suppression of the Halo and Jialan. The number of legions that can be accommodated in any place is limited. Even near Tianjin, there are only 3 formal legions. Due to the special nature of Zuter, there are several times more life planets than in Tianjin, and it can accommodate more formal legions. However, being able to accommodate is one thing, and being able to promote a legion is another. At least before the next large-scale military operation, it is unlikely to give birth to a new legion. So before that, these 2 new legions will have absolute strength near the outpost base. Not to mention the strong Halo. Even if Gon Lan, which looks miserable now, is promoted to the legion, it will expand quickly in the power before it will not take long. They must respond early. This situation not only happened in the Dark Red, Freehorn, Glory and Aquarius, and other large teams at this time to make their own response. However, compared to other teams, there is a straightforward and Aquarius that has a direct conflict with the Jialan Corps. The moment Galen was promoted to the Legion, internal strife broke out between the 2 teams. One group advocated immediately withdrawing from Galen's original territory and making compensation to Galen, while another group felt that since they had already offended Galen to death, they might as well go all the way and join forces with teams such as Aura and Crimson to continue suppressing Galen and prevent him from developing. The team is promoted to the Legion, and the strength of the strength also has a period of expansion. and it will not be strong at the beginning. To be honest, when Shinjo just received a communication from the core of Glory and several cores of Aquarius, it was really exciting, because their ideas are indeed possible, and the possibility is not small. As long as someone takes the lead, most of the teams at the outpost will follow suit. In addition, the other Legion's Halo will definitely be happy to see the success, and will support it. With so many teams joining forces to suppress Galen's momentum, it is not impossible. However, Gu Shinjo always had a cricket in his heart. So many teams co-suppress Gonlan. The most cheap is not dark red, but a Halo. The high probability of the matter is that the Halo is picked up. And the biggest benefit is that the Halo is occupied. The wicked is also at the beginning. The biggest benefit is that the aura is taken. This comprehensive makes him unhappy. However, no matter whether he is happy or not, the decision must be made. This time the team failed to be promoted to the Legion, and many core members of the team were very annoyed. Many of them supported this decision. So he had to find a way to convince the core members of the team. Gu Shinjo squeezed his eyebrows, and he did not agree to continue to suppress. It's not that he doesn't have the courage, but UUFA has the support of the U family. No matter how much they suppress her, it will be useless. They can't force them to disband the Legion, and they can't suppress them completely. Isn't that ridiculous? What a headache. Before Li Qing was happy. He received the dark red ancient Shinjo, and the leader of the Liberty Horn of UUFA, and several large teams sent by several large teams to send a private communication plan. He is speechless about the idea of Glory and Aquarius. But he can also understand that after all, he has offended and died. Now he will not accept the penalty. It is better to walk to the end. He did not fully believe the goodwill shown by Gu Shinjo and others. They were probably waiting and watching now. If they did not handle it well in the next response, they would not mind stepping on them again. So, next we must face off against Brilliance and Aquarius to show our strength. In the conference room, all the core members of the team gathered together, and Li Qing sat next to UUFA and talked freely. Everyone nodded after listening to most of them, but most of them were worried. Wang Yanqing stood up and asked, "It is inevitable to show the strength. Otherwise everyone will think that we can be deceived. But now, we are seriously inadequate. Even if the chief of the chief commander is directed in person, the huge shipping gap is difficult to smooth." At this time, UUFA's assistant Yuanyu stood up and pointed her finger. A light curtain slid down, showing a series of data. She pointed at the data and said, "This is the intelligence I collected. In the previous war against Galen Star Fortress, Brilliant dispatched a total of 74 battleships, and the Aquarius team dispatched a total of 79 battleships. It is not ruled out that more battleships will be put into service during this period. The two teams can mobilize at least 150-plus battleships, while we only have a total of 24 battleships, less than one-fifth of theirs. I have not seen the command ability of the chief captain, but according to the evaluation of others, maybe we can lead us to win with weakness. But even if the huge shipping gap can win, it is also a miserable victory. If someone watched our strength weakened and robbed while the fire, how should we deal with it?" At this time Wang Yanqing interfaced. "This is very likely. If our strength is lost again, even if only one-third of them will be moving. And in fact, more than 5 times the power gap between the power gap." At this time Zhang Ruoyang suddenly said, "In fact, we can fight back later. We are now promoted to a legion, and there will definitely be a large number of individual players willing to join. As long as we wait another month or two, the team strength will be greatly improved, and the winning rate will naturally be higher by then." Ding Yozhen shook his head. "No. We must defeat Brilliance and Aquarius as quickly as possible to regain our lost prestige. Before that, no powerful masters will join us." Wang Yanqing also nodded. "Yes. Only by immediately recovering prestige can the masters join. Otherwise those powerful masters will choose to add a stronger halo, which will further open the gap, and it will be difficult to defeat the halo in the future. That means can only be played? You can only fight. And as soon as possible. But we are not enough. No. No. We have enough strength." Seeing that everyone had almost finished discussing and their opinions were almost unified, Li Qing felt that their strength was a little lacking. So he did not let them continue discussing this point. He knocked on the table, stood up, and said, "In fact, our strength is almost the same." Later, the team raised funds to acquire a number of cannon fodder battleships from the players at the outpost base at the price of twice the market price. He looked at UUFA and said, "Later, I will need to purchase a batch of space fighters from the expeditionary force in your name." Can. Li Qing nodded, clapped his hands and said, "If you have any channels to buy warships, you can use it, as long as the price does not exceed twice the market price. You can be busy now." At the end of the meeting, UUFA asked, "How much do you want to buy? How much can the expeditionary force sell? There is a planet in the outpost base that has been transformed into a fortress star. There is a giant fighter production line on it. There has always been a space fighter to produce space fighters. What price?" "Standard market price. I am prepared to spend 400 billion to purchase 80,000 fifth-generation deep space ghost fighters." UUFA was surprised. "So many? Do you have a flagship aircraft carrier?" "No." "Then what do you need so much for? Where do you put them? A cruiser-to-carrier module?" Li Qing didn't explain. Just reached out. And the black light door opened. "You come with me. I will take you to see something. When you walk into it first." UUFA followed in without hesitation, and showed a look of surprise the next second. The entrance is directly opened in the fifth-floor aircraft carrier area of the warehouse area. At this time, after 2 months, a large area has been transformed, which can accommodate more space fighters. When UUFA saw the densely packed space fighters placed on one side of this huge area that was 300 or 400 kilometers long and wide, she was surprised beyond words. Chapter 91: The much-anticipated duel. What is the concept of 300 or 400 kilometers in length and width? In the Earth Age, Hainan Island was 740 kilometers wide from east to west and 470 kilometers wide from north to south. A super Air Force base that is half the size of Hainan Island. Although a large part of this area has not been fully completed, the completed part alone is enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of space fighters. The hangar is built to extend outward 10 kilometers to the left and right, which can increase an extremely large area, and the number of space fighters that can be accommodated can be increased exponentially. As you can see, this is an Air Force base that is under construction. It is completely built to build hundreds of millions of space fighters. In war, I can directly open the exit in space to achieve the effect of super mothers. There are 50,000 space fighters here now, but it may not be enough for the upcoming war. I need more space fighters. No problem. I'll communicate. By the way, are 80,000 enough? I can only take out 400 billion. The team raised another 500 billion, and then purchased 100,000 frames into the first fleet of the Legion. Okay. Li Qing was not polite. For the initial construction of the Legion, the first fleet is generally constructed to cope with various challenges. After the generals develop, other fleets will be successively built. Their actions were not hidden, nor could they be hidden. Anyone could guess what they were doing by looking at the purchase information coming from them in the regional channel and considering the current situation. With the addition of Brilliance and Aquarius also entering the market, the two wealthy teams directly purchased some ships that might be sold on the market at a higher price than them. They already had an absolute advantage in ship capacity, and they would win as long as they could prevent them from strengthening their ships. At the same time, all the players near the entire outpost base gradually learned that the two teams, Brilliant and Aquarius, would continue to suppress the new Legion. Gallon. Many players discussed it with great interest, and many players who wanted to join the Legion decided to wait and see which side would win. Most players are not optimistic about Gallon. After all, the strength is too much. Even after the black market heard about it, the intergalactic bookmaker behind it opened a handicap. Li Qing knew it. Among them, the Brilliant and Aquarius team victory 1 lost 1.2. The Gonlon team victory 1 lost 8. And the battle arrived at the level 1 to pay 20. Moreover, the odds kept widening as the strength of both sides increased over time, until the leader of the Gallon Legion, UUFA, formally issued a declaration of war to the Brilliant and Aquarius teams, agreeing to have a decisive battle in the outpost base galaxy a week later in the presence of the Expeditionary Force and many other teams. The battle reached its peak. The declaration of war stipulated that if Glory and Aquarius were defeated, they would not only have to withdraw from the Gallon Galaxy and return the occupied Gallon Star Fortress and many territories, but they would also have to pay a defeat compensation of up to 2 trillion star yuan each within the agreed time. Correspondingly, if Gallon is defeated, the occupied Gallon Galaxy and Star Fortress will naturally belong to these two teams. It is up to them to divide them. And they will also have to pay defeat reparations and compensation of up to 3 trillion star yuan. It can be said that this war is directly related to the weakening of the three teams. Once defeated, the consequences are very serious. Because of this, the impact of this duel is also increasing. And there are more and more funds in the market. By the time of the upcoming ceiling, the gambling gold accumulated is as high as more than 200 trillion. If the amount is too large, it is enough to have some ideas for gaming companies. So the expeditionary military ended in joint gaming company to take over this plate to ensure that fair and notarized interference. At the same time, in order to ensure that the impact does not get out of control, the market was closed after Hui Wang and Aquarius officially accepted the challenge, so as to prevent the families behind both teams from getting involved. Final odds. The Glorious and Aquarius victory won compensation 0.3. That is, it can earn 30% besides the principal. Gallon's winning odds are as high as 1 to 14. If you can defeat your opponent with a weak, you can earn 1,400% in addition to your principal. The draw has not changed. The vast majority of players are not optimistic about the Gallon team. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too great, and this is not a situation that can be turned around by an excellent commander. However, many players buy Gonlon victory. Not confidence in them, just the gambler's mentality. There are always people who want to blog. To be honest, if it is not to restrict the large bets to buy glory and win the water bottle, this odds will be even more exaggerated. Li Qing was no exception. He used all of his remaining 29.3 billion star dollars to buy Gallon Ing. After purchasing warships and supplies, many team members collected tens of billions of star dollars to buy Gallon Ing. If you win, you can recover some blood. But if you lose, your economy will collapse on the spot. According to the hidden rules, after the ceiling, the two sides will be supervised by the expeditionary military. The fleet that needs to be played is all transferred to the outpost base. During this period, it is not allowed to increase the additional warships or accept other support. Before the battle, the two sides had to report the players and the fleet to the referee to be supervised. In other words, the grievances of several teams have now become a duel with a lot of attention. If they fail under the watchful eyes of the public, they will not lose everything, but they will certainly suffer heavy losses. Not only will a large number of warships be scrapped, but the team's prestige will also plummet. They cannot be eliminated from this competition on the spot, but their competitiveness will definitely be greatly weakened. The winner's natural prestige has increased greatly, and he can step on the corpse of the opponent. 7 days passed quickly, and the fleets of the two sides slowly left the land under the supervision of the expeditionary army, and they had already divided into a starry sky that had long been divided into the battlefield. In order to ensure absolute fairness and justice, that piece of starry sky is far away from the orbit of the planet, and there are no natural celestial bodies to affect the battle. Both sides can only fight head-on with absolute strength. If players want to watch the battle, they cannot even sit on the frigate, and can only drive non-combat capable aircraft to approach the battlefield to prevent anyone from interfering with the duel. To be honest, this is very disadvantaged for Jialan. Most of the battles with weakness and strength are used to use off-field factors. Positive combat can be very small, and it is difficult. But that is, it is a fair duel, so it can only be. Goggin is a lot less. A player sitting on the aircraft seat, showing the fleets of the two sides and virtual projection of the members in front of him. From the projection, it can be clearly seen that the number of warships on both sides can be seen. Fortunately, I bought it to win. He smiled and opened the fleet information. Suddenly, another player sitting next to him asked curiously, "Huh? Why is the commander who submitted the battle in the battle? Let me see. Really? Who is Li Qing? Why isn't it the commander of the army, but the commander of the army? I found it. It is shown on the structure of the Gallon Corps. The Corps Commander UUFA is the Chief Executive Officer. This Li Qing is the second largest shareholder of Gallon Corps, the Deputy Corps Commander and Chief of Military Affairs. No way. I remember that UUFA not only has a purple command type innate talent, but is also a psychic. Now her psychic power has ascended. Why would she let this person be the chief commander when she has such a strong talent? Maybe his ability is stronger? Unlikely. However, although the tone was uncertain, I actually believed in the heart. Such an important duel cannot be played. That is, people who have never heard of this before being the chief commander must be more suitable. More than one person saw the command list that Jia Lan had just submitted. Gu Qinzhou checked it immediately after both parties submitted it, and then gave the information to other Crimson Corps members on the aircraft, saying, "It is indeed him. I want to see how he managed to sneak into the Shada number 5 system." The other Deep Red Corps on the side laughed. "You don't feel that the gap between the two sides is currently gapped? Can Jialan win?" He pointed at the projection and said, "Galen sent out a total of 24 battleships, 136 cruisers, 347 destroyers, and 1,650 frigates. Looking at the Brilliance forces, there are a total of 76 battleships, 310 cruisers, 540 destroyers, and 3,800 frigates. Aquarius's combat strength is a total of 82 battleships, 360 cruisers, 520 destroyers, and 4,100 frigates. The difference in troop strength is more than 5 times. As long as the expeditionary army does not take sides, how do you think they can win?" Gu Qinzhou remained silent. To be honest, he couldn't see how he could win in this situation, unless Li Qing also had a top-level treasure similar to the Silent Embers. But this possibility is really small. If he really had such a top-level treasure in his hands, he would have been famous long ago, and the family behind him would definitely support him with all their strength, instead of remaining unknown until now. Of course, Li Qing will definitely become famous after this battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, the fleets of both sides slowly entered the arena. Li Chenhao, the leader of the brilliant team and the military commander-in-chief, transmitted his communication to the entire fleet and said loudly, "Brothers, today's battle concerns my glorious prestige. Although we have the advantage, we must not be careless. Everyone should cooperate with the Aquarius team and do your best to defeat Galen." Similarly, on another warship, Shi Yunfei, leader of the Aquarius team and chief military commander, was also making a pre-war mobilization. In the bridge of a battleship, Li Qing did not sit in the command chair, but stood in the middle of the empty bridge. There was a circle of projections around him. He looked around at the projections of the Galen Corps and said in a deep voice, "Today, there is no need to worry about you. Just obey the command later." After talking about turning back and returning to the command seat, sitting down, leaving everyone to look at each other, Zhang Ruoyang touched his head and laughed. "You will not encourage us to encourage us?" Wang Yanqing had no worries about the war on his face, and laughed. "No need for encouragement. Just applaud later." Duan Qian didn't know where to get a video from, and said while playing, "Everyone hurry up and learn it. It may be useful later." Deng Wuti stared at them, and watched them with the applause of successful masters in the video. They touched their heads, and my heart was so nervous that I didn't know much. Before the last action, he didn't know the existence of the Servant of the Light of Light. At this time, he couldn't understand why everyone was not worried at all. After hesitating for a long time, he quietly chatted with UUFA, and the answer he got was that he would know after a while. On the command seat, Li Qingji opened the communication to reveal Ding Yu's charming appearance. "Come on. I believe you can win." He smiled and said, "Of course I will win." After closing the communication, I received another message from UUFA. "The Expeditionary Army's top brass are all paying attention to you. You must win." He replied, "I will." Then Yu Yao also sent a message. "My life is given to you. If you lose, we have all bankruptcy." He smiled slightly and didn't respond. It's about to begin. The starting date of the expedition to the expedition is at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. When the pointer slowly reaches that point, everyone is spiritually looking at the battlefield. Boom! The crispy bell sounded. Li Qing reached out his fingers. The light door opened, and Li Yuan, the servant of the light, walked out of the gift from it. He nodded and said, "You can command 24 battleships, 136 cruisers, 347 destroyers, 1,650 frigates, and a total of 230,000 space fighters. Try to ensure the survival of the main battleships, and you can damage other battleships and space battleships at will." Li Yuan nodded. "Your will is my will." This was the bottom line Li Qing gave him. As long as the battleship did not sink, it didn't matter if the other battleships were completely destroyed. Many of the warships are the most rare for battleships, and it may be difficult to add one for a long time. Although the cruisers are also large warships, the difficulty is not as difficult as the battleship, let alone the destroyer below. It is entirely a cannon fodder. especially the frigates. If the major teams of cannon fodder are willing, tens of thousands of ships can be stacked in a short time. However, tens of thousands of frigates do not significantly improve the overall strength of the team, because these small boats suffer too much damage, and a bunch of them will be sunk in any major battle. The fleets of both sides slowly approached each other in standard battle formation, gradually deploying their formations as they approached. To outsiders, it seemed that the formation of Gallant's team suddenly became deformed at a certain period of time, but then quickly returned to normal. After the Brilliant on the other side communicated with Aquarius, they approached synchronously from the left and the right. From the perspective of outsiders, the glorious fleet of Aquarius seemed to open two huge pliers to catch a crayfish we ushered in. The Servant of Light did not use any fancy tactics and just went straight forward to meet them. Splendor and Aquarius, who had an absolute advantage in military strength, naturally would not waste their time. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly, and the hearts of many spectators became tense. On the edge of the battlefield, on the only battleship, many senior executives of the long-distance army also came to watch the battle at this time. The configuration of the highest decision-making layer of the expeditionary army is composed of one chief commander and two deputy commander, and a chief of staff, a deputy chief of staff, one general combat minister, and two combat ministers, and a total of 8 people. In addition to the commander-in-chief, the chief of staff, and a chief of operations were also from the U family. 3 of the 8 top decision-makers were from the U family, and most of the others were also on good terms with the U family. In fact, the combat minister who knew the matter first did not agree with the duel of Jialan and the Glory and the Aquarius. The gap between the paper was too large. It was UUFA herself, and informed Li Qing's situation before they agreed. So at this time, they came here to watch the war in person. Not just because of Gonlan, mainly to see how the commandability of the Light of Light. Chapter 92 Battleships Clash. The variables are just the moment of contact. The leaders of many large teams played their spirits when the two sides were about to enter the main gun of the battleship. The moment the two fleets came into contact with the two fleets, the first war report had been passed over. Boom, boom, boom. There was no accident. The Gonlan side, who occupied the absolute range, opened the fire first. 20-4 rough spears passed through the front row dense frigate C, and at the same time combined one of the warships. Under the more terrible bonus of the Servant of the Light of the battle vessel, the horrible power of the light was broken, and a small number of remaining shields were broken, and a small amount of residual waves were wearing huge holes on the thick alloy armor. What an exaggerated range advantage. After looking at the data of the first round of war reports carefully, Gu Shinjo concluded to his companion, with this range advantage, as long as the speed is not slower than the opponent, there is a possibility of turning over. It's difficult. The enemy has too much superiority in terms of military strength, and the battlefield is limited. As long as the commanders of Brilliant and Aquarius cooperate well, Gallant still has no chance. At most, he can struggle for a while longer. Look at his speed. Gu Shinjo did not deny it. On the other side, Gallant, the more powerful chi shooting, the brilliant commander Li Chenhao, who was imagined, was stunned in his heart. But he had no panic and quickly ordered, "Speed down on the 47th battleship. The maintenance robot has stepped up, and the first formation frigate accelerates." Spider-like maintenance robots crawled onto the surface of the warship, with their feet firmly attached to the surface of the warship to prevent them from being thrown off. Several tentacles flexibly transformed into cutting machines to separate the melted structures, or re-weld the exploded structures together, quickly repairing the damaged structures on the surface of the warship. Considering that the range of the opponent's range is too obvious, the range of the main time of the main gun of the battleship, Li Chenhao quickly said to Qi Yunfei, the head of Aquarius Qi Yunfei, "The front is very disadvantaged. I am entangled with him on the front. Your fleet is divided into 3. And he surrounds him after a round." Qi Yun nodded. "Can." So the Aquarius fleet, which was surrounded by the other side, began to split into 3 fleets after a brief stay. The size of each fleet was not much different from the Gallant fleet. Around the other side, their tactical intentions of the siege were not covered and could not be covered. Many viewers looked at the Gonlan team and wanted to see how they responded. However, at this time they did not change, and they continued to blast with glory, as if they didn't see it, as the distance between the two sides approached. After the battleships were bombarded in 2 rounds, The frigates of the two sides had entered the scope of combat. The brilliant frigate formation rushed up and rushed up. 3 sets of siege of 1. This is abnormal. Is there any killer? What killer can come back in this situation? The high-level expeditionary army of watching the war was also very surprised. But they had seen any situation for a long time. At this time, they did not make any evaluations. According to the normal situation of weakness, it is best to drive away the distance with the speed advantage after a round of attack, and use the range advantage to release the kite. I didn't understand this tactic. Gu Shinjo scratched his head and was puzzled. Another core player named Hishi beside him laughed and said, "Don't understand. Just look at it." Lie. What is that? What's this? Gu Shinjo and others were all crowded up. In the projection office of Hishi's finger, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void of less than 1 kilometer behind the brilliant fleet. The blink of an eye expanded to a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. What the hell is this? Cheating? A lot of space fighters. Is this Galen's trump card? It was almost instantaneous that all the players who watched the war were shocked. And I don't know how many people exclaimed, "It's now!" The brilliant front row frigate that was engaged in the battle suddenly found that the opponent's speed suddenly increased several times. It broke away from the lock of its own battleship in just a few seconds, and then passed by from another angle at an extremely fast speed. A row of lasers hit the shield, causing ripples. Before they could adapt to the enemy's sudden crazy speed, an order to retreat from the command center suddenly came over the communication. Li Chenhao looked at the terrifyingly dense group of space aircraft surrounding the battleships with a look of despair. They were circling the battleships at an extremely fast speed, like a stream of light. He had only one thought in his mind. Ruined. Too much. Too much. Li Qing did not hold back at all and released as many as 230,000 space fighters at once, directly submerging the glorious fleet of battleships. Less than 200 frigates and 20 destroyers all sank in just 1 minute. They were submerged without any resistance. Even the close-in defense systems on the frigates did not know which target to intercept. The 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost fighter is already very fast, with a maximum speed of 400,000 kilometers per hour. In combat, its speed is only half of its maximum speed, 200,000 kilometers, and its speed is as high as about 56 kilometers per second. Under the bonus of the Servants of Light, the maximum speed can reach 1.6 million kilometers per hour. The speed of the battle can reach 800,000 kilometers, and the speed of seconds can reach 222 kilometers. What is the concept? They ran away to 100 kilometers in a flash, and were out of the range of close-in defense weapons in a flash, so there was no way to intercept them. The more than 100 planes that were sunk were because they were too densely packed, and they were shot down with their eyes closed. More than 100 space fighters in exchange for 200 frigates and 20 destroyers is a great deal. Almost endless space fighters overwhelmed the brilliant battleship fleet, and thousands of lasers hit the battleships almost every second. Although space fighters cannot be equipped with too many weapons due to their size, each one is only equipped with 2 laser cannons, one on each side, but the weapons they are equipped with are of the same specifications as those of frigates, except that their power is only half of that of frigates' weapons. The 2 cannons together are equivalent to an S-type small naval gun. However, the weapons of the corresponding space fighters are more flexible to use and have a faster firing rate, compared with the laser cannons equipped on frigates that take 20 seconds to fire once. The laser cannons equipped on space fighters can fire once every 5 seconds. However, the flying speed of space fighters is too fast. This firing rate is only a reference. In normal combat, a dive wave can only attack once before it passes over the enemy ship and leaves. It needs to return to attack again when the intersection occurs. However, it is different tactics when dealing with the battleships. The large weapon speed equipped by the battleship is slow. It is impossible to hit the space fighter in high-speed movement. At this time, you can continue to attack the warbird, maximize its power. Each battleship was surrounded by thousands of space fighters, which continuously poured out firepower. The power of the 5th-generation small anti-substance laser launcher is 150 to 200, with -50% shield damage and plus 25% armor damage correction. The anti-substance laser transmitter configured in space fighters is only half. It also has 100 points. And then -50% shield damage has 50% of the damage bonus. A total of 95 damage. One round of attack by 3,000 space fighters can cause up to 200 and 85,000 damages. Space fighters attack the battleship every 5 seconds. And 60 seconds or 12 rounds of attacks. It is up to 3.42 million damage. Unless the groove is equipped with an energy shield. The normal battleship will be broken when the normal battleship is besieged for 2 minutes. Players' main battleships are generally equipped with additional accessories that reduce energy and kinetic damage, in order to maximize the battleship's damage-bearing capacity. But this damage reduction has its limits. According to the rule that each warship can only be equipped with one of each damage reduction equipment. Even if he is wealthy enough to equip a 20 billion best level, the damage reduction is only 30%. It is worth mentioning that this injury reduction is to reduce the damage after deducting the reduction of 50% energy damage. No matter how good the equipment is, there is a limit to the damage it can withstand. If it can't be dealt with in 2 minutes, what about 3 minutes? The first time Li Chenhao discovered that the machine group ordered the front fleet to return to the main battle of the main battleships. But at this time, the aura of the light was launched in the first time, especially the slowdown in the abyss. Essence. Under the high bonus of the Servant of the Light, the combat effectiveness of each warship has been several times the combat effectiveness. Even if the 3 do not take advantage of the previous 3 dozen, I still dare to retreat. Isn't this looking for death? When the door of the black hole opened, the full 230,000 space machines appeared to surround the brilliant battleship group. Even if the number of warships still occupied the absolute advantage at this time, in the eyes of the also shocked viewers, they lost. Now we can only rely on whether the support from Aquarius 40,000 kilometers away can come in time, and whether we can hold on until Aquarius support arrives. Boom, boom, boom. There was another earth-shattering round of heavy light spear concentrated fire. The tightly surrounded fleet left a gap at the moment the battleships opened fire, allowing 24 neutron light spears to blast into one of the battleships, whose shield had been torn apart. The horrible power torn out the thick armor of the battleship on the spot, and countless armored debris was thrown into the space. The hull was bombarded and stopped in the void. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion. A huge mushroom-shaped flame spewed out from the place where the battleship was focused. The battleship shook violently, and flames continued to light up in different places inside the hull. Fight back. Li Chenhao's face turned livid as he punched the armrest. He stretched out his hands and zoomed in on a certain spot on the extremely complex battlefield projection in front of him. He pointed at one of the battleships and gave a solemn command. Focus all your forces on this battleship and destroy it. He knew very well that there was no way to run away at this point. He had to either surrender or fight to the death. But once they surrender, not only will all the work done by the team before be in vain, but they will also become the laughing stock of everyone and lose all their prestige. In addition, they will have to pay high compensation, which will empty the savings of the entire team, and they will be unable to recover for the next year. Being stagnant for a year when all teams are developing rapidly can basically be declared as out of the game in advance. Battleship number 5 is in place. The 8th battleship is already in place. The Aurora battleship is already in place. At this time, the remaining 74 battleships were left, except for a few who could not get rid of the attack angle without attacking. There were more than 50 battleships against the attack adjustment angle of the attacking aircraft of the sky, and the main guns began to fill the energy emission. 52 thick neutron light spears crossed the void, and dozens of space fighters were in the path of the light spears and were affected and turned into balls of flames. Boom, boom, boom. Although the battleship that was targeted as the goal reacted at the moment of the enemy's set fire and quickly started the acceleration, the speed spear was too fast to avoid. 50-2 light spears were hit all 51. The shields of the battleship were torn away. In space, battleship number 15 is undergoing repairs on the spot, and the other battleships are preparing for the second round of concentrated fire. Although there were a whole 15-1 neutron light spear, the battleship was stubbornly carried down and did not sink on the spot. This is the main battleship. Its shield armor is so strong, and it can withstand so much damage. Next, it was the battleship that made all the viewers who was addicted to the battle. Hui Wang knew that he could not escape the siege of the vast fleet of machines, but he did not want to surrender. So he fought against them desperately, hoping to hold out until Aquarius, who was speeding over, came to support him. The basic command skills of the 20th level of light have a rate of fire rate of up to 60%, occupying an absolute advantage in terms of fire rate and range. After 3 rounds of fire, the opposite side began the second round of SH. LS. which was extremely losing to the bombardment. All in all, Galen's side has a 90% damage bonus and a 60% firing rate bonus, with the bonus of Servant of Light, while the opponent's all attributes are weakened by 10%. Although they have only 1/3 of the number of battleships as the opponent, they are not at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Boom boom boom. Another battleship belonging to Galen was paralyzed by concentrated fire. But at the same time, a total of 3 glorious battleships were sunk. Only one of them was sunk head-on by the Galen battleship, and the other 2 were already sunk by the Galen battleship's concentrated firepower, and even their armor was broken. And then, they were sunk by the space shuttle fleet. They do not need to make up the second round at all. As long as the shield is broken in the first round, it will be handed over to the aircraft to make up the knife. The efficiency is very fast. In just 7 minutes, Gonlon was slightly damaged on the side, 1 heavy damaged, and sank 1. Li Yuan has tried his best to reduce the damage to the battleships, but he can only do his best in such a large-scale battleship bombardment battlefield. He cannot guarantee that no ship will sink. If he can really do that, he would be a god. But compared to their losses, the losses on the brilliant side caused Li Chenhao's heartache. In 7 minutes, the shields of all the remaining warships have been broken by the aircraft. The surface alloy armor is blown into potholes, and it is blown up by endless laser cannons. Some can see the hull structure under the thick armor. In addition, a total of 7 battleships were sunk, and 5 of them were severely damaged, which greatly reduced the combat effectiveness. Chapter 93: The Gap Between Each Break and Despair. But what made Li Chenhao most desperate was that although Aquarius rushed over at the fastest speed, as Li Yuan dispatched a full 100,000 space fighters to intercept, the Aquarius fleet was forced to stop and was temporarily unable to provide support. The complete fleet of Aquarius has a full 82 warships, 360 cruisers, 520 destroyers, and 4,100 frigates. Among them, frigates and destroyers are generally equipped with super-fast defense systems. The most restrained space fighter, when the Mantiangi group did not hide his purpose, Shi Yunfei, the commander of Aquarius, immediately ordered the interception formation, and more than 4,000 frigates surrounded the central main fleet. When the 100,000 space machines rushed over, the moment the 2 sides came into contact, the tongue spit was spitting, and fierce confrontation with the group. For a moment, Li Qing saw that the number of space fighters displayed on the aircraft carrier combat platform equipped with the ship was as fast as diving, and almost 200 or 300 space fighters were shot down almost every second. The price of a space fighter is 5 million, and 100 of them means 500 million star dollars. The loss of more than 10 billion per second made his eyelids twitch, and his heart ached. This is all sent to death, deliberately sending death to delay time. But he did not interfere with the command of the Servant of Light. Giving random commands on the battlefield was a taboo. Besides, this was the order he gave to the Servant of Light at the beginning. He just executed it too straightforwardly. Li Qing reached out to cover his face and stopped watching, and he was afraid he would be heartache. Why can't Aquarius still come? Seeing that the battleship group was almost bald, the shield armor was all of the hull, and the glorious regiment leader Li Chenhao finally panicked. However, after comprehensive consideration, Aquarius leader Qi Yunfei said to his staff, "Let him reply. Let him wait for a while. We need to destroy the purse in front of you to support." A staff officer asked, "It looks like Hui Wang is about to collapse. Are we really not going over there right away?" Qi Yunfei laughed. "Whether we can hold on or not is not important. The key is whether we can win. I just analyzed the battle situation. Although Glory was defeated, it also sank one of Galen's battleships. 4 of them temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. But this is not the key point. The key point is that nearly half of the space fleet is used as cannon fodder. Once I destroy the 100,000 space fleets in front of me, it will be easy to deal with. The glorious defeat is the defeat, and the defeat is caught off guard. I never thought that there would be a space fighter that would be hidden on the opposite side. The frigate group was entangled and unable to escape the front line. We just need to make sure the escort fleet is connected to the main force. Attack head-on, and defeat Galen with an upright army." Well, the staff officer pondered for a moment. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Not tangled too long. Then I just return to the glory? Just look back like this. 10 seconds later, Li Chenhao, a brilliant team, looked up at his men in surprise. They said they were intercepted by a fleet of about 100,000 spacecraft and couldn't escape. Li Chunhao moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he said nothing. Just said lightly, "Send him a communication. Let him divide him in a small fleet to impact on land's main force to reduce the pressure on us." 10 seconds later, he said that the enemy's aircraft was too fierce and dared not divide. Boom! He slapped his handrail in the command seat. Gritted his teeth. He wants to take the fisherman. At this time, the staff shouted loudly again. "Team, Aquarius asked us to hold on for another 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, they will be able to destroy the 100,000 intercepting aircraft and come to support us." Li Chunhao scolded. 3 minutes? Do you think we can hold out for 3 minutes? Will you collect our bodies after 3 minutes? F***CK? He exhaled heavily, the muscles on his face twitching and twisting. After a few seconds, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Communication for Gonlan." We recognized it. Oh! It was not too surprised that Li Qing saw the surrender document sent by Li Chunhao. He thought about it. He said to the staff on the side, "Tell him to leave half of the battleships behind, and I will allow them to surrender." Boom! Li Chunhao kicked the table with a kick. His eyes turned red and looked at the staff in front of him. "Tell him, I only give him 20 ships. Or I can't get one." Can! This is more than Li Qing's expected. Half of the time was about the price, and the opposite side could be repaid. And he was very satisfied with this counter-offer. It is also the glory that is already in a desperate situation. Now all the battleships in the battleships are knocked out by the Sky Space Fighter. The hulls of about 1 million cannot hold back for 3 minutes. And then they must be sinking. Where there is life, there is hope. There are also 30 or 40 main battleships. And the brilliant team and Dong Shan will have the opportunity to come back. If it is completely sinking, the glory will be gone. Soon the brilliant team submitted an application for surrender to the expeditionary military. And the expeditionary army soon approved. And the Manian fighter immediately stopped the attack. Li Chunhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Left behind the 20 most damaged battleships. And ordered the fleet to evacuate. Looking at the water bottles fleet that was eliminated in the distance, he sent Qi Yunfei a passage and said coldly, "It's stupid. Without we restraining. Do you think they will fight hard with you like this? I see how you die." After speaking, Qi Yunfei, who was slightly changed, closed the communication directly. After a short silence, he said to his subordinates in the command channel, after returning to the Gonlan site, "I paid half of the war compensation, and the rest depends on everyone." Silent, a brilliant corps member said, "Send me the bill for what I owe you, and I'll be out of glory later." Li Chunhao's face was slightly changed, and he didn't say anything in the end. Just nodded. People have their own aspirations. I don't force it. Then, there were 3 corps members who got up and decided to leave the brilliant team, including one of the top 5 major shareholders. Li Chunhao did not retain and agreed, although the rest did not propose to leave on the spot. Some of them had some concerns. The glorious surrender did not expect many viewers, and even from the perspective of God's perspective of many viewers, it was taken for granted. What does a space fleet of 230,000 people mean? Most of the flagship aircraft carriers, coupled with the selfishness of Qi Yunfei, the commander of Aquarius' team, from the beginning of the battle to the latter support until the end, he still thought about the most likely weakening the brilliant mind, which caused the glory to not be carried to the end. As long as there is a little communication at the beginning, the distance between the two sides should not be too far, whenever the support is timely. To be honest, the distance between about 40,000 kilometers can come about 10 minutes at full speed. Whenever they are selfish and cooperate, they cannot be so easy to defeat the glory. But if there is no in the world, as long as it is a person, it is impossible to have no selfishness and no absolute saint. The so-called saint, that is, to eat and wear. You can go to be saints. In the eyes of the warrior, the first half was over, and the next half of Galen and Aquarius. If most of the battlefields believe that the winner is Brilliant and Aquarius team at the beginning, then the idea of the second half has disappeared. And most of the viewers believe that the winner is the Gonlan Legion. Give them the greatest confidence is the space fighter that remains about 150,000. This battle also allowed many players who had never had the opportunity to see the flagship aircraft carrier to gain some understanding of its combat effectiveness. The 230,000 space fighter is only half of the real flagship aircraft carrier. The maximum carrier-based aircraft of the real flagship carrier is as high as 360,000, all of which are released and covering the sky. And this space machine group does not fully play its combat effectiveness, because the aircraft carrier will be equipped with a flagship aircraft carrier combat platform, which has a great bonus to the combat effectiveness of the space machine group. Li Qing is only equipped with the aircraft carrier combat platform loaded in the battleship A slot. The two are not a level. The moment Ganlan commanded the ship, when the brilliant surrender and evacuation, he immediately stood up and said to the servant of the light, "I order, adjust the strategic mode, with the goal of Aquarius fleet. Give full play to our speed and range advantage. Use kite tactics, and try to save our living power." The servant of the light nodded carefully. "Your will is my will." As soon as the words fell, the residual aircraft of the Aquarius fleet in the distant starry sky used suicide tactical tactics quickly evacuated as the bee colony returned to the nest, and quickly broke away from the battlefield. A total of 100,000 groups intercepted and returned less than 30,000. And more than 70,000 groups of machines were evolved in the starry sky in the stars in just a few minutes. When he saw the removal of the remaining aircraft, Qi Yunfei was slightly stunned, and a haze appeared instantly in his mind. Instead of ordering pursuit, he took the opportunity to readjust the position of the fleet's warships, increase the number of warships to escort the battleships, and prevent the same mistakes from being repeated. However, this does not make any sense. After defeating Hui Wang, Li Qing changed his tactics. He no longer used the previous attrition tactics, but instead adopted the kite tactics. All the aircraft groups plunged into a black hole with a diameter of 30 kilometers, and quickly returned to the 5th floor of the warehouse area to carry out repairs and replenish energy. There was no rush to continue the battle. At this time, the Gallant fleet adjusted, and on the other side, some warships that were damaged before repairing. At the same time, after Li Qing took back the group, it closed and opened the channel of the universe in the palm, and accepted the 20 warships that were severely damaged with the brilliant warships and his own 20 battleships. Only the armor and shields are gone. The hulls are mostly intact, and the most important main guns are intact. They only need to replace the shield and armor accessories in the general slots to continue fighting with full health and full status. For example, the shields and armored accessories in the general tank of the warship. If the warship is severely damaged and the armor is completely bombed, the accessories in these general grooves will also be damaged, and they must be replaced again. About 5 minutes later, both sides had been adjusted, and they all ordered the fleet to move forward. They seemed to want to have a night in front of the night. However, when the distance between the two sides was shortened to a certain point, Qi Yunfei saw that the opponent's fleet suddenly slowed down and stopped. And then the main guns of the remaining 19 battleships began to charge. Such a long range? He turned around in surprise and asked loudly, "How far is the maximum range of our battleship?" 3,150 kilometers. Why is there such a big difference? Our range is suppressed. Somehow, Qi Yunfei was a little bit bad, and squeezed the collar subconsciously. And the command said, "According to the pre-arrangement, divide the fleet into two and advance forward while maintaining a distance of less than 1,000 kilometers." Boom, boom, boom. 19 dazzling neutron light spears pierced through the void, and the 19 frigates in the front row of the main fleet on the left side of Aquarius were pierced by the 19 dazzling light beams, and were engulfed in flames on the spot. This is, in the prediction of attacking the main ship, but to bombard the front frigates. This led Qi Yun to a bad premonition in his mind, and this premonition soon became a reality. In the projection of the virtual battlefield in front of him, the Gallant fleet began to retreat after launching this wave of attacks, retreating at a speed far exceeding theirs to regain distance. Grass. If you don't understand the other person's intention, it is a fool. But because of understanding that, I felt annoyed. The Ganlan fleet was deliberately thinking about using the kite tactics to destroy them all. And even the frigates did not let go. Start from the frigate, wave one after another, then go to the destroyer, and then to the cruiser, until the end of the last bunch of battleships. This tactic is rarely seen because this tactic is extremely humiliated with opponent commanders. To do this, one of the commanders must be crushed by the commander of one party to do so. You have to know that the composition of the warships of both sides is the same, including battleships, cruisers, destroyers and frigates. It is a humiliation for the opponent that the same warships can achieve such a crushing victory. Li Yuan didn't know that this was a humiliation. He was just a servant of light transformed from a psychic entity. He only knew to follow the orders of the Son of the Stars and defeat the enemy at the lowest cost. How to do the minimum price. This is the minimum price. Although the process may be very long. After all, there are 4,000 opponents' frigates. They have only 19 battleships, and they will not be killed for 210 rounds. The attack interval of the battleship's main gun is 150 seconds, which means that it takes at least 31,500 seconds, 8 or 9 hours. We also have to consider the time it takes to regain distance after each round, as well as the time it takes to avoid the opponent's troop encirclement and blockade. It will take at least 4 or 5 times the time. According to optimistic estimates, it will take 2 or 3 days just to destroy the opponent's frigates. What is a legend? This is called a legend, Li Lai said loudly on the command channel. Brothers, do you see that our legion has such a powerful super navy commander in hand? It is impossible to defeat us without a fleet 10 times larger than ours. Now, do you think that we have a future for Galen? Is our military chief awesome? Bull? Li Qi's first echo. He did not have such an extraordinary personality as Li Lai. He couldn't say such a fruity. He could only say it by Li Lai to echo himself and show his sense of existence in front of Li Qing. Chapter 94 After the War. Just as Li Lai said. At this moment, the Galen Legion was filled with sincere submission. Everyone was convinced, and people's hearts were naturally at peace. Under the command of Li Lai, the glory was defeated like destroyed. And now the Aquarius does not seem to be an opponent. At this time, those players who withdrew from the Legion have long regretted it. They should not withdraw from the team so early. Members who have left during the team's trough will not be able to return in the future. Even if the Legion is expanded in the future, the team runs as soon as the crisis is facing a crisis. What is the use of such members? The regional channel of the outpost base is lively. Many viewing players have hotly discussed this battle in the regional channel. As the chief of the Carthage military, Li Qing, at this moment, has been recognized by many players at this moment, and has recognized that he is a very, very bullish navy commander. Some players may not understand where Li Yuan's command is exquisite, but it does not hinder that he is very good. At least, it's clear how much his skills can add to the fleet. The master looks at the overall command ability. Ordinary players depend on your innate talents and skills. It is so simple and rude, and he possesses both, which makes him extremely powerful in the eyes of experts. In the battlefield of the high-level wars of the battlefield, many high-level senior officials of the long-distance army were showing a satisfactory expression. Go back. Don't need to watch it next. They have seen what they wanted to see. From their point of view, unless Aquarius can cheat next, or Galen lets them win, the outcome is already determined. Perhaps the water bottle will struggle, but it does not affect the ending. However, although these high-level officials have left, ordinary players are still watching the battle. And the expeditionary fleet that is maintaining order is also there. The fleet will not withdraw until the battle is decided. At this time, Qi Yunfei had regretted it. He now regrets why he is not glory before. If the glory is still there, when the scope of the entire dual battlefield has a limited scope, he can surround Ganlan with the strength of the two teams with 6 or 7 times with the strength of Galen. However, there is no such thing as a regret in the world. The glory has been out. The remaining strength of Aquarius can no longer be surrounded by Ganlan. I can only watch the other party keeping a fixed distance to keep the kite, regardless of how to transfer the troops. No matter the 2 or 3 roads around, they cannot get closer. The absolute speed advantage plus the range suppression. There is no room for resistance at all. In this case, the only way to win is to cheat. He does have a trump card in his hand, and it is quite powerful. But it is not a combat-type trump card and cannot be used here. Many of the cores of the team have a lot of rectifications, and they have some magical effects. But they cannot reverse the disadvantages in front of them. So, should we surrender? In the command channel, Qi Yunfei looked at the many Aquarius team core members with a gloomy face. Although it was just an inquiry, no one actually had the intention to fight. Up to now, only a few hundred frigates have been sunk, which is less than 1/20th of the fleet's existing frigates. The core battleships have not been damaged at all. But it is too desperate to just passively take the beating and wait for death. Silently, someone said, "Surrender. There is no hope. It's totally impossible to fight. How can I fight when I can't even touch the corner of my clothes? I know it early. Don't say you knew it earlier. You all agreed to it at the beginning. Chi Yunfei decisively interrupted someone's attempt to pass the buck and said, cutting the Gordian knot. In that case, then we surrender. If we lose, the compensation will be divided equally among all of us. No one spoke. Li Qing quickly received the surrender document sent by Chi Yunfei and uploaded it directly to the team channel. We won! We won! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was expected. After all, the opponent was really unbeatable. But it was still very exciting to actually see the opponent surrender. With the broken lineup, they defeated the two teams that were far stronger than their own team with weak victory. This is a very proud thing. In the future, they can also be bragged as a bragging capital. Li Qing contacted UFA and said, how much do you think about the surrender compensation of Aquarius? UFA immediately replied, you are the commander-in-chief. You make the decision. Good. Li Qing didn't hesitate and contacted Chi Yunfei. You can surrender. When Glory surrendered, it paid 20 battleships as compensation for its defeat. You also have to pay 20 battleships as compensation for your defeat. Can? Chi Yunfei responded expressionlessly and disconnected the call the next second. Li Qing didn't care. He was just a defeated general. He is not my opponent now, and it is impossible for him to beat me in the future. The reason why some competitors were not directly eliminated by killing them all was mainly because the duel rules hosted by the Expeditionary Force stated that if one party admitted defeat, the duel would be forcibly interrupted as long as a certain amount of compensation was paid. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, there are people behind the core members of Aquarius regardless of Glory and Aquarius. If they kill them, they will definitely offend a lot of forces. This is the default hidden rule. The Glory and Aquarius have previously attacked Gaga Blue Star Fort. Therefore, Yu Sha directly broke the hope of their promotion of the Legion, including the Deep Red and Free Horn. The forces and families behind them had nothing to say. On the other hand, the Yuanzhong army did not want to lose too much in internal fighting. After all, the two teams added more than 150 battleships. It was placed on the battlefield to drag nearly 500 battleships in Shada civilization. This is a small combat power. Of course, the premise of accepting the unspoken rules is that you are willing to admit defeat and surrender. If you are stubborn and refuse to surrender, then you will be destroyed. 20 battleships each is considered an exaggerated war reparations. The strength of the two teams was weakened by 1/3 on the spot, while the strength of the Gallan Legion tripled on the spot. The total of 63 battleships has surpassed the Brilliant and Aquarius after the compensation was paid on paper. In addition, they had to give up Gallan Star Fortress and the occupied land, as well as 2 trillion war compensations for each of the two major teams. With these, Gallan has the capital to rebuild or expand. All the 20 battleships compensated by Aquarius were put into the Palm Universe, and all the 20 battleships given by Glory before were taken to the internal dock of the Palm Universe for repair. It is worth mentioning that the clone crew members and senior crew members on these battleships were also transferred over. The clone crew members were bought out and did not need to be taken care of. But the senior crew members and captains were employed and their contracts needed to be transferred. A duel involving tens of thousands of warships came to an end, but there were still a large number of onlookers who did not disperse. The regional channel was extremely lively, and most of them were discussing the details of the battle. You are famous. Ding Yuzheng stepped forward to the whole collar for Li Qing, and he looked at no one to pay attention. He stepped forward and kissed his face. The charming face was flushed with a flush, and said softly, I am proud of you. He reached out and hugged her smooth face and kissed her red lips, sucking and biting, and the beauty in her arms was instantly weak in her arms. Shao Qing let her go, gently pinched her rosy face, and hugged her into the room. Yu Yuyao and Yu Yufa were both there. Seeing the two sisters hugging each other, their expressions were different. Ding Yuren also shyly broke free from his arms. Sitting down in front of the two sisters, he was polite to show his exquisite teacups. When Ding Yuren sat down, Yu Yuyao smiled and said to him, Congratulations first. You are famous. You are the second one to tell me. She glanced at Ding Yuren, then looked at her sister, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. This time, you have the first achievement in the Glorious and Aquarius. A total of 40 warfares of battleships, and a total of 40,000 star dollars in war compensation. As the Legion headquarters is plundered, it is necessary to rebuild. of which 30 billion of the 40 billion war compensation will be used for the reconstruction of the Legion. Reward? Whether it was rescuing us or defeating Glory and Aquarius, it was all done by you. The Legion has regained its vitality in your hands. In the future, you will be the flag of the Legion and the captain of the Legion's first fleet. I will hold a general meeting of shareholders later, and at that time, 30 of the 40 battleships will be allocated to the first fleet, and 50% of the 1 trillion star dollars, or 500 billion star dollars, will be your reward. In addition, the team still has 18% of the original incentive shares. I will give you 10% as a reward. She looked at Li Qing and asked, "This is the Legion's reward to you. What do you think? If you have any other requests, please feel free to ask." "Of course, I have no problem with that." Li Qing thought about it and asked, "I have no objection to these rewards. But if they are distributed in this way, my strength will exceed that of the Legion commander. Is that right?" Yu Yao shook his head. "I know what you want to say. There may be problems for other teams, but there is no problem for the Gallon Legion. It is not just shares that maintain the relationship between us, but other factors." Well, Li Qing didn't say anything else. What she said was indeed correct. If it were other teams, they might worry that the deputy Legion leader would be too strong and surpass the Legion leader, which would lead to power struggles. This is inevitable, no matter whether it is a Legion or a family. If the host is weak and the branches are strong, the host and the guest will be reversed. But they are not the same. Regardless of whether Yu Yao Ufa, the two sisters of Ufa, or Li Qing, did not care about the team. Their cores were not the Gallon Legion, and their core interests were not this. So it was unlikely that the master and guest was upside down. However, although we don't care, when your strength is too strong, your subordinates may have some ideas. Yu Yao said carefully. This situation is not impossible, so we have to eliminate this early trouble early. Li Qing asked, "How to eliminate it?" "It's very simple." She looked at her sister and said to Li Qing, "If you are in a relationship, a husband and wife relationship, hers is yours and yours is hers, there won't be any problem." She took the hand of Ufa, who was sitting next to her and had not spoken yet, and placed it in front of Li Qing, just looking at him without saying a word. Li Qing was silent for a while, and did not reach out. Yu Yao sighed upon seeing this, and reached out to pull Ding Yuren's hand from the other side. "Greedy guy. How about this is yours?" Li Qing sighed, stretched out his hands to hold both hands of the two big beauties with different styles, and immediately felt that Ufa when soft hands were shaking slightly. In fact, there is no choice. Ding Yuran is Yuya's apostle. If she doesn't agree, it will be difficult for them to be together. Of course, this is a good thing for him. Wait a few days, and find an opportunity to make an official announcement. This will also help dispel the ideas of some ambitious people. Okay. In addition, the former headquarters of the Legion, Gan Langxingbao, was plundered. Now there is only one star castle. The things inside are all demolished and taken away. Now I have two ideas. One idea is to rebuild the Legion headquarters at the original site. Li Qing asked, "If you change a place to rebuild the headquarters, do you have a goal?" "There are two alternatives. One is located on the east of the outpost base, not far from the outpost station. When you go out, you are the southern provinces of the Sada tribe." "Why these two places?" To be honest, Li Qing feels good at these two places. The former is too close to the front line. Once a large-scale war breaks out, they will have to face the attack of the Shada tribe and the United Civilization. The latter is too far away from the front line. It is safe, but in war there will be a delay no matter what you do, which is a disadvantage at certain critical moments. Of course, where there is bad there must be good. The former is dangerous, and it is close to the front line. If you have any good things, you can eat it as soon as possible. The latter can stay away from danger, and can move forward and backward freely no matter how bad the situation is. "So," Li Qing said, "if you want to choose the east side of the outpost base, I won't say it. If you want to choose a place slightly far from the front line, I have a place to choose from. I wonder if you have the idea." "Yu Yao, what do you think?" "I set up a solo base at about 260 at the north of the outpost base. There is a 4 types of planets over there. You know, I now have more than 10 million Salians in their hands. They are good at transforming the planet. If we put our headquarters there, we can try to transform the planets in a small scale and build a colonial city. Although the fourth type of planets have little potential, they are at least close to the edge of life-bearing planets. We will now make some small-scale renovations. Then migrate and develop this immigrant city first. If we can seize a planet with life in a few years, this colonial city will be our logistics base. Not only the population, but also other necessary living materials can be provided by this colonial city, which can save a lot of time and a lot of money. Normal immigrants have at least 10 million people, and each population of millions of immigration fees, which means that the minimum immigration standard is 1 trillion yuan. If you want to quickly develop a life planet, a large-scale immigration must be large-scale. With so many people, it is too much exaggerated to transfer it from the side of Jinan. If there is a colonial base that can be immigrated to immigration in the early stage, it only needs in the early stage. Chapter 95 Famous and Green War Compensation. No. With UUFA's connections, it definitely wouldn't cost that much money to immigrate from Tianjin. There's a high probability that there would be a discount or other preferential treatment. And it wouldn't cost 10 trillion. Immigrants will come here first, reproduce and develop in the colonial cities. And when a suitable planet with life is seized in the future, the colonial cities where the immigrants come first will serve as logistics bases. And the most important thing is that he can use 10 million people to migrate first. He can use some of them to migrate to the warehouse area in the Palm universe to see what type of warehouse area this is. Is it a space living station or a life planet? Li Qing always feels that this high-vitamin fortress is not just a fortress. It is impossible to be regarded as a residential station. This stuff is too amazing. It is just a very magical part of the extremely small part of the display now. The starring world is a super miracle project surrounding a star. Seen from a distance, the ring world is a super galaxy miracle that is hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide, tens of thousands of kilometers thick, and billions of kilometers long, surrounding a star and containing countless habitable spaces. Although it belongs to artificial buildings like space residential stations, space residential stations are unprecedented living areas, and the star ring world belongs to the Xinghe miracle. If it is calculated in the level, it should be between the second category and one type of planet. The starring world is a super suitable world for any species, and the potential is second only to one type of planet. But this kind of galactic miracle is also extremely rare, or even rarer than a Class 1 planet. At least there is a Class 1 psychic planet in the territory of the United Human Empire. But no star ring world has ever been seen. It's just that an adventure player once discovered a star ring world in the heart of the Milky Way, which has been occupied by an ancient super civilization. Having said that, Li Qing always felt that the high-dimensional fortress in the universe in his palm should not be just a war fortress, but should also be a galactic miracle, and more advanced than the ring world. It stands to reason that such a superstar miracle should be suitable for colonization. He always wants to try it. Otherwise he won't be willing. It would be fine if it didn't work. But if it really was as he guessed, that would be great. The three daughters of UFA had a little intention of his proposal, but he didn't immediately respond. The main position was too far. But he had some heartbeat. A little hesitant for a while. UFA said, "I can't make a decision now. Let's take a time to observe it before you talk about it." "How about it?" Li Qing nodded and said, "Any time is fine. I just happen to be going over here for something. By the way?" "Okay." Li Qing asked again, "When will you leave when you have time?" "After a week. I have to arrange a job. I will come to you after a week." The three of them came out of Yuhua's room. Li Qing looked at UFA and Ding Yuran, held their hands and said, "Please give me more advice in the future." Ding Yuran was fine, as she had already been touched. But it was the first time that UFA held hands with a man, and her beautiful face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and hummed softly. In the next few days, Li Qing did not go anywhere, mainly in repairing warships, as well as fighters. 10 battleships were transferred to UFA, and she was allocated by her, and he allocated himself. The sudden acquisition of 30 battleships greatly increased the strength, but the maintenance costs also skyrocketed. The maintenance fee of a battleship was 15 million, 150 million yuan, and 30 ships of 450 million yuan. With 30 battleships, the size of the escort fleet should also increase. Would it not be excessive to have 100 cruisers? Or 200 to 300 destroyers? Or more than 500 frigates? These are the minimum standards. A complete fleet needs to be equipped with main battleships, cannon fodder frigates, core destroyers and cruisers. perhaps with the talents and skill bonuses of the Servant of Light. He could always use the kite tactic. He only needed a group of escort fleets to prevent the enemy from charging head-on, without the need for cruisers and destroyers. However, this configuration was unhealthy. There would always be times when he would encounter opponents for whom the kite tactic did not work. At that time, there would be no core warships such as destroyers and cruisers to resist, and the enemy would directly charge head-on at the main fleet. At that time, his fate would be the same as that of Splendor and Aquarius before. All in all, the salary and maintenance costs for this fleet alone amount to more than 2 billion. Add to that the various salaries and maintenance costs within the palm-sized universe, and his monthly expenditure is nearly 5 billion. This is already an extremely terrifying expenditure. 60 billion a year. No. There is also the expenditure on space fighters. The basic maintenance cost of a space fighter is actually not high. This thing is unmanned, and does not go into combat most of the time. On average, it undergoes automatic maintenance once a month, which basically costs nothing. The main expense, apart from repairs and maintenance for each battle, is the energy battery. Unmanned space fighters are very small, and after basic accessories such as the energy shield generator, radar, combat system, etc., it is impossible to be equipped with a power furnace like a battleship. At this time, the energy supply system of the unmanned space fighter is the cold nuclear fusion battery. This thing is detachable and disposable. When the energy is used up, it can be disassembled and thrown away, and a new one can be put in, and it can be used for a long time. The energy consumed in a war of the scale of the previous wars with Glory and Aquarius was not enough to use up a cold fusion battery. But once less than 25% of the energy is used up, you have to prepare to replace it. A cold nuclear fusion battery costs 200,000 star dollars. If all 100,000 space fighters are replaced, the total cost will be 20 billion star dollars. Just like the previous battle with Glory and Aquarius, the highest consumption of energy consumed by the highest attendance was less than 50%. It was necessary to change such a large-scale war. Duration is durable, but it is really required for money. Fortunately, each space fighter is usually equipped with 10 batteries when purchased, which is enough for a while. Moreover, Gallon has now been promoted to the Legion. As the core of Gallon, he has many industry access to the industry, including the energy industry and the military industry. He can buy a production line to build a space fighter and cold nuclear polymerization battery. However, these industry production lines are all starting, and there are no capital yet. Still lack of money. The money earned now is something that was unimaginable in the past, easily reaching hundreds of billions. However, the richer you are, the more you lack money, and what you lack is big money, easily reaching hundreds of billions, or even trillions. After a brief hesitation, Li Qing sent a message to Li Lai and Li Qi. Come here. An hour later, Li Lai and Li Qi arrived. Boss, are you calling us for something? Sit. Li Qing sat cross-legged and said to them, wait for the two of you to lead 3 battleships. The two of them immediately showed joy on their faces. And Li Lai said with a smile, Boss, you are so handsome. Boss, yeah. Li Qing waved his hand. You're welcome. Since you're following me, I've eaten the meat, so you should at least have some soup. By the way, you can figure the fleet as soon as possible. By the way, I hope that when I come back. No big deal. Li Lai laughed and said, Boss, you don't know how high your reputation is in the outpost. I don't know how many individual players or teams want to join our legion. It's very easy for you to recruit people. Just post a message in the regional channel, and those who are willing to come will be able to come and break through the door. Li Qing waved his hand. It's not that exaggerated, but the corners of his mouth that curled up involuntarily betrayed his inner joy. After so long, I finally became famous. Isn't the purpose of life for fame, profit and women? Now that fame is finally achieved, is profit not far behind? By the way, be more careful when recruiting people. Check each one to see if they have a criminal record or any bad habits. Character comes first. Ability comes second. It's better to have someone who is not qualified. No problem. 2 hours later, Li Lai and Li Qixing's high color, each of which had 3 main battleships that had been repaired into their own fleet. Li Qing only had 25 battleships, 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers and 35 frigates left. The reason why we were so generous in giving each of them 3 ships was mainly to enhance their strength and allow them to be of greater use. He is destined to stay in the old nest all the time. If he goes out, he must rely on them to keep his family. The same is true when they go out to fight. They are his vanguards, able to handle all sorts of small matters for him. They can handle weak enemies by themselves without alerting him, which also requires sufficient strength. The 25 warships are already a lot to individuals. He still has to spend time with Xing Yuan to configure other small and medium-sized ships. Although the more the main battleships, the better. But they must develop healthy. In the past few days, Li Qing did not get idle. First, he went to the black market. Before, he spent 29.3 billion yuan to buy himself. He lost 14. A total of 410.2 billion yuan. And a total of 439.5 billion stars. Then I used this funds to buy a large number of destroyers and the blueprint of cruisers, which was purchased directly from the outpost base at the market price. It was not only expensive on the outside market, but also did not sell so many blueprints for a while. Among them, a total of 1,500 destroyers have spent 22.5 billion yuan. A total of 500 blueprints for cruisers, spending a total of 50 billion yuan. Shipbuilding materials do not need to be purchased. He can directly acquire various ore from the players inside the army at a price below the market price, and then use the light casting furnace to be converted into an alloy required for various shipbuilding. Anyway, many Legion players' dig are also sold. It is better to sell it to the market. The space fighter has not increased. There are already a lot of remaining 150,000 remaining. At this stage, there are no large-scale wars. Generally, 25 battleships of the warriors can get it. 5 days later, a formal occasion. Li Qing held UFA's hand at the outpost base, which immediately caused the mourning of many people. Nana, I joined Goggin to go to the head of the beauty corps. But the result was competing. You are just dreaming. Don't you even consider whether you are worthy of her? Cut. Do you deserve it? I can't match it. But Li Qing is worthy. No one refutes this. If you ask who is the most handsome person in the outpost, a lot of people would like to say something. If you say that your personal strength is the strongest, there must be some people who are unconvinced. But to say that it is not worthy of the head of the beauty army, no one has an opinion. With the strength and potential he now shows, it is also the second largest shareholder of the Callan Legion. The comments in the regional channel made Yi Xiao very annoyed. But during this time the two outpost bases ranked in the top 10 teams, and his shadow was faintly aware of his existence. At this time, it was not good to jump out. 2 days later, Li Qing, who was about to go out with UFA, suddenly received an invitation signed by Yu Qingji. At first, he was wondering which one of the Yu family wanted to see him, until he asked UFA. He was shocked. This man is UFA's uncle, currently the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force, and commander of the 1st Division of the Expeditionary Force. He is the most powerful and influential person at the outpost base. I'll go with you. It's just right. I'm waiting for you. Half an hour later, a flying vehicle entered the military restricted area inside Star City and entered after passing inspection. The aircraft flew into the stars under the guidance of navigation. Li Qing was sitting on the aircraft while watching the internal environment of the surrounding Xingqiang, while holding UFA's soft hand, and asked, if you two sisters are related, how much cheaper can you get to import immigrants from the G-Min star system? UFA looked up in surprise. She didn't expect Li Qing to ask this question here. After thinking for a while, she said, is the minimum standard population? Yes. The lowest also costs 7 trillion yuan. I knew I had to ask them more to pay more compensation. I can't give them more. Use something else to pay off the debt. UFA thought for a moment, and asked softly, do you need it? Li Qing looked up at her exquisite face, and stretched out her hand, and wiped it gently. The touch was very smooth and tender. He looked at her carefully, especially her eyes, and suddenly made up his mind and said, there may be something that should be frank and tell you. UFA didn't realize anything, but nodded subconsciously. You say, in this space relic of mine, there is a peculiar building, similar to the habitable buildings in the Galaxy Miracle Ring world. I want to try to migrate in and see the effect. Her expression was normal at first, but after her brain analyzed his words, she suddenly realized what he meant, and her eyes widened. Yes, you did not hear it. There are indeed such buildings and a giant dock array. The conditions are met. Even if the flagship can be built, It's all exposed anyway. It's all exposed. Frank with her is not a momentary impulse, but a long-term thoughtful. Although their current relationship is quite complicated. It seems like it is forced together by Yu and does not seem to be solid. But in fact, the relationship between them is stronger than expected. They have a common core interest, and this core interest cannot be disassembled. With this as the core bond and their backgrounds bringing them together, it is natural for them to form a marriage alliance. Chapter 96 Support of an Outpost Base. Generally speaking, there is seldom an emotional foundation between the two parties in a marriage. But the relationship is usually very stable after the marriage, because they each represent their own families, and it is impossible for them to divorce simply because of differences in values and personalities. Young men and women from the nobility family have a consciousness of marriage. This is unavoidable. The higher the value and potential, the higher the value of marriage. It is a very good result to be able to marry with an object that you don't hate. If you still feel good at each other, it will not even shock. He didn't know her true thoughts. But at this time, he squeezed his hands and stroked his face without resistance. The two of them are actually a very good choice together. It is good for UFA. It is the same for Li Qing. It is difficult for them to find a better choice than them. Get married first, and the relationship can be cultivated slowly. Year after year, day after day through communication. Women are emotional, so care about them more when you have nothing to do. And love will naturally grow on them over time. Li Qing's sudden confession. UFA was moved by a little movement after his initial surprise. Women are so emotional. Li Qing's sudden frankness. Her first reaction was not to care about immigrants and giant docks, but that he thought he was so frank and really cared about me. After a little self-touching, she finally realized what he meant and said in surprise again. I have been strange that you have so many frigates. It turns out that you have a giant dock. Do you want to build a colony in that space? Li Qing nodded and said, it is such a meaning. If you can successfully build a colony in it, it is equivalent to having a portable territory. That is, you can hide your strength. No matter where you go, you can mobilize enough strong fleets at any time. UFA was already thinking. She agreed with Li Qing's idea and said, if this is the case, we can indeed try it. If it works, we must also adjust our strategic focus. But now we are short of money. The first batch of immigrants don't have enough money. Well, I come to find a way. Don't worry about immigration immediately. Li Qing calculated what he was holding and said, in fact, in my opinion, it would be good if we can gather enough immigration funds within the next year. After all, the funds needed for construction after immigration are a bottomless pit. We must have enough capital to ensure a steady stream of investment without interruption. She nodded. I see. Next, they talked about a small meeting, and the aircraft arrived at the destination. There was already a man in military uniforms waiting at the door. It is estimated that he was the secretary or assistant of the chief commander. The two were invited to a lounge and served 2 cups of tea and some snacks. According to the secretary, the commander-in-chief was delayed by something and would arrive later, so he asked them to wait here for a while. Li Qing naturally had no objection. Making others wait was the privilege of the big guys. Now some ordinary players had to make an appointment if they wanted to see him, and they might not even be available to meet him. Anyway, there are beautiful women, and they have a snack. Wait a while. In less than 5 minutes, the secretary knocked in the door. The commander of the commander is now free. Please go to the office. Li Qing and UFA stood up. Please lead the way. Please follow me. Passing through a corridor came to the end. Pushing the door was a space like going out of the lobby. There were many officers wearing military uniforms. Seeing them seemed to know them. Many nodded stems. He quickly responded. The secretary walking in the front does not straighten. But observe this. Just the right explanation. They saw that duel before. And I have to say that your performance was very exciting and left a deep impression on everyone. It's my pleasure. There is no humility or humility. Before coming to the office in the lobby, the man entered first, and said to Li Qing half a minute later, the commander-in-chief is waiting in it. Li Qing and Miss UFA can now enter. Thanks. Arriving at the half-open door and preparing to knock, UFA suddenly said, wait a moment. He looked back in surprise, and she took out a small handkerchief gently and wiped some snacks at the corner of his mouth. All right. He laughed, knocked on the door gently, and heard an invitation inside. Pushing the door into it, The secretary outside the door was a little surprised and relieved. Young became famous. Beauty is India's. Inside the room, a middle-aged man who looked elegant and handsome was looking at the screen in front of him, showing the intimate scene between a young boy and a girl, with his eyebrows slightly raised. At this time, the door pushed away, and the young girl in the light curtain came in and wiped out the light curtain. The middle-aged man carefully looked at Li Qing and wiped out. Sit. The look of the eyes made Li Qing a little uncomfortable, and he could only sit in danger and motionless. With less, Yu Qingji put away the eyes of the exams. The right hand virtual, and a light curtain popped up. If Li Qing could see it, he would be surprised to find that the above recorded his profile. All the information is included in it, from the childhood of Li from Qinghe, to the beginning of the development and arrival in Tianjin, and then his gradual rise to fame not long ago. These information Yu Qingji has been seen more than once. Glanced at casually, turned off, and turned to Li Qing. Originally my original purpose was to find you to talk to you in the name of the Yuanzheng army. But I had another new idea just now. As soon as Li Qing heard it, he immediately stated, "Please tell me." Yu Qingji said seriously, "I originally thought that in the name of the Expeditionary Force and the Carthage Legion to reach a strategic cooperation intention, the expedition will have a certain policy of the Green Corps in the next way. As an exchange, in the future, the Expeditionary Army will invite you to become a member of the Military Commission and participate in the combat plan for the Satar civilization." Li Qing raised his head in surprise. This cooperation intention, a bit fierce. What is the military tailman? There is a plan to invite themselves to join the temporary military tailman of the Sala civilization. This, he unaware that he was sitting straight, waiting for Yu Qingji's next words. Very important. Of course. Attach great importance. At this stage, no pioneer can enter the middle level of the expeditionary force. Although there are no specific restrictions in this regard, early pioneers have no chance to participate in high-standard units like the expeditionary force. Yes, there is no chance. It is not impossible. What can the pioneers who have just entered the industry bring to the expeditionary army? In the past 10 years, the pioneers were limited by various restrictions, and no matter how strong they were, they could not use it. Even if the Lord Qinghai's sister-in-law was not strong at the beginning, it was naturally impossible to bring much improvement to the expeditionary army. Li Yuan, the servant of light enlightened by Li Qing, is a super naval commander. The bonus his talents and skills bring to the fleet is outrageous. Under his command, he can instantly increase the strength of a fleet several times, and the larger the fleet, the more exaggerated the increase. If the expeditionary army has such a powerful super commander command, its strength will increase several times in an instant. If Li Yuan commanded the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the Yuanzheng Army in the previous military operations, it was not confrontation at that time. It was directly positive to fight against the 1st Division of the southern provinces of Shada civilization, and the probability of winning it. Once the main division of the southern province of the Shada civilization is defeated, the road leading to the Reef Nest Galaxy, the capital of the southern province of the Shada civilization, will be smooth and unstoppable. As long as the speed is fast, a rush forward before the response of the Shada civilization, there is a great probability that it will attack the reef nest. As long as you capture the nest of the reef, establish defense with this as the core, and wait for the support of G-Men to hold the counterattack of the Shada civilization, a life planet is on hand. Unfortunately, he didn't think of this before, and missed the opportunity. Then I don't know how to cooperate with Commander Yu now, Yu Qingji said. My current idea is to recruit you to join the army and join the army in the form of special recruitment. You are specially hired as the special military instructor of the expeditionary military, the rank of Shanda, and there is no responsibility when you need it. My original plan was at least 5 years later, and your strength reached a certain point to launch the final military operation. But your appearance surprised me very much, which made me see the possibility of initiating the operation in advance. I'll give you 2 years to develop. After 2 years, I'll plan a military operation against the reef nest, and you'll be in charge of the command. If you can defeat the first fleet of the southern province of the Shada civilization head-on, I will convince the committee to cooperate with the Galan Legion to help you capture the reef nest planet. The last sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Li Qing was shocked and confused. So he asked directly, I am a little confused. As far as I know, there should be quite a few Yu family members here, including many outstanding men. Why did Commander Yu choose Yufei's branch? Although she is also a member of the Yu family, she is a woman and will get married. Once she gets married, it will be unclear who will own the planet she holds. Unless she is not married. Recruit. One of Yu Qing saw his thoughts and waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry. She won't recruit repellent. The reason why she supports her is just at this stage, she is the strongest. As the only 2 official legions at this stage, the strength of the Halo is normally far greater than yours. Before the duel a week ago, I did not consider the Gallon Legion. But your performance that day surprised me. I checked your information later. You are now the 2nd largest shareholder of Gallon. Now the total shares are 24%. And Gonlon now has a fearless delicious flag that is under construction. It is estimated that it will be able to serve in the water after 2 years. At that time, your strength will exceed any local team. When we were the most powerful, no team could compete with you at that time. Well, Li Qing said nothing. According to Yu Qing, 2 years later was indeed the most powerful time. By then, we will have 2 flagships in hand. And there will probably be more than 1 servant of Light Commander. Even if other teams come together, they will not be able to defeat them. And it will be easy to capture a planet with life. At this time, Yu Qingji continued, some things should be done sooner rather than later. Although the Imperial Senate promised that our G-Min Yu clan would definitely get a life planet, and did not prohibit us from taking a second life planet, the second one needs our descendants to rely on their own abilities. At this stage, only you have the highest success rate. I can't give up this opportunity just because Yufei is a girl and wait for a male disciple to come up. The opportunity is fleeting, and it may never be gone. I see, Li Qing said carefully. That's it. Juniors are willing to cooperate. Try to strengthen their strength in the past 2 years, and prepare for the final military operations of 2 years later. Very good. Yu Qing nodded. That is to cooperate. Then I also have to come up with some sincerity. It is limited to the rules. I cannot directly provide you with substantial material support, but it can provide some special convenience, including some special convenience. For example, we will provide you with a relatively easy Legion mission every month, and you will be rewarded with a battleship after completing it. Or, if the Gallon Corps sells all its industrial products to the outpost, it can gain an additional 10% price advantage. Then, the priority of the Jawan army at the outpost base was raised to the highest level, which was higher than the Make Legion, and provided some information for the convenience of information. Of course, this is just support at this stage. It can only provide convenience in terms of policy, but there are no substantial benefits. You need to develop these on your own. Li Qing nodded back. This is enough. The biggest benefit Commander has given it. It's best if you can see clearly. Yu Qingji was very satisfied with Li Qing's cleverness. He stood up and said, Then I will wait for your good news. Li Qing understood that this was to send the guest off. So he stood up and replied, I won't let you disappoint. At this time, Yufei, who had not spoken, stood up. Li Qing found that she didn't seem to speak since she came in, and had been led by herself. Knowing advancement, understanding, such girls are the most likely. He smiled at the beauty, and turned back to bow to Yu Qingji. Excellence of Commander. Jealous. After turning and leaving, Yufei just got up. And Yu Qingji suddenly said, Yufei, you stay. Li Qing turned back and said to her, I'll wait for you outside. Pushing the door open, they saw that the secretary who brought them here was in the office outside Yu Qingji's office. There was more than one secretary in the office, and the one who brought them here was just one of the secretaries, sitting quietly by the side. He waited for a long time before the office door opened and Yufei walked out. He went to meet him, but before he could say anything, Yu Qingji's voice suddenly came into his ears. Treat her well. Don't bully her. Li Qing's expression froze slightly. He turned back to look at the office door, and grinned with a slightly awkward smile. I will. Chapter 97 Return to Base, and 2-year development plan. The two left silently and sat silently on the aircraft until she left Xingqing that she said, This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, it will be hard to get a better opportunity in the future. Li Qing knew what she was talking about and nodded. It is indeed the best opportunity. 2 years later, we were the most powerful time. At that time, even if the aura could not be blocked, it took the planet at that time, and no one could grab us. So, we need to move fast. You think? No need to investigate. I will issue a Legion announcement when I let it go. Let everyone prepare to return to Gon Langsing Bayo. Clean up the endgame. And we go directly to the galaxy, you said. Can. Although the galaxy is a little far from the outpost compared to the original headquarters, and its location is also remote. It takes about 10 days to reach the outpost at the fastest speed. But there is a Class 4 planet that has been partially transformed. So colonization can begin with just a little more investment. As long as you can successfully immigrate and establish a colonial city, you will receive endless benefits in the future. In comparison, it is still worth investing. Moreover, this distance disadvantage cannot be changed. It is too close to the isolation interference zone, and it cannot be transmitted due to the influence of the unknown magnetic field. This can be purchased through the military relationship to purchase a large number of anti-interference equipment. Establishing a whistle station on some galaxies nearby can be equipped with these anti-interference devices and induction of the procedure on the whistle stations. Although it is still impossible to interfere with the severe area of overlight in the nearby area, it can jump near the whistle station equipped with anti-interference equipment. Directly jump from the headquarters to an external galaxy dozens of light years away, and then jump from an undisturbed external galaxy to the outpost base. Correspondingly, you can use the outpost's induction beacon as the coordinate to fix the jump. In this way, the time spent on going back and forth is not much different from the time spent at the original headquarters. The only requirement is that the ultra-space engine of all warships must be the 5th generation engine. The engine that is lower than this technology cannot be transformed even if there are strong anti-interference devices and induction beacons. 2 days later, after leaving several core members to continue to recruit new members at the outpost base, the Gallon Army's large army left the outpost base galaxy and embarked on the way home. Thousands of warships were mighty, and the pirates fled. And on the 4th day, they came to Ganlan's original intellectual field. Nothing. The fleet enters one of the galaxies that originally belonged to Gallon. It turned out that the galaxy had a border post. Any player fleet entered this galaxy and would receive a notice that prompted to enter the Goggin site. It's gone because the whistle station has been destroyed. We continued moving forward, passing through one galaxy after another. We did not see any outposts in a galaxy that could still be preserved. They were all destroyed. Even the personal bases of many team members in the galaxy were mostly destroyed. However, not all personal bases in the galaxy have been destroyed, and many personal bases of players who are linked to the team have not been destroyed. The so-called affiliation means that some single players do not have the ability to survive alone in the wild galaxies. So they choose to affiliate with some large teams and mine and produce in the safe galaxies that have been occupied by these large teams after clearing the wild monsters. As the cost of hanging, all these players will pay taxes in a certain proportion in the security galaxy. There is no fixed ratio for this tax, but most formal large teams default to a 10% tax, which means they only need to pay 10%. However, if the current team is in the war, this tax will be raised slightly. But it is not different from the team members' taxes in the war. The maximum increase in the amount of tax on the members cannot exceed 50%. And the team's restrictions on players are not much, except for some prohibited behaviors, such as bombing star mining, or spy behavior. There are basically no restrictions. If you play uncomfortably, you can exit at any time. In the war of general teams, neither side will directly attack the player bases that the two sides are on, unless the opponent has a force resistance. For these players who have been separated from Jialan, Li Qing discussed during a meeting with the team's core before, and sent someone to the original galaxy of the Legion. The news of the relocation of the General Corps told them that if they wanted to go, they could walk with the fleet. The more affiliated players there are, the better. After all, it's a 10% tax. There aren't many single-player players, but when the number increases, it's still a lot of money. For a long time, the fine water flows, and it is still a very considerable fixed income. There is no reason to give up. 1 day later, the fleet came to the former headquarters galaxy of the Legion. As soon as they entered the galaxy, everyone saw a huge star fortress ruins floating in the vast void. He was attacked in large quantities during the war and later passed through rough plunder. The huge star castle has now become an abandoned giant building floating on the star track. Call. Everyone spit out with a sigh of relief. And his mood was extremely complicated. The star fortress of the old team was destroyed, but the team was promoted to a legion and was reborn under the leadership of Li Qing. Li Qing reached out. The door of the black hole opened, and a large industrial ship drove out to surround the star castle. The large cutting welded torch sprayed a dazzling cut laser and dismissed several affiliated parts outside the star castle. The Gallon Star Fortress looks like a bottle with a thick center and a thick ring at each end. There are auxiliary parts on each side that are exactly the same as the main body, but much smaller. The diameter of the main body is just enough to fit into the channel of the palm-sized universe. But if the auxiliary parts are added, they will not fit in, and the auxiliary parts must be separated. The fleet stayed here. The industrial ships dismantled the Star Fortress, and a large number of frigates left the galaxy and went to the nearby galaxies to notify the original affiliated players, asking them if they were willing to leave with them. If there were any who wanted to go, the Legion would wait for them and take them over together. It took only 2 days to disassemble the Star Fort, but it took nearly 10 days to wait for those who were willing to walk together, thanks to the Team Promotion Legion, and Li Qing's record of defeating Brilliance and Aquarius head-on with a week over the Strong. Many affiliated players who had lost confidence regained their confidence, and more affiliated players were willing to go with them than they imagined. On the 10th day, the main force of the fleet left first, but a fleet was left behind to wait for those who were slow to move. In addition, they will leave a fleet permanently stationed in this galaxy as a transit station for the Legion in the future. In the future, the strength of the Legion will further develop, and he will open up all the huge star areas between the transit station to the new headquarters of the Legion as the territory of the Legion. As one of the only 2 legions on the outpost base, it is not too much to occupy the star domain as the site. It is worth mentioning that when Yishao was still in the Gallon team, they established a base to the north of the original Gallon Star Fortress. But as they betrayed the Legion and split away, they have now moved all their personal bases to the Halo side. Therefore, although we can see some decent-sized bases from time to time on the rest of the journey, they are only bases of small and medium-sized teams and have little impact on them. Whether you pay them to move out or directly merge with them, the impact will not be significant. On the 15th day, the huge fleet swept away the wild monsters and anomalies on the road and returned to Li Qing's personal base. Li Qing calculated a bit, and he was afraid that it would be more than half a year when he left. Fortunately, the base was not attacked, and the few warships left behind were still there, but a few transport ships were missing. After checking the records, it turned out that they encountered wandering monsters. The impact is not significant. Just a few small transport ships. The debris and ores collected in the past 6 months add up to more than 40 billion. The fleet stopped on the planet track. Many members of the army looked at the 4 types of planets that had been transformed in the first time. Wang Yanqing glanced at some residual transformation facilities on the planet. Director Li Qing, have you transformed this planet? He shook his head and laughed. How is this possible? I don't have the ability to rebuild it from scratch. Ding Yuyi said. Look at these remaining transformation facilities, and some debris on the planet. This doesn't seem to be the style of any of the 3 civilizations. Everyone immediately noticed the highlight, and Duan Qian asked in surprise. Is it difficult? There are 4th alien civilization in this star domain? The crowd seemed to be stunned, looking up at Li Qing, and he nodded. This star domain should indeed have the 4th alien civilization, but it should be extinct. Ding Yanqing asked immediately. If there is the 4th alien civilization, there should be a mother star. Do Mr. Li Qing know where the mother star of that civilization is? Have no idea. He shook his head. The residual information I have collected now does not have the position of its mother star. Even I haven't figured out what kind of alien ethnic group is, and it is unclear that land raw aquatic or breastfeeding limbs, etc. But I personally speculate that the mother star of this alien civilization is likely to be in the galaxy in the isolation interference band. Oh! Everyone lost interest in an instant. If it is in the isolation interference band, there is no way. That place is a restricted area that even advanced ships with level 6 technology cannot enter. And so far no one has successfully entered and explored it. When the outpost base was established, Ji Minyu had already sent the team to explore the team. There was no following. Obviously it was impossible to enter. The large fleet was parked on the track of the 4th type of planet. Li Qing returned to the base and passed the entire galaxy and nearby galaxy to the Legion he had collected before. Yan Chumping, Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruoyang, Deng Wu, Li Lai Liqi and others. Each led his fleet to leave the galaxy and went to the nearby galaxy to explore the map. Li Qing had insufficient strength before. All the galaxies around him were just around. Some places where monsters gathered. or some of the abnormalities that had been refreshed for a long time. He did not dare to pass. Now that the Legion is moving its headquarters here, it naturally has to clean up the place. First reconnaissance. The small stock monsters that can clean the monsters first clean up. The big stock monsters or abnormalities that can't be hit first marked on the star map. After the cleaning, the main fleet of the Legion was cleaned. As for several major shareholders, they also have tasks. Wang Yanqing and Ding Yuran will lead their fleets to clear out the monsters in the galaxy first, including those in planetary orbits. At the same time, if the advanced fleet finds any abnormalities that cannot be overcome, they will unite to eliminate them. Li Qing and UUFA were busy releasing all the belongings of the Legion players and the players affiliated with the Legion that had been previously collected into the Palm universe. There were so many players' personal bases plus a bunch of supplies, adding up to more than 4,000 large and small transport ships and industrial ships. There were so many things that needed to be transported that they could not be transported all at once normally. But with the universe in the palm of your hand, you can transport everything here at once. More than 4,000 transport ships were released from the door of the black hole, squeezing a star area nearby. The fleet channel was noisy and chaotic. Some of them were looking for their own ships. Some of them were lamenting that the deputy army commander was too good. Some were looking for someone to establish a joint personal base. There are many, many more. The monster group that Li Qing did not dare to provoke the planet track was swept on the spot under the command of Li Yuan, the servant of the light, and slaughtered the light in one breath. Li Qing came to UUFA's warship. The star map of this galaxy was rolled out, which was a stereo galaxy projection. She was in a wonderful posture in galaxy projection, and her fingers drew a circle in one of them, saying, "This orbit position is not far from the orbit position of this 4 types of planets. Let scientists calculate the star's gravitational parameters and determine the position of the most suitable for establishing a star castle." Li Qing nodded and said, "No problem. It can be done in a day." Without doing too much research on this issue, UUFA quickly changed the subject and pulled a planet in the projection with her finger. The planet expanded rapidly. It was this 4th type planet. She pulled the planet to rotate and said to him, "This planet seems to have been transformed. It has a complete atmosphere. There is ice in the planet. Simple observations have found that there are simple bacteria and a small amount of moss on the surface of the planet. In fact, it has reached the standard of livable life. But it is not suitable for human livability." She thought for a moment and asked, "The environment of this planet is good among the 4 types of planets. The difficulty of transformation is not high. I think it can actually be transformed comprehensively instead of only transforming one colonial city." Li Qing pinched his chin and said, "In fact, it is better to transform a comprehensive transformation, or to only transform one colonial city. I have no opinion. The main reason is that we have no money. We are not even enough for the first step of immigration. You know, we not only have to rebuild the Legion headquarters, but also develop our strength. 2 years from now is a critical time for us. And during this period a large amount of funds will inevitably be used to build a fleet. In addition, I still owe 1,500 billion foreign debt to pay back. And I don't know how much money can be squeezed out." UUFA said in a deep voice. "It is true that there is a lot of financial pressure. But pressure can sometimes also be motivation. Who knows what will happen before the dust settles? We can give it a try. It's okay to try. Sometimes pressure can be a driving force." Li Qing thought of the several money-making cards in his hand and felt eager to try them out. Chapter 98. Digging a grave again. Giant mechanical creation. The most profitable whole card is the casting furnace of light. It can convert some material into another material when consuming a certain energy or material. He can directly acquire the ore collected by all the members of the Legion, and the ore picked by the individual players under the name of the Legion. Regardless of the mine, it is converted into high-value substances and sold in batches by transforming melting furnaces. High-value materials are valuable in themselves. If they are converted into a batch of materials needed by the outpost, they can be sold at a higher price. A 20% premium is not a problem. And these are all extra income. Another contribution of money is shipbuilding. He has 2 years of development time. During this period, he will form a team of super scientists to conduct research on the 2nd-generation frigate mother chip. And it is estimated that there will be progress. If the 2nd-generation frigate can be upgraded to the 3rd-generation frigate mother chip, then he can continuously build cannon fodder frigates to make money. There are unlimited drawings. And the supercater is also available. Shipbuilding materials are transformed at any time. All self-sufficient. And maximum profits. Li Qing was quite tempted by UFA's proposal. Indeed, the gap between a colonial city and a colonial planet is quite large. The resources that a colonial city can provide are limited. But the resources that a colonial planet can provide are beyond ordinary people's imagination. The most important thing is that having a developed colonized planet in the early stages will give you a big advantage. Zutter is too far away from Tianjin. It takes 4 months to go back and forth. If it is a large caravan, it is common to take half a year for a round trip. In addition, the road has to pass through the pirate area, so the cost of transportation is very high. If we develop a colonized planet here, we can make a lot of money even if we just provide the most basic food and various light industrial consumables, without doing anything else. In the future, the 3 major civilizations are defeated, and 7 or 8 life planets need to be developed, and the demand is even more outrageous. Is it fast to transport supplies from the distant Jin men? Or is it fast to purchase materials locally? Then let's develop it comprehensively. Li Qing made up his mind and said, when Yuran comes back, remind her not to sell all the minerals collected by the army. Store them all there. They will be of great use to me. In the following days, after completely clearing out the nearby wild monsters, Li Qing invited 2 physics masters and an engineering master from the palm-sized universe research area to study for a few days, determine the fixed position of the star fortress, and then pulled the disassembled main body of the star fortress out of the palm-sized universe and began to fix it. The 4 star fortress accessories were relocated to the 4 corners of the star fortress body and rewelded. The star fortress is now just an empty SHL. It has been completely looted, including the weapons and general accessories installed in the star fortress. All of them have been moved away, and it needs to be reconfigured to restore its combat effectiveness. But there is no need to rush about this now. The entire Legion fleet is here, so there is no problem with safety, and there is no need to rush to re-equip weapons. First relocate the star fortress, and then build the maintenance dock and anchorage, industrial area, warehouse area, etc. A large number of industrial ships are in place, and collect the wreckage of warships floating on the planet track together. It used to take Li Qing 7 or 8 years to collect the wreckage by himself. But now, with the help of the Legion, it is estimated that it will only take about half a year to complete the collection. After finishing these, Li Qing handed the remaining work to UFA, the chief executive. These were her jobs. He was the chief of military affairs, and there was no need for him to interfere in the affairs of the Legion. After the handover, he led a small fleet to the satellite on the other side of the galaxy, where the half-dug underground base was located. The fleet stopped in orbit. He checked the records left by the garrison, and saw that everything had been normal for the past 6 months, and there was nothing unusual. The new headquarters of the Legion has been put down, and the construction headquarters has little to do with him later. Li Qing prepared time to spend time to complete the epic continuous task chain on his hand to see if you can dig a good thing. The cutting at the second floor exit had stopped a long time ago, but this time it came back and continued cutting. But before cutting it open, he sent out an entire battalion of mechanized armored troops to surround the second floor exit and prepare for battle. The spark of welded in the sky was splattered, and the huge circular export with a diameter of hundreds of meters was cut into a circle. But the cut part was not falling. Instead, it continued to cover the exit like a manhole cover, and the monitoring equipment was not monitored to have any abnormal sound below. Li Qing sat in a battleship outside the planet's orbit, staring closely at the exit that was about to be cut off on the surveillance screen. About half a minute later, the last trace of cutting, the sparks disappeared, and the underground base recovered. Continue. A industrial ship that was placed in the universe exit of the universe on the first floor of the underground base shot a traction beam to suck up the huge alloy cover of nearly 100 meters, slowly exposing a huge passage under the manhole cover. The passage was dark, and Li Qing ordered the probe lights above the head to turn on. When the dazzling light was illuminated in the dark passage, a blue laser with a thick waste was sprayed out of the dark passage, and the probation lamp was shattered. Alert! The battle camp commander was ordered to fight at any time at any time. At the same time, Li Qing's instructions came from the ear. Prepare for battle. The warning battalion commander made a response as soon as possible, and then saw that the mechanical combat platform surrounded by the surrounding was shot to the center. A few seconds later, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the dark passage. A laser shot out and pierced through the black shadow, causing it to spin and fall. With the help of the searchlight, it was seen to be a mechanical creature that looked like an octopus. The next second, countless metal octopuses spewed out from the channel and rushed in all directions like a fountain, shooting. Around the channel, there are 5 large-scale mechanical armored combat platforms, 20 small mechanical armored combat platforms, and a large number of early-built defensive industrial surround channels. Each large mechanical armored combat platform contains a main gun with a power no less than that of an small naval gun, 8 secondary guns, 16 small short-range missile launchers, 16 close and defense machine guns, 64 Gauss machine guns, and 100 soldiers equipped with fully automatic Gauss rifles, or sniper rifles, and other heavy weapons. Small mechanical armored combat platforms contain 4-door sub-artillery, 8-door small short-range missile launchers, 4-door near machine guns, 16 Gaussian machine guns, and 20 soldiers. The horrible firepower broke out in an instant, and the mechanical makers sprayed out of the passage crushed. The level of weapons is 2 generations higher, which is not a level of crushing at all. The mechanical creation sprayed from the channel is used to a metal octopus. The subject is larger than ordinary people. It is 2 meters long. There are 8 metal tentacles with thick thighs on the body. There is a laser or metal bullet on the top of the tentacles. If facing the level of science and technology at the same level, this stuff should be difficult to deal with. But under the crushing of the 5th generation technology weapons, the steady stream of octopus mechanical creation is constantly crushing like tofu. This is a great design. Li Qing smacked his lips and became slightly interested. The endless stream of octopus mechanical creations continued to pour in for nearly an hour before slowly becoming sparse. I don't know if it was because they could not break out or were about to be killed, but they became fewer and fewer until they were not seen for a long time. Li Qing ordered the troops to be on alert, and then used industrial ships to collect a large amount of broken debris and put it into the palm of his hand universe. He transported it to the engineering department of the scientific research area and handed it over to one of the light servant scientists to study it. He was quite interested in this thing, not in its technological content, but in its design and structure. It has almost no technological content, but its design and structure are very interesting and very suitable for the construction of unmanned combat machinery. The design of a human star drone is a ball, which can open the SHL from any angle to expose the artillery mouth attack. The power is extremely good. The structure of this drone from an unknown civilization is very interesting. It is composed of a large number of small structures, and can be reassembled into different forms to deal with different enemies when needed. Even in the most extreme cases, pull the body into a long and thin metal chain and pass through a small hole. Technology does not require it. So he asked his super scientists to extract the structural design concept of this drone to see if they could design a similar combat drone that incorporates 5th generation technology. But that is a matter for the future. Now the main thing is to finish digging this underground base and see if there are any good things. More than a dozen unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew into the passage and went down all the way, reaching the end about 500 or 600 meters. Then the images transmitted by the drones at the end surprised Li Qing greatly. Going down this passage, there is actually a huge underground city with tall buildings. But there are no living creatures to be seen. Only robots with all kinds of strange appearances? Yes, all the residents in the city are robots. When numerous aircraft appeared over the city, shrill alarms were heard from inside the city. And then the robots on the streets quickly ran to the nearest buildings and hid inside. Robot Kingdom? Li Qing was quite surprised and ordered a battalion of robot assault troops and a battalion of clones to go down first on the troop transport ship. However, the troops just landed on a building on the top of the city, and the robot assault team suddenly received an unknown communication. Li Qing connected. A special mechanical room projection appeared in front of him. The computer room is very large and extremely empty. Through the lights in the surrounding metal walls, you can see that there are many grooves on the wall, and there seems to be something inside. Thick metal chains hung down from the sky and gathered in a huge crystal ball in the center. Faint blue light could be seen on the chain slowly pouring into the crystal ball. Li Qing carefully looked at that the rich blue flowing in the crystal ball is constantly rotating, and constantly aggregate different forms. A cold mechanical voice passed over. Unknown civilization. Please accept the residue of a civilized residue who has perished. Li Qing's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you under this base?" As you guessed, I'm under the space. Which civilization are you from? How long have you been extinct? My civilization is called the Mesa Consortium. A young civilization that died young. Li Qing's eyes lit up, and he asked with great interest, "Can you tell me how your civilization is extinct?" The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Sorry. This is a past that is prohibited. I have already sealed this memory, and now I can't answer it." "Well?" Li Qing squeezed his chin and asked again, "Then you contact me now. What do you want to do?" The mechanical voice returned immediately. "I am a residual of the dead civilization. My civilization has withdrawn from the stage of interstellar and cannot return. I don't want someone to disturb us. If you can, please leave here." "Well, I can't agree with your request." Li Qing shook his head. "I found here a lot. I want to get some supplies and resources. I can't leave without any harvest. I can provide you with some resources." Li Qing pretended to be an accident. After thinking about it, he said, "What resources can you provide? I have a lot of metal here." "I don't want metal. What do you want?" "I am very interested in the drone I just met. I wonder if you have that kind of drone design mother chip." "No." "Then I am very interested in the current situation of your civilization. I promise how to study the situation of the city." "No." "Then I'm quite interested in your current situation. Can I study it?" "No." "This is not possible." "That's not okay. You make me difficult to do." The corner of Li Qing's mouth was raised and showed a touch of evil smile. "It's better to grab you and study it again." He turned off the communication directly, reached out his fingers to open the universe in the palm again, and the other camp-level mechanical combat forces were called out. In addition, the 10,000 alien forces assembled, and one was pushed into the potholes. When the shuttle passes through the passage, when the passage appears over the city, the top of the buildings in the city of the underground alien city's deformation and separation, exposing the artillery mouth to the sky. "I said something wrong?" Li Qing laughed and opened the cosmic channel in the palm again. A light man who glowed came out of it and stretched out his hand. Buzz! The void sinks, and the vast spirit can converge, forming a huge storm to develop quickly. The servant of the light is Li Yuan. The body is the spiritual entity, and the spiritual can be strengthened after the point of light. Before he is rely on him to command the fleet. He is actually a very powerful spirituality. A wave of storms covered by more than 10 kilometers. The entire underground city was directly crushed by the storm, and countless electronic machinery equipment collapsed on the spot, and the entire mechanical city stopped. After the lingering storm was swept away, the underground city was quiet, and a large number of high-rise buildings collapsed directly. Only then did it find that it was a mechanical fortress. A large number of robots hidden inside were stiffened in place. After nearly 10 minutes, the communication light came on again. Li Qing answered the call, but all he saw was a blood-red mess of codes. A solemn mechanical voice sounded. "Instructions are mixed up. Finally, the monitoring agreement is chaotic. Start correction. Error 058110. Correct success, and start executing the final clearance agreement." Chapter 99 Ancient Mechanical Rising. The communication was automatically disconnected. And then the underground city suddenly rolled, and the large metal building in the central city of the city suddenly began to distort, and the ground arched, as if there were any giants drilled out of the ground. Li Qing quickly ordered the cannon fodder troops and the exotic forces that were invested to evacuate, and then started the door of the black hole. Frigates flew out of it and parked over the underground city. Li Yuan took over the fleet for the first time, and Li Qing ordered, "I want to capture its defense. I want to catch it. Your will is my will." As soon as the warship came out, it was a round of SH. Ling at the central arch. The large gun-class laser column easily penetrates the slowly rising metal walls, and it has a huge hole. A large number of metal buildings are distorted and transformed into a super mechanical tentacle with a diameter of 10 kilometers in diameter. The structure of its structure is rapidly changing. The top structure is rapidly transformed into a cannon. Boom, boom, boom. 7 consecutive laser hit the same part, connected the mechanical tentacles to 7 huge gaps into one piece. And it was difficult to maintain only a small amount of metal structure. It only squeaked. The other half of the huge mechanical tentacles fell on the spot, hitting the ground heavily, but quickly distorted into a smaller octopus mechanical monster. As the whole city slowly dismantled in the loud noise, the entire city was destroyed and disappeared instantly, and replaced by a super large mechanical maker in the ground slowly emerged. It is as expected. When seeing the background structure behind the channel, Li Qing had this guess. This so-called city is actually just a cover performance. There must be Qian Kun in the inside. He originally thought it was any powerful robot at the bottom of the ground. Now it seems that it is not an imaginary robot, but a strong mechanical ascendant. Prepare to evacuate. Quickly open the door of the black hole. And the servant of light was a spiritual storm. The riot city was relieved by the impact of spiritual storms. And many subordinates took the opportunity to evacuate quickly. That thing is a whole city. And the body is estimated to be larger than a battleship. And it will definitely not be able to fight in a narrow ground environment. All the fleets and subordinates were taken away. And the battleship groups that were parked on the satellite track quickly settled in place. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 10 rough neutron light spears directly penetrated into the ground. And in invisible fluctuations were swept away. The dazzling neutron feathers rushed out in the next second. The bombarded base fragments melted quickly in the hot neutron feathers. 10 seconds later, the second wave of hundreds of LSOD neutron launchers opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of neutron beams slightly smaller than neutron light spears blasted into the ground, bursting out with even hotter energy, piercing through the base. The terrifying neutron high-energy energy melted a huge pit in the center of the base. In the loud noise of the sky, a broken huge mechanical tentacle struggled to rush out. The top of the tentacle quickly changed a cannon mouth, and the blue energy began to gather. And this is just the beginning. With the huge mechanical tentacles extending, the cannon mouths are aligned with the sky. Sure enough, it is a mechanical ascendant. And it is the second stage. A total of 8 huge mechanical tentacles were stored at the same time. The data from the detector showed that its power reached the power level of the light spear of the X super large main gun particle, which is equivalent to the power of 8 battleships. He reached out and pointed, and a black hole above the pothole quickly opened the diameter of 30 kilometers, covering the entire potholes directly. Half a minute later, the 8 hot particles shot into the universe in the palm of the palm. Li Qing quickly reached out and closed the black hole, and then opened a door of the same black hole after 2 seconds. A turbulent high-temperature particle sprayed out of it, accompanied by a severe shock, and instantly drowned the 8 huge mechanical tentacles shaking in the potholes. Seeing all this, Li Qing reached out to look at his palm, and laughed. Sure enough, this is a way of using the universe in the palm of the palm. Open the attack of the black hole goalkeeper's attack on the attack. Its attack will open a passage in a very short time in the palm of the universe in a very short time, and the enemy attack will fly from the front. At this time, as long as you open a new exit in the enemy's face, it is equivalent to the enemy attacking himself. However, this kind of operation can only be used on X-slot kinetic weapons and missiles, because there is a 2 or 3 second interval between opening the palm-sized universe channel twice in succession. Only when the main gun of the X-slot has a long enough range will there be time for this operation. The range of small and medium-sized weapons is too close, and time is not as good as this, and it is limited to missiles and kinetic weapons. Energy weapons such as light spears have a speed of light speed, 300,000 kilometers per second, and there is no time to transfer. Just now, when the door of the black hole was opened again, it was sprayed with the high temperature of the explosive particles, and the power was not great. Moreover, this operation is only limited to your own line of sight. It cannot be operated if it is too far away. The overall evaluation is a bit useless, but it is good for blocking artillery and saving lives. 2 minutes later, the second round of neutron light spears completed their energy accumulation and blasted down, turning the pit into a terrifying neutron melting pit again. The guy quickly fought back, but was taken away by him using the universe in his palm. Then 2 minutes later, it was the third round of fire. 2 huge tentacles were disconnected on the spot. The counterattack was not accidentally taken away by him. In this way, a full 10 rounds of round and forth. The rigid bangs broke all the mechanical tentacles and lost the resistance of resistance. At this time, Li Qing considered it and continued to bombard a few waves. But it was not using a neutron light spear, but the neutron transmitter of the L-slot, bombing his mechanical body for a layer. There is no resistance at all. Although this guy is strong. An individual has 8x sync particles light spear, and its body structure is also stronger than a battleship. However, the science and technology level of its body is in 3 generations of technology. The strength is inevitable in the face of the fleet. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy has been staying on this satellite. It seems that it is not a combat mechanical body, and the ability to improve its galaxy cannot escape. The continuous bombing lasted for nearly 10 minutes, until the outer armor was blown apart layer by layer, eventually revealing the riddled core structure, a huge metal sphere with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer. At this time, Li Qing ordered the bombardment, and then transferred to 10 large industrial ships to use a trailer to force this appearance without a trace of metal ball forcibly income in the universe in the palm of the palm. At this point, the second level of the underground base has been dug out, and an alien individual that appears to have undergone a second-stage mechanical ascension has been dug out. In addition, there are a large number of individual structures and various metals in the underground base. This is not wasteful. A large number of excavation machines are excavated one by one. He continuously bombarded the 10-wave neutron light spear, and he bombarded through the ground in one breath. He was sure that he had no omissions. Li Qing ordered the fleet to withdraw and return to the base. It was also because he was able to cheat. If other players wanted to dig up this grave, they would have to pay a huge price. If they were not strong enough and did not have a fleet of more than 5 battleships, they would not be able to dig it up at all. The army cannot fight. The outside fleet is not strong enough. The fleet withdrew back to the base, and Li Qing directly entered the palm-sized universe. The smooth metal balls floated in the cold void, and the surface was slightly floating on the surface. Li Qingfei carefully looked at a little near the metal ball, reached out to finger, and a laser was like a laser. Boom! An almost inaudible sound was heard, and then the blue light on the surface of the metal ball suddenly exploded and quickly turned red. In the red light, there were countless back and end lines on the surface of the metal ball, which quickly turned into countless metal small cubes, such as the collapse quickly sinking and changing. It disappeared in just 10 seconds. Instead, it was a weird structure composed of countless metal small cubes. It looked like a monster with a 4-legged 4 arms. The instructions are chaotic. The final monitoring mode starts. The monitoring agreement is chaotic. Start correction. Error 058110. Correct success, and start executing the final clearance agreement. The chest red light was bright, and a large amount of metal cubes changed for a while to form a circular hole, and the red energy inside was sprayed. TSK. Have you lost your mind? The danger that Lingning needs to face is those dangerous existence in the virtual realm. The risk that the mechanical ascension needs to face is some faults that may occur after the upload of consciousness. And the data is confusing, because the essence of mechanical rising is uploading their own consciousness like data. That is, it is mechanical. That is naturally possible to cause failure. If consciousness is transformed into data, the data may be confusing, commonly known as crazy. There is only one result of the disordered mechanical data, which is to indiscriminately attack everything it sees. This is very similar to those of some mechanical extinction politics, but it is more thorough. At least the Ironheart exterminators mostly only target organic life forms. They can still communicate with fellow mechanical individuals, but they are completely unable to communicate with mechanical individuals with disordered data, and will destroy anyone they see. Therefore, Li Qing had no nonsense, but just reached out again and pressed again. In the palm of the universe, the spiritual storm, that was up to millions of spiritual energy into a horrible spiritual storm, was bombarded. I saw a twisted spirit that swept through the mechanical monsters. The mechanical monsters that were stored were shaking. Sparks burst between small metal cubes. The structure of a small metal block collapsed directly, turning into countless individual metal small cubes and paralyzing in the void. With a wave of his hand, countless metal cubes the size of eggs spread out over hundreds of kilometers. He walked to the center of the metal cube platform and picked up a small metal cube that was exactly the same as the surrounding metal platforms, but contained a trace of extremely powerful will. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing is the core of the mechanical ascender of this unknown alien civilization. When he picked up this thing and severed the connection with the surrounding metal blocks, the countless tiny metal blocks covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers collapsed instantly and turned into fine iron sand all over the sky. Li Qing thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand. Iron ore flew up into the sky and turned into a sand dragon. It drilled into a black hole and reappeared in the light-casting furnace. He turned around and took a step forward, and appeared again in the scientific research area and engineering experiment area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. At this time, the scientific research area has entered the right track, and many scientists and scientific apprentices have been in place, and are studying in accordance with the instructions of several chief scientists and tasks. Li Qing had a good understanding before that the main research topic was related to the third-generation CRISPR chip. The main body of the research is done by several top scientists, while these ordinary scientists and apprentices are responsible for some not-so-difficult problems. Although this research is very advanced, the most advanced part lies in the theory and overall design. When it comes to certain small categories, there are problems that do not require a very high IQ, or scientific research problems that only require spending time on comparison, which can be done by ordinary scientists and apprentices. This time, he did not give the core to the scientist of the light. Now those who have important tasks have important tasks, and no one among them has research on the robot. He looked through the list of general scientists and found one with robotics expert skills. Then, there was a finger. The point stone became gold, and instantly changed from an ordinary scientist to a gold-famous servant. To be honest, this group of light servants are lucky. Li Qing now has no choice but to choose them. When immigrants are successful in the future, they have their own people and schools. At that time, the Order of Light will be selected from those geniuses of the blue names. This whiteboard talent will basically have no chance in the future. After the point of order is successful, this robot expert skill named Qin Guangli's light is instantly transformed from the whiteboard talent to a golden talent. Li Qing gave him this core small block, and let him find a way to rewrite the data of the chaos in the core of the core, and then extract the data. Qin Guangli took the core, and a spiritual light in his pupils sprayed out the core of the mechanical core, and nodded a little. Please wait a little about the son of the star. I first rewrite the underlying data code to replace the underlying codes that had been wrong in the core. This takes about an hour. Li Qing, who was about to leave, was surprised to ask, 1 hour? So fast? Qin Guanli nodded. The second stage mechanical ascendant is not weak, but the bottom code of his architecture is only the level of the third level of civilization. At this time, he has lost any resistance. It is not difficult to replace the code. Li Qing was clear and nodded. That's it. Then you can do it. I'll wait for a while. As soon as the mind was moved, the body disappeared, and the area where the melting furnace was located in the casting furnace of the light appeared again. Although the entire furnace area only has one material conversion furnace, it is actually very large, and the area it occupies is no smaller than the entire warehouse area. In other words, this furnace of light is a super furnace with a diameter of up to 1,000 kilometers, and the maximum conversion limit can be said to be ridiculously large. There is a small storage area at each of the 4 corners of the circular furnace, and the converted materials will be automatically transported to the storage area. Chapter 100 Epic Consecutive Mission Next Step. This warehouse area is only a very small part of the warehouse area that comes with the super furnace itself, and there is still a large warehouse area that has not yet been unlocked. Once unlocked later, the converted materials will be directly stored in the warehouse area. However, the storage location of the material transformed by the melting furnace is not here. Most of the common metals are transmitted directly to another warehouse area. The capacity of the warehouse area here is too small, and only some rare materials are stored. There are always some rare mines in the transformed minerals. These rare mines are transformed into ordinary metals and cannot be drawn, so they can be purified separately. There are small warehouses here, and there are fewer accumulation. Li Qing came here specifically because the iron sand thrown into the furnace of light turned into some kind of super rare metal. So he came here specially. That batch of fine sand was mostly metal, but there was a small amount of active metal in it. After complete purification, a mass of living metal as big as a head and like silica gel was obtained. The so-called live metal is a super rare substance, similar to memory metal, but more amazing than memory metal. Memory metals have limits, and live metals have no limit. Mechanical creations containing living metal can be restored to their original state no matter how they are destroyed, and the speed of restoration depends on the amount of living metal contained. But the prerequisite is that there is someone controlling it. The body of this mechanical ascender contains living metal, so any great loss can theoretically be restored quickly. Unfortunately, Li Qing was taken into the palm of his hand and had no power to resist. After being exploded, the core was taken away, and these structures containing live metals were scattered on the spot. Reaching out and squeezing the living metal that was as soft as Nizi, Li Qing's mind moved, and a large amount of minerals temporarily piled up in the uninhabited void somewhere in the Palm universe were pulled by invisible forces into the newly opened black hole under the ore pile. and directly fell into the light casting furnace. And then, Li Qing's mind moved, and the living metal in his hand suddenly began to wriggle. And under his will, it formed a silver-white cube. Then, 1,000-kilometer diameter was like the planet's casting of light. A white gas was sprayed around the melting furnace. The ore with 100 million tons in the melting furnace was completely decomposed into nothingness, and then converted into a bit of silver-white blocks. This silver and white blocks are very small. One is only as large as sesame, but they are all living metals. After these countless tons of ore are broken down and all the tiny dots are combined, we will get a tiny bit of living metal as big as an egg. Nana, can't come here. So much mineral energy could be worth billions, just to transform such a tiny amount of living metal. Although this ultra-rare metal is expensive and extremely valuable, it is not cost-effective to convert it directly from its ore. You have to change a way. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm and opened the star map to check. The newly updated star map showed that there was an asteroid belt in the galaxy 2 jumps west of the headquarters galaxy. So he took a battleship and set off. The warship was commanded by the Servant of the Light and set the scheduled target location. Li Qing returned to the hand of the universe in the palm. At this time, the robotic expert Qin Guangli had successfully rewritten the underlying code. Do it now. Li Qing was sitting outside the laboratory, watching the operations inside through a layer of high-strength glass. Qin Guangli suspended the core in the air and started some unknown experimental equipment. His hands controlled something on a virtual screen. Strings of golden light composed of data codes flew out from all directions and fell into the suspended core. Each data code is invested, and red lightning will jump out on the core surface of the mechanical. On the surface, this looks like red lightning, but it is actually also made up of code. Every time a golden light is invested, a red lightning code is replaced by popping up, and a red line on the core surface of the mechanical core will be replaced by the golden lines, which looks extremely fantasy. About 10 minutes. When the last golden light was shot into the core of the machine, the last red lightning exploded, and all the lines on the surface were covered by gold. Even Li Qing, who didn't understand this, also knew that the bottom code of the core of the machine had been completely replaced. At this time, Qin Guangli looked back at Li Qing and asked, "Your Majesty, you can now determine the core virtual image." Li Qing understood what he meant, thought for a moment, and said, "Use a continuous rotation cube." Qin Guangli nodded. Can. The fingers were continuously controlled on the virtual screen. Soon the core surface of the mechanical core flashed, and a golden light flew out of the shape of a third-order golden-colored Rubik's Cube at a super-fast speed. You can continue to modify. No need. The shape is fine like this. You can add some starry sky images on the surface. Okay. Qin Guangli modified it for a while. The Rubik's Cube lines quickly condensed, and the surface of the star sea slowly appeared on the surface. When the final form is formed, the Rubik's Cube quickly narrowed and eventually incorporated into the core surface of the mechanical. And the core of the mechanical also changed into the appearance of the Rubik's Cube slowly. At this time, Qin Guangli closed the equipment and took the Rubik's Cube to Li Qing. "Your Majesty, the bottom code has been reconstructed, and this can be used as the core reconstruction warfare." Li Qing waved his hand. "Leave it here with you first, and move out all the information in the database to see what's there." Qin Guangli nodded and activated the mechanical core. The virtual form of the Rubik's Cube reappeared. After a series of operations, a series of virtual lightning struck the Rubik's Cube, and it will slowly awakened. The naked eye can be visible to the virtual Rubik's Cube lines brighter and solid, and a sound sounds out of thin air. "Dear owner, serve you here." Li Qing nodded and said, "Share your database. As you wish." A string of code emerged on the light curtain and quickly transformed into a text that Li Qing could understand. The third generation of robotic manufacturing technology. The third generation light industry manufacturing technology. The third generation Gauss weapon manufacturing technology. The third generation metallurgical melting technology. Klongman manufacturing technology. Third generation gene modulation technology. Prosthetic transformation technology. The theoretical technology of mechanical rising. Third generation battle-type octopus robot, unique, manufacturing technology. There are more than 30 technologies in Linlin, which roughly covers a set of war industrial system. Theoretically, with this set of technology, as long as there is sufficient resources, you can develop a war-related robot. To say that civilization is not enough It can be regarded as a wandering wild mechanical forces. The most valuable inside is the theoretical technology of mechanical flying, and the unique combat octopus robot manufacturing technology. Other technologies are a bit outdated compared to human technology, and can only be used as a reference. These technologies do not belong to the parent chip. They belong to the technology owned by Number Zero, and can only be used by Number Zero. Research. Fortunately, Number Zero was a purple-named top scientist before the mechanical ascension, which has the ability to do scientific research. Li Qing asked him to stay in the scientific research room first, and follow the servant of the light. At this stage, he had not accumulated enough active metals at hand. After that, he also needed a group of high-intensity special metals to cast his body for him. Prior to that, he could learn advanced human technologies and wait for the same way. Coming out of the Palm universe, Li Qing took out the Epic Quest Chain token. The small and exquisite golden spaceship that looked like a work of art lit up, and a beam of light flew out from the top of the spaceship and unfolded. A closer look revealed a new and unfamiliar set of coordinates. He knows that this is the next step of this epic mission chain. He sent a message to UFA and Ding Yuzheng, arranged a task, and then the fleet left the new headquarters galaxy. Continue to go north. The new coordinates have a distance of 70 or 80 light years. The more the galaxy environment in the north is getting worse. Not only is the thickness of the nebula getting thicker and thicker, but also the inexplicable magnetic field in the interference band is becoming more and more powerful. This has led to many galaxies unable to jump and can only pass through with submissions. Well, except for Psionic Leap. The Lingning transition is to locate through the ubiquitous virtual realm, and its porting penetration power is equivalent to the 6th generation transition engine. However, it can only be transmitted in a short distance, and the galaxy still needs coordinate positioning. A destroyer rushed alone. Although the frigate was more flexible and smaller, the hull was not strong enough, and the risk ability was too low. Once it was in danger, it was easy to set the ship on the spot. Anyway, the fleet is stored in the universe in the Palm, and it can be summoned at any time from the north of the New Jialan galaxy. After passing through 3 galaxies, he had reached the boundary galaxy of the team's cleanup period, and the team fleet had not yet cleared. As soon as I passed through the wormhole, the red warning lights in the battleship bridge had a masterpiece. The warship that was ready to be covered by the spirit was long starting the spiritual transmission to disappear in place, and it appeared again in the starry sky more than 1,000 kilometers away. At this time, the warship's sensor radar scanning was seen that the fascinating fleet of 4 pirate cruisers and 30 pirate gunboats were lying in the door of the worm cave. Is the monster so cunning now? At the star domain near the outpost base, there are rarely the monsters who deliberately block the door and ambush. The destroyer continued to move forward, flexibly dodging various wild monsters along the way, alternating between sublight speed and normal sailing from time to time. And it took almost 2 days to cross a galaxy. My head hurts. The speed was so slow that he was speechless. But there was nothing he could do, as the double interference here was too serious. He traveled slowly like this, and before he knew it, half a month had passed, and he had finally arrived at the galaxy shown in the coordinates. The interference here is already very serious. It took him 4 days to finally pass through this galaxy. Li Qingdu is already considering that if he finishes digging this pit, and the next coordinate is still deeper, he will have to go back to the outpost base first, and equip a warship with a strong anti-interference configuration before exploring again. Otherwise the efficiency will be too slow. It was not slow to go back. Before he came, he considered this, leaving a spiritual coordinate at the headquarters of the Xinjia Blue Steries, and a certain galaxy in the middle. At that time, the saints in the virtual realm were leaped back. Of course, as long as the coordinates are still kept, you can do the same thing next time you come. The warship passed through the wormhole, calm and quiet, and there was no ambush. But the destroyer just stopped at the entrance of the wormhole, and did not move for a long time. Li Qing stood in front of the bridge, concentrating on the image detected by the sensor radar in front of him. In the center of the circular detection screen was a wormhole with a green dot on it representing himself. But all around him were red dots representing the enemy. The radar footage showed that these were not pirates, but the same style of warships of the ancient wreckage of the Xinjia Blue Army headquarters. That is, the civilized warship that was once destroyed in ancient times. Because civilization has been destroyed, some wild monsters from the past civilizations will reappear in important areas where these civilizations were once active. For example, if humans are destroyed, many human fleet monsters will spawn in areas where a large number of humans were once active, such as Tianjin, outposts, etc. These monsters have nothing to do with human civilization, and are even hostile to humans, and will attack when they meet. The destroyer was parked in the same place for a long time. Li Qing released a large number of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from the universe in the palm, and at the same time replaced the ship from the destroyer to the Black Hawk frigates. The biggest advantages of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft are their speed and stealth. Their outer layer is coated with an anti-radar coating. Unless they are seen right in front of the naked eye, it is impossible for these monsters of unknown civilization to discover them with only level 3 technology. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that were sent out returned one by one, bringing him a large amount of images and data. He summarized these image materials one by one and viewed, and gradually understood the situation here. The red dots around here are patrol fleets, none of which are large in scale. Most of them are composed of 3 to 5 destroyers and 20 to 30 frigates. Among these numerous small reconnaissance fleets, there are also some large patrol fleets of considerable size, patrolling back and forth in this starry sky. It is worth mentioning that, according to the information currently available, although the warships in this galaxy all belong to the same civilization in terms of style, they belong to 2 different camps. The patrol team near the wormhole belongs to one camp, while the patrol team in the starry sky more than 400,000 kilometers away belongs to another camp. The 2 fleets of the same origin, but different camps occasionally have small-scale conflicts. So, how do we dig this grave? Li Qing took out the token again, and the coordinates popped up again, somewhere in the center of the galaxy. Let's pass first. The Black Hawk frigate flew silently in one direction, passing between the 2 patrol fleets. Like the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, these cruiser fleets did not discover the Black Hawk frigate tens of thousands of kilometers away. When it comes to a wide starry sky, the warship starts the transition engine into the sublight state and drives into the depths of the galaxy. An hour later, the frigate shook violently and forced its way out of sublight speed. At first, he thought it was intercepted, but the picture transmitted as soon as the warship broke through sublight speed scared Li Qing. He was not intercepted by the interception system, but that 2 large fleets were fighting. He was stopped by the interception force in the fighter fleet. Fortunately, the 2 large fleets that were fighting fiercely did not care about a frigate, except for the frigate that had just popped out of the sublight speed state and was discovered by several nearby warships and fired several missiles. He fled at an extremely fast speed and was not caught up. Chapter 101 Super Large Anomaly. After breaking away, they continued to move forward, but were intercepted again not long after going. This time, he was directly intercepted by a large patrol fleet. After discovering him, a large number of deep space fighters flew out from one of the cruisers to chase him. But with the bonus of Li Yuan's innate skills, even the space fighter could not catch up with the Black Hawk frigate for a while, and successfully broke away. After getting rid of the enemy this time, Li Qing did not continue on his way. Instead, he released 500 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and 100 frigates in one breath, targeting the entire galaxy. It's too annoying to keep stopping and starting like this, so I'd better scout the entire galaxy first. This batch of specially made unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has sublight speed and jump capabilities, but the jump range is extremely small, and is only suitable for jumping across galaxies and reconnaissance within galaxies. Then, after waiting for 5 full days, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and frigates returned one after another, bringing back reconnaissance data. Li Qing waited patiently for 10 whole days, and finally only more than 200 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and 75 frigates returned, bringing him a fairly detailed galaxy information. After reading the galaxy data, he immediately determined the coordinate location of this step in the continuous task chain, which was a super large anomaly on the second planet in the center of the galaxy. It was a star fortress belonging to an unknown civilization, surrounded by a large dock and a bunch of living stations. The star fortress also housed a huge fleet of more than 200 battleships. The so-called anomaly is a general term for all abnormal phenomena. The most common monsters in normal no man's sky are various wild monsters, the most common of which are pirate monsters. If it is in the sphere of influence of some alien civilization, some alien-related monsters will spawn. Wild monsters are mostly small and medium-sized fleets, which are weak and not very challenging. In addition to wild monsters, Some galaxies will occasionally refresh some big monsters, including large pirate fleets, heavily guarded military bases, large space stations, seemingly colonized planets, etc., collectively referred to as anomalies. At this time, the location shown by the coordinates has a large and heavily guarded military base, a large residential station and several small and medium-sized residential stations, as well as a colonized satellite. The images sent from the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft showed that the large military base was located above the orbit of the second planet in the galaxy. The only satellite of this large planet was an urban planet with high-rise buildings and robots everywhere. At first glance, it looks like a colony planet of an alien civilization, but in fact it is only part of a super-large anomaly. This urban planet is fake, and the alien population on it cannot be plundered. They will disappear if they leave the planet, or if the anomaly is destroyed. However, this military base is not the only super-large anomaly related to it. Information collected by unmanned reconnaissance aircraft shows that there is another super-large military base at the edge of this galaxy. Like the two fleets fighting he saw, the many large and small fleets fighting in the galaxy all belong to these two large military bases. And these two super-large anomalies were hostile. Of course, the enemy's hostility has nothing to do with him. And anomalies cannot be joined like camps. The coordinates of the epic continuous task chain are in the super-large anomaly inside the galaxy. Although this thing does not have a specific mission target, based on past experience, the high probability is to destroy this anomaly, which is a bit troublesome. It's not difficult. After all, there are 25 battleships and 150,000 aircraft under the command of Li Yuan, the Servant of Light. It is not difficult to destroy them. It's just too time-consuming. But there is no other way. There is no shortcut to deal with this super-large anomaly, and we can only confront it head-on. And we may have to deal with more than one side. Perhaps two super-large anomalies need to be fought. After a little consideration, Li Qing opened the channel to the universe in his palm, and a huge fleet slowly sailed out. With a total of 25 battleships, 2 cruisers, 21 destroyers, and 135 frigates, with the battleship as the core and other warships as escorts. They would then find an abnormal fleet nearby and kill it. Boom, boom, boom. 25 neutron light spears were divided into 2 concentrated fires, and the 2 cruisers were torn in 2 and sank on the spot. Then, under the command of Servant of Light Li Yuan, the fleet retreated slightly, waiting for the second round of neutron light spears to accumulate energy. Li Qing acted like a hands-off boss and only gave Li Yuan the order to use the non-destructive kite tactic and clear out the wild monsters in the galaxy first. Then he went to do some supporting work. However, he did not enter the palm-sized universe, but stayed outside to preside over the fleet, so that he could gain experience and improve the level of his naval command skills. Although there are servants of light to command, one still needs to brush up on one's own naval command skills sometimes. Hundreds of times the experience bonus. It would be a waste if you don't grind it. Then, every once in a while, I would enter the palm-sized universe, build a ship, and go back to the warehouse area to check on the progress. Scientific research progress, as well as the progress of land transformation in agricultural and pastoral areas. These sharp people seem to have accepted their fate at this point, and have begun to seriously transform the environment. And the results are visible to the naked eye. There are about 300,000 to 400,000 old sharp people who chose to transform into ancient trees when their lifespans were about to end. They became part of the agricultural and pastoral areas. These ancient trees transformed from the sharp people have a huge impact on the environment. The changes in the atmosphere and environment at these two levels are almost visible to the naked eye. The soil in many places can already grow some drought and salt-tolerant plants. This is a qualitative change, which means that the soil transformation has begun to show results. As long as the transformation continues for a period of time and the soil meets the standards, we can then start to establish agricultural and pastoral areas, and the investment can be quickly recovered. In addition, the scientific research team has made great progress in the analysis of frigate mother chips, and the progress is very fast. It is estimated that within a few months, this second-generation frigate mother chip can be upgraded to a third-generation frigate mother chip. For this reason, Li Qing gave this month's quota for the enlightenment of the Servant of Light to engineering, an enlightened and engineering scientist named Yi Qiyuan, whose specialty happened to be frigate-related. In addition, Li Qing also took some time to study various theory-related subjects and brush up on his theoretical skills and experience. Time flies, and before I knew it, 2 months have passed. After 2 months of almost non-stop fighting, Servant of Light Li Yuan's basic naval command skills were upgraded by 2 levels. He was able to reach level 21 on the 4th day after accumulating enough experience, and level 22 after 2 months of non-stop fighting. Li Qing followed along. His basic naval command skill was only level 9. But with 100 times experience bonus, he leveled up 4 levels in one breath, and now it has become level 13. But this is not the point. The point is that the agricultural area on the 6th floor and the animal husbandry area on the 7th floor in the warehouse area have undergone 2 months of renovation and have initially met the standards. Now some weeds have begun to grow inside. The next step is to add fertilizer. And then you can start planting the planting area and sowing grass seeds, waiting for them to take root and sprout. In addition, after 2 months of study, Mechanical Core Number 0 has initially mastered human technology related to robots and is already preparing to replicate some of the abilities it has mastered. In theory, it is possible to reproduce the technologies he has mastered, such as establishing a 3rd-generation robot manufacturing factory and mass-producing 3rd-generation robots. This includes its unique combat octopus robot. This rare combat robot still has room for improvement, combined with the materials of the human system. Its combat effectiveness is definitely much more difficult to deal with than before. At this stage, we are planning to build a production line on the 8th floor of the warehouse area to start production, and then check and debug the finished products. Once debugging is completed and it is confirmed that there are no problems, it will be mass-produced and used as cannon fodder for ground forces. In addition, 10 cruisers, 40 destroyers, and 400 frigates were built in these 2 months. Li Qing did not have these warships in the fleet, mainly because there were no extra crew members. He planned to return to the Legion and sell them to the Legion members after digging the grave. At this time in reality, the entire galaxy had been swept madly by the Servants of Light. Most of the wandering small fleets in the galaxy had been cleared out, leaving only a few large fleets. At this time, Li Qing stopped playing by the wayside, and after a brief rest, he began to operate on the super-large anomaly on the outskirts of the galaxy. This thing is just an anomaly, and not a real alien base. It has limited intelligence and is restricted by anomalies, so it is difficult to leave the refreshed galaxy. Otherwise it would have expanded everywhere long ago. The fleet stopped in the starry sky 150,000 kilometers away from the super-large anomaly, and the reconnaissance drones had already fully reconnaissance the situation of the super-large anomaly. This is a military base built on an asteroid at the edge of the galaxy. It is directly on the planet. The asteroid, which has a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers, is completely surrounded by a metal base, with artillery emplacements and missile launchers lined up on it. Just like a mechanical planet, an extremely large fleet is anchored in the planet's orbit, led by 260 battleships, including a total of 450 cruisers, 1,100 destroyers, and more than 9,000 frigates. In addition, this fleet also includes 4 huge mechanical ascended combat bodies. The so-called mechanical combat body is the super mechanical body in the 2nd floor of the underground base in the first round of the mission. It looks like a giant mechanical octopus, with 8 tentacles that can fire particle lances from the battleship's main gun. That is the mechanical ascension combat body, which is unique to mechanical ascenders. It is just like the mechanical war star with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers that was once integrated with the Star Sea Lord of human civilization, which is also a mechanical ascended war body. Just like the signature ability of psionic ascension is psionic storm, the signature ability of mechanical ascension is mechanical ascension combat body. Every mechanical ascender will strive to build a powerful mechanical combat body that belongs to him/herself. After ascension, the consciousness will be uploaded to the core of the mechanical combat body, and the mechanical combat body will become his/her own body. However, although in theory all mechanical ascenders can have their own mechanical combat bodies, mechanical combat bodies are super advanced combat tools and are extremely expensive. Referring to the combat power of the mechanical combat body of the number 0 mechanical core, the cost is comparable to that of several battleships combined. Ordinary mechanical ascenders do not have the ability to build them, so the mechanical ascendant battle body is something that all mechanical ascendants have only in theory. But in reality only a few capable mechanical ascendants can build it. Of course, if you don't have any aspirations, you can just get a cheap gangster. But the fighting power. It is worth mentioning that the battle body of a mechanical ascender is not unlimited in size. It does not mean that any mechanical ascender can create a mechanical battle star as big as a planet. That is impossible. Mechanical ascension is also divided into first stage ascension, second stage advanced ascension, and third stage super ascension. Ascenders of different levels can control combat bodies of varying strengths. For example, the core of the octopus-like mechanical combat body before the number 0 mechanical core has a diameter of about 1 kilometer, and its 8 tentacles are 5 or 6 kilometers long. This belongs to the second stage mechanical ascending combat body. This is just a rough division. Generally speaking, the limit of the second stage mechanical ascension combat body does not exceed 100 kilometers. The combat effectiveness of the second stage mechanical combat bodies generally exceeds that of conventional battleships, and the strongest is comparable to the Titan super flagship. However, the specifications of the 4 mechanical combat bodies of different shapes in front of us are not as strong as the number 0 mechanical core. The combat effectiveness should be equivalent to that of a Lore-class battleship, and definitely not up to the flagship level. Li Qing did not rush to take action immediately. The fleet stayed at a distance and waited for 2 days, carefully observing the situation of the base, especially the 4 mechanical combat bodies, which were the focus of observation. But no one knew what was wrong with these 4 mechanical combat bodies. They had not moved at all in the past 2 days. If they moved occasionally, it was just a normal patrol, and their specific parameters could not be observed. After waiting for another day, there was still no major movement. Li Qing decided not to wait any longer and ordered Li Yuan, "Get ready to fight. Try to conserve your strength and use the kite tactic. Your will is my will." Half an hour later, the fleet slowly advanced to the radar scanning range of the base. The entire base was instantly in a frenzy. The fleets parked in orbit were quickly mobilized, and one of the fleets led by 20 battleships came over first. Boom! Accompanied by the violent explosion of neutron energy. The war broke out only 20,000 kilometers away from the base. Relying on the advantage of range, the battleship's main guns fired 2 rounds. The first wave pierced through the target battleship's shield and tore its armor. The second wave directly melted a large hole in the hull, causing it to sink on the spot. The third-generation battleships themselves are not as good as the fifth-generation battleships of mankind in terms of basic attributes or number of slots. The attributes of their weapons and accessories in general slots are also not as good as the fifth-generation neutron armor and energy shields of mankind. The comprehensive attributes are far inferior to those of human battleships. 25 battleships in 2 waves have a total of 50 neutron light spears. The Servants of Light have an attack power bonus of up to 95%, which is equivalent to the concentrated fire of nearly 100 battleships. 2 waves can sink a battleship, if it was a player in command. Seeing such terrifying killing power, he would definitely wait for the teammates behind to join together. But the abnormality was also a wild monster, and did not have such tactical qualities. When he saw them retreat, he quickly followed. At the same time, other fleets above the orbit of the abnormal base also restarted one by one. One of the fleets followed under the leadership of a snake-like mechanical combat body. Li Yuan calmly ordered the fleet to retreat with an accuracy of meters. During the retreat, he constantly stopped to concentrate fire. He could guarantee that one battleship would be sunk every 2 waves. His efficiency was amazing. In just 1 hour, they fought and retreated for 130,000 kilometers, carried out 24 rounds of bombardment, and 12 battleships were sunk. Chapter 102 Super Powerful Mechanical Ascension Battle Body. At this time, several fleets had already joined together, with a total of 150 battleships divided into 3 groups, seemingly planning to attack from 3 directions. Considering the AI IQ of wild monsters, this wave of operations is already very good, and we can't expect too much. After all, even if the players are in charge, apart from retreating, the only tactics they can use against the kite tactics of the Servant of Light are these. And it is impossible to come up with anything special. The premise of encirclement from all sides is to have enough troops. The total strength of this abnormal fleet is actually not small, but it is only the 3rd generation of technology, and the average level is too far away. It is impossible to divide 5 or 6 fleets to encircle it. That would be suicide. In addition, the 4 mechanical ascended battle bodies were also helpless in the face of Li Yuan's kite tactics, although they were stronger than conventional battleships in terms of hull, combat effectiveness and speed. The result would be the same as long as they were not stronger than the Servants of Light, with a speed bonus of up to 310%. The ending is already determined. It's just very time-consuming. In the third hour, when the main battleships of one of the abnormal fleets were destroyed and only 6 were left, the fleet finally stopped the pursuit and prepared to retreat. At this time, Li Qing stretched out his hand and waved, and a huge black hole opened up behind the fleet. Space fighters swarmed over like a swarm of bees and surrounded it. The main force from the rear pressed forward, and in a melee, they wiped out the abnormal fleet at the cost of more than 20 space fighters. At this time, another abnormal fleet arrived late, and faced the nightmare of being unable to fight or escape. The same method was followed. A replica of the previous abnormal fleet. 3 hours later, this abnormal fleet followed in the footsteps of the previous one. Then, from the 10th hour since the start, the third abnormal fleet was surrounded and annihilated in the starry sky more than 2 million kilometers away from the abnormal base. Li Qing let out a long breath, twisted his neck, and released a large number of industrial ships to clean up the battlefield. All kinds of warship wreckage and battle supplies were taken away. The war products were first piled together, and the remaining debris was thrown into the light foundry furnace to be melted down into various metals and stored in the warehouse. As for the 4 mechanical fighters, their cores ran away secretly after they were destroyed, leaving only huge SH/LS. They felt they were useless, so they were thrown into the furnace to be refined. After resting for nearly an hour, even the space fighters that were sent out for battle were re-inspected and some had their batteries replaced before the fleet restarted and headed for the target location. However, when they returned to the large-scale abnormal base, Li Qing stood up in surprise from the command chair. Hack, there is such a thing? In the starry sky of 10,000 kilometers away, a huge fleet is besieging this large-scale abnormal residual fleet and military base. However, this fleet was beyond his expectations. It was not a player coming to take advantage of him, but another super-large and abnormal fleet in this galaxy. It actually took advantage of the moment when he killed the abnormal defenders to take advantage of him. There are more than 150 battleships, nearly 10,000 other large and small warships, and 3 huge mechanical war bodies. What attracted his attention most was a huge eyeball with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers. It looked like half an eyeball, with thousands of large and small eye-like gun muzzles on the surface. Even people with trypophobia would be scared when they saw it. There were 36 mechanical tentacles 5 or 6 kilometers long swaying on the sphere, and the specifications of the gun muzzles on the top were comparable to those of a battleship's main gun. What a strong mechanical combat body! Except for the lack of T-slot Doomsday-class weapons. The number of main guns in the X-slot battleships and the number of large weapons in the L-slot have caught up with or even exceeded the Dreadnought-class flagship. And the firepower is staggering. The most important thing is that this guy is ridiculously fast. Despite his large size, his maximum speed is even faster than that of a space fighter. Li Qing asked himself that even with the super speed bonus of the Servant of Light, he could not gain any advantage. However, this is not the most unexpectedly surprising. What surprised him the most was that for the first time, he saw that the monster had such a high IQ, and he would come to steal the family after Li Qing destroyed this super large and unusual main fleet. This was the first time Li Qing had seen such a situation. This abnormal commander is quite smart. But aren't you afraid that I'll come back and rob your house? Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while, then ordered the fleet to turn around immediately and head towards the center of the galaxy. Of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Judging from the size of the fleet that is currently besieging him, more than 90% of the fleet has been transferred here. The remaining fleet over there is estimated to be less than 20 battleships, which is no match for him at all. So he can defeat him quickly. It took more than an hour to come to the center of the galaxy and found the oversized abnormality specified by the coordinates. As he expected, the commander of the super-large anomaly did transfer all the main forces away, and the remaining less than 20 battleships and 700 or 800 warships were guarding near the star fortress in the planet's orbit. Attack! Li Qing waved his hand and ordered loudly, regardless of the cost. Capture it as quickly as possible. With a thought, the black hole door opened again, and a large number of machines poured out of it. But they did not attack immediately. Instead, they circled to the other side of the star fortress and prepared to take position. If we use the fleet directly now, the closed defense system of the star fortress and the defenders will cause great losses to the fleet. Although the technological level is 2 generations behind, We can still cause a lot of damage if the opponent defends with all their strength. After receiving the order, Li Yuan immediately ordered the fleet to launch an attack. This time, there was no kite tactic, and all the troops pressed forward directly. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they completely suppressed the other side and drove them back to the vicinity of the Star Fortress, where they could only rely on the Star Fortress's firepower for defense. When the battleship entered the firing range of the Star Fortress, Li Qing immediately ordered a group of more than 100,000 aircraft to rush forward, and they collided head-on with the group of 70,000 to 80,000 aircraft flying out of the Star Fortress hangar. Countless fireballs exploded in an instant. Countless battle data on the light screen in front of him fell like a waterfall. There were constant reports of their own warships being attacked or even sunk because they couldn't retreat in time. But there were more reports of them sinking their opponents. For every frigate sunk, at least 10 enemy frigates were destroyed. This loss rate changed as a fleet of 100,000 ships easily defeated tens of thousands of aircraft in the enemy Star Fortress. The huge fleet rushed towards the Star Fortress and joined the battlefield. The densely packed space fighters attracted a large part of the enemy's firepower. This is one of the main reasons why cruisers, destroyers, and frigates are deployed. In most cases, the speed and range of the Servants of Light can be relied upon to suppress the opponent, and the kite tactics can be used to defeat the enemy with zero casualties. But the kite tactic is not a panacea. Many times, when we need to seize time for the sake of the overall strategy, we can only attack with force. If there are no small and medium-sized ships to block the front, you can't use the battleship directly to the current gear gun. Just like now, we can indeed use the kite tactic to slowly clear them out. But now we need to seize time and attack before the enemy's main force returns, so as to avoid a head-on battle with a monster-like mechanical ascending combat body. That guy is too fast. Even with the bonus of the Servant of Light, he is still on par with the other two. The key is that he is also very flexible. The mechanical ascending battle body is not like the battleship that has various accelerations when starting and retreating. Although this thing is not as flexible as a human, it is definitely much more flexible than a battleship. Even space fighters are not as flexible as them. If they engage in a head-on battle, God knows how many battleships will be lost before they can take it down. Under the reckless attack of the Servants of Light, the fleets near the Star Fortress were forcibly sunk one by one, and soon only the Star Fortress was still resisting. Space fighters in the sky surrounded the Star Fortress and poured fire crazily. Its ridiculously thick shield lasted for a full 8 minutes before being broken even after the fleet was completely destroyed. When a Star Fortress is unable to move, its larger size than a flagship means that its shields and armor will be extremely strong. Its combat effectiveness is equivalent to a dreadnought flagship without Tesla Doomsday weapons plus half a flagship aircraft carrier complex. Destroying a Star Fortress is equivalent to sinking half an aircraft carrier with the power of a dreadnought. And it must be destroyed head-on by absolute strength. Fortunately, this is just a wild monster Star Fortress, not a Star Fortress like the headquarters of a human team. And its military power is much inferior. Otherwise God knows what the price would be. But even so, when the Star Fortress's equally ridiculously thick armor was torn apart, he had already lost more than 2,000 space fighters, as well as 82 frigates, 11 destroyers, and 2 cruisers. The losses were huge, but nothing compared to the results of the battle. In the last round of epic continuous tasks, I dug up a second-stage mechanical ascender, who is also a purple-named scientist. He comes with a lot of technologies, including a unique combat robot technology, as each step becomes more difficult than the last. But the next step generally brings greater rewards than the previous one. The gains from digging up this grave will definitely be greater than the losses. One after another, thick neutron light spears blasted towards the Star Fortress. Large chunks of metal structures were melted through and torn apart, rushing into the starry sky and whistling away into the distance. When the hull was torn apart, a large number of robots in the Star Fortress were swept into the starry sky. But their body structures were made of steel, and did not quickly drain water and decompose into mummies like organic life forms. Some robots that have undergone certain mechanical modifications even have their own jet devices and can fly short distances in the starry sky. But this could not change their fate of dying in battle. Ghost fighter planes whizzed through the sky, shooting and killing the robots one by one. Seeing the Star Fortress structures and modules being torn apart, the weapons attached to the structures and modules being blown up and destroyed, and the firepower inside the Star Fortress gradually weakened, Li Qing smiled and moved his eyes to the satellite under the Star Fortress orbit. The coordinates shown on the Epic Quest chain token were on that urban planet. Once this star fortress completely loses its combat capability, we can alert. A jump signal has been detected. An unknown fleet is about to jump in. Please be prepared to respond. Li Qing looked at the battlefield projection in front of him in surprise. There was a virtual red signal source between the fleet and the star fortress that was rapidly solidifying, which meant that a fleet was leaping towards this location. The fleet slows down its attack and assembles. At the same time, he ordered the fleet to split into two, with half retreating to the other side of the star fortress to assemble, and the other half retreating to escort the main fleet. The intensity of the transition signal rose very quickly, reaching its peak in just about 30 seconds, and the distortion of the void could be seen with the naked eye. At a certain second, a dazzling ball of energy exploded, and a huge individual that surprised Li Qing again leaped in. This guy. It was the powerful mechanical ascender that was seen in the fleet besieging another super-large abnormal military base on the outskirts of the galaxy before. It had a huge body, and a total of 36 thick mechanical tentacles several kilometers long were raised and aimed in the direction of Li Qing. At the same time, countless eyes of different sizes directly opposite it also lit up with energy light, including 15 particle light spears from the front of the main body, and 36 particle light spears that had already stored energy. A total of 51 particle light spears, which bombarded one of the battleships within 10 seconds of the jump entry. The speed was too fast. Li Qing didn't have time to open the cheating universe in his palm before 51 particle light spears had already hit a battleship whose shield had been broken. 51 death beams of light tore through the battleship's armor like a whirlwind and penetrated deeply into the battleship. Only dazzling particles were seen overflowing from the cracked hull and quickly turned into a huge ball of light that submerged it. The battleship could not withstand this wave of concentrated fire, and was torn to pieces on the spot. This power is abnormal. The maximum power of the particle light spear is 55,000, with a plus 25% armor damage correction, and the total of 51 is about 3.5 million. The general slot configuration of the battleship in Li Qing's hand is half armor and half shield, with a total armor of up to 3.9 million and a total hull of 1.2 million. Adding up to a total of 5.1 million armor and hull. Li Qing remembered that only a small part of the armor was lost in the previous battle, but it was less than 1/10. The remaining nearly 4.5 million hulls and armor should be enough to withstand this wave of concentrated fire. But the battleship could not hold up, and was torn to pieces by this wave of concentrated fire. There are only two possibilities. Either this warship has a special anti-sky accessory that can greatly strengthen the power of weapon. Either the mechanical ascendant is very powerful, and its talent is very outrageous to the power bonus of the weapon. No matter which one it is, this wave is a bit troublesome. Seeing that the mechanical ascendant had destroyed a battleship with a wave of concentrated fire, the combat body was directly raised, rushing towards the fleet at a speed he had never seen before. Li Qing gave the order to the servant of Light Li Yuan without hesitation. Kill him at any cost. Li Yuan nodded with a serious expression and gave the order without hesitation. The first fleet of spacecraft continues to attack the Star Fortress. The second fleet will besiege it. The battleships will disperse and maintain a distance of 10 kilometers, and the destroyers will stand by in front of the main fleet. It was a very regular straight-line battle formation, facing an opponent that was more flexible than oneself. Any tactics would be inappropriate, and one could only fight head-on. Li Qing felt a little emotional. He had always been the one to kite others before, but this was the first time he encountered an opponent who might be kite-followed by others. I have to sigh again. This school of mechanical ascension is indeed very powerful. No wonder mechanical ascension was so popular in the human United Empire back then. Even a Star Sea Lord couldn't help but join this school. It was indeed very powerful in the early and middle stages. To be honest, if he didn't have a trump card in his hand that made him sure of winning, a normal player, even if he had a fleet of battleships of the same specifications as he did now, would only die if he encountered such a powerful mechanical combat body in a head-on battle. Chapter 103: The Earth-Shaking Light of Doomsday. All the main guns of the 24 battleships began to charge, and at the same time, all the L-slot weapons in the fleet began to adjust their angles to face the rapidly approaching mechanical combat bodies. When the distance between the two sides reached a certain point, the neutron light spear that had been stored early was shot at the same time, and the mechanical warfare was hit quickly. The energy light spear weapon can basically not avoid it, and can only carry it hard. No matter how fast the mechanical warfare is, It cannot be dodged. It can only bear this wave of fire. A energy shield that completely covers this mechanical warfare lights up and blocks the light spear. At the same time, the tips of the 36 mechanical tentacles of the mechanical combat body lit up again, and the energy index rose rapidly. Missiles ready. Small windows continued to open in various places on the hulls of all the battleships. And 5th-generation antimatter deep space missiles rushed out with flames. The tail flames adjusted their angles several times in midair, drawing a long arc and rushing towards the mechanical combat body. A total of 500 to 600 antimatter deep space missiles gathered into a river. But when approaching the mechanical combat body, a large number of small openings quickly opened on its surface, from which silver gun barrels stretched out. And then countless tongues of fire shot up into the sky. The mechanical combat body moved at an extremely fast speed. So fast that it was almost catching up with the missile. At this speed that was almost balanced with the missile, its close defense system could aim at the jet of flames calmly. In an instant, dozens of discarded sabot bullets hit the missile. Amidst the sparks in the sky, the outer SHL of a missile was finally broken, causing the guidance system to be destroyed and lose control, turning into balls of flames in the air. After destroying all the missiles, the mechanical combat body with a diameter of about 5 kilometers paused in the void. While Li Qing was dumbfounded, it stopped in midair and quickly flew back. 36 huge mechanical arms swung forward, and the energy indexes of all gun muzzles rose rapidly. Prepare for impact. Especially the battleship that was targeted. All the crew members on board were ready to meet the impact. Li Qing stared at the dazzling spear of light expressionlessly, and did not open the universe in his palm to take the concentrated fire attack. He wanted to see if an intact battleship could withstand this round of concentrated fire, and collect more data. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 51 dazzling particle light beams penetrated the void and focused fire on a battleship. The thick energy shields of the battleship were annihilated. The heavily bombarded battleship. The horrible power tore the thick armor on the spot, and the large blocks of armor were torn away from the starry sky that was much stronger than they thought. And it went straight into the hull structure. Li Qing quickly checked the status of the battleship, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The energy shield value of 4.7 million and the total armor value of 3.9 million were all torn apart in this round of concentrated fire. The hull value of 1.2 million was reduced by nearly half, and it was only a few points away from being destroyed on the spot. Something's wrong. Li Qing's expression was very serious. He stretched out his hand and tapped in front of his eyes, and a clear projection of the mechanical combat body appeared on the bridge. He pulled the projection with both hands and made it spin twice. He shook his head repeatedly. Something's wrong. Isn't this guy a wild monster? Not to mention the superb fighting skills, but the properties of this mechanical combat body and the power of some of the weapons it is equipped with are far beyond the abnormal level. He had never thought about other aspects before. Although most of the anomalies were wild monsters, it was not impossible for some powerful guys to appear. Wild monsters are also divided into gray-named cannon fodder, whiteboard cannon fodder, elite leader boss, and so on. But this guy's abilities were clearly beyond the norm, and he didn't seem abnormal at all. The most crucial thing is that this anomaly originated from the once destroyed civilization, which was only a third-level civilization, and the abilities displayed on this mechanical ascending combat body were extremely strange. The mechanical combat body itself was a bit absurdly strong. The shield strength, moving speed, and the ability to stop whenever it wanted, as well as the ability to make short-distance jumps in this galaxy, were technologies that human civilization could not achieve. But his weapons are only at the level of the third-level civilization. Although his main gun is ridiculously powerful, it is indeed a particle light spear. However, the close and defense system weapons he used to intercept missiles were not at the level of a third-level civilization, and were clearly above the level of a fifth-level civilization. All in all, this thing is very weird. Like it was pieced together from different things. Although it was strange, the battle was still going on. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a black hole appeared in front of the battleship that had lost its combat effectiveness in one wave. The damaged battleship immediately entered the black hole and left the battlefield. The mechanical combat body that was rushing over to finish off the enemy suddenly stopped, and while retreating, it quickly swung left and right to avoid the attacks from the space fighters. Looking very confused, the Servant of Light here did not stop and continued to order the battleships to prepare to concentrate their fire. The enormous power of the neutron light spear forced the mechanical combat body to put aside its doubts and avoid counterattacks. 2 minutes later, another 51 particle light spears broke through the air and focused their fire on a battleship. However, this time Lee was prepared early in the morning. The servant of the light calculated the target of the opponent's fire as soon as possible, and then opened the door of the black hole at the moment when the 50-1 particle light spear sprayed thinly. The 20-3 neutral light spear they collected fires made the target accurately, and the thick shields kept ripples. 2 minutes later, the mechanical battle body's new round of concentrated fire was confiscated by the black hole, and it itself was hit hard by another round of neutron light spear bombardment. This made the mechanical combat body visibly a little irritated, but it was helpless for the moment. At this time, Li Qing discovered the abnormality of this mechanical combat body. Its combat skills were very proficient, but this proficiency should be the instinct accumulated through countless battles. Its intelligence did not seem to be very strong. This made Li Qing a little suspicious again. Was it really this mechanical combat body that commanded the previous sneak attack on another abnormal military base? But suspicion is suspicion, and we cannot say that he didn't do it without evidence. If we want the truth, just catch him. He fired round after round of particle light spears, all of which were taken away by him one by one. Facing round after round of neutron light spear bombardments and the siege of Deep Space Ghost fighters, the mechanical battle body managed to block them with its own super strong shield that made Li Qing doubt his life. And the more time went by, the more shocked he was. The accumulated damage was enough to sink 2 or 3 battleships. But it didn't even break the shield. This was too outrageous. Li Qing felt more and more that this thing was definitely not an anomaly or a wild monster. And his interest grew stronger and stronger. If he could catch it, wouldn't it be great? Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of missiles were almost collectively detonated. In the flames, the mechanical combat body turned, preparing for a new round of particle light spear concentrated fire as usual. However, at this time, a large group of space machines fluttered. Countless barrage of near-defense systems swept through, and a group of fireballs exploded. But some space fighters still broke through the defense, and countless laser bombers were on the mechanical warfare shield. At the same time, 23 neutron light spears blasted out from the distance, accompanied by a sky full of dazzling light. The incomparably strong energy shield of the mechanical combat body finally couldn't hold on and exploded. The mechanical warfare that was storage was stopped at the moment when the shield was broken. The light of many cannon mouths that were stored quickly dimmed, and the energy index that quickly increased quickly fell and disappeared. All weapons above the war body stopped at this moment. Li Qing was wondering when suddenly the sensor received an extremely strong signal. The source was the mechanical city planet below the star fortress that covered the entire satellite. The sensor radar was scanned quickly. The Project Festival is now in front of Li Qing, and I saw that there was no abnormal mechanical planet that suddenly burst into a fierce earthquake in this fierce battle before, and a huge empty hole suddenly exposed the surface somewhere. Then, the motionless mechanical combat body suddenly flew towards the mechanical planet. Then, an extremely huge object suddenly flew out from the huge hole on the surface of the mechanical planet. It was a long metal object made up of countless metal cubes, flying out from the ground at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the mechanical warfare had flew above the empty hole of the mechanical planet. 30-6 huge mechanical tentacles opened and revealed below. Is this only a part? Li Qing seemed to realize it. Before, he didn't care about that the main body was around mechanical warfare. At that time, he thought it was designed. But now that the structure of the mechanical combat is combined with the huge metal creation inside the mechanical planet, this means that the mechanical combat body they just faced was only a part of a complete mechanical combat body. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly realized and figured out everything. It was obvious that this mechanical combat body was the target of the fourth step of the epic continuous task chain on hand. It should be a very powerful mechanical ascending combat body. But no one knew why the mechanical combat body was divided into 2 parts. The main body was inside this mechanical planet, and the mechanical combat body that had fought before was the other part. It is estimated that there is some setting when the shield of another part of the mechanical combat body is broken. A certain mechanism is triggered, and the main body is awakened and recombined with the secondary body into a whole. Seeing this thing quickly merge with the main body, Li Qing did not watch them merge. One secondary body was so strong. He knew with his knees how powerful the two would be after merging. He stretched out his hand and pointed it the first time. And a huge black hole suddenly appeared between the bottom of the mechanical battle body and the mechanical planet, splitting the continuously pouring out mechanical components into two on the spot. And the lower part fell into the black hole without any preparation. This change is a meal that is being integrated with a meal. In the next second, the whole body is glowing blood light. The fusion structure changes at a very fast speed. At the original mechanical warfare plane, it is integrated into a huge rail turret structure. It looks like a huge cylinder, with a huge gun muzzle in the center, with a diameter of more than 200 or 300 meters, and many crystal pillars on the edge that occasionally jump up and flash brightly. Li Qingjin was surprised to see the huge crystal column at the muzzle slowly light up, and countless bright lightning jumped out and disappeared into the muzzle. Then, the energy index detected by the battleship's radar soared wildly, soon exceeding the energy index level of the X-Lot battleship's main gun, and climbed at a speed of almost doubling per second. The void around the muzzle shrank inward in circles, and the space distorted slightly. Shit! A T-Slot doomsday weapon? He was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He no longer cared about snatching the structure of the mechanical battle body. He quickly closed the black hole door and ordered all the main battleships to move and concentrate. This wave of energy took almost a minute to accumulate, and the muzzle of the giant cannon had turned into a sea of light, like a sun, making it impossible to see anything. The extremely terrifying power made his scalp tingle. He focused on the energy index detected by the sensor radar. When it reached a certain standard and no longer continued to rise, he would immediately open the black hole door in front of the converging fleet. Then, a dazzling light came towards him, and in an instant an unimaginable energy index exploded, and even the radar was temporarily ineffective. In the universe in the palm of his hand, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared in the void and penetrated the void, directly illuminating a cold starry sky that was thousands of kilometers wide and millions of kilometers long. It is impossible to describe in words how powerful this attack was. Anyway, no matter what configuration the battleship had, it would not be able to withstand it. Whether it's the T-Slot Doomsday class weapon of the Dreadnought flagship or the Titan Light Lance of the Titan Super Flag, their power is enough to kill any warship below the flagship with one shot. No matter what advanced accessories or damage reduction accessories you have equipped in your slots. Because the basic power of the T-Slot Doomsday class weapon is 10 million. The commander who can command the flagship must have a basic naval skill of at least LV-20. And the commander who can command the flagship must be at least a purple name general, with various bonuses. No matter how you configure it, you can't withstand the shot. Outrageous. Li Qing had not expected that he would encounter a mechanical battle body with combat power comparable to that of a dreadnought after only digging to the 4th step. And this continuous task chain has a total of 10 steps. We can't dig to the end now. This step is already so difficult. How could he dare to continue digging before he becomes stronger? Taking out the golden battleship model again, he scratched his head. The difficulty of this epic quest chain was much higher than he had imagined. Wrong. Li Qing scratched his head and suddenly thought of a possibility. This thing is an epic quest chain. Doesn't it start with an epic quest? It's not that the whole quest chain is an epic quest, but the beginning is an epic quest. And then according to the quest chain, it generally becomes harder as it goes on. So the difficulty later on will definitely exceed the epic level. And after 10 rings, it will be ridiculously difficult. That must be it. Now the difficulty of the 4th step has already exceeded that of the epic task. If we can capture this mechanical flying combat body. Li Qing recalled the mechanical core number 0 captured in the last round, who was both a stage 2 mechanical ascender and a purple named scientist with a host of technologies. If he could capture this more powerful mechanical ascendant, he would immediately have a super mechanical combat body with combat power comparable to that of the fearless flagship. Chapter 104, Chase and Escape. A shocking ray of doomsday light struck in vain, without even a single hair falling off. This was obviously beyond the expectations of the mechanical ascending combat body. But what surprised Li Qing even more was that, after this thing took back some of its own T-Slot weapons, its IQ underwent a qualitative change. After Li Qing used inexplicable means to take away a beam of doomsday light, he obviously paused for a moment, then ignored the fact that there were some body structures behind him that had not been retracted, and directly took off into the void and ran away. Li Qing immediately ordered, "Catch up." The fleet quickly gathered together, and a sky full of space fighters rushed into the open black hole, the mechanical planet below. which seemed extremely prosperous, quickly collapsed after the mechanical ascender left, including the half-destroyed Star Fortress, which all turned into light and gradually disappeared. It was obvious that the target of his quest chain was indeed this mechanical ascendant, although no one knows how he got mixed up with this anomaly. Or rather, this anomaly should have been born relying on this mechanical ascender. When he gave up everything and left, this anomaly naturally collapsed and disappeared. It took nearly 10 minutes to retrieve all the fighter planes and nearby wreckage. At this time, the mechanical ascender had already disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. But the golden spaceship-like token in Li Qing's hand was flashing, and the coordinates recorded on it were moving rapidly. You can't run away. The fleet quickly sailed into the starry sky and caught up at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, accompanied by streaks of light disappearing into the starry sky, the fleet entered a superluminal state and disappeared, leaving only a desolate satellite that continued to rotate, as if the battle just now had never happened. 2 hours later, the fleet broke away from sublight speed and appeared in an unfamiliar starry sky. Li Qing immediately checked the golden spaceship token, which showed that the coordinates of the mechanical ascender were no longer in this galaxy. Checked nearby wormholes. A large number of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft spread out, and soon discovered a wormhole at the edge of the galaxy's gravity well. Li Yuan quickly assembled the fleet and drove over. After more than 10 minutes of preparation, the fleet disappeared as a surging energy ring exploded. More than half an hour later, the fleet passed through the hyperspace channel between wormholes and appeared in another strange galaxy that it had never been to before. As soon as he came out of the wormhole, he saw a bright red warning light in the bridge. Before he had time to check the situation around him, Li Qing subconsciously opened the black hole door to protect the position near his own command ship. In less than 10 seconds, he felt a ray of doomsday light passing through the black hole into the universe in his palm. I suck it. Li Qing was very surprised. Is this thing so cunning? They actually took advantage of the moment when they passed through the wormhole to launch a sneak attack. In just 10 seconds, a normal fleet would not be able to react at all. If there was no palm-held universe to block the bullet, at least one battleship would be destroyed by this shot. Even if the battleship was sideways, this shot could directly penetrate the battleship and affect another battleship behind it. After missing the first shot, the mechanical flying combat body turned around and ran away without hesitation. Without Li Qing's order, Li Yuan immediately ordered the fleet to chase after it. At the same time, all the battleship's main guns locked onto their targets and began charging. 10 seconds later, 23 neutron light spears were fired. Half an hour later, they appeared in another void, one chasing the other. Occasionally the former would suddenly stop and fire back a wave of particle light spears, but all attacks were swallowed up by the pitch-black abyss. The shield of the mechanical ascending battle body was very strong. After replenishing a part of itself, it became even stronger than before. The shield remained unmoved by a wave of concentrated fire from 23 battleships. It was estimated that even 10 waves of attack would not be enough to break through it. The mechanical ascending combat body was completely helpless against Li Qing, who had entered the state. He didn't even have time to study the small part of the mechanical ascending combat body that had been swallowed by the universe in his palm. Now, he was concentrating on biting his opponent to prevent him from escaping. Under the constant attack, the opponent was unable to forcibly jump away for a while, and the two sides fought back and forth in this galaxy for almost a week, neither side being able to do anything to the other. This super-mechanical ascended combat body is extremely tough. Not only are its shields and armor extremely thick, but its recovery speed is also very fast. It can fully recover from a wave of concentrated fire from the neutron light lance main cannon in less than half an hour. This won't work. He always fails to catch it. It looks like this thing will take a long time to catch. But he doesn't have that much time to waste. Although there are still 2 years before the next major expeditionary operation, it does not mean that he has time to wander around. He still has a lot of things to do. Shipbuilding, research, make money. This all takes time. Now I'm stuck here and can't do anything except brushing up on some naval command skills. But we can't give up on this guy. This guy has extraordinary fighting ability. If we can catch him and reconstruct the underlying code like the previous mechanical core number 0, he will be another powerful subordinate. More importantly, this thing is the target of the 4th step of this task chain. If you can't catch it, you can't proceed to the next step. So no matter from which perspective, he must be caught. Or try this? An immature idea emerged in Li Qing's mind. Half an hour later, after blocking a counterattack, they did not counterattack as they did in the past, but continued to pursue. There was a brief pause in the main gun salvo when there was no counterattack, and the fleet quickly closed the distance. Then, Li Qing suddenly closed his eyes, stretched out his finger and pointed, and a black hole suddenly opened in the direction where the mechanical ascending body was moving. It quickly expanded to a diameter of 30 kilometers. The mechanical ascending body was caught off guard and crashed into it heavily. It could be seen that there seemed to be a layer of black light on the surface of the black hole. This is because of the strong rejection of this mechanical ascending combat body. For those who do not resist, it is a door. But for those with strong hostility and rejection, it is a trap. Although the strong rejection of the mechanical flying body did not hit the door, it was inevitable that when he was a flexible climbing preparation to cross the black hole door with a diameter of only 30 kilometers. Li Qing stood up, and his pupils could overflow. With one step forward, the man left the bridge and appeared in the starry sky, his whole body covered by a circle of rich spiritual energy. He just stretched out his hand and pointed, and suddenly a circle of transparent ripples appeared in front of the black hole's door. The next second, countless ripples appeared in the void within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. And then a strong silver light emerged. Psychic storm. Powerful psychics use their powerful mental will mixed with powerful psychic energy to directly interfere with the real material universe, and are very restrained and harmful to electronics and precision machinery. Under the stranglehold of the psychic storm, the energy shield on the surface of the mechanical ascending combat body began to shake violently, as if it was about to break, and its flight speed and flexibility were greatly affected. But the strength of this mechanical ascended combat body was even stronger than he had imagined. It actually broke through the range of the psychic storm despite the strong psychic storm, and then fled without looking back. Not strong enough. Li Qing returned to the command ship, pondered for a moment, then turned and entered the black hole gate. When he appeared again, he was followed by 11 servants of light, including 3 physicists, 3 social biologists, and 5 engineers. Among them, biologist Zhu Yunlong was a servant of light who had just been enlightened. All servants of light are psychics, with a basic psychic power strength of around 100,000, which can be further improved. Among so many servants of light, Li Yuan, the first one to be enlightened, has now reached a spiritual power strength of about 130,000, slightly stronger than Li Qing. It is worth mentioning that the strength of the servant of light will continue to recover as the palm-held universe gradually recovers, because the true servants of light are immortal in nature. Not only is their lifespan immortal, but their life essence is immortal, and their psychic power strength is also immortal. This immortal is a state of power, an immortal spiritual ability, an immortal genetic original body. That is to say, the more the palm universe is repaired, the faster their power will grow until they reach immortality, including Li Yuan. A total of 12 servants of light were summoned in order to borrow their power. Just now when he used the psychic storm, he found that it was indeed effective against this mechanical ascended combat body. It could be clearly seen that his speed had slowed down, and he was not as flexible as before. But his psychic power was not strong enough to trap it completely. Now if we gather all the psychic saints and pool their strength, we can gather a psychic energy strength of up to 1.5 million. I believe it will have a huge impact on this mechanical ascended combat body. However, Li Qing soon discovered an embarrassing situation. It is estimated that after this mechanical ascended combat body discovered that he was a strong psychic, it immediately tried to escape without looking back. From time to time, he turned around from time to time to attack the fire. Now that he didn't do it, he fled him. With the speed of the mechanical ascending body, he convened the Lingning Saints to waste more than 10 minutes. The fleet couldn't catch up for a while. 2 days later, Li Qing had to let all the servants of the light return to the universe in the palm first. They had busy things, and stayed outside too much. Time shuttle. Unknowingly a month later, he followed the mechanical ascension and unknowingly chased more than 20 galaxies. During the period, he would not even touch the shadow. If it was not for the fixed position of the golden spacecraft token, he would have lost it. One day, the fleet passed through the wormhole and appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. After making sure that there was no ambush at the entrance of the wormhole, Li Qing checked the beacon immediately and was surprised to find that the beacon was no longer moving. He was surprised. "Can't you run any more?" I was pleased to send the coordinates to Li Yuan, and the fleet quickly drove towards the stop direction. After the short-lived speed, the fleet broke away from the Osaka speed in an unmanned starry sky. Li Qing checked the beacon again and found that it was still not moved. A large group of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft dispersed, and soon a response was received from the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The screen showed that the coordinates of the location were actually a pirate base built on a small satellite. A pirate fleet led by more than a dozen battleships, with a total of about 1,000 ships, was anchored at the baseport. You still do this? Li Qing wanted to laugh for some reason. Not to mention how this mechanical ascender managed to blend into this anomaly after being chased for so long. Doesn't he know that his coordinates have been known by the pursuers? That's not right. He probably just wants to use this to stop me. As the fleet gradually approached the coordinate location, the pirate base on the small satellite could be seen. Normally, the reconnaissance range of pirate monsters is not far. But this time, probably due to the influence of the mechanical ascender, he was discovered from a long distance. There was a commotion in the pirate base, and the fleet stationed in the pirate base took the initiative to meet him. Li Qing squeezed his chin and thought about it, and said to Li Yuan, "Destroy them head on. Your will is my will." The fleet quickly expanded the formation and greeted him. Li Qing reached out and opened his hand. Opened the black hole, and the sky space fighter flew out of the pirates. A full 100,000 space fighters covered an area of thousands of kilometers. With the absolute technological level and the bonus of the servants of light, the pirate fleet of less than 2,000 aircraft were quickly wiped out like moths to a flame, and the fleet pounced on the pirate fleet without any pause. By the time the fleet and the pirate fleet came into engagement range, more than 100 pirate gunboats had been overwhelmed by the fleet of aircraft. The gap is so huge that 2 space fighters can defeat a pirate gunboat head-on. When the main guns of the pirate's 16 main battleships began to charge, the main guns of Li Qing's main battleship had already started the second round of charging and fired early before the pirate fleet's main guns launched their first attack. 2 rounds of concentrated fire successfully blew up the shield armor of a pirate main battleship, and part of the hull structure was also torn apart. It was paralyzed in space and unable to continue fighting. At this time, a group of space fighters pounced on them, like sharks smelling blood. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, they completely suppressed the pirate fleet. However, the mechanical ascended combat body that had been mixed in the pirate fleet did not take any action. When the 2 sides engaged in a full-scale battle, it simply sold out its teammates and turned around and ran away. Obviously, he mixed in this abnormal pirate base did not want to rely on the pirate fleet to repel Li Qing, but wanted them to drag Li Qing and give himself a longer escape time. Various interference to accelerate the influence of the deceleration halo. Even if you want to throw it off at the super fast speed, it takes a certain time. Even if it's not much, it's enough for him to escape a certain distance. However, Li Qing guessed that the purpose of the mechanical ascender doing this should not be simply to delay time. After chasing for so long, he should not know that doing so is useless. He guessed that the main purpose of the mechanical ascender was probably to try various ways to escape. If a small-scale interception doesn't work, what if it's a more powerful abnormal fleet? In the same process as before, the mechanical ascendant seized the galaxy quickly. Li Qing also chased after him as usual. He just kept chasing him until the end of time. He didn't believe that he wouldn't find a chance to stop him. 5 days later, they passed through another wormhole and arrived at another galaxy. The fleet stopped at the entrance of the wormhole for a while. Li Qing looked at the fixed coordinates and raised his lips slightly. "Let me see where you're hiding this time." At the command, a large number of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew in the designated direction. About 5 hours later, the fleet who rushed over received a picture from an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. However, after seeing the image detected by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, Li Qing opened his mouth slightly and exclaimed, "Hack!" In front of him is an ultra-huge fleet beyond his imagination, slowly cruising in the cold starry sky. Chapter 105, Shocked by the Task Raider Civilization. A huge and extremely fearless flagship. A larger body than a fearless flagship. Slightly bloated flagship aircraft carrier. More than 2,000 battleships. More than 50,000 warships. The dark hulls. The rugged design style. And the logs that come with each of the fleets all prove that this massive fleet is not a wild monster or an anomaly, but a wandering force in the wild. The main reason why Li Qing laid down was that the mechanical rising warfare did not know what method was used, and it was mixed into this fleet. That's hacking awesome. After rubbing his brain, Li Qing felt a faint pain. This is unbeatable. 2 flagships. How do you fight? The key is not a monster but a wild stray forces. Although it is not clear which level of technology level is. According to many wild stray forces encountered in human beings for thousands of years, the probability of 5 levels is quite likely. Dare to wander in the dangerous starry sky. And the strength is not strong. The fleet did not dare to approach, but only observed from afar, watching the fleet slowly sliding through the distant starry sky without making any movement. After sitting quietly in the command chair for nearly an hour, Li Qing suddenly sat up straight and ordered, "Return to the previous galaxy." Li Yuan did not ask why, and immediately ordered the fleet's previously withdrawn unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to return and prepare for return. As many unmanned reconnaissance aircraft withdrew, several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in one direction did not respond, and the communication was cut off. After waiting for a while, Li Qing was about to ignore it and return as planned. Suddenly, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that had already lost contact suddenly returned. And then a strange communication came. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then carefully checked the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft with a little caution to make sure there was no tampering inside. He was silent for almost a minute before deciding to connect the communication. Then a tall alien figure sitting in a black hall appeared in front of him. The alien was extremely tall, about 4 meters tall, and its body was somewhat human-like. But instead of human legs, it stood on 4 legs. Its body was covered with a thick black stratum corneum, with many incomprehensible patterns on the surface. It had 2 pairs of arms. One pair was as soft as octopus tentacles, and the other pair was thick and powerful. There was a circle of barbs behind its head, and a hideous and strange head in the middle of its body. The head looks like a dragon's head covered with keratin, but it has no horns and no hair on its head, only a layer of spikes. A pair of pupils stared at Li Qing tightly, and the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft transferred to a good language. "I am glad to see human pioneers here. I am the commander of the 5th Pioneer Fleet of the Taz civilization. I ordered the order of the Supreme King of Taz to go to the southern star area of Zuder Star." The King of Taz? Li Qing immediately remembered that a well-known wandering plunder civilization talked about by the teacher in the aristocracy in the classroom. Named Taz, also known as Taz, plundering civilization. It is a neutral stray force wandering outside the human territory and active in the south of the Yingzhen rotor arm. It was a powerful alien civilization whose main body was called Taz. It was said that the mother planet of this civilization was plundered and destroyed by other civilizations just after it left its own galaxy, and the remaining Taz people became a wandering civilization. They formed a wandering fleet, which continued to plunder and grow while wandering, and continued to absorb other alien life forms. Now it has become a powerful wandering civilization that is no less powerful than the Star Lord. This civilization has no fixed territory and wanders back and forth in the Persis arm. It remains neutral or friendly with powerful civilizations such as the United Empire of Humanity or the Bruven Union, but specializes in robbing and plundering weak civilizations or accepting employment from certain civilizations or forces. It is very famous among human civilizations. The main body of this civilization is the Taz, but it does not exclude the addition of any alien species. There are even many human waves in it. The fleet before them, with 2 flagships and a total size of 50,000, is merely a vanguard reconnaissance fleet of the Taz Wanderers. The Taz civilization has dozens of such fleets. When the Taz Wanderers reconnaissance fleet is seen, it means that their main fleet is not too far away. Li Qing was immediately alert, but on the surface, he still politely returned the greeting and said in a deep voice, "It's an honor to meet the glorious Taz. As you said, I am a pioneer, commissioned by the Human United Empire Expeditionary Force to carry out a reconnaissance mission in this star field." Expedition? Nadas was slightly puzzled and asked, "The Human United Empire is already preparing to develop the Zuder star field?" "Yes." The other party was silent for a while, then said, "The great king of Tars was hired by a civilization in a nearby star field to deal with an invader." Li Qing was surprised, and a bad thought came to his mind. "Respected Taz, I wonder which civilization this is, and who the so-called invaders are. We're sorry, but we can't reveal the customer's name." The Nadas was silent for a moment, then added, "But judging from the customer's description of the intruder, it's not you that they are targeting." "Not us?" Li Qing's mind worked quickly. Apart from the human expeditionary force, there were only 3 alien civilizations nearby. They were the Shada Tribal Alliance, the Shar civilization, and a civilization called the Civis Council. It has now been confirmed that it is not targeting humans, and the possibility of Shar civilization is low. This species evolved from plants itself advocates peace, and its strength is at the bottom among the three major civilizations. Both the Shada Tribal Alliance and the Civis Council are stronger than the Shar civilization, so it is impossible for them to hire plunderers. Then only the Civis Council and the Shada tribe can do this. Analyzing one by one, among the three major civilizations, the Shada Tribal Alliance is the most powerful. At this stage, it is not only at war with the human civilization, but also at war with the Shar civilization and the Civis Council. And according to the information Li Qing obtained from the expeditionary force, they actually have the upper hand in two of the three-pronged battle. Excluding the Shar civilization, the only possible employer is most likely the Civis Council. Of course, this is his biggest guess, and he is not sure yet. But it is indeed the biggest possibility. If this is the case, Li Qing pinched his eyebrows and felt a little headache. The strength of the task plunderer civilization is simply not something that this third-level civilization can contend with. Their participation in the war can immediately disrupt the regional balance, and it is unknown whether it will affect the expeditionary force's strategic plan. I wonder when the respected Tars Rangers will launch an attack on the invaders. I wonder how large the scale of the hire will be. The Tasman on the other side pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "According to the regulations, I cannot disclose the customer's secrets unless you can pay me 10 million cubic meters of minerals." Li Qing nodded immediately. "I can pay for it." A transport fleet sailed towards the huge fleet in the distance. After a while, the star man on the communication line said in a brisk tone, "Very good. The ore you provided is very pure. I like it very much. We are heading to the destination according to the coordinates provided by our employer. Based on the coordinate distance and our speed, we will reach the designated location between 2 and 3 years. 5 Vanguard fleets will jointly launch an attack on the target. 2 to 3 years. Li Qing was relieved. Now 2 to 3 years. At that time, the Expeditionary Army had already launched a comprehensive attack on the southern provinces of Sada civilization. If the movement was fast, he could win the reef nest before the plunder fleet arrived. Moreover, the task raiding fleet arrived just in time, which increased the pressure on the Shada Tribal Alliance, making them more cautious and giving the Galan Legion more time and preparation. After chatting with the leader of the task plundering Vanguard fleet for a while, he left Li Qing a communication method before leaving and activated the reputation of the task plunderers. Initially neutral. With this communication, he could use the high-purity metal he had just used to find this Taz man named Taz Anil to improve his reputation, or buy information, or directly hire them. However, with the current neutral reputation, one can only hire a small fleet. If one wants to hire this large fleet with 2 flagships, one must have at least revered reputation. There are only 3 ways to increase your reputation. One is to help them in some way. Another is to accept some tasks issued by them. And the third is to send money and resources, and directly spend money. There are many uncertainties in the way the Tarsus raiding fleet gains reputation. Simply brushing up on reputation is not very reliable, and it is not convenient for them to brush up on reputation as they are wandering around. So most of the ways to increase reputation are through Krypton. Increasing the reputation of the faction not only increases the upper limit of the mercenary fleet, but also ensures that it will not be plundered by the Taz people. Generally, the Taz wandering fleet will not accept plundering missions targeting high-reputation customers. Li Qing considered that the task fleet would join the battlefield in 3 years. So in order to avoid any accidents, he decided to spend some money first. In the name of the Galan Legion, he sent out a full 100 million cubic meters of refined metal, worth 39 billion star dollars. This was the metal he had accumulated before, which raised his reputation from neutral to friendly. From then on, all the people in the Galan Legion would have an initial friendly reputation when they saw the Taz Wanderer. This is just the beginning. I don't have much metal now, and I will spend more money in 2 or 3 years. At least I have to spend money to the point of being respected to ensure that I won't be hired and attacked by other teams. Even if the city develops in the future and has sufficient supplies, you can continue to invest. After all, it is a powerful force comparable to the Star Lord, and its reputation is still worth spending money on. If you can reach the highest reputation, you can directly hire a super fleet comparable to the Star Lord to serve you. Although the employment conditions and requirements will certainly be ridiculously high, when the time comes, no matter how outrageous the requirements are. They will not be a problem. Li Qing didn't even ask about the mechanical ascending combat body. He left this galaxy directly, and stopped in the next galaxy. No matter how the mechanical ascended combat body blended in. He couldn't ask Taz and El directly for people. The Taz people themselves welcomed any wandering civilized race to join. Even mechanical ascenders. A head-on attack is even more impossible. We cannot win. Then we can only use other methods. Which is to wait. Unless the mechanical ascended combat body stays in the Taz wandering fleet all the time. There will always be a time for it to leave. Anyway, with the token, we can keep track of his movements at any time, and there is no need to worry about him escaping suddenly. The fleet arrived at the outer circle of the galaxy, where there was an asteroid belt. Taking advantage of nothing to do now, he opened the universe in his palm, collected the meteorites from the asteroid belt into the universe in his palm, and directly put them into the light-casting furnace for refining. Most meteorites contain minerals. It's just a matter of how much there is, how pure it is, and how valuable the minerals are. The minerals in many meteorites are too low in value, so no one likes to dig them. For Li Qing, the question of value and content does not exist. Anyway, he has the light-casting furnace, so there is no problem with refining costs. When he sees a meteorite, he just stuffs it into the lava, extracts the valuable ones, and directly melts the worthless ones into exchange raw materials for material conversion, which is used to transform some high-value minerals. As the fleet slid through the asteroid belt, a huge hollow passage appeared behind them, and all the meteorites of all sizes on the road were collected and refined. It's so direct and so brutal. In a day, nearly 13 million cubic meters of high-purity refined steel metal are refined and converted. Sometimes, if you are lucky and the nearby meteorites have a high mineral content, you can convert more than 20 million cubic meters in a day. The most you have converted at one time is 54 million cubic meters of high-purity steel. The price of steel is 390 star yuan per cubic meter. Taking the average daily output of 18 million cubic meters, the daily income is more than 7 billion star yuan. With 30 days in a month, the total income can be as high as 210 billion star yuan. With 12 months in a year, that's 2.5 trillion in revenue. It's really profitable. But in fact, the income should be far more than this. If he really wants to make money from this, he can go to some meteorite belts with higher mineral content to collect them. And it should not be a problem to increase the income by another 50%. Anyway, there was nothing to do. So Li Qing just stayed in the asteroid belt every day, constantly opening the door of the black hole in the universe in his palm to collect meteorites. Since the last time the palm-held universe was repaired, the black hole gate has a certain gravity of its own. It is impossible to capture a ship by force, but unconscious meteorites can still be easily captured. There is no need to send a large number of industrial ships to use traction beams to collect meteorites like before. Time passed unknowingly, and soon a month had passed. During this period, he spent most of his time outside, mining and checking the tokens. The guy didn't move at all, and kept moving with the TAS wandering fleet on patrol. He didn't show any intention of leaving, which made him wonder whether this guy wanted to settle down in this plundering fleet. He continued to wait patiently. Anyway, there was nothing important at this stage. There was still a year and a half before the Expeditionary Forces military operation. UUFA and others were handling it at the Legion headquarters, so he didn't need to worry about it. In his free time, he would mine and store ores, and from time to time, he would enter the Palm universe to brush up on his shipbuilding experience and communicate with many scientists. Before he knew it, another half-month had passed. On this day, Li Qing, who was mining as usual, suddenly received a message from Chu Hanqiu, the chief engineer in the Palm universe. Fortunately, we have fulfilled our mission and successfully redesigned the frigate's mother chip. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly overjoyed. He immediately put down his work, dived into the universe in his palm, and appeared directly in the engineering area of the scientific research floor. Several servants of light were waiting early. Li Qing took the chip emitting a faint golden light, patted their shoulders vigorously and praised them. Thank you for your hard work. You have done a great job. You can take a good rest for a month, and then we can start the next step of designing after a month. Many servants of light smiled, and Chu Hanqiu said, "It is our honor to share your worries." He nodded and said nothing more. To the servant of light, the recognition of the Son of the Stars was the best reward. No other rewards were needed. Chapter 106 The Third Generation Frigate Mother Chip. Li Qing was in a good mood today. The frigate mother chip that he bought at such a high price was finally upgraded to the third generation frigate mother chip thanks to the efforts of his many subordinates. This meant that he could have his scientists continuously create blueprints from this mother chip for shipbuilding. Compared with the second generation frigate, the third generation frigate has one more weapon slot and one general slot. But the most important thing is that the third generation frigate can be equipped with fifth generation technology weapon accessories, while the second generation cannot, and its upper limit is the fourth generation. This is the main reason why he must upgrade the mother chip to the third generation frigate before starting to build ships for sale. Although the second generation frigate can also be used, it cannot be equipped with the fifth generation technological products commonly used in human civilization. The strength gap is too big, and no one wants it to be cannon fodder. Although the third generation frigates have fewer basic attributes and slots than the fifth generation frigates, as long as they can be equipped with fifth generation technology, it is a qualitative change compared to the second generation frigates, whose equipment limit is only level 4 technology. Although it is still far behind the fifth generation frigate, there is no big problem as long as it is not a qualitative difference. Anyway, for medium and large teams, frigates are used as cannon fodder, so this difference is not a big deal. It is worth mentioning that because level 5 and level 6 technology are the watershed between conventional civilization and advanced civilization, only the 5th generation battleships can be equipped with level 6 technology. The 4th generation battleships are equipped with a maximum of level 5 technology and cannot be equipped with level 6 technology. In the laboratory, Li Qing personally watched the chief engineer Chu Hanqiu place the mother chip on a professional cuff instrument. As he started the instrument, wisps of light formed by data flew out from the golden mother chip and fell into a row of blank chips placed below. About 2 minutes later, the data copying of the first chip was completed, and Chu Hanqiu took out the first chip in a row and handed it to Li Qing. After taking the chip, he immediately checked its properties. The third generation frigate manufacturing blueprint, which can manufacture a standard third generation frigate, which can be used once. Very good. Li Qing nodded and put the chip away first. About a quarter of an hour later, the second chip was taken out. He immediately checked the manufacturing blueprint of the third generation frigate and was able to build a standard third generation frigate that could be used 10 times. The smile on his face became even brighter, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. After spending so much money and so much time, this seed can finally blossom and bear fruit. How many blueprints can the frigate mother chip generate every day? Chu Hanqiu immediately replied. Depending on the skill level, the maximum number of blueprints that can be created per day is 100 to 1000, or a blueprint that can be used 100 to 1000 times. That means a maximum of 1000 a day. Li Qing automatically ignored the first 100. At most, he would let one of the servants of light be responsible for handcuffing the SHLS. It was a bit extravagant, but it could maximize efficiency. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, you will first collect a batch of blueprints within this month. Starting next month, you will continue to research the next generation of frigates and continue collecting in your free time. We can produce 1000 sheets a day, which means 365,000 sheets a year, which is more than enough, and there are still some left to sell. Like the blueprints sold on the market, only a small number of them are dropped by wild monsters or obtained by digging up graves, and the vast majority come from the laboratories of major military leaders. Things like mission rewards don't come out of thin air, but flow out from the military leader's laboratory in various ways. In fact, the major military lords have a large number of excess warship blueprints for sale every year, but ordinary players do not have the channels. Many have never even heard of it, let alone the qualifications to buy them. Those are benefits only available to the high-ranking members of the military lords' families. 365,000 frigate blueprints a year, at the market price of 2 million per blueprint. Even if the internal price is only 1.5 million per blueprint, it is worth 547.5 billion. Add to that the more valuable destroyers, cruisers, etc., and those military leaders earn trillions of dollars every year just from selling blueprints. Of course, this is an ideal situation. It is impossible to sell all the drawings, so some must be hoarded. Although the fleets controlled by any military lord family with a history of more than 100 years are basically saturated and do not need to expand as frantically as at the beginning, the blueprints produced each year will mostly continue to be stored just in case. Li Qing is now in the early stages of development. All these blueprints are useful. If he cannot use them all, he can sell them to members of the Legion, or directly build all of them into finished warships and sell them. This way he can earn more. The third-generation frigates can only be used as cannon fodder, so their prices are naturally not as high as those of the fifth-generation frigates. Li Qing carefully checked the material prices of various accessories shown on the blueprint. The total cost of consumables was about 90% of that of the fifth-generation frigate, but the price could only be sold at 80% of that of the fifth-generation frigate. A difference of 10%. This is something that cannot be avoided. Cannon fodder can only be sold at cannon fodder prices, and cannot be expected to be priced at the same price as high-end products. The current market price of a top-of-the-line standard petrol frigate is $142 million, of which the total cost is $70.1 million, and the profit can be around $71.9 million. Then the total cost of the third-generation frigate in Li Qing's hands is $63.09 million, which is 90% of $70.1 million, but it can only be sold for $113.6 million, which is 80% of $142 million, and only a profit of $50.51 million can be made. In addition, the third-generation frigate can also be modified and strengthened, but there are only 3 points of modification value. This can be ignored. No one uses this for modification. In general, although the profit is more than 20 million less than the 71.9 million that can be earned from the fifth-generation frigate, it is much more profitable than directly selling the frigate blueprints. Anyway, he builds ships quickly and at a lower cost than others, so it's still worthwhile. After spending a day in the laboratory, I got 1,000 frigate blueprints, which I immediately gave to the chief engineer of the shipyard and started shipbuilding right away. From now on, there was no need to buy frigate blueprints, and this one could be used. This is used on all frigates, whether they are for sale or for personal use. The strength is a bit lacking, but it doesn't matter. They are just cannon fodder anyway, and the main output is still the big ships. Moreover, with the bonus of the Servant of Light, even the third-generation frigate can directly crush the fifth-generation frigate commanded by other players. It seems that there is actually no difference from before. Okay. This good news not only made Li Qing in a good mood, but also made him feel less tired from the boring daily mining work. After all, every day of mining was equivalent to mining a batch of warships. This kind of good days lasted for more than half a month without any peace. He felt that he could continue digging, but at this time, the mechanical ascending war body finally stopped following the wandering fleet after hiding for 2 months. One day when Li Qing took out the token to check it as usual, he found that the mechanical ascending war body had appeared in another galaxy. Li Qing suddenly revived and laughed. I thought you would stay here forever. After collecting the last meteorite and closing the black hole door, the fleet set out again. 5 days later, the fleet appeared in a galaxy that it had never been to before. The token showed that the mechanical ascended combat body had remained somewhere inside the galaxy for 2 days without moving. He did not act rashly. He first withdrew his entire fleet and only left one Black Hawk frigate. The fleet was too large, easily detected, and inflexible. Having learned from the previous lesson, I must succeed this time. If he runs away this time, it will be impossible to catch him again in a short time. He doesn't have time to stay here and waste several months or even more than half a year. The frigates flew towards the target, and the radar kept silent. Anyway, they knew the target coordinates, and there was no need to reconcile around. It took more than 3 hours for the frigate to arrive silently at a starry sky, which was less than 100,000 kilometers away from the location shown by the coordinates. The warship stopped first, then released a dozen unmanned reconnaissance aircraft disguised as meteorites, which slowly glided towards the target area. 2 hours later, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft sent detection images. Li Qing looked at the display on the light screen in front of him, and saw that there was a huge group of warship wreckage in the starry sky about 100,000 kilometers ahead, extending to a very distant direction with no end in sight. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft did not find the location of the mechanical ascending combat body, but it was speculated that it should be hidden in this ancient battlefield cemetery, and no one knew what it was doing. Li Qing did not act rashly, but continued to order the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to explore deeper along the edge of the ancient battlefield to see how big this ancient warship cemetery was. The so-called ancient battlefield cemetery refers to the piles of debris left over from super-large-scale wars in ancient times. Not all ancient battlefields can be called battleship graveyards. and it has no necessary connection with the scale of the battle. But ancient battlefields where the battles were not large in scale will certainly not be preserved. Any ancient battlefield has its anomalies. Perhaps it is related to an epic quest or above, or it is a top-level tomb itself. It is also possible that the battlefield contains some special secrets, etc. Otherwise, after a normal battle, most of the ship's hull will automatically decompose and disappear, leaving only a small amount of wreckage. The battleship cemetery retains the general shape of the battleships, and most of the hulls can be preserved. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft spent 2 full days circling this large battleship cemetery that was 50,000 to 60,000 kilometers long and wide, and did not find the mechanical ascending battle body in any direction, which meant that he had been hiding in there, and no one knew what he was doing in such a large battlefield of wreckage. All Li Qing saw were countless pieces of metal. There is no telling how much debris there is on a battlefield that stretches 50,000 to 60,000 kilometers. If all of them were thrown into the light forging furnace for refining, how much metal could be harvested? The frigate circled the battlefield half a circle, found a gap, and slowly drove in. Through the images reconnaissance by the battleship sensors, it can be clearly seen that the appearance design of these battleships is exactly the same as the battleship wreckage in the orbit of the planet of the Legion's new headquarters. It is obvious that they all originated from the ancient destroyed civilization in this star field, because of the long time it has been there. The wreckage of the battleship has been corroded by various cosmic rays, and is full of pits and holes. The surface is black, and full of the smell of decay. Li Qing opened his spiritual sense to the maximum, and felt the surroundings. But he did not sense any spirits for the time being, which meant that there should be no ghosts here. But this is normal. That civilization took the route of mechanical ascension. Most of the people who could get on the spacecraft were robots. They had given up their own soul consciousness, and uploaded it to the machines. Without the gathering of souls, even if many people died, they would not attract evil things in the virtual world or the subspace. Entering the battleship cemetery, there were wreckage everywhere. It was eerie and quiet inside, without any unusual sounds or monsters. The frigate remained silent and glided through the gaps between the wreckage, gradually approaching the coordinate location. The coordinates were still within the cemetery, although they had been moving. The movement was not large, as if they were looking for something in the cemetery. The distance between the two sides continued to close, and soon they were within 1,000 kilometers. If they were outside at this distance, they would be discovered on the spot. But in the cemetery, there were a large number of warship wreckages that blocked the detection of sensor radars, and neither side was aware of the other's existence. 900 kilometers, 800 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 100 kilometers. The frigate came to a huge pile of battleship wreckage. Judging from the coordinates of the token, the mechanical ascending battle body was behind the huge pile of battleship wreckage. From the outline of the wreckage, it can be seen that there is the wreckage of a dreadnought among the wreckage. But on the surface of the dreadnought wreckage, there is also a nearly 10-kilometer-long broken metal structure wrapped around it. Judging from the style, it should not belong to a warship, but it is somewhat similar to the tentacles of the mechanical ascending battle body. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a part of a mechanical ascended combat body that died in battle. The frigate stopped here. Li Qing first entered the universe in his palm, and called out all the servants of light. Then, the warship slowly slid along the edge of the wreckage. When bypassing the huge bow of the dreadnought, Li Qing saw a flexible octopus-like mechanical ascending battle body in the wreckage. It was entrenched in the wreckage of a mechanical ascending battle body that was larger than it, and was dismantling something. Li Qing could guess that it was probably because he had used the universe in his palm to cut off a part of his body, resulting in an incomplete combat body. He probably came here to dismantle useful parts from the wreckage of other mechanical ascending combat bodies to supplement himself. The mechanical ascending battle body did not immediately notice the Black Hawk frigate that slid out silently, but waited until the 12 servants of light shot out strong psychic energy from their pupils and poured into Li Qing's body. When the combined psychic energy of all the servants of light made his psychic energy strength exceed the million level, the powerful psychic energy fluctuations that could not be concealed spread through the frigate. The mechanical ascending battle body jumped up as if frightened. But before it could do anything, an extremely powerful psychic storm enveloped the entire wreckage area. The psychic light waves in the sky vibrated violently, and the wreckage of the dreadnought quickly collapsed in the extremely strong psychic storm and turned into powder, forming a tide of fine metal that rushed towards the mechanical ascending body, passing through the body and pouring into the black hole door that opened silently behind the body. The psychic storm, which was more than 10 times stronger than the last time, immobilized the mechanical ascending combat body on the spot. The energy shield that had just been opened suddenly twisted and deformed violently, as if someone was tearing it apart. And it collapsed after less than 5 seconds. Then, the surface of the mechanical ascending battle body crackled like frying beans. And the metal LS exploded one after another. Countless metal structures were shattered into pieces, and flew into the black hole door at the back. In just a few seconds, the mechanical flying combat body shrank a circle. Chapter 107: The Mechanical Soaring Human Beings 8,000 years ago. The psychic storm of 1,000,000 level strength was so powerful that it exploded all the electronics and precision parts inside the mechanical ascending battle body, fixing it in place and unable to move. As a not very strong gravitational force emanated from the black hole gate, it slowly slid into it involuntarily. Behind the black hole gate, hundreds of large and small industrial ships simultaneously shot out traction beams onto the mechanical ascending battle body, pulling it. The psychic storm at maximum power lasted only 10 seconds, and it had already exhausted the psychic energy of Li Qing and all the servants of light. But within these 10 seconds, most of the electronic and precision parts inside the mechanical ascension body had been successfully paralyzed. When the psychic storm ended, it was unable to resist for a while, and could only let itself slowly slide into the black hole. Boom! The huge mechanical ascending battle body slammed heavily into the surface of the black hole gate. A circle of ripples exploded on the surface of the black hole. The strong resistance prevented him from entering directly. However, this resistance was suppressed as more industrial ships arrived from the palm-sized universe, and used traction beams to pull the mechanical battle bodies, which could not control themselves, and slowly sank into the black hole gate. A huge mechanical tentacle slid into the palm of the universe, and its resistance was weakened slightly. As one thing increases, the other decreases, and the speed of pulling increases even more. 10 seconds later, the second mechanical tentacle sank into the black hole gate, and its sinking speed became even faster. From a distance, one could see that the mechanical combat body was floating above a black hole with a diameter of 30 kilometers. Part of its body that was in contact with the black hole was slowly sinking into it. Like a quagmire, there was no surprise. No matter how the mechanical body resisted, it was severely damaged by the earth-shaking psychic storm just now, and was completely unable to resist for a while. If there are no enemies, it will automatically repair itself after a while, and become a brave man again. But Li Qing didn't give him any time at all, and killed him when the mechanical body was at its weakest. A minute later, the body of this mechanical combat body was able to move. But at this time nearly half of his body had been pulled into the palm universe, and swallowed by the dark black hole. At this moment, the binding force of the palm universe on him was already extremely strong. Even if he was in a complete state, it would be difficult to break free at this stage. Not to mention that his mechanical combat body had not yet recovered. No matter how he struggled, he could only watch himself being swallowed into the black hole. When the last piece of the mechanical tentacle was swallowed, a look of ecstasy appeared on Li Qing's face. He returned to the palm-sized universe as soon as possible, and saw the violently shaking mechanical battle body floating in the cold void. The surface metal of its body, that had been shredded in the terrifying psychic storm, actually began to recover automatically. Wow! Living metal again. Li Qing stretched out his hand and waved, and a small part of the mechanical combat body that had been intercepted before flew over from a distance. The half-dead mechanical combat body sensed a part of itself and immediately reacted. A mechanical tentacle stretched out, and the flying mechanical component flew directly towards the mechanical tentacle, and the two merged into one the moment they touched. A large number of mechanical components are attached to the mechanical tentacle, making it particularly thick. Then the structure of the surface of these mechanical tentacles changed for a while, and then sank into the mechanical tentacles as if melting, quickly flowing throughout the body. The shattered surface metal structure of the mechanical body was quickly restored to its original state, as it was replenished by these liquid-like mechanical components. It is obviously cold and hard metal, but it feels like liquid. The technological level of this thing is definitely not level 3. Li Qing watched silently, waiting for the mechanical combat body to recover quickly, and then send him a series of communications. This series of communications includes more than a dozen communication methods, including the common communication methods of the 3 major civilizations in the Zur region and several major neutral forces. As long as the other party can understand one of them, communication can be achieved. However, After a series of communications were sent, there was no response for a long time. Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while, then sent out several other less common communication methods. However, there was still no response. The mechanical combat body continued to repair itself and did not respond at all. Don't you understand? Or don't want to respond? Li Qingxin thought about it, and appeared in the place where the mechanical warfare was not far out of thin air. But still no response. There was a reaction. Telepathic resonance was the psychic's unique skill, which could communicate with any existence. And mechanical ascenders were naturally included in it. But there was no reaction now. So naturally they didn't want to respond. Interesting. After thinking for a while, Li Qing disappeared. A few minutes later, he appeared at the original location holding a Rubik's Cube. Let's talk to him and see. It turns out that this mechanical core number 0 is also a mechanical ascender, and is also the core point of the previous step in the continuous task chain. This mechanical combat body is the core point of this step in the continuous task chain. There should be some relationship between the two. The mechanical ascenders communicated using some unique frequency bands. Li Qing only vaguely felt that the mechanical core number 0 was constantly sending some frequency bands over. But apart from some fluctuations in consciousness at the beginning, the mechanical ascender combat body did not respond at all afterwards. What's the meaning? Li Qing was a little annoyed. You've come this far, and you still dare to give me a shit? When he thought about how much time it took to capture him, how a battleship was sunk, and how tens of thousands of space fighters were lost, he was filled with rage. You think I can't handle you? How naive. Li Qing sneered, stretched out his hand and pointed. And a visible distorted beam of spiritual energy fell from the sky and hit a certain part of the mechanical body, passing through it on the spot. The mechanical tentacles of the mechanical combat body that was repairing itself suddenly bounced up, then drooped down heavily and remained motionless. Li Qing stepped forward and snorted coldly, ordering a large industrial ship in the distance to come over and use industrial lasers to cut the core part of the mechanical battle body he designated, preparing to cut out its core. Although he was envious of the combat power of this mechanical combat body, he would not indulge it, no matter how good something is. It is useless if you cannot use it for your own benefit. In the palm of his hand, the strength of his psychic energy has reached the million level. And this is all psychic energy that he can perfectly control. Unlike the psychic energy of all the servants of light gathered outside just now. Although the psychic energy strength is 1.5 million, he cannot control it as precisely as he controls his own psychic energy, and can only use a powerful move like Psionic Storm that does not require any control. And to use a concentrated finger strike like the one just now that paralyzed the mechanical ascending combat body, one must have complete control over one's own spiritual energy to be able to do it. In a paralyzed state, the body structure of this mechanical ascending combat body was still very strong. But the armor structure in the core part was destroyed by Li Qing's concentrated finger, and many internal structures and precision parts were destroyed, causing a sharp drop in strength. However, it still took the industrial ship nearly an hour to cut it open and take out a transparent crystal ball as big as a round table. There were countless electric currents flashing inside, and in the center hung a brain surrounded by blue electric light. He returned to the experimental area with the core of the mechanical ascender in his hand and handed it to the robot expert Chen Guangli, saying, "Replace the underlying code by whatever means possible without compromising its internal data. I need an hour." Can. Returning again, Li Qing transported the mechanical combat body to the dock area first, and found a servant of light engineer to dismantle it for surface research. I still can't bear to do so. Its fighting power is too strong. I don't want to completely tear it down before I give up completely. In front of many professional engineers in the dock, they quickly removed the defenses of the mechanical combat body and cut off the connections between its different structures. At this time, even if its core was reinstalled, it would not be able to resist. Li Qing did not stay here all the time, but returned to the real universe, then summoned a large number of industrial ships, and used tractor beams to pull together the wreckage of the warships on the battlefield cemetery, preparing to collect them. Although this thing is a wreckage and has been decayed for who knows how many years, the remaining internal structure can still be decomposed. Once decomposed, it becomes high-purity steel, which is much more cost-effective than collecting meteorites by chance in the asteroid belt. With such a large battlefield, a rough estimate is that the remaining debris should be 2 to 3 times more than the debris on the surface of the planet where the Legion's new headquarters is located. The total value of the debris in the orbit of the fourth-class planet at the Legion headquarters is about 200 billion. How could nearly 500 billion worth of debris be collected here? It is also the reason why he can earn so much. He can directly put the metal into the light casting furnace, remove all impurities, and refine it into steel in one step. Other players just have to collect it slowly, and then use a large number of transport ships to transport it back, and then find a large furnace steel plant to slowly refine it. After a series of processes, after offsetting the time consumption and transportation and collection costs, they don't actually earn much. This is also one of the main reasons why there are actually many preserved ancient warship cemeteries in the universe. But no one cares about them. Of course, this refers to battleship graveyards, or ancient battlefields far away from the colonies. Those ancient battlefields close to the colonies had long been emptied. For example, there have been no reports of any battleship cemeteries, or remains of ancient battlefields near Tianjin. The wreckage that was scattered far away was towed by industrial ships, while the nearby or large volume wreckage was collected personally using the palm-held universe. The efficiency was quite fast, and more than 300,000 cubic meters of wreckage were collected in a short time. However, not long after he started collecting the information, he received a response from Chen Guangli, the Servant of Light. He then stood there in shock for a long while, feeling dazed and at a loss for what to do, and did not immediately return to the universe in his palm. I have to slow down. He rubbed his temples with both hands. The shock in his eyes remained for a long time. How could this be? How can this be? Hack it. Li Qin felt a little panic for the first time, sitting in the command chair. He didn't get up for a long time, but what he had to face had to be faced. After struggling for a long time, he turned around and returned to the universe in his palm. It was still the same laboratory. Li Qin stood at the door with mixed feelings. Just now, Chen Guangli brought him a piece of news that shocked him greatly. The rewriting of the underlying code of the mechanical combat body had failed. The news itself was not the reason why he was shocked, but the meaning behind the news made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he was at a loss for a moment. With the technical level and skill level of the Servant of Light, it is impossible for them to fail in rewriting the code. Even artificial intelligence created by the 6th generation of technology that surpasses the 5th generation of human technology can be easily rewritten. And now it has indeed failed. There might be only one. He also learned from Chen Guangli that the mechanical ascended combat body was a player. But this was not the main reason why he was at a loss. Even if he found players from other civilizations in the Zuderstar region, he would not be so panicked. The main reason for his panic was, Chen Guangli walked out of the laboratory and said to him, "Your Majesty, he wishes to see you." He nodded and pushed the door open. The crystal ball was suspended in the center of the instrument, fixed by beams of light and unable to move. There was no change inside the crystal ball from before, but Li Qin could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him. He stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the crystal ball. He didn't speak for a long time, and there was no sound in the hall. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a woman's sigh was heard in the hall, and a pure Chinese voice sounded. "I never thought that I would see my former fellow tribesmen here." Li Qin also sighed and said, "I didn't expect to see my former tribesmen here." The hall fell silent again. After almost a minute, Li Qin asked, "How are you doing now? Is His Majesty Sen Luo still here?" "His Majesty is still here." But how? "Your Majesty fell into a deep sleep 7,000 years ago and has never woken up. And we have also fallen apart." Hearing this news, Li Qin felt mixed emotions. He let out a sigh and asked, "Can you tell me about it?" The voice paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you exploring this star region alone? Or has the United Human Empire expanded its territory to this star region?" The Empire has established an expeditionary force in the nearby star field, preparing to expand into the Zuder star field. However, the main expansion direction is not here. I also dug here through a continuous quest chain. Few players come here. Is that so? The voice paused for a moment, as if in deep thought. After a few seconds, the female voice sounded again. "If that's the case, there's something that can't hurt to tell you. More than 7,000 years ago, His Majesty issued the Declaration of Independence and the Declaration of Purification. After the defeat in the war, he fled the United Human Empire and headed south. He originally planned to pass through the Kel Zakar Star Empire to the Galactic Center, but was discovered and intercepted by 3-star lords of the Kel Zakar Star Empire on the way. We suffered heavy losses in a great battle and fled back in embarrassment. In the end, he was caught up in the Zoltar Nebula. In the decisive battle, His Majesty used some unknown means to severely inflict a heavy blow to the opponent. But the nearby star field was also destroyed, forming a Jedi that warships could not enter. Li Qing immediately thought of the nearby isolation interference zone and asked, "Could it be that His Majesty Sun Luo is in this nearby star field now?" Voice response, "Yes." Hiss. Li Qing took a breath and remained speechless for a long time. It turns out that this isolation interference zone that the fleet cannot pass through was caused by the decisive battle between the 4 Star Lords. The Star Lord who once caused great trauma to the United Human Empire, the first Star Lord in human history to achieve 3-stage mechanical ascension, is sleeping here. Chapter 108: The Lost Whereabouts of the Star Sea Lord. After they disappeared, no one knew where they went. Some people thought they went north through the Bruvian United Civilization and entered the depths of the Persis Arm. Some thought they went south across the Kelzakar Star Empire and entered the Galactic Center region. No one expected that they were actually in the Zutter star field and had been sleeping for more than 7,000 years. He let out a long breath, looked at the mechanically ascended player in front of him and asked, "How many of you are left now?" After a long silence, he spoke, "Less than 10,000. Are they all mechanical ascenders like you?" "Yes." "Are they all still players like you?" "Yes." "Where are they now?" "Some stayed with His Majesty. Some were looking for a way back in the outer star regions. And some were wandering outside." "How many star regions are there nearby?" "Have no idea." "Have no idea?" "We haven't contacted for a long time." The hall fell into silence, and neither of them spoke. On the one hand, "I don't know what to say," and on the other hand, "I don't know what to ask." Li Qing never expected that he would uncover such a shocking secret while digging the grave this time. He hasn't figured out what to do with it yet. The whereabouts of a Lord of Star Sea more than 8,000 years ago. Star Sea, who has been sleeping for more than 7,000 years. There are only less than 10,000 mechanical ascendants. The combination of various key information. Li Qing inevitably thought of a certain element. If the Lord of Shanghai, who had left indelible trauma for human civilization, could no longer wake up, the heritage left. Don't blame him for thinking this way. It's mainly because the information he got from this mechanical ascendant was too shocking. And he couldn't help but think so. Any player who combines this information will first think that it is the legacy of a Star Sea Lord. Not to mention the technological heritage that has been preserved in unknown quantities. The Star Sea Overlord itself is a mechanical war star with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. It is the most powerful military force in the Star Sea. Even now, 7 or 8,000 years later, the entire human United Empire does not have many super forces like war stars. The combination of battle stars plus mechanical warfare. Combat effectiveness is stronger than ordinary battle stars. Who doesn't want such a peak force? After a long silence, Li Qing asked, "Do you know where His Majesty Sun Luo is sleeping now?" I instantly felt the gaze fixed on me, with all sorts of complicated emotions in the eyes. After a while, the voice rang out, "You are very courageous. But heroes and tyrants are all very courageous. We can make a deal. I will tell you the coordinates of the galaxy where His Majesty Sun Luo is sleeping. And you will let me go." "Okay. But I can only let you go after I find His Majesty Sun Luo. Before that, I'll have to ask you to wait here." "You are not sincere." "No. I am sincere. But I can't let the news leak out before then." Very shocking. The transaction failed. The voice said firmly, "I will not tell you His Majesty's coordinates unless you let me leave." Li Qing smiled. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you say it doesn't say. I just need to know that His Majesty Mori is in this isolation interference zone. It doesn't matter if you can't get in now. I will always find the way to enter. Then you can never find it. The galaxy that His Majesty has no sleep cannot be available. There is no detailed coordinates. It is impossible to find it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Qing left this sentence and turned to leave the room. "Keep an eye on him, and don't believe anything he says unless he wants to find me." After saying that, he turned and left. But halfway, what he thought was still the mechanical ascendant. Just now, he was thinking of finding a way to get a few warships with full level 6 technology, and then find a way to enter the isolation interference zone to explore. But the words of the mechanical ascender made him give up the idea. If the place where Shanghai Lord Sun Luo is sleeping is indeed an isolated galaxy without a stars and no wormhole connection, then the normal way will definitely not enter. and you can only get an exact coordinate forcibly transition. He believed that the mechanical ascendant had the coordinates, but there must be other harsh conditions that restricted it from passing. Otherwise, the combat body of the mechanical ascendant itself possessed a 6th-generation advanced jump engine. If it could pass, it would have jumped there long ago, instead of wandering aimlessly in this nearby area. Therefore, at this stage, he has to find a way to develop a hyperspace engine that surpasses the 5th-level conventional technology. 6th-level advanced technology can be used, and 7th-level advanced technology is best. Level 6 can go to the Shanghai Lord to order a ship. The 7th level can only go to the high-end market to see if the luck can be dug into the grave and the box. It is worth mentioning that the 6th level technology is actually divided into 2 types. One is 6th level technology, and the other is 6th level higher technology. The difference is that level 6 technology is greatly strengthened on the basis of existing 5th level technology, making its power more than the 5th generation weapon, reaching the 6th generation weapon standard. The 6th level higher technology focuses on the words of higher. If you want to get the higher suffix, you must master a new energy system beyond the conventional energy system. For example, the conventional energy that humans now master are nuclear fusion, including cold nuclear fusion, as well as anti-material energy, zero energy, etc. While high energy is a more powerful energy system than these conventional energy. From the information Li Qing had, he had only heard of 2 types of higher energy, namely dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter can be gravitated to restrain the material in the universe together. Dark energy, on the other hand, has a repulsive effect, driving the universe to continue expanding. There is no distinction between the 2 energies. Both belong to the higher energy system, and are also the 2 most common high-level quantities. Several powerful ancient civilizations that human civilization has seen mastered dark energy or dark matter, or both. Promotion to Star Lord requires 6th generation technology. Almost all Star Lords choose the former, forcibly upgrading to the 6th generation based on the existing energy system, rather than mastering higher energy. It is really difficult to master high energy. Therefore, although both are 6th generation technology, the 6th generation technology that masters advanced energy is far stronger than the 6th generation technology that is forcibly enhanced by conventional technology. At the same time, the 6th generation technology that is forcibly promoted with conventional technology cannot continue to break through the 7th generation technology, no matter how you study it. The limit of conventional energy is the 6th generation, or you can open a large point, infinitely enhance the power to burn a star, and it is just a T-slot level weapon with infinitely increasing power. The essence has not produced qualitative changes. That is to say, the comprehensive strength of the 14-star leaders of the human United Empire is far stronger than the 5th generation technology of the military. But they have reached the limit. It is impossible to break through the Lord and promote the Shanghai King. Coming out of the Palm universe, Li Qing subconsciously checked the golden spaceship token. The coordinates had not moved and were still in the same position. It should be that the mechanical ascending battle body had not changed after being put into the Palm universe. This means that if you want to proceed to the next step, you have to get the next information from this mechanical ascended player who split from the United Human Empire thousands of years ago. But this guy looks very tight, and it will be difficult to pry from his mouth to any valuable information. Go back first. Wait for the preparation to be more enough. He has come out for almost half a year, and there are many things to do, and there is no time to wave everywhere. Next, Li Qing stayed at the cemetery of this battleship for about a month and a half before collecting the wreckage of most of the warships in the cemetery. It was fully converted into the casting furnace of the light in the universe in the Palm, and it was converted into steel and a small amount of rare resources. A total of 1.54 billion square meters of steel was calculated at the price of 390 yuan for the steel. Good. The Black Hawk frigate was covered with a layer of psychic energy. Li Qing communicated with the psychic saint, who was far away in the virtual world through his will, and used the psychic saint as a fulcrum to sense the coordinates he had left behind. There are 4. 1 headquarters, 1 near the outpost base, 1 galaxy base of the number 5 giant dock base of the Southern Sonda Civilization Southern Province, and 1 left halfway to catch up with the mechanical flying body some time ago. The coordinates left in the end of the conscious communication. A lap of spiritual wave pattern. The frigates turned into a flowing light and disappeared. 2 consecutive transitions. In less than 2 hours. A Black Eagle frigates appeared at the Galania headquarters galaxy out of thin air. Go out for half a year, and come back in 2 hours. The first one who discovered him was Li Lai, who was the head of the Legion headquarters. Most of the time, he stayed in the Legion Star Castle. He found the frigate, who suddenly leaped to the galaxy in the first time. The radar analysis was determined to be Li Qing. He greeted him the first time. Welcome back, boss. He nodded and asked, is everyone here? Wang Yanqing's deputy army head is there. And the head of the army and Ding Ding team are not there. Li Lai added another sentence. I will sort out the situation in the last half of the year. The frigate quickly approached the Star Castle on the Star Trek. It has not been seen for half a year. The Star Castle has been repaired and has been put into use. The warships of a large number of members of the army are moored on the anchor berth. The Black Eagle frigates parked in the berth inside Xingbo under the guidance of Xingbao's leader. And the off-boat saw that Li Lai and Li Haper had waited there. Boss, I will take you to your office area. Lead the way. Li Heng drove a suspended car inside a Star Castle on the side. Li Lai waited for him to follow the car before entering the car. Li Haper brought a cup of light blue drink. He reached out and took a sip. His fingers pointed at the light in front of him. And checked the information from Li Lai. The suspended car entered the inside of the Star Fort. And came to see it like a city-like internal area. Li Lai pointed to the outside and said, this floor, as well as the 10 floors above and below, belong to you, including part of the commercial area, warehouse area, residential area, etc. You can freely choose how to deal with it, he whispered and said. The leader of the Legion is also 10 floors, the total length of Ding Industry, and the head of the deputy army of the vice army only 8 floors. Li Qing nodded to show that he understood. The information shows that the standard inner layer of the Star Fortress is 100 meters high and can be freely divided into 10 layers, which is 1,000 meters. The inner diameter of each layer is 2,000 meters in length and width, compared with the diameter of Xingbao 30 kilometers and 60 kilometers high. This space is not large, but some space in the Starberg is a fighting space, including the equipped weapon system, glory, etc. In addition, most spaces are the public space of the Legion. Now it is divided into private space. The use of private space can be freely chosen, but it is generally used to open various hydroponic farms, or indoor farms, to raise pigs, chickens, ducks, etc., and to grow the various foods that humans most commonly eat to meet the needs of life in the base. Various consumer goods factories can also be opened, such as the consumption of the lives of the clone or the player, or the life of other professional. Bowls, chopsticks, clothes, washing supplies, various electronic products, various deep processed foods, etc., including a normal person's clothing, food, housing. Basically, all player teams have various factories in their headquarters Star Fortresses, which are specifically used to meet the needs of the entire base. If there are any surpluses, they can be stored and sold to outposts or other players. Li Qing had never come back before, and Li Lai didn't dare to make decisions for him. So his 10-story Star Fortress was completely empty. Now, he checked the structure in the 10-story Starbergia and referred to the factory opened by other members of the Star Fort. Among them, the leader of the army, UUFA, chose the clone cultivation base to produce a variety of clone people. Wang Yanqing chose indoor farming, from dairy cows to chickens and ducks, and monopolized the meat industry. After watching their choices, there is only one turn to Li Qing's turn. That is, to open a large robotic industrial base to create a variety of robots. They monopolize the most profitable industries. They are the upstream raw material suppliers, and ordinary Legion members can only open various downstream industrial chain factories to make a little money. Therefore, for members of ordinary Legions, the most profitable is mining. However, in the future, when the Legion has transformed this planet, it will develop and establish large-scale agricultural areas, animal husbandry areas, various factories, and various industries on the planet in the name of the Legion. And then many Legion members will be able to benefit from it. The decision to send it to Li Lai. He does not need to worry about him next. Li Lai, who is the head of the headquarters of the Legion, will stay in the Star Castle most of the time. He has enough time to help build the factory. Looking back, his fingers touched the curtain lightly, and a Star Castle projection immediately emerged. A large amount of data on the right emerged, which is the basic data of the Star Castle. Chapter 109 Home and Development. Except for the end-of-day weapons of the T-Groove, Star Fort is equivalent to a fearless ship plus half an aircraft carrier plus a bunch of warships in other aspects. Except for the unable to move. There is no deadly fighting fortress. If there is no flagship. If you want to capture this Star Castle, at least 100 battleships, including a huge fleet. At this stage, the Gonlan Corps can be different from the past. At this time, few teams near the outpost base can threaten the Gaga Corps, and it is impossible for them to do it for no reason. Li Qing spent an hour after reading this information, and fully understood the development of the Legion during this time. In the past 6 months, in addition to repairing the Star Fortress, Legion Commander UUFA has decided to transform part of the headquarters planet first. He has restarted the abandoned transformation facilities on the planet, and is now attempting to transform them. In addition, the Legion has successively sent the fleet to clean up the abnormalities and monsters in the nearby galaxies, for a large number of players to establish a personal base in the nearby galaxy. Ding Yuran returned to the outpost base half a month after Li Qing came back, and replaced Wang Yanqing, who was stationed at the outpost base for the first half of the year. She was in charge of the Corps' situation at the outpost base, recruited new people, and carried out the special task of rewarding them with a battleship every month as promised by the expeditionary commander. Now they have accumulated 6 battleships, which are temporarily incorporated into Wang Yanqing's fleet. At the same time, 5 months ago, UUFA returned to Jimin and returned a month ago, bringing him a large number of shipbuilding engineers. There were a total of 10 groups of destroyer shipbuilding engineers, 400 groups of frigate shipbuilding engineers, and a chief engineer who was studying battleship construction and was specially recruited by him. This engineer is a blue name. He could only build cruisers before, but because he had a special talent, he could advance again. 2 years ago, he started studying related training disciplines at the construction of the warfare ship. Now he has graduated. Normally, it will be recruited by a large force. After a period of time, you can try to host the construction of the battleship. UUFA was careful when she returned this time, and she intercepted it, and also provided 10 groups of battleship engineers. This is exactly what Li Qing needs. It doesn't matter if it cannot be built now. He can just transform it into a servant of light, and build it immediately. With the support of the family, he can buy 10 battleship blueprints from the family every month at the market price. Although he has not been at home in the past 6 months, the blueprint of each month has been done. He can go back to take 110 photos of 1 year at any time. If it is not time, the family can even be sent from Jimin. I haven't been back for more than half a year now, and the family will probably send it over in advance. Li Qing plans to go back to the outpost base in a few days to take a look. If so, we can start building battleships directly at that time. In addition to these, UUFA also helped him recruit 1,000 agricultural experts and animal husbandry experts. At this time on the planet, who was being transformed, Li Qing was very busy in the next few days. He first went to receive the various talents brought by UUFA from Tianjin, as well as the various minerals accumulated by the Legion in recent days. As he said before he left, Ding Yuran kept a part of the minerals purchased by the Legion and did not sell them. Now, a full 1 trillion cubic meters have been accumulated. It looks like a lot, but they are all raw ores that have not yet been crushed and refined. Everyone knows that most of the raw ore is useless rock impurities with very little mineral content, many of which are less than 1%. After refining, no one knows how much is left. Of course, the amount of minerals mined by all the affiliated members and formal members of the entire Legion in half a year is more than this. The main reason is that the Legion does not have enough capital now, and cannot store minerals indefinitely. Therefore, after storing 1 trillion cubic meters, all the excess minerals were refined and sold at the outpost base. It is worth mentioning that the raw ore of this trillion square meters belongs to the army's money to buy. Most of the raw ores of ton are iron-like ore. Asylum and waste rock such as cheap raw ore. Iron ore costs 3.9 star dollars per cubic meter, and after being refined into steel, the price is 390 star dollars per cubic meter. The ashunite is 3 yuan, and the price after refining is 300 star. Limestone costs 3.7 star dollars per cubic meter, and after refining, the price is 370 star dollars per cubic meter. The total calculation is 3.4 star dollars per cubic meter, and the Legion's purchase price is 20% off. So 1 trillion cubic meters is 2.72 trillion star dollars. After spending 2 days, Li Qing spent all this trillion square away raw or into 3 relatively valuable steels of 3 cheap ores, with a total of about 10 billion cubic meters. Based on the current market price of the steel, a total value of 3,900 billion yuan. A relative cost of 2,720 billion yuan. It is not a lot of earnings to make a proportion alone. About 30%. But when the capital is large enough, the earnings are exaggerated. However, this is just the simplest way to sell raw materials. If all these materials are used to build ships, the profit will be much more than selling the raw materials. All of these materials will be used to build warships. A total of 500 groups of frigate engineers are in place. As long as the supply of materials is sufficient, 500 frigates can be built every half a month. And 1,000 frigates can be built in a month, which just uses up the blueprint of the 3rd generation frigate that is produced the most in a day. Hey. It just so happens that the frigate's mother chip still needs further research and upgrading. So there is no need to handcuff it every day. Li has given up the idea of selling money to make money by Li Chao's handcuffs. At this stage, there are channels for making money. There is no need to get this. With this kung fu, it is better to study and upgrade the chip. When will the mother chip be raised to the 5th generation and the existing available frigates of human beings? It's like human civilization. The standard frigate is Haiyan template, and all human arms are common. The road-level frigate belonging to the elite template, the Black Eagle class frigate, which belongs to the excellent template, is the unique frigate module that belongs to the used gatekeeper. The petrol template is a universal standard template for human civilization. When most military leaders designed their own warships, their biggest reference was human frigates. Therefore, when upgrading to the 5th generation frigates, the default was the standard petrol class frigate. Of course, the standard frigates of different military valves are different. Some are not called Haiyan, called a type of frigates. Some are called recruits level frigates. And some are called dagger class frigates. The names are different, but the scale attributes are the same. In addition to the standard Haiyan level module, almost every door valve family will design 1 or 2 attributes that surpass the standard Haiyan class frigates with the elite and even excellent template frigates. This design is not mandatory, but almost all door valve families will design their own unique elite battleship modules. This is also the biggest difference between regular legions and individual players. For example, the regular legion fleets of the major military clans have elite models as their frigates and excellent models as their main forces. Both their individual and average combat effectiveness are much stronger than the player's standard petrol model. Correspondingly, the handcuffs of elite frigates and excellent frigates are much slower than conventional frigates. For example, a regular frigate can sever 1,000 cards a day, while an elite module frigate can only sever 100 cards a day, and an excellent frigate can sever even less, at only 10 cards a day. This is also one of the main reasons why there are few such frigates on the city. The output is not high, and the main gate valves of the major army are not enough to sell. Even if those military lords and aristocratic families that have existed for hundreds of years have surplus in the later period, they will store them for use and will not sell them at will. Returning to the Palm universe, Li Qing went to the agricultural area first. The moment he appeared in the air, all he saw was green grassland. At first, he thought he had taken the wrong path and arrived at the livestock farming area. But after confirming it the next second, he was pleasantly surprised. The transformation was successful. The last time I saw it, it was 3 months ago. At that time, there were some weeds with stubborn vitality in the land. It was only 3 months before returning. The barren land in the agricultural area had become a green grassland, with weeds and some plants that could not be named. These plants were all brought by the Shar people. They were previously transforming a Category 4 planet. Many plants spread by spreading their seeds on the wind. The Shar people brought these seeds into the palm-sized universe. As the environment in the agricultural area gradually became suitable for survival, these seeds began to take root and sprout. Most of them are weeds, but there are also a small number of unknown plants, flowers, and some newly grown small trees. It is worth mentioning that among these new plants, there are a small number of new Shar people. It is estimated that it is fate, or the uneasy environment makes them decide to reproduce more people. Some Shar people have taken off their bodies into the soil. Many of them have taken root, and they will become the new Salon when they grow to a certain point. Li Qing attached great importance to this. At this stage, There are no immigrants for him to test whether this high-dimensional fortress is a galactic miracle. So he can use these Shar people to test it. When the new Shar people are formed, by looking at the attributes of the first new Shar people born, we can know whether this warehouse area has the potential for large-scale immigration. But this will take a long time. Even if the Shar people grow much faster than humans, it will still take several years. Before that, the development of agricultural areas was still developed. First, he got a list of the first batch of agricultural experts recruited by his men, checked their abilities and skills one by one, and selected an agricultural expert named Nyo, one to be the servant of light, and promoted him to a super agricultural expert in one step. Farming also requires professionalism. Then, it's time to plan. Such a large agricultural area, 1,000 kilometers long and wide, definitely needs careful planning. Without a professional designer, Li Qing tried to design himself. First, divide the entire agricultural area into 100 large areas, each of which is 100 kilometers long and wide. Then we plan to build a road about 100 meters wide between these large areas. The ground will be raised to distinguish them. In addition to being used for traffic, various agricultural facilities can be built on the roadside. Anyway, a width of 100 meters can be built at will. The 100-kilometer wide areas are divided into medium-sized areas with boundaries of 10 kilometers, and separated by 20-meter roads in the middle. Between the mid-size areas of 10 kilometers in width, there is no more segmentation area between the mid-size areas. This will be divided on the spot. Of course, the pouring facilities such as the canals are planned in the later stage. At that time, it is dependent on plants planted in different areas. In such a large area, in the huge agricultural area of 10,000. Of course, it is impossible to plant all rice, and it will also plant some other crops. In addition, Li Qing selected a large area in the center of the 100-kilometer areas. It will not be used for reclamation, but a temporary warehouse area and industrial area will be established there. Some factories relying on deep processing of food will be opened here to directly process the various foods produced. For example, wheat can be made into various grades of flour, or flour can be processed into various types of noodles or bread. Rice can be processed into rice noodles, and so on. After completing the design and planning of the agricultural area, Li Qing left the agricultural area and came to the animal husbandry area. The Order of Light-Oriented Lights is a super agricultural expert. It is not just farming. There are so many skill grooves of light. You can learn various related professional knowledge while developing. He only needs to issue orders and execute it. The status of the pastoral area at this time is the same as that of the agricultural area. Compared with the agricultural area which requires various plans, the planning of the pastoral area is simpler. It is also divided into 100 regions. And then, there is no need to divide the medium-sized areas. As long as you fill the half of the regions with various pastures and simple infrastructure, you can buy calves and lamb cakes, etc. As for the other half of the area, part of it is designated as indoor poultry breeding area, part of it is planned as a fishery area, and part of it is designated as a fruit planting area. Temporary warehouses and various industrial zones are also established in the central area for further processing of various raw products. Similarly, Li Qing selected an animal husbandry expert named Lu Mingyang from among the original animal husbandry experts and enlightened him, as a servant of light, to be responsible for this aspect. The simple division has been completed, and the tasks have been assigned. 1 million robots are divided into 2 parts, with 500,000 each assigned to work in the agricultural area and the animal husbandry area. The next step is to wait for the completion of the infrastructure construction before purchasing seedlings. Everything is ready. Only old Dongfeng. Li Qing didn't care about what happened next, and he came to the 8th floor again. This floor was originally planned to be an industrial zone for consumables and various livelihood industries, and all factories were originally planned to be opened here. But there are not so many factories to open now. The few factories are all on the 6th and 7th floors. Now there are only some outdated industrial production lines here, because there are no workers. They have not been in operation. Li Qing thought about it, and decided to dismantle these outdated production lines and replan them. The industrial area remained unchanged, but only half of it was retained, and the other half was converted to other uses. He planned to move the clone breeding base and robot production base from the 10th floor. The 10th floor is mainly the scientific research area and the army military area. At this time, The cloned people's cultivation base was still under construction. There were several factories in the robot production base. It was hosted by the Machinery Corps No. 0 to specialize in the construction of the Octopus combat robot. After the relocation, Li Qing will stop manufacturing combat robots and switch to building various civilian robots. Whether it is the construction of factories or future living areas, a large number of construction workers will be needed, especially living areas. By then, a super large urban cluster will need to be built, which will require a huge number of construction workers. To build a territory, there are many trivial things. If you want to relax, you have to have more talents. Chapter 110 Battleship Construction Chief Engineer. Looking at the 3 light servant quota, Li Qingxi made a little bit, and ordered a servant of a light, an engineer, and a talent with space fighter design, named Song Department Guang. The last spot was given to an administrative staff member named Jiang Yuhai. After being transformed into a servant of light, his management-related skills instantly soared to level 20. Combined with the talents of a servant of light, his management capabilities instantly exploded. Li Qing appointed him as the administrative manager of the territory and was responsible for the administrative management and planning of the 6th floor of the entire warehouse area. Below the 5th floor are the warehouse area and aircraft carrier floor, where supervisors are not needed. After finishing these, some trivial things that are chaotic are basically not used to bother himself. Li Qing only needs to take an idea on some important things. Arriving at the scientific research area, Li Qing went to the laboratory, as usual, to communicate with the mechanical ascender player. At this time, Li Qing hadn't thought about how he was as a player. He couldn't control him by rewriting the underlying code. This is also a player's benefit. Like the Mechanical Core 0, there is no player identity. Theoretically, the level of mechanical rising is like this mechanical soaring player. Well, until now, he doesn't know what the player is soaring in the mechanical. It is not that he didn't ask, but did not answer the question opposite. Some ordinary chattels are very happy to answer, but as soon as they ask questions related to Lord Sonar, they are silent, which makes Li Qing very speechless. It seemed like there was nothing to be asked. It was almost impossible to get him to talk using normal methods and other methods. It is not no, but less than the last time. Li Qing still doesn't want to use that way. The method is very simple. Enlightening servants of light is also effective for players, but because he has not tried it yet, he does not know what the consequences will be. Will they become absolutely loyal to him like other organic creatures? Or, he cannot tell for sure. Anyway, there is a place every month, and it is okay to use it. The reason why it is not used now, in addition to the uncertainty whether it is effective for the player, is mainly because this player is a mechanical ascendant, and after enlightening the servant of light, the psionic power will be forcibly awakened. As we all know, psionic ascension and mechanical ascension are in conflict. If he were transformed into a servant of light, his 2 stages of mechanical ascension would be useless. Such a huge mechanical combat body was still preserved in the starry sky within the palm of the universe. Li Qing did not move at all, thinking that if he could subdue it in the future, such a powerful mechanical ascending body would come in handy. If he were to be transformed into a servant of light, he would be completely useless, and he was a little reluctant to do so. Moreover, there is a problem that Li Qing is unwilling to admit. If he is not enlightened as a servant of light, he cannot guarantee the loyalty of the players. After all, this mechanical ascended player came from the command of the Lord of Sunluo Star Sea, a former iron-hearted exterminator. In their eyes, all organic life forms need to be destroyed, including humans. Perhaps with the defeat of the Lord of Sunluo Star Sea, they may have given up this idea and stopped exterminating everything. But how can one be sure about such a thing? Is it a road that goes all the way to the end? Or repent? Who knows what they are thinking? If he is not enlightened to be a servant of light, he will most likely pretend to surrender. There is no such thing as a 1000-day guard against thieves. If one day he causes a disaster due to negligence, it will be too late to regret it. My head hurts. After a brief chat, Li Qing said goodbye and left. The crystal ball hung motionless in the air, with tiny lightning exploding inside from time to time. Let's talk about it after I equip a battleship with an advanced jump engine. Li Qing set the final time. If she still didn't cooperate by then, he would have to destroy her ruthlessly. Well, this mechanical ascender was once a woman, coming out of the Palm universe. Li Qing posted an announcement in the Legion channel. Starting next month, the Legion will begin to provide warship orders. ranging from ordinary mining ships and transport ships to battleships. All official Legion members only need to provide blueprints to customize various warships at 90% of the market price of the outpost. Once the announcement was made, the Legion channel was silent for more than 10 seconds. And then, there were countless inquiries. No way. Is this true? When did our headquarters have a shipyard? Why have I never seen it? I haven't seen it either. But I seem to have heard that there is a large shipyard inside the space relic that the Chief of Military Affairs has. I don't know if it's true or not. It should be true. Otherwise the Chief would not have issued this announcement. Doesn't that mean that we don't have to go to the outpost to compete with others for shipbuilding quotas in the future? And can order directly from within the Legion? At this time, someone asked Li Qing, General Manager, are there any restrictions on this order? Li Qing smiled and replied, basically there are no restrictions. If I have to say there are any restrictions, it's that I only have one chief engineer who can build battleships. And I can build a maximum of 10 battleships in a batch. Other than that, there are no restrictions. As soon as he responded, someone laughed. That's more than enough. There are so few battleship blueprints. But it's more than enough. By the way, my shipyard is a little special. It builds ships very quickly. A battleship can be shipped out of the factory in just 9 months, which is twice as fast as the 18 months of a normal shipyard. The same is true for other ships. He left half of the margin as a buffer. Sometimes, when he needed to build a ship, he could squeeze out time from this half of the margin without affecting the construction of normal orders. Damn. So cool. Captain, I have a battleship here. Can I take the order now? No problem. Hack. That's fast. General, I have one here too. Li Qing responded one by one. There are vacancies. Don't worry. I will open registration later. You can finally lie to register the ships you need to build. Just give him the blueprints. Construction will be arranged within 3 days without waiting in line. By the way, the Legion shipyard also includes the modification and reinforcement of warships and the manufacture of weapon accessories. But you need to provide your own drawings. In less than half a day, Li Qingfa's announcement had spread throughout the entire Legion's territory galaxy. And even the players affiliated with the Legion knew about it. Li Qing did not refuse their order for warships, since the dock was big enough anyway. However, affiliated members do not have the 10% discount and priority benefits of Legion members. But it is still cheaper than going directly to the outpost base. Li Qing gives them the normal market price. A fully equipped standard Petrol-class frigate costs $142 million at the outpost base. But it can be bought from him for only about $130 million, which is tens of millions of star dollars cheaper. Any normal person knows where to buy it. In addition, Li Qing also vigorously promoted his third-generation frigates to everyone. Only $113.6 million could be used to purchase a fully equipped battleship. Its combat effectiveness was slightly inferior to that of the Petrol-class frigate, but it was about 31 million cheaper than that at the outpost base. Of course, the cheaper the cannon fodder, the better. In less than 2 days, Li Qing received orders for a total of 5,114 third-generation frigates, with a total price of 580.9 billion star yuan, and a net profit of 258.3 billion star yuan. It will take a total of 5.5 months to complete, with an average net profit of 50 billion star dollars per month. It's quite profitable. There is no need to worry even if the internal market of the Legion will soon be saturated. By then, we can stockpile them and sell them to the outposts. There is a shortage of supply over there, and we can easily produce 2 batches of 1,000 frigates every month to meet the demand. After confirming the production task, Li Qing converted the battleship engineer named Chen Wenkai found by UUFA into a servant of light on the spot, using up the last servant of light quota. After becoming a servant of light, all the relevant shipbuilding skills he mastered were upgraded to level 20. Originally, he needed to intern in a large shipyard to improve his experience in building battleships. But now, he can get started right away. 10 groups of senior engineers and ordinary shipbuilding engineers for building battleships are all in place. The super dock is allocated 200 ship capacity, and the construction of 10 battleships begins. 5 of them were his own, and the other 5 were battleship blueprints that other members of the Legion had on hand. Li Qing plans to train this engineer well. Once his shipbuilding skills have gradually improved to level 30, he can then study skills related to flagship battleship construction. At that time, he will be promoted to chief engineer of flagship battleship construction. By that time, it will be awesome. You have a super dock capable of building flagships, and a chief engineer capable of building flagships. You only need a complete set of flagship blueprints to build a flagship-class giant battleship by yourself. What's the point of this? Making money is secondary. To be honest, building a flagship is indeed quite profitable. After all, this thing costs trillions of star dollars at a minimum. But compared to the significance of being able to build a flagship, making money is actually nothing. One has to know that in the entire human United Empire, apart from the 14 star lords who each have one, there are less than 10 of the other 200 or so military lords who have the ability to independently build a giant shipyard for a flagship. In other words, in the entire human United Empire, there will be no more than 30 giant shipyards capable of building flagship giant warships on their own. The flagships of most of the military lords were built by these military lords who own giant shipyards. For example, the Qinghali family did not have their own giant shipyard to build flagships. The Yu family of Tianjin does have a giant shipyard, but the flagship warships are too large. Generally, after building one, the remaining capacity in the dock is not enough to build a second one at the same time. The construction time of a flagship is often more than 5 years, and that of a Titan superflag is more than 10 years. So apart from the rarity of the blueprint, the shipbuilding capacity is also a key factor restricting the number of flagships. In other words, if the high-dimensional fortress he has is capable of building a flagship, then, immediately, many military lords and aristocratic families, who have been queuing in other shipyards for many years, will come running with checks in hand to place orders for shipbuilding. Money is a small matter. The favors and relationships of these big men are more valuable. As time goes by, the restrictions on the pioneers will become smaller and smaller. After 10 years, they can already make use of the various relationships behind them, and their families can directly support them without restrictions. At that time, these favors and connections will come in handy. Of course, by that time, they will have no so-called newcomer protection, and they will need to compete on the same starting line with other senior pioneers who have been in the industry for more than 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years. That is to say, if they still cannot take down the 3 major civilizations 10 years later, when the protection period is over, other senior pioneers can enter and compete. The 3 major legions in Tianjin will dispatch their main forces as soon as possible. By then, it will be difficult for the teams that have not captured the planet to compete with them unless the forces behind them are extremely powerful. You should know that the 3 major legions in Tianjin all have flagships. When the 3 legions are combined, their combat effectiveness is not inferior to the current expeditionary force. By that time, the remaining parts of the 3 major civilizations would probably be wiped out in less than half a year. So they must capture a planet within 10 years. And after 10 years there will be basically no chance. It is now the 3.5 year of development, and there is still a little over a year before the best opportunity for the Galan Legion. Li Qing plans that if he can successfully capture the Reef Nest planet by then, he will slowly demonstrate his strength and potential, gain favors and relationships in this regard, and strive to be able to defend the planet after taking it, and defend it until the end of the 10-year development period, and then be able to defend the planet under the noses of the many veteran legions that have entered. So now, I should go to the outpost and get back the battleship blueprint given by my family. Excluding the 10 ships taken at the beginning, there are still 110 ships. I can only say that my great-grandfather is so awesome that he has so many battleship blueprints. Li Qing believed that his great-grandfather might still have the flagship blueprint in his hands, but he couldn't give it to him at this stage. This kind of super combat power would have to wait until at least the 5th year of development before he could find a reason to reward it. It's the same for everyone. There are so many pioneers in the outpost base, and there are many descendants of top-level families with higher status than him. They also have to abide by the rules, and will have to wait until the 5th year of development. The flagship takes about 5 years to build, so it will be ready for service in the 10th year of development. By that time, all restrictions will be lifted and senior pioneers will enter the market. Only teams with flagships will have the capital to compete with these senior pioneers, and teams without flagships will basically be eliminated. Li Qing was lucky to get a fearless flagship in the first year of pioneering. UUFA had taken back to the family G-Min giant dock 2 years ago to build it. According to the time, it has been built for nearly half. According to the commander of the Expeditionary Army Yu Qing, It can be completed at the beginning of the military operation after a year and a half. Fast. It can be built in only 3.5 years. In the 5th year, when others just got the flagship blueprint, a finished product was not Fearless flagship. In addition, the supercarrier inside the universe in the palm of the palm was equivalent to 2 flagships, who can still be their opponent in the early stage. The next day, Li Qing directly located the coordinates of a psychic entity in a galaxy near the outpost base through the psychic saint in the virtual realm, and used psychic energy to directly jump to the outside of the gravity well of the galaxy next to the outpost base. After he summoned this psychic saint, he compressed him into a metal box, disguised it as a table-sized meteorite, and threw it into the asteroid belt outside the galaxy's gravity well. Even if a spaceship passed by, it would not be able to detect the existence of the psychic entity inside. Chapter 111: The current situation of the past base. After leaving half a year, he returned to the outpost base and contacted Ding Yuzheng as soon as possible. In the first half of the year, Wang Yanqing did the task of doing the mission to the outpost base in the first half of the year. Ding Yuzheng was resident in the second half of the year. UUFA did not know where he was. When the Legion fleet cleared the galaxy near the headquarters, an epic signal coordinate chip was burst when cleaning up an abnormality. She had nothing to run to dig a grave some time ago, and she did not know how it was dug now. I haven't seen it in half a year. I miss it very much. In the Legion's office in the outpost base Star City, Li Qing met Ding Yuan, who was even more elegant than before. I didn't see it for half a year, and there was no rusty at all. He opened his hands to signal. Feel the beautiful and soft body of the beautiful women in the arms, and the hair with a faint hair from the nose. He stroked her black and soft black hair, and neither of them spoke. 1 hour later, Li Qingchang vomited back and leaned back, and his mind was clear. At this moment, he felt that his consciousness was sublimated instantly, and his spirit could become calm. A little, he opened his hands and held the beautiful woman who washed in his arms, kissed her face lightly, and said, "When we find a suitable time, how about we go to Tianjin and meet your parents?" Ding Yuzheng nodded in his arms. Wait half a year, and then wait for the outpost base to open the channel and the transit base. Let's go back. Can. Taking care of her hair. Li Qing nodded subconsciously, but after a few seconds, he reacted and said curiously, "What did you just say? The outpost base is going to open up a passage to the transit base?" "Yes." "When did this happen?" "The expeditionary force notified us and other major teams a month ago." Li Qing was quite surprised and asked, "Is it a notice? Not a regional announcement? Have you included the content?" "Yes. I'll pass it to you." "Okay. By the way, tell me about the major events that happened at the outpost in the past 6 months." The communication sounded. The fingers touched. The light curtain bounced, and the news said by Ding Yuzheng stated on it. The support of Nantianye's scientific and technological support of the supporters of the Halo Legion, discussed by the Far Existence Army's tail, decided to open up the safety channel between the outpost base and the transit base, and establish a military whistle station within each standard transition between the channels to support the safety of the transitional enhancement device. It is planned to start preparations in the first 5 months of the Expeditionary Army. 2 months later, the original announcement was originally planned to decide to clean the leased pirate group fleet and sentry stations in the scope of the galaxy. But the specific content is subject to the official announcement of 2 months later. After reading the information, Li Qing squeezed his eyebrows, thinking about what impact will it affect the outpost base after opening, and how will it affect the Gaugan Legion. First of all, this is definitely a good thing for the Expeditionary Army, but it is not a good thing for businessmen. According to the announcement, if this road is really open, it will only take 2 or 3 days to go from G-Min to the outpost base in the future. G-Min goes through the star gate to the transit base, and then jumps directly to the outposts along the way. After more than 10 consecutive jumps, it can directly reach the outpost base. It only takes at least 2 days for a personal warship, and even a large and slow-moving caravan only takes about a week. In this way, even if you can go back and forth for half a month, it takes only 4 or 5 days, and the speed is not as fast as before. In this way, the price of the outpost base will be generally the same as that of G-Min, and the runners will not make money. But this is not a bad thing. It will only cause a loss of interest for a small number of merchants, which is a good thing for the entire outpost. With the improvement in efficiency, It will be very convenient to return to Tianjin in the future. This is a good thing for major teams and pioneers with family support. It means that family support can arrive quickly, and they can go back whenever they want, without having to wait a year before going back. By the way, the commander of the corps told me that the technical support provided by the Nan Tianyi family is conditional. They will also provide a fleet and a large amount of supplies. In exchange, they will send a representative to take a seat in the Expeditionary Army's tail meeting. Well, Yi Zhao's idea? Li Qing first thought of the idea of the halo. It is estimated that the revenge from the Yu family in Tianjin was too much for them to bear, so they started to make plans in advance. If the decision-making layer of the Expeditionary Army is not the only one of the Yu family, it will be difficult to happen again, like the quota of the two teams of the Crimson and Liberty Corner last time. If there are other forces of the Expeditionary Army decision-making level, this kind of thing happens next time. And at most, they force them to compensate strongly, instead of directly getting the Legion places. This is the difference. However, this kind of thing cannot be avoided. After all, the Expeditionary Army belongs to the Human United Empire after all. Jin Minyu only has the advantage of occupying the geographical advantage. It cannot always make them unique. The necessary checks and balances will definitely have it. But it is a matter of time. This can't help but worry about Li Qing. Will there be any moss after a year and a half? But this kind of thing is unavoidable. It can only be said that it is as powerful as possible. And they are so powerful that they can't destroy them. In the past few years, the Expeditionary Army has also taken advantage of Jin Minyu's. As long as they are strong enough, no one can destroy their plans. Overall, this is a good news. After hugging the beauty tightly, he continued to ask, "Is there any important news recently?" Ding Yuan curled up in the man's arms and said softly, 3 months ago, the Aura was leaning alone to do a wave of action, and once again successfully attacked the Base 6 base in the southern province of Shada civilization, not only plundering the population of more than 300 million Sata, but also successfully plundered the super casting factory in the base of the 6th base. Li Qing paused and said with a serious expression, "Do they have the ability to do so?" After being promoted to the Legion, Halo was stronger than us in both strength and self-destruction background. It had a very high reputation among the players, and its strength expanded rapidly. At that time, it already had more than 200 battleships and tens of thousands of large and small warships. After the success of that operation, it attracted many players and small and medium-sized teams to join again. Now it has nearly 300 battleships. After a short silence, Li Qing asked, "What about us? How many people did we receive during this time?" In the first half of the year, Vice Corps Commander Wang Yanqing presided over the meeting. Due to the previous incident, we have higher requirements for new recruits and will investigate their past. As a result, many capable players cannot join the Corps. So far, we have recruited more than 2,000 players, but most of them are mining and industrial players. There are only more than 200 combat players. Are there any experts? There are more than a dozen with a certain level of strength. The 3 strongest ones are a lone player and 2 small teams. They are now in the probation period. By the way, a large team with good strength once contacted us and wanted to join the Legion. But they wanted a position as a Deputy Legion leader and a total of 5% of the original shares, which was rejected by the Legion leader. Oh! What is the specific strength? There are 15 battleships. More than 900 other warships. There are more than 100 people in total. You have good strength. By the way, didn't you bargain? If your status and character are not a problem, it is not impossible to lower the requirements. The original shares can be reduced to 2%. You can be a Corps member first, and the Deputy Legion leader status cannot be given for the time being. First observe for a period of time. In the future, if your strength can keep up, and you have made contributions to the team, it is not impossible to promote you to Deputy Legion Leader. Ding Yuan shook her head and said, "Their identity and character are not too big, but they don't want to reduce the requirements." Well, that's no way. By the way, where are those elites? They're all here at the outpost. Do you want to meet them? Li Qing nodded. Let's take a look and contact them to come over. Okay. Ding Yuan tapped the screen in front of her to send a message. After a while, she looked up and said, "They are all nearby and will be back at the outpost in about 2 hours." Looking at the charming face so close to him, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. Any other important matters? Tell me all at once. There's one more big thing. But it's not certain yet. Tell me. The Blood Moon team and 2 other top teams did something big. During the military operation half a year ago, they somehow managed to sneak into the western province of the Shada Tribe United Civilization. No one knows what happened, but they actually persuaded one of the 8 Shada tribes to become independent and submit to the United Human Empire. Li Qing had a question mark on his face with a hint of disbelief. Ding Yuren also had a weird expression. This is just a rumor. But there must be a reason for every smoke without fire. Moreover, they were the most powerful teams at the outpost during the military operation 6 months ago. But they did not participate. This is very abnormal. Li Qing tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers as if thinking, and nodded slightly. It's unlikely to be a rumor. It could be true. It can only be said that the pioneers, who can become the top figures, are not easy to deal with. Half a year ago, he did feel strange. Among the top 10 teams in the outpost, only their teams were competing. And there was no news at all about the other top teams. This was not normal. It's just that they didn't have time to do anything else at the time, and didn't pay attention. Now it seems that they must have gone to do something else. And it must have been a very critical operation with very high returns. Otherwise, they would not have given up the military operation. If this news is confirmed and they succeed, 1 or 2 new legions will immediately be born at the outpost. Of course, the prerequisite is that the United Empire of Humanity is willing to accept this vassal civilization. If it is unwilling to accept it, then the credit will be greatly reduced. By the way, which one is the independent Shada 8 tribes? It's not clear yet. But there are only 2 major tribes in the western province of Shada. One is a species that evolved from shrimps, and the other is a species that evolved from mammals similar to voles. Well, I hope it's the latter. If it is the former, given the generally xenophobic ideology of the United Human Empire, it is unlikely to accept this shrimp-like alien species. The first reaction of a normal person when seeing shrimp is to eat it. What is the meat quality of such a big shrimp? How many meals can one eat? But if it evolved from mice, that's hard to say. After all, there are many kinds of pet mice, such as hamsters, chinchillas, guinea pigs, and guinea pigs. There is still a big market for pet mice. By using genetic technology to adjust their appearance, many people are still willing to raise such large and beautiful pet mice. Maybe they don't necessarily want to be pets. But in this universe, being weak is the original sin. When your civilization is targeted by a more powerful civilization, if you are not strong enough, the outcome will most likely be tragic. Unless a civilization is extremely pro-xenophobic, perhaps willing to allow a weaker civilization to become a vassal, other civilizations will basically have a bad ending. Those who are good-looking have the chance to become pets or slaves. If their appearance does not meet the aesthetic standards of a powerful civilization, then sorry. Extinction or becoming a specimen is their fate. The universe has never been warm. Every civilization is cruel to every other. And the weak have never had the right to choose. It is like the Human United Empire has territory directly bordering the Browan United Civilization to the north, which is as powerful as humans. And to the south is the Kelzaka Star Empire, which seems to be more powerful. Although they are still in a state of peace, every civilization is always thinking about how to defeat its opponent. Once defeated in a war, they would not hesitate to exterminate their opponent's entire population of trillions, leaving at most a small number in museums to commemorate and display the great achievements of their own civilization. Li Qing did not think too much about it, whether the news was true or false. It had nothing to do with them. By now the news had already spread through the channels, and they had already got it first. If they got closer, they would not even be able to have a sip of the soup, but would be conscripted into the army instead. Tribal independence is a direct betrayal, and will directly weaken the strength of the Shada civilization. Other tribes will definitely not allow it, and the pressure over there will probably be very high. Anyone who dares to go there now will definitely be dragged into the war, and unable to escape. Changing the topic again, Ding Yuren told him more about the situation at the outpost base. There is no explosive news like the one just now. Most of the news is about which teams have done what, and which teams have become stronger. Although teams like the Crimson Team and the Freedom Horn failed to be promoted to the Legion, they relied on the merits and gains obtained in military operations to strengthen themselves. And now the team's strength has been greatly enhanced. Chapter 112. Further family support. After Hui Wang and Aquarius were defeated head-on by Galen, the team fell into internal strife, and many core members left. although there has been great development in the past 6 months. Coupled with the gains from the last military operation, the overall strength has barely made up for the previous losses after half a year, and has neither increased nor decreased. But in half a year, everyone is making progress while you are not, which means you are declining. Now the combined strength of Brilliance and Aquarius has been removed from the top 10 teams in the outpost, falling out of the ranking of the top teams. In addition, the strength of the Gallant Legion has also been greatly enhanced during this period. In addition to a large number of players joining the Legion, the strength of the Legion's old members has also increased significantly, especially as the team was promoted to a Legion. The families of many core and well-connected members increased their support, and various supports were sent over. Now the team has nearly 30 battleships among the non-core elite members alone, which exceeds Li Qing's current battleships. Ordinary core members like the Yen siblings, Zhang Ruoyang, etc. are much stronger. They have several more battleships on hand. Some have as few as 3. And the one with the most is Duan Qian, who has 7 battleships and more than 300 large and small warships. And no one knows where they got them from. The strength of several Legion commanders in the team has also been greatly improved. Wang Yanqing owns a total of 11 battleships and more than 700 large and small warships. It is worth mentioning that this does not include the 6 battleships rewarded as outposts, which have not yet been distributed. Ding Yuren has obtained the support of her family, and now has a total of 14 battleships and 800 plus large and small warships. UUFA now has a total of 46 battleships and more than 1,100 large and small warships, in addition to the 24 battleships owned by Li Qing and the 31 battleships that can be gathered together by the elite members of the Legion. The Legion now has a total of 154 plus 6 battleships, as well as 8 or 9,000 large and small warships. In addition, this does not include the new players, who are still under observation. If they join, they can gather more than 20 battleships. In addition, affiliated players are not counted. All in all, although it has only a little more than half of the Halo 300 plus battleships, it is not inferior to other top teams. Moreover, he has the Servants of Light, under the command of Li Yuan. The combat effectiveness is incalculable. At least it is worthy of the name of the only 2 legions in the outpost base, and no one dares to underestimate them. Moreover, this is only temporary. As Li Qing's palm-held space dock begins to build battleships, the scale of their main battleships will grow rapidly. When the road between Tianjin and the outpost base is opened in the future, he will talk to his great-grandfather when he returns to Tianjin to see if he can provide support for a few more chief engineers who can build battleships. If so, the speed of battleship construction can be further improved, and dozens of battleships can be built in one batch, which would be really cool. With Ding Yu unfaded, Li Qing knew most of the major events that had happened in the outpost base in the past 6 months, and no longer had 2 eyes. Almost 2 hours later, the 3 elite players who had passed the first step of the assessment arrived one after another. The first one to come over was the only solo player among the 3, named Hong Chanfeng. He came from an ordinary player family in the heart of the Human United Empire, not a branch of the main military clan. Not only does he possess a purple epic innate talent, he is also a psychic. The combination of the 2 makes him very powerful. Unfortunately, he was born in an ordinary family. Although he has outstanding talents and abilities, his family cannot give him much help. Now he owns 2 battleships and more than 200 large and small warships, all of which he achieved through his own hard work. Although his overall strength is not as good as any of the ordinary core members of the Legion, he has achieved it entirely through his own hard work. Overall, he is stronger than most of the core members of the team. It's not polite. Even if Wang Yanqing gave an ordinary origin, it may not be strong to achieve his achievements now. Hong Chanfeng did not meet in the communication, but rushed directly back to the core office. When Li Qing and Ding Yuren received the news that he came in person, they were surprised. He waved his hand and said, "Please ask him to come in." After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Hong Chanfeng pushed open the door and saw Ding Yuren sitting intimately next to a very familiar man in the room. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "General Li Qing, I am Hong Chanfeng." Li Qing returned the greeting and pointed to the side. "I'm Li Qing. Take a seat first." Pushing a cup of tea over, Li Qing said with a smile, "Nothing else. I just came back and heard that there are talented people joining Galen, so I came to meet them and get to know them." Hong Chanfeng quickly reached out to take the tea and said, President Li Qing is polite. If you know that you are back, I will come to visit immediately. Li Qing took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Same. Just get to know each other, so we can cooperate better in the future. Hong Changfeng finished his tea, put the cup on the coffee table, and said seriously, please give me more guidance in the future. If you have any good things, please take care of me. I am willing to work for you. Well, Li Qing's heart moved, and he recalled the information he had just read. According to the information collected by the Legion, Hong Changfeng had always been an independent player before. But after he defeated Brilliance and Aquarius in that duel half a year ago, the Legion began to expand and recruit people, and he was among the first to apply. The information shows that he has no close contacts with other teams, and his reputation is generally good. This reputation does not necessarily refer to how good the person is. For the team, as long as there is no record of robbery and no bad habits, it is enough. I'm just recruiting subordinates, not saints. Who would ask you whether you are a good person or not? Of course, it would be best if the person's character is also well reviewed. Now he has joined the Legion and is an elite member. If he performs well within this year and his strength can keep up with the development of the Legion, he can be promoted to a core member of the Legion. It is worth mentioning that the newly recruited core members do not have original shares. Only the status of core members and dividends corresponding to core members. When the core is established, the initial primitive accumulation stage has passed, and the core members who join the core later basically have no original shares. Unless you can make great contributions to the Legion in the future, or you can bring huge benefits to the Legion, you will only get dividends corresponding to core members, and no original shares will be available. Moreover, as the strength of the Legion continues to grow, the merits required to obtain the original stock rewards are becoming increasingly difficult. For example, Li Qing could get 2% of the original shares with a Dreadnought blueprint at the beginning, but now he can only get 0.5% with a Dreadnought blueprint. When the Legion captures the Reef Nest planet in the future, he will no longer be able to get original shares with a Dreadnought blueprint. Having said that, this player named Hong Changfeng has good strength and potential, has no one behind him, and has a clean background, so he can be recruited. He thought for a moment and asked, my first fleet is still short of manpower. Are you interested in coming here? I will give you the position of a captain and the status of a core member. Hong Changfeng suddenly showed a look of joy, stood up and said, I'd like to work for the chief. Very good. Li Qing stood up and helped him up, saying, there are only 2 brigades in the first team of the Legion now. You are the captain of the 3rd brigade. During this time, you recruited more than 200 combatants. Among them, 100 belongs to the 1st Fleet. You will go back to find the captain of the 1st Brigade, which is Li Lai, the headquarters of the Legion headquarters, Lyran, or recruit people at the outpost base, tentatively set up. By the way, before you hire someone, take a look at the recruitment rules. Don't hire people with a bad reputation or bad habits. It's up to you. Although a fleet has a maximum of 1,000 people, the more people the better is not necessarily the case. It is better to have elites as the main force. There are too many people, and it is complicated and difficult to manage. He doesn't want to have a lot of trouble in the fleet in the future, and have to clean up all the messes himself. Then he chatted with Hong Changfeng for a while, until the other 2 players, who were taking the test arrived. And then Hong Changfeng took the initiative to leave. The other 2 are leaders of a small team. One is called Cheng Xiaobing, with 14 subordinates, 5 battleships, and 260 large and small warships. The other is called Yi Zhongwang, with 13 subordinates, 6 battleships, and 240 large and small warships. Now the Legion has arranged them into 2 independent squadrons. Li Qing did not step forward to recruit these 2 people, but simply asked some simple questions so that they could get to know each other. It's not that he looks down on them. The main Legion has more than 1 fleet. UUFA has the 2nd fleet under his name. Ding Yuren has the 3rd fleet under his name, and Wang Yanqing has the 4th fleet under his name. Although the current Legion decision is to prioritize the establishment of his 1st fleet. That being said, he cannot really take everyone away, and has to leave some for others. After meeting these 3 people, Li Qing entered the local internal channel of the Legion and greeted the Legion members, who were still at the outpost. After doing all this, Li Qing stood up and prepared to leave. He wanted to go to the family office to see if the family had sent the battleship blueprint over. Ding Yuren put her white arms around his neck and kissed him for a while. Then she straightened his clothes and said softly, "In a few days, the black market will have to hold the auction again. Do you accompany me to see?" Li Qing nodded. "Good." After kissing again, Li Qing pushed the door and left. The family's office at the outpost is just an ordinary office. And it also serves as the local office of a small caravan opened by the family in Tianjin. A member of the Qinghali family with mediocre ability is stationed here all year round. When Li Qing arrived, the office manager took him directly to the branch of the Empire United Bank at the outpost, and said as they walked, "Mr. Li Qing, the things are all in the bank safe. You can open it later." Li Qing nodded and came to the United Bank. The office manager showed the token, and the bank manager took him to the safe. After a series of procedures, a small metal box appeared in his hand. Back to Ding Youjing's residence and opened the box. There were 13 chips inside. So much? He picked up a chip and checked it. It contained a complete set of standard night-class battleship manufacturing blueprints. But it could be used 10 times. He picked up the second chip, which contained an identical set of standard night-class battleship manufacturing blueprints. Also 10 times. One after another. A total of 11 chips are all blueprints for battleships. All of which are standard night-level models. Each with 10 opportunities. A total of 110 photos. He is indeed my grandfather. He sent them all at once. Then he picked up the next chip and checked it. He was slightly stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lore-class battleship blueprint, revised. What the H.L. is this? He immediately inserted the chip into the wristband on his left wrist. The light curtain popped open, and a projection of a battleship that was larger than he had imagined appeared in front of him, with a series of battleship data next to it. So that's how it is. This is an enhanced version of the Overlord-class battleship that has been individually redesigned based on the Overlord-class battleship. There is no such separate standard battleship model, and it can only be tailor-made by top battleship modification masters. This redesigned battleship is much stronger than the standard model, and in most cases it has exceeded the upper limit of the battleship's own modifications. So the finished product cannot be modified and strengthened again. Battleship, Lord Class. Modified battleship is the main battleship with the largest tonnage, thickest armor, and most powerful firepower among its peers. Heavy Gun Bow Corps Default. Central Heavy Gun Corps Default. Central Heavy Gun Corps Default. Salvo Aft Corps Default. Li Qing grinned. The attributes of this modified Lord-class battleship were much stronger than those of a normal Lord-class battleship, and its comprehensive combat capability could be increased several times. The basic hull armor and shield of a normal Overlord battleship is 3 million. But this one is as high as 5 million. A normal Overlord-class battleship only has 3 X-slot main guns, and even through modification it can only be increased to 5 at most. But this one has 7. The other weapon slots and general slots have been greatly increased, and the basic hull armor and shield regeneration have also increased from the original 300 to 500, which is much stronger. Is this my command flagship? In the absence of a fearless ship, the fleet's command ship is generally the strongest in the fleet. With this armor, these slots, and this firepower, if this is built, it will definitely be a perfect choice as a mobile ship. Yes, this level of support is still acceptable. The support is already so strong now. After a few years when the restrictions are gradually relaxed, there will definitely be more good things. He wouldn't be too surprised if he received a blueprint of a dreadnought flagship one day. Put the chip solemnly. Pick up the last chip, and find that there is a line of small characters behind it, which says 3 small characters of Li Xingchuan. A letter from Dad? After inserting the chip into the wristband interface, the light screen popped up the projection of his father, and he said, "Your performance is very good. You have now entered the family decision-making roundtable. The clan leader already knows about your existence. Starting next year, the family will gradually increase its investment in you. If you have time, please come back to Tianjin at the end of this year. I have something that concerns you, and I need to ask for your opinion. It's just right that you can think about what you need first and tell us in advance when you come back, so that we can prepare it in advance." There wasn't much content in the communication, and the projection disappeared after it was finished. Chapter 113: The Function of Agamora's Lamp. Li Qing pinched his chin and thought. His father's words revealed a lot of useful information. First of all, his outstanding performance has entered the family decision-making level. The family will gradually increase its investment in him, and will seek his opinions, letting him decide what he needs. This is a good thing. With family support, Who would insist on being self-reliant? Those first-generation rich guys started from scratch, because they had no support and had to start from scratch. Who wouldn't want to be like a second-generation rich? The starting capital is money that most entrepreneurs cannot earn in their lifetime. The second important piece of information was the incident that my father mentioned that was very relevant to me. Could it be that they found a marriage partner for me? Personally related and soliciting opinions. These two keywords put together. After much thought, this is the only possibility. My head hurts a bit. He is not opposed to arranged marriage. But he already has someone now. Both UUFA and Ding Yuan are very good, with top-notch looks, personalities, and family backgrounds. Maybe not the best, but the most suitable. No, I have to tell my father in advance. Otherwise it will be troublesome if he orders it for me rashly. He immediately recorded a video and transmitted it into the chip, introducing his current situation to his father and asking him to help test the attitudes of the Yu and Ding families. After that, he recorded a section about his own requests, asking the family to support a group of high-level professional talents, especially senior shipbuilding engineers who could build battleships. He wanted as many as possible, including apprentices with the qualifications. There is no limit on the number of such high-level professional talents we need. Even if there are not enough battleships to be manufactured at the moment, we can just keep them for free. After recording, he handed the two chips back to the manager of the family office, asking him to take them back when a family caravan came. Well, there are a total of 111 battleship blueprints, each costing $1 billion, for a total of $113 billion. This is the rule. You have to pay. After recording these, Li Qing sat on the sofa and thought about how to get more high-end professional talents. The top professional talents, such as the chief engineer of battleships, are extremely rare, mainly because the front conditions are extremely outrageous, and it requires a blue name called knowledgeable talent. This blue name talent is a must-have talent for all rare occupations. It is like the purple spiritual flashes talent that top scientists will have. Must have this talent in order to work in these top rare occupations. In some cases, the blue name talent is more common than ordinary purple names. This is why Li Qingming is a bit of a good-named mythical man. But he can't dig it by himself in batches. It is worth mentioning that although players do not need this talented talent, the upper limit of the skill level of up to the LV20 and above level, as well as improving the massive shipbuilding experience required for this skill, also stops most of the players who are running. Although there are no restrictions, not everyone can become the flagship chief engineer with higher demand. After dealing with this matter, there was nothing to do for the time being. So he took time out to accompany Ding Yuan to go out to the black market to play. I don't know if it was the last auction very successful. This time, the black market auction was deliberately sent to the outpost base. Most of the large teams above the outpost base sent an invitation letter. Speaking of which, the last black market auction was exactly 1 year ago. Less than a month ago, which makes it count as once a year. A Black Eagle frigate drove into the Star Air and slowly drove towards the black market. There is still about a week before the auction officially starts, so there is no need to rush. After almost a year, the black market has become very famous. Although it is called a black market, in fact most players know that there is a very fun entertainment venue and a place for transactions here. It's just that there are only some black goods or things that are not easy to get off here. The mine that players pick in various industrial products will not be collected here. I dare not accept it. If you dare to accept this is to grab business with the outpost base, and be found an excuse for the expedition to find it in minutes. No matter how popular, the essence of the black market will not change. Even this black market can always exist, which is allowed by the Yuanzhong army. The black market will give the expedition to decide every year to exist. 3 days later, the Black Hawk frigate entered the galaxy where the black market was located and immediately received communications from the black market, guiding them to the location of the black market, as well as a large number of advertisements. Compared to the last time the advertisement was very vague, it was much more durable a year later. In accordance with the guidelines, I came to the black market. At a glance, I saw that the original location of the black market had disappeared, and replaced it with a huge star castle with a huge fleet on the edge. Not far from the Star Fortress, there is a group of residential stations connected together, roughly estimated to be 40 or 50 of them, large and small. Good guy. This development speed is a bit fierce. Ding Yuan, leaning in his arms, said, I heard that several consortiums from the United Empire of Humanity have invested in the black market, and it has been expanding in the past few months. With the support of the big consortiums within the United Empire, the black market is preparing to make a big move. There will be a lot of good stuff at this auction. I heard that a dreadnought flagship and a flagship-class aircraft carrier will appear as the finale items. The finished flagship? Li Qing stood up very surprised. Isn't this a foul? Ding Yuzheng shook his head. I asked the corps commander, and she consulted with the Expeditionary Army's top brass. Those were 2 bare ships, without any weapons or accessories, including the T-slot Doomsday-class main guns and aircraft carrier fleet. Even if they were auctioned, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to form combat effectiveness. After the Expeditionary Army received a large sum of money on the black market, the 2 items were reviewed by the Expeditionary Army. Li Qing. He immediately checked his funds at hand. 754 billion stars. A little unexpectedly, he didn't expect to save so much money on his hand. In addition, there are the 1.54 billion cubic meters of steel collected from the ancient battlefield, worth 600.6 billion star dollars, and the 10 billion cubic meters of raw ore collected for him by the Legion, worth a total of 390 billion star dollars after refining. However, after he sells all the money, he needs to return 2,720 billion star dollars to the Legion. How much he can earn depends on his own ability. But no matter what, these supplies are temporarily in my hands, and can be temporarily discounted to star dollars when needed. Comprehensive calculation. The disposable funds he now masters should be 5,254.6 billion yuan. Hey, am I that rich? Think about the cash of 500 billion cash at the time of the previous year. Now there are 5 trillion yuan of funds, which is a bit fierce. But for granted, it is inevitable to have the speed of developing the universe in the palm of the palm. According to the current development model, if I come back next year, I will definitely have more funds at my disposal. And it is possible that I will have assets worth 10 trillion yuan. However, there is also a possibility that they will be poorer than last year. Developing a planet requires a bottomless pit of investment. Plus, they also need to invest in the development of the universe in their own hands. By then, it is estimated that they may even have negative assets. Having said that, when the warship was parked in the starboard alpha position, Li Qing received an invitation letter from the black market auction room, including a pamphlet. The above is all the auction information of the auction, and the last page was the 2 flagship information. Li Qing carefully checked the basic attributes of the 2 flagships and the auction price, and squeezed the eyebrows, feeling a little painful. The starting price is not high, all 300 billion yuan, but in this kind of bone to make 2 flagships. This is not the top trillions of the power behind the black market. Unlike the blueprint, the finished flagship has saved several years of construction time. It will take no more than 2 years to equip it with weapons and ammunition. It will be put into service 2 years later, which is the most critical time for scramble and competition. At that time, any legion with a flagship will instantly become the dominant force and crush all others. He seriously suspected that someone arched behind his back and wanted to disrupt the situation on the outpost base, so that the current disadvantaged team's opportunity to mix water in the current stage. But no matter what, this fire was successful. No one can remain calm after seeing the flagship. In addition, the black market has already made a big fanfare early on and sent invitations to all team leaders, big and small. This black market auction is expected to be a money-burning war. Li Qing couldn't stay out of it either, although he already had a dreadnought flagship. Who would complain about having too little of such a thing? Even if there is already one, he has to go all out to buy it. Even if he lifts the debt, buying it yourself will not only strengthen yourself again, but also weaken your opponent. The bad news is that the competition is definitely very great. The good news is that this time he can get the support of the Legion. He can always use the 2,720 billion yuan funds at hand, plus a total of 520 billion yuan in funds. In addition, the entire Legion can make up about 2 or 3 trillion, a total of nearly 7 trillion yuan. Well, he also said that he couldn't get a ship at this critical time. Such a key force, and those with high auction prices will definitely have a serious premium. But if the premium is too high, my head hurts. Compared to the last auction, which was held in one of the residential stations, the current auction is held inside the Star Fortress. At the same time, The trade area and entertainment area are also located inside the Star Fortress. The large and small residential stations around are mostly warehouses and employee living areas. Some of the residential stations themselves are even commodities that can be sold. The auction has not yet begun, and Li Qing is not in a hurry, holding the beauty's hand shopping on the walking street in the entertainment area. The entertainment industry here is more prosperous than that of Star City on the outpost side. I haven't seen it for a year, and many things that didn't exist before are now available. The street was lined with clothing and various specialty food shops, including some specialties of alien civilizations. They walked hand in hand and ate slowly along the way. In a corner, Li Qing saw a large shop around many people and a familiar industry. A gambling shop does not know how to open it on the pedestrian street. Looking at many tourists curiously, Li Qing couldn't help remembering the situation when he opened the box. Wait, I still haven't Amora lamp yet. He suddenly remembered this, and quickly recalled that this thing seemed to be lost in a corner of the warehouse area in the Palm universe where personal belongings were stored. With a thought and a flip of his hand, an antique bronze lamp appeared in his hand. Ding Yu Guang just saw it. If you take a closer look, some are not sure. This looks like some lost treasure? The Lantern of Amora. He shared the legacy attributes with Ding Yuzheng and asked, "Do you know this relic?" She nodded and said, "I've heard of it. I heard that it's a replica of the Imira lamp. It also has the function of granting wishes. But it's not as powerful as the real Imira lamp. Do you know the upper limit of the wish that can be made with this lamp? What is the maximum amount that can be wished for?" "I know. But I don't recommend you to use it." "Why?" Ding Yuren was surprised. "Don't you know that this replica of Imira's lamp can find the real Imira's lamp?" She explained carefully. The jinn in this replica of Amora's lamp is also called Amora. It is actually one of the sons of the jinn of the real lamp. If you make a wish to the son of the jinn to see the real Amora, the son of Amora will tell you a vague coordinate. You can follow this coordinate to find Amora. Is it possible? Li Qing was surprised. Ding Yuren nodded and said, "But this coordinate will only last for 1 year, and will disappear after 1 year. If the distance is too far, the coordinate will disappear before you can find it. Of course, don't worry. The distance between the son of Amora and the Amora lamp spirit is not too far. The real magic lamp must be in the Milky Way. But we don't know where it is. In addition, the Imira lamp is a top-level relic. It has its own independent personality and preferences. If he doesn't like you, you won't be able to see the lamp even if you find Imira's location." Li Qing picked up the copper lamp, flipped it over, and put it away again. "Then let's talk about it when I have time. I definitely don't have the time to look for the magic lamp now. Nor do I have the strength to do so. Although, as Ding Yuren said, the magic lamp must be in the Milky Way. It is not necessarily in the nearby star field, or even in the United Human Empire or the Perseus arm. It's okay if it's nearby. But if it's in the galactic center or other spiral arms, it will definitely be too late to get there within a year. Fortunately, I didn't know how to use it before, and I didn't know what wish to make, so I didn't use it. Otherwise, I would have no chance to peek at the real Ayumala's lamp. Compared to this imitation which has limited effect, the real Amora's lamp is a top-level relic with a very IMBA effect. Even if you wish for a complete Titan superflag, it will be successful without any deviation or sequelae." The two chatted and went shopping, and time passed quickly. Play here today, play there tomorrow, and occasionally travel to the residential area group behind. There are actually businessmen who have transformed the interior space of some residential stations into various natural environments, and added various amusement facilities to turn them into scenic spots with mountains and water. It is really fun. The carefully designed and renovated landscape is unique in its novelty, and is a nice place to visit occasionally. Time passed by unknowingly, and soon it was the day when the auction was about to begin. After receiving the auction reminder early in the morning, Li Qing stretched himself, sent a message to Ding Yuren next door to wake her up, and then got up and washed himself. Chapter 114. The auction begins. They didn't live together, mainly because they were afraid they couldn't control themselves. When a single man and a single woman live together, it's easy for them to resist taking the last step. Although she learned some oral skills under his guidance, the feeling of oral sex from above and from below is still different, mainly because she doesn't dare to use too much force when doing it from above. After a quick wash, she went out. After waiting for a while, Ding Yuren was also ready to go out. He reached out and held her hand and got on the hovercraft. The auction venue was located on a certain floor of the Star Fortress. The hovercraft rose along the sightseeing passage. On the way, many players were seen standing on the aircraft and flying in the same direction. They should also be here to participate in the auction. Unlike usual formal attire on the warship, many people wore the common military uniforms of pioneers. When they were relaxing, everyone wore casual clothes, especially women. It was a rare leisure time, and many men brought beautiful female companions. Li Qing and Ding Yuran were not conspicuous among them. Although he became very popular half a year ago, people tend to forget things. And after half a year, most people have forgotten what he looked like, even if no one recognizes him standing in front of him. If he introduces himself as Li Qing, the military chief of the Galan army, many people will surely be surprised and say, "Wow, it's you?" This is a good thing for Li Qing. He doesn't want to be famous, like a star who has no privacy at all. When we arrived at the venue, there were several beautiful waitresses and Chongsams checking the invitations at the door. It was obvious that they were all natural people, not clones or cyborgs. When they arrived, one of the pretty waiters bowed and saluted, then said with a smile while holding an electronic device, "Please show me your invitation." "Sir, the so-called invitation letter is just a swipe of the left wrist to verify the identity. There are so many people coming to participate in the auction, and many of them are away all year round. It is impossible to send a physical invitation letter to each person." Beep! The electronic instrument lit up, projecting a clear light. A dark golden pattern appeared on it, with a line of small words written in the center. The woman's eyes lit up and her attitude became more respectful. It turns out to be the military chief of the Galan army. "Please wait a moment." The woman used her wristband to notify the back, and soon a beautiful woman wearing a silver cheongsam that showed off her slender figure came over, clasped her hands on her lower abdomen, and said with a smile, "Please follow me." "Sir." Li Qing smiled and nodded, then followed her. His eyes swept across the graceful and slender figure of the beautiful cheongsam lady. Li Qing turned his head and whispered in Ding Yuran's ear, "When the auction is over, you can also buy a few cheongsams." She whispered, "I have it. I'll wear it for you to see when I get back." He raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Is there a kind with high forks?" Ding Yuran's face showed a hint of speechlessness, but also a little shy. "No." "Then go buy it." The voice was so soft that I could hardly hear it. The cheongsam beauty took him to the back of the auction house and into a corridor. He saw many doors on the side of the corridor with number plates on them. There was a cheongsam woman standing at many of the doors. At one of the doors, numbered 17, two men were standing there chatting with the cheongsam beauty. Seeing Li Qing and Ding Yuran passing by, one of the men hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and asked his companion, "Look at that person and see if he looks familiar." The other man who was chatting with the beautiful woman turned his head to take a closer look, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "It's the military chief of the Galan Legion." "Li Qing?" "Yes, that's him." The one next to him should be Ding Yuran, the industrial director of the Galan Corps. "When will he come back?" "I haven't heard from him for half a year. I thought he was doing something important." "No. Why are he and Ding Yuran so close? Didn't he and the leader of the Galan army, UUFA, get together a long time ago? Is he two-timing? This is big news. Two women are fighting for a husband. This kind of romance novel plot is happening in the Galan army. Do you think there will be an earthquake inside the Galan army, leading to a split?" The latter glanced at a friend and said, "Is it possible that both women are attracted to him and share the same man?" "That's impossible. They are both from the military lord's family, and they are both direct descendants. They have such high standards. How could it be possible?" "Well, it's not impossible." He rubbed his hair and said, "This guy is too powerful. He is a powerful psychic ascender, and he holds a top-level relic, a space-type relic. He also has a super Navy commander under his command. Except for his poor background, everything else is top-notch. Among all the pioneers in the entire outpost, his comprehensive evaluation ranks in the top 5. He is considered a super bachelor. It is not impossible for him to attract the hearts of two beauties at the same time." Another nodded and added, "His only shortcoming was from the side of the Li family of Qinghe. The Qinghe Li's itself was considered downstream among the military door valves, and the side branch was not valued. I heard that in the early stage. I basically did not get much support from the family. I can work hard on my own." The big shortcomings are afraid of one of the top pioneers in the outpost base. TSK. What a winner in life. Envious. The two of them couldn't help but smack their lips as they watched Li Qing follow the guidance of the Chongsam beauty to the end of the corridor and stop in front of the house number 2. Before that, there were number 1 and number 1 before. Mr. Li Qing. This box belongs to the Galan army. Please come in. Li Qing glanced ahead and asked, who do those two belong to? The woman responded immediately. Box 1 belongs to the Halo Corps. Box 0 is on standby. It will only be used if a big shot from the expeditionary force comes. Well, thanks for the answer. You're welcome. The Chongsam beauty opened the door. Li Qing showed that Ding Yuyi was advanced. There was nothing wrong with the arrangement of this box, although he was confident that he could defeat the current Halo Legion head-on. In the eyes of outsiders, the Halo Legion, which had a larger fleet and a population, territory, and affiliated players that were more than 5 times that of Galan, was indeed stronger than the Galan Legion. He would not care about temporary gains and losses. It didn't matter if he couldn't win now. In another year and a half, when they took over the Reef Nest Galaxy, everyone would naturally know who was stronger. The box was not big, but the decoration was quite luxurious. But they didn't pay attention to this. He came to one of the entire undecorated glass walls in the box and pressed it lightly with his finger. A circle of transparent ripples spread out, and the glass lit up and quickly became transparent. He could clearly see that behind the entire wall was the huge auction venue. People inside can clearly see outside, but people outside cannot see them. At this time, the Chongsam beauty introduced. At the beginning of the auction, all the lots will be projected on the light screen in front. You can adjust the distance and bid it. I am outside the door. Li Qing suddenly reached out to stop him from speaking. Turned his head to look outside the door. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said to the Chongsam beauty, it's okay. You go out first. I'll call you if there's anything. Okay. She bowed and stepped back. The moment she opened the door, she saw several people standing at the door of box number 1 next door, surrounding an extremely handsome man. The two of them turned their heads at the same time as if they had sensed each other. Yi Xiao. Li Qing. There was a sudden glimmer of spiritual energy in the two men's eyes, but they were still holding back. They both smiled at the same time, and their gaze was interrupted when the door closed. Is that Li Qing? Lu Yi, who was standing next to Yi Xiao, did not see it, but guessed it based on the room. They should also be here for the 2 flagships. Yi Xiao smiled and said, so what? It all depends on your ability. On the other side, Lu Qing smiled and said, if it depends on our own ability, then we will definitely get one of these flagships. In terms of capital, I don't believe there is any team that can compare to us now. It didn't take long before Li Qing and Ding Yuan chatted in the box for a while, and heard a crisp bell ringing. Looking up and looking through the glass, they could see the huge auction venue outside. Compared to the last time when I sat among the crowd, this time I could sit in the box, and the changes in identity and status were particularly real. Boom! The auctioneer, who was full of energy, walked up to the stage, tapped the gong with a golden hammer, and said loudly with a passionate voice, welcome all new and old friends to participate in this auction. The rules for this auction are as follows. When you enter the venue, you are deemed to have agreed to accept the auction service provided by this auction house. You may not regret or give up the auction on this ground afterwards. During the auction process, no noise or quarreling, no collusion to lower the price, no malicious bidding, and no interference with normal bidding in any form are allowed. Violators will be expelled from the auction room and blacklisted by the auction house, and will not be allowed to enter any related auction rooms of the bank in the future. Once you win the bid, if you breach the contract, you will have to pay a penalty of 20% of the bid price. If you refuse to pay, you will be kicked out of the auction and blacklisted. The following are the basic rules of this auction. If you have any questions, please contact customer service. The auction is now starting. Please welcome the first item of this auction. 2 hostesses came over carrying a silver plate covered with a red cloth. The auctioneer removed the red cloth, revealing a crystal card on the silver plate. The host pointed at the card and introduced it loudly. This is 100 standard Ranger-class cruisers, finished products, fully equipped with level 5 cannons and salvo modules, including clone crews, senior crew members and captains. They are parked at the outpost Star Fortress. As long as you bid, they can be put into battle. The starting price is 200 billion star dollars. And the minimum bid increase is 1 billion each time. 100 cruisers. He turned around and saw Ding Yuren's face was slightly moved. He gently patted the back of her hand and said, "No. It's too expensive." She hesitated for a moment and said, "But these are 100 finished cruisers." Li Qing nodded and said, "I know it's 100 finished cruisers. But I can build cruisers now, which is much cheaper than the auction. There's no need to spend this money. I know you can build them. But you can only build 10 at a time. And there won't be enough for the Legion. I can only build 10 ships at a time. It's not that I can only build 10 ships at a time, but that there is only one chief engineer. If there were several, I could build dozens of ships at a time. So much shortage." Li Qing nodded with emotion. "There are too few high-level professionals. There are so few chief engineers for cruisers. And even fewer for battleships. Don't worry. Wait until I find a way to get a group of high-level professionals. By then, the shipbuilding speed will increase dramatically. It won't be long before we can produce dozens of cruisers or even battleships." Hearing this, Ding Yuren did not insist any more and nodded. "Then I'll wait for your good news." There are many players who think like Ding Yuren. The moment the auctioneer confirms that bidding is allowed, a bunch of people immediately raise their hands at the same time. Then a group of people raised their placards very quickly as if they were competing for the price. The price rose almost every second. It was so fast that even the professional auctioneer could not keep up with the bidding speed and could only call out a price every few seconds. In less than half a minute, the price increased from the starting price of 200 billion to 400 billion star yuan. And it is still rising. And the speed has not slowed down much. Normally, the market price of a top-of-the-line cruiser is 5.2 billion star dollars. And 100 of them would be 520 billion. There will definitely be a certain premium at the auction. And 300 billion is still a long way from the final transaction price. Li Qing lay on the soft sofa with his legs crossed, watching the bidding outside, enjoying this rare relaxation. After about 2 minutes, the price reached around 584 billion as countless people took turns bidding, and then slowly stopped. After all, it is a cruiser, not a battleship. If there were 100 battleships here, someone would want them even at a 100% premium. The final transaction price was 592 billion star dollars. It has to be said that as the player's strength grows, the specifications of this auction are also slowly rising. In the last session, it seemed that the last few items did not fetch such high prices. When the shipbuilding scale is increased in the future, we can prepare 100 cruisers for auction at a time. Ding Yuren covered her mouth and chuckled. "Are you jealous?" "Of course I'm jealous. This makes more money than retail." With the strike of the golden hammer, the dust settled and the second item was soon auctioned. Compared with the first item, the second item was much worse. It was just 100 destroyers, and the total price was only 75 billion. The next items to be auctioned were mostly battleship related, with multiple battleships being auctioned together, or some rare blueprints, such as the 6th level technology blueprints obtained by digging graves or opening boxes, or blueprints that could be used thousands or tens of thousands of times. This was intentional on the part of the auction house, although there are actually many items that can be auctioned. For the players at the outpost, the most useful things are those related to the fleet. As long as it is something that can directly improve their strength, they will have no trouble selling it. One by one, the items were bought by the players in the auction hall below. More than 30 items were successfully sold at once. Except for the first 100 cruisers. No one bid in the 20 boxes above. To them, these ordinary items are mostly not taken seriously. Their goal is to come for the finale. Next is the 35th lot. The auctioneer introduced the auction to everyone as enthusiastically as he did at the beginning. 2 slaves from the Shada tribe and United Civilization who are knowledgeable and talented. Their careers have not yet been determined. You can freely choose your career training after you buy them. The starting price is 2 billion star dollars, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 million star dollars. At the same time, a beam of light fell, and inside it was a creature with a snake head, a human body, and a snake tail. It was a snakeman from one of the 8 tribes of the Shada tribe. Chapter 115, The Grand Finale. "Oh no!" Li Qing stood up immediately, and Ding Yuren said in surprise, "High-level professional talent. It's like a pillow has appeared after a long sleep. I was just thinking that there were too few high-level professionals. And now here it is." He immediately pressed a button on the table, and the auctioneer immediately reached out to him and shouted. The guest in box 2 offered 2 billion. Someone immediately held up a sign. Very good. Someone offered 2.1 billion. This guest offered 2.2 billion. Li Qing directly entered a price on the light screen. The guest in box 2 offered 3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Oh! Louis raised his eyebrows and asked Yi Xiao beside him. Boss, do you want to top him? Yi Xiao shook his head. We don't have any use for this. And we don't have time to slowly cultivate it. I'm asking if we can help Li Qing so that he can't get it so easily. Yi Xiao turned to look at his younger brother in surprise, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Luo Dayuan, who came with him, waved his hand and said, Don't make things complicated. Everyone knows that box 1 is our halo and box 2 is the gallant army. What will others think if we are so obviously at odds with each other? Okay. Yi Xiao looked back and was a little disappointed with the pattern of several younger brothers. He is capable and obedient, but he is too petty and vindictive. You can use him, but you cannot make him a core confidant. Otherwise he will bring unnecessary trouble to you in the future. The bids went back and forth several times, but there weren't many bidders. Just those few. Li Qing bid an integer each time to show his determination. When he reached 5 billion, his opponent finally gave up bidding. The total price of 5 billion is already very high. After all, it is just a talent. It needs to be cultivated slowly after purchase. And it takes a long time. It is not cost effective if it is too high. But for Li Qing, this is exactly the talent he wants. Once he buys it back, he will immediately transform it into a servant of light. Then he can train it at an astonishingly fast speed. In less than a year, he will be able to start trying to build a battleship. After bidding for these 2 slaves with excellent talents, Li Qing was in a good mood. He sat down and prepared to pour a cup of tea, when he suddenly heard the auctioneer's voice. The 36th lot below is 3 slaves from Shada civilization with a talented talent. The starting price is 3 billion, and the price increases at each time. Li Qing looked up and looked at Ding Yuzheng at a glance at each other, and could see the surprise in the eyes of the other person. Maz, when will this rare talent be so much? Normally it's hard to find even one, but now 5 of them appear all at once. However, no matter how surprised he was, he still had to bid. This time, he simply calculated the average price of 2.5 billion from the previous time, and bid 7.5 billion on the spot. Many players who were ready to raise their cards were speechless, and gave up bidding. Still, this is just a talent, and you have to cultivate it yourself. Maybe you can cultivate it. Few people are willing to make such a high price to fight. It's also at an auction house. It would definitely not sell for 2.5 billion per piece in the outside market, let alone 500 million per piece. Li Qing was in a good mood as he was happy to have 5 talented and knowledgeable people. The 37th shooting is a set of 500 large-scale 6th-generation super energy shields. Each shield can increase an additional 80,000 energy shield value. The 500 full configuration can increase the shield value of 40 million, which is very outrageous. However, this stuff is too expensive. The starting price is not high, only 10 billion, but in just a while, it will soar more than 60 billion yuan. And it is still rising at a very fast speed. Li Qing saw that the growth rate ran at a high price of 10 billion plus. And after considering some of the bidding, he gave up the bidding. With his mind, Ding Yuzheng continued to stare at the auction. And he opened a piece of information from the 2 waves of slaves after the 2 slaves just filmed. Above are the basic information of the 5 Satari geniuses. The data showed that these 5 slaves from the Sandy tribe were all from the same species. The snake people among the 8 tribes of Shada. Snake heads, personal, arms, snake tails, and the snake people in many fantasy novels are extremely similar. The surface is covered with a thin layer of thin scales. With the evolutionary process, the scales of these snake people are getting more and more delicate. I heard that in this civilization, the smaller the snake scales on the body. Essence. The 5 snake people in the projection, 4 men and 1 woman, were all wearing exquisite clothes unique to snake people. They looked a little uneasy, and were looking around. Don't count on her appearance. Although the female snake people have a charming and fierce figure, normal people would not be interested in her snake-like head. However, this does not include some guys with strange XP who would be interested. The 5 snake men can all be enlightened to become servants of light. There is no waste of waves. And the servant of the light is just the servant. It is not a formal member of the super-grade civilization, where the universe is located in the real palm. There is no restriction on the source of species. And once it becomes a servant of light, the power of Galmi light will slowly transform them, and make them evolve rapidly. Species like this snake man, with a snake head and a human body and a snake tail, once enlightened as servants of light, will evolve rapidly, completing a process that would take species billions of years in a short period of time. For example, the dragon people who have evolved from the head of the dragon by the snake man, or the high-grade snake man with the first snake tail, and so on. It is not to say that how high human beings must evolve into humans, mainly after the servants of the light. Their evolution direction must be evolved with the sun of a star as a template. After evolving into a human-headed snake body appearance, it wasn't so ugly anymore. When Li Qing returned to God, the auction had reached more than 40, and only a few were far from the end of the conventional auction. He moved his fingers a few times in front of his eyes, and the picture on the screen popped up, switching to the last few items of the auction and the mysterious finale king. Although this auction exceeds the last level, the finale is still 4. Li Qing can see it now, and the last finale is still as good as last time. The 4-piece finale rank. They are the Ancient Relic Box, a Dreadnought flagship, a flagship aircraft carrier. These two parts are photographed separately, each occupying a central position. A relic called the Light of Doom. Its effect is that every time it absorbs 10,000 standard energy blocks, it can emit a Light of Doom that is as powerful as a T-slot Doomsday level weapon. With a standard power of 10 million. It can only be activated 3 times a day and is not affected by various skill bonuses. It is equivalent to consuming 1 billion yuan per day to launch a Doomsday. This stuff is a bit fierce. Even if there is no bonus, the power of 10 million is enough to kill any conventional battleships in a second. With enough energy, it is guaranteed to destroy 3 battleships in 1 day. For finale, 1 is more fierce than 1. Especially the 2 flagships can be used as the king of the finale. The finale has such standard. What is the finale among the finales? Li Qing squeezed his chin and was very interested in telling the truth. The conventional auctions were shot very fast. Although there were many good things in the latter, Li Qing was not interested. Many teams and many boxes were not very interested. However, occasionally, some people looked at a certain lot of prices. Soon, when the last lot was auctioned off, the host was still as passionate as ever. Ladies, sir, the most exciting finale is about to come. And there is less nonsense. Now there are the first finale of this auction. With the sound of the exciting music sound, the 4 Cheongsam beauties carried a golden plate covered by a red silk scarf, and followed 2 muscles, with 3 meters of heights, and 2 spirituals. Everyone. The 4th major finale of this year is completely random. So now I don't know what the first lot is. As the host stepped forward, he was going to unveil the red silk scarf, and said loudly, "Let me reveal to you. Will the first lot be an ancient relic? Or a dreadnought blueprint? Or a flagship aircraft carrier? Of course, it could also be a relic of the Light of Doom. Hold the corner of the silk scarf gently." And a crystal card was slowly hanging in a clear light. Oh, it looks like a flagship blueprint. Let me see if it's a dreadnought flagship or a flagship carrier. The host squeezed up the crystal card in front of the eyes, showing a little smile in his eyes, and said, "Very good. The first finale of today is a flagship aircraft carrier." The host put back the crystal card back and introduced it loudly. The flagship aircraft carrier is a super large combat platform with carrier-based aircraft as its main combat weapon. It is the core flagship of the fleet. It has the powerful power of the left and right battles. At this time, it is about to auction a ruling official star carrier. Now I will show your attributes to everyone. Do you consider whether you start a ship? Then a curtain of light fell, and a fleet projection appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on the huge aircraft carrier in the center of the fleet. Relatively speaking, the main battleships, which were usually very large, now looked extremely small next to the aircraft carrier. Interstellar aircraft carrier, governing official, a large combat platform with carrier-based aircraft as its main combat weapon. Generally the core flagship of a fleet. TSK. Even if the blueprint attribute of the flagship aircraft carrier once saw it. When I saw it again, Li Qing was still shocked. This attribute was too strong. 500 million basic attributes, 2,000 various regenerations, plus 2,000 X flagship universal slots. combined just shocked Li Qing. Almost all players looked at the flagship carrier attributes in front of him, longing for it. But compared to most players, they can only desire and only do dreams. They may get the team leaders in the 20 boxes of this flagship at this time. The power of the team. Be sure to take this flagship carrier. Yi Xiao smashed his fist on the desktop in front of him, and his tone was cut off. This flagship aircraft carrier. We must win the dark red. Gu Xinzhou hit the palm with a punch, and his tone was firm. At any cost. Li Qing fell back while holding Ding Yuran, and said calmly, we do want this flagship aircraft carrier, but they can at the price, and they are confusing outsiders. Otherwise, they will wonder how we even look down on the flagship aircraft carrier. Of course, if you have the opportunity to grab it, of course, it is best. No one will be too much. But this possibility is not much. Especially the aircraft carrier flagship. Everyone's eyes fell on the auctionist, and he heard him announce loudly in an exciting tone. Now it is announced that the starting price is 300 billion yuan. And the price increases not less than 10 billion yuan each time. As soon as the words fell, the 20 boxes lit up at the same time. And the momentary price made the auctioneer don't know what to say. Fortunately, the box was on the second time. From the outside, it seemed that a 400 billion price was displayed on the crystal screen outside the first box. The auctioneer immediately shouted, okay, the price of the number 1 box now is 400 billion yuan. Is there a higher price? Li Qing chuckled and directly filled in a price and sent it out. Immediately, there was a smacking of lips and the auctioneer's excited voice outside. Box number 2 directly offered 800 billion. It's really powerful. Does anyone have a higher price? Ding Yui glanced at him strangely, and he smiled back with evil charm. It's a disrupted by the disruption. Are you afraid of being clumsy? I would rather be clumsy. So this aircraft carrier will return to us. Ding Yui is speechless, just like the leader of the team in other boxes. But they are not speechless. But the speechless Li Qing. But as Li Qing said, the price could not scare them at all, and almost did not hesitate to continue to bid. Although the basic cost of an aircraft carrier is only about 300 billion. That is only when the battleship blueprint is available. Now a finished flagship aircraft carrier is in front of us. The rarity of the blueprint and the time saved, as well as the significance, potential benefits, expected returns, etc. of owning a flagship aircraft carrier, all add up. And the true value of this flagship aircraft carrier has directly increased 10 times. Regardless of what others say. In Li Qing's mind, there is absolutely no problem in selling this thing for 3 trillion. Just like a sausage costs only 2 yuan in peacetime. But in the end times with food shortage, its value will increase in times. And no one will even look at you even if you give it 20,000 yuan. Although the situation at this time is not as bad as this metaphor, it is still very similar. In less than 10 seconds, the price reached over 1 trillion. 20 boxes were bidding back and forth. And the players in the hall could only watch the rich people fighting above. Li Qing stopped bidding after the second time he bid 800 billion. But no one thought he had given up. The price continued to rise alternately. And soon, it was 1,350 billion yuan. At this time, Yi Xiao's noodles that were also located in the number 1 box for a long time filled out a number on the LCD screen in front of the eyes and uploaded it. Then, the bidding outside suddenly stopped. Chapter 116 Li Qing is determined to win the finale. Li Qing, who was leaning on the sofa, sat up and heard the auctioneer's loud voice. Oh my god! The bid for box number 1 is 2,000 billion star dollars. No one bid for a long while. And the auctioneer did not say anything or remind people to start the countdown. How can one rush to buy such a large item? It will definitely give the rich some time to think. Ding Yuran turned her beautiful eyes to look at Li Qing. He chuckled and wrote a number on the LCD screen with his finger and uploaded it. Immediately, the auctioneer's slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Oh my god! The guest in box 2 bid 2.5 trillion star dollars. That's amazing. I wonder if anyone can offer a higher price. The auction hall fell completely silent. In box number 4, Gu Qinzhou sat motionless on the sofa with a gloomy face. Several other Crimson executives sat on his left and right. After a while, someone asked in a low voice, Captain, do you want to continue bidding? The same question was raised in different boxes. And all the group leaders, or chiefs, who were asked were lost in thought. After a while, The green light outside the 15th box suddenly turned red, which meant that the guest in this box gave up bidding for this item. Then, the green lights outside the boxes changed color one after another, and soon only 5 boxes had green lights on. Among them, a new set of numbers 2550 billion was displayed outside box number 7. However, before anyone could be surprised, a bid of 2.6 trillion star dollars immediately appeared in box number 4. Then, Li Qing directly filled in a bid of 2.8 trillion star yuan, which directly eliminated 3 boxes, leaving only number 1 and number 2. Gu Qinzhou turned off the light, fell back, and said in a deep voice, "Number 1 is Halo. Number 2 is Gallon. These 2 teams have grown rapidly in strength after being promoted to the Legion. It is normal that we cannot compete with them. We will not follow them this time, and wait for the next Dreadnought flagship." The subordinates did not say anything, but they were worried. If they couldn't even grab the aircraft carrier, how could they grab the Dreadnought? The auction hall was completely silent, with everyone quietly waiting for the direct competition between the 2 legions. In box number 1, everyone from Halo sat there with frowns on their faces. The 2 brothers Lu Yi and Lu Qing and Luo Dayuan all looked at Yi Xiao in silence. At this moment, they were not qualified to make a decision. Yi Xiao pinched his brows, not knowing if it was an illusion. He always felt that Li Qing was deliberately raising the price. Did he guess my price? He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a gleam in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. One more move. He had no choice but to follow. At least, he couldn't give up until he reached his psychological limit. Fill in a number on the LCD screen with your finger and send it. Box number 1 bids 2,850 billion yuan again. The auctioneer's voice was brief and powerful. Everyone looked towards box number 2 like him. And just in time, they saw the green light in box number 2 turn red, indicating that the bidding had to be abandoned. Boom! Yi Xiao slapped the table hard, his face looking extremely ugly. Ding Yuren asked in surprise. "Didn't you say that the psychological expectation is 3 trillion? Li Qing leaned on the sofa with his hands behind his head, listening to the auctioneer's countdown outside, and laughed. "That's my psychological expectation. I guess Yi Xiao's psychological expectation is also 3 trillion. But psychological expectations are one thing. In many cases, psychological expectations will be affected by various external factors. If I really raise it to 2.95 trillion star yuan, he will most likely give up the bid. After all, there is more than one flagship. They can completely give up this one to compete for another Dreadnought flagship. Although it is slightly inferior to an aircraft carrier in terms of function, a Dreadnought flagship is still a flagship, and its price is definitely lower than that of an aircraft carrier. The most important thing is that in addition to these 4 finale items, there is also an unknown finale king item. No one knows what it is. But if it can become the finale king, it must be very useful to us. I will let Halo take the most expensive aircraft carrier flagship first, so that it will consume a large part of the funds. Then, if the finale king is really very useful to us, then Halo will have no capital to compete. Of course, the premise for his operation was that the 2 flagships were not necessary for them. If the Gallon Legion did not have dreadnoughts, and he did not control the universe, he would definitely fight to the end. Ding Yuren understood immediately and nodded. I understand what you mean. So what is your bottom line for the Dreadnought flagship later? 2 trillion star dollars. If the price is higher than this, I will give up immediately. Ding Yuxian was slightly puzzled. Although the Dreadnought flagship is slightly inferior to an aircraft carrier, it shouldn't be less than a third. Right? Li Qing smiled slightly. Of course not. But relatively speaking, I am more interested in the other 2 lots. A relic of the Light of Doom. An ancient relic level box. The power of a single attack from the relic is comparable to that of a Dreadnought's main gun. Without the skill bonus, it will be slightly weaker than the Dreadnought flagship's main gun. But it can easily kill a battleship in seconds, which is very powerful at this stage. I believe that many teams that have no hope of grabbing the flagship will set their sights on this relic. If I can't grab the flagship, I can at least grab half of the Dreadnought. As for the ancient relics, this is a super treasure chest that surpasses the 5-star treasure chest. It is also a kind of blind box. It is hard to predict what will come out of it. However, the upper limit of ancient relic level boxes is very high, and theoretically there is almost no limit. Even the construction blueprint of the Titan Super Flag may be obtained. Of course, this is the most ideal situation. In fact, the probability of kite and has no probability that there is no probability of 1,000th. It is likely to have some super rare things, but it may not be very valuable and not necessarily used. Under normal circumstances, super rare is valuable, but it is not completely absolute. But Li Qing wanted to fight. He is not just a commanding player. He is also a lord, and his suitability range is much wider than that of ordinary players. No matter what comes out, he can use it in most cases. Besides, the price of this ancient relic level box should not be too high, and it is the lowest among the 4 items. At this time, after the auctioneer outside confirmed that lot number 1 was won by Yi Xiao, he began to announce the second lot. When he saw the high arch on the huge golden plate, Li Qing knew that the item should be an ancient relic treasure chest. As the other 2 items were not that big, the auctioneer simply peeled off the red cloth, revealing a round ball with a crystal structure all over. A treasure chest doesn't necessarily have to be in the shape of a box. It can be in any form. This thing is about 50 centimeters in diameter, and the outside is covered with strange reliefs that are unrecognizable. It is also impossible to tell where the opening is. On the surface of the crystal box, there is a faint stream of light flowing between the grooves of the reliefs, which looks very magical. This ancient relic level box comes from deep in the Zuder star field. According to the seller, it was found in the mother planet of a destroyed civilization. When he heard this, Li Qing suddenly thought of Lei Gang's Leiyun team, the player team that took out the frigate mother chip at the last auction, and muttered to himself, "Isn't it them? It has been exactly 1 year, and the agreed repayment time has arrived. They should be back by now." He immediately opened the communication and sent a message to the name he hadn't contacted for a year. "Brother, are you back?" In less than 5 seconds there was a response. "Brother Li Qing, are you also at the auction?" Li Qing raised his eyebrows and asked quickly, "Did you guys auction that ancient treasure chest?" In a certain room, Lei Yun's leader Lei Gang laughed. "Yeah. Why? Brother Li, are you interested?" Li Qing smiled and said, "I am a little interested. But let me ask first. Was this really dug up on a planet with a destroyed civilization?" "Absolutely true." "Then the final grand prize is also yours?" "Yes." "Oh my god. You really dug up a destroyed civilization." Li Qing's voice suddenly disappeared. After a long silence, he asked in a low voice, "You found a planet with life?" Lei Gang shook his head and said, "We did find it. But it was useless. The planet had gone through an unimaginable war. The planet was blown apart and the atmosphere was gone. It's now useless. That's such a shame. I don't know whether it's a pity or..." After rubbing his face and spirit, Li Qing continued to ask, "Brother, can you tell me what the last lot is? Is it the same mother chip as the last time?" "No. The war caused too much damage. The mother planet was blown up, and those treasures were lost. I didn't find the mother chip during this exploration. But in addition to this ancient relic, I found a half-destroyed shelter deep in the crust of 1/2 of the civilization's mother planet. Inside, I found a batch of civilization seeds that had been left behind by that civilization. It is a large freezer, which contains a batch of the last seeds of that civilization, including a group of dignitaries who destroyed that civilization, a group of top scientists, and a group of top elites in various industries. Unfortunately, the shelter was destroyed along with the planet-shattering super earthquake. A large number of them died in the cryostat, but a small number of them were left, which contained a group of frozen top scientists and elites. I have no use for them, so I have to auction them off. Here's a packing list. Take a look at it first." Then a piece of information came over. When Li Qing clicked on the message, he saw a list of 189 elite professionals. The first one that caught his eye was a super mathematician and physicist named Jean Ming. "I lost it." Li Qing was stunned and expressed deep envy of their luck. What is the concept of a golden scientist? The ideas and achievements of super scientists at the level of Newton and Einstein can directly lead to the progress of civilization. In the new universe, these golden named characters are favored by the destiny of civilization. They are born out of necessity and have the destiny to lead the progress of their own civilization. There are only a few of these super elites in most weak civilizations, and they will be born whenever a civilization faces a critical juncture, just like the Shada Tribe United civilization. This is the most critical stage of this civilization. The fortune of the civilization is like a raging fire, and there will definitely be a few sons of golden fortune born to face this crisis. It's okay to lose. If they could win, They would be able to defeat the Shar civilization and the Civis Council, repel the human expeditionary force in the south, and unify the three major civilizations. If a ruler with super powerful abilities could be born, it is not impossible for him to grow up under the nose of human beings and become a dominant civilization in the Zuder star field. After all, the headquarters of the human United Empire is too far away from here. It is difficult for the Yu family of Tianjin to suppress the Shada tribe United civilization, which is booming. Once it cannot be suppressed, it will be out of control. With the ability and vision of such a super ruler, he would not be unaware of leveraging the power of the Kelzaka Star Empire, which is hostile to humans, regardless of whether it is an alliance or a submission. I believe that the Kelzaka Star Empire will definitely not mind leaving a nail inside the human United Empire to prevent the human United Empire from completely annexing the Zuder and Tianjin Star regions. Of course, this is the most ideal situation. The actual situation is that even if the Shada tribe and the United Civilization really give birth to several sons of destiny, it will be difficult to succeed. After all, human civilization is too strong, and is not at the same level as their opponents. For example, Li Yuan, the servant of light, can fight 1 against 5 or 10 at once. But he certainly cannot fight 1 against 100 or even 1 against 1,000. What's more, we have him here, who can enlighten Jin Mingwang's servants in batches. Having said that, this group of elite remnants of an unknown destroyed civilization in Lei Gang's hands are indeed worthy of being the king of the finale. And their value is really unimaginable. So Li Qing only thought for a second before asking, "Brother, how much do you want to sell this group of elites for? Can you withdraw them so that we can trade privately?" "Well," Lei Gang scratched his head and said apologetically, "I'm afraid that won't work. I signed a contract with the auction house. If I forcibly remove the items, I will need to pay 50 trillion yuan in liquidated damages." "Oh well, this is true. Any auction house has this rule to prevent items from being withdrawn at will. Especially important items such as the finale. Not to mention the king of the finale. After all, many wealthy customers come just for the finale. If you withdraw it at will, the auction house will be in trouble. Then we'll have to see for ourselves. I hope their demands aren't that firm." Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said to Ding Yuan, "How much money do you have now?" "We only have 485 billion in cash. And we can raise about 200 billion by selling a batch of goods on hand. Lend it to me later." She nodded without hesitation. "Okay." Li Qing let out a breath, but did not feel relieved. He could come up with 5.2 trillion yuan, plus Ding Yuan's nearly 6 trillion yuan. And he could still raise 2 trillion yuan by overdrafting the Legion's funds. But even with so much, he had no confidence. It's just that the last batch of kings are too powerful, and any team will go all in without hesitation. Li Qing unfolded the list again. The first name was Jin Ming, a super mathematician and physicist. But the second name was also Jin Ming, and he was also a super flagship-level shipbuilding engineer and designer, as well as a flagship-level weapons construction engineer. What is the concept? A flagship shipbuilder is a chief engineer who can build dreadnoughts and flagship aircraft carriers. The super flagship refers to the Titan super flagship. At the same time, it also builds flagship-level weapons. In other words, the second gold name on this list is a super engineer who can preside over the construction of Titan super flags and other flagships, and is also good at the transformation and redesign of flagships, including the construction of super flags and the weapons equipped with super flags. Whether there is a dock capable of building a flagship is another matter, but it will definitely not prevent them from going all out to take it first. Chapter 117 Fierce Bidding. Next, Li Qing took a rough look at the list. There were only 2 gold names, but there were 11 orange names below, and the rest were all purple names, and all of them had top talents such as erudition or flash of inspiration. If all of this group of elites could be trained, there would be 5 or 6 flagship shipbuilding chief engineers alone, and dozens of battleship chief engineers. If one person could preside over 10 groups, that would mean hundreds of groups. This is outrageous. Sometimes he doubted whether Lei Gang was the protagonist, as he could encounter such things at this stage. If they hadn't gone with a mainstream idea, this thing would never have been sold. In the auction house, the price of this ancient relic has reached 220 billion star dollars, and several boxes have made bids. Judging from the bid range, the highest estimate is around 300 billion, and it is unlikely to go higher. If he had not known about the king of the finale in advance, Li Qing would have offered 300 billion to lock the deal. But now, he was in no mood to bid. Even though this ancient relic was obtained by Lei Gang's team from the mother planet that destroyed the civilization, there was a high probability that it would contain good things. But in order to do his best to capture the remaining elites of that civilization, he could not spend the money. If the difference is only 200 billion or 300 billion in the end, he will regret it so much that he will bang his head against the wall. As he expected, when the price slowly reached 300 billion, no one continued to bid. And finally the box number 11 won the bid. Soon the third item was announced. The Relic of the Light of Doomsday. With a starting price of 100 billion star dollars. Li Qing only bid 110 billion at the beginning, and pretended to bid 460 billion, when he became a little anxious and slow when bidding around 450 billion. After waiting for almost half a minute, someone finally offered 465 billion. He breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the give up button. 1 minute later, the last lot came out. There is no need to reveal it this time. Everyone knows it is a dreadnought flagship. The starting price is the same as that of an aircraft carrier, at 300 billion yuan. And the minimum bid each time is 10 billion yuan. Then box number 1 directly bid 1 trillion. Then Li Qing raised the price to 2 trillion in the second hand, and earned a lot of MFE. YouTube X's. This makes me lose my sense of process. Gu Qinzhou cursed inwardly, and speechlessly filled in the bid of 2.1 trillion star dollars and uploaded it. After a while, box number 6 offered 2,150 billion star dollars. Then 2 boxes made bids in succession, and the price reached 2.2 trillion star dollars. However, the bidding boxes did not hear the bids from boxes number 1 and number 2, and they all breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. However, this tone lasted less than 10 seconds, and box number 1 bid another 2.3 trillion star dollars. All the bidders cursed in their hearts, and had to consider whether to continue to increase the price. In box number 2, Li Qing was delighted when he saw Yi Zhao's bid. After careful consideration, he offered a bid of 2.31 trillion to seduce him. He was afraid that a direct pass would arouse suspicion, so he pushed forward but offered a low price to give the other party confidence. However, Yi Zhao in box number 1 did not make a bid, but box number 6 directly bid 235 billion star yuan. Li Qing was happy. Decisively patted the light's exit. As soon as he withdrew, he saw that the light in box number 1 changed from green to red, and Halo also withdrew from the bidding for the dreadnought. Li Qing frowned, feeling uneasy. Next, box number 6 and box number 4 took turns bidding, but the increase in price was not high, about 10 billion each time. The two sides bid back and forth for more than 10 times, and when box number 6 finally raised the price to 2.51 trillion star yuan, Gu Qinzhou chose to withdraw. Well, the dreadnought flagship was finally taken by the guests in box 6. Let us congratulate them. The auctioneer announced loudly that the ownership of the fearless ship. And then the exciting background music sounded. A golden light descended from the sky, and a projection began in front of everyone, showing each other with different people wearing different people. No one understood it at first, until the figures quickly solidified and turned into a humanoid alien race that was extremely similar to humans. Then everyone realized that this was the item for the finale. These alien races are very similar to humans in terms of shape and body shape, except for a few non-human features on their body surface. For example, their joint proportions are slightly different. Their heads have no hair, but only many spike-like bumps. And their facial features are slightly different, but not ugly. Their overall facial contour is very similar to that of humans. Amidst everyone's confusion, a series of data and text introductions began to appear in front of the solid projections, and then countless people in the auction hall stood up in shock. In box number 1, the two brothers Lu Qing and Louis stood up in shock, pointed at the data displayed on the screen, and looked back at Yi Zhao with trembling voices. "Boss, this is a top scientist." Louis swallowed hard and said, "There is also a chief engineer of the Jiming flagship, and a bunch of battleship chief engineers." However, Yi Zhao and Luo Taiyuan seemed to have known this for a long time. They looked normal, and waved their hands to signal them to sit down. He asked Luo Taiyuan, who also had a normal expression, "How much disposable funds do we have now?" Luo Taiyuan immediately replied, "About 7 trillion. "Very good." Yi Zhao nodded. 7 trillion should be enough. We will definitely win. At this stage, no team can raise so much money. Not even the Gallon army. Luo Taiyuan proudly said. Due to the default rules, the major clans are unable to provide direct support. At this time, whoever can gather more powerful top players, and teams can gather more funds. Our Halo is now the first legion of the outpost, attracting a large number of powerful large teams and top players. In terms of financial resources, no one can be our opponent at this stage. Yi Xiao didn't answer, but from his eyes, it was clear that he thought so too. At this time, the auctioneer is extremely excited. Almost roaring voice came from outside. My dear guests, you all know what this is without any explanation. This is a super elite team that can potentially lay the foundation for a top-level legion, and even help with promotion to military leader in the future. There are 189 super elites in total. 2 with gold names, 11 with orange names, and the rest are all top elites with purple names. According to the bidder's request, this time the auctioneer will accept cash, as well as materials that can be sold as soon as possible, or some high-value treasures such as relics. And the value will be assessed by a notary from this auction house. The auction for this finale king will be held in full. The starting price is $1 trillion star dollars, and each bid increase must not be less than 10 billion star dollars. It starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was complete silence. The 20 boxes were extremely quiet, and everyone in the auction hall looked up at the 20 boxes. Most of those who are capable have entered the private rooms, and those outside basically do not have the ability to bid. Li Qing sat quietly on the sofa, tapping lightly on the LCD screen with his fingers. There was a line of bidding numbers on it, but he did not upload them. Ding Yuran sat quietly beside him. She didn't say anything and didn't urge him. She just sat there quietly. After nearly a minute, the box was still extremely quiet. Surprisingly, the auction hall outside was also very quiet. Everyone became surprisingly patient. Even the auctioneer stood there with his hands clasped, looking at the audience with a smile. This strange silence lasted for nearly 3 minutes. And finally a voice came from one of the boxes. It seems that everyone is quite patient. I admit that I am not strong enough to compete for this item. Before you withdraw, let me make a bid to stimulate the competition. I will bid 2 trillion star dollars. Then the green light in the box turned red, indicating that he had withdrawn from the auction. As long as someone bid more than 200 billion star dollars, he would be out. Someone started, and someone quickly took over. The light screen outside the box was light, and the bid at a price of 25 billion yuan was displayed on it, which directly leaned the price of 500 billion yuan. Then, one box after another began to bid, with the price increasing by 100 billion each time, and soon reached a staggering high price of 300 billion. This price is close to the total price of last year's King of Finale. But it is obviously not the final price of this year's King of Finale, because the Halo Legion in box number 1 and the Gallon Legion in box number 2 have not yet bid. In box number 4, after Gu Qinzhou bid 3.5 trillion star dollars, he looked up at boxes number 1 and 2, which had not yet received a bid, with a hint of gloom in his solemn expression. We don't have enough funds to compete with Halo and Gallon. Who would have thought that the finale king would be this? The Crimson Core Hishi at the side also punched his palm, with a helpless look on his face. I have thought about whether it would be a Finnish Titan super flagship, but I never thought it would be this kind. Golden name mathematician and physicist. Golden name super flagship construction engineer. The voice of another core, Gu Wei, was trembling. I think the founders of most of the military clans in our united human empire didn't have such a luxurious team under their command when they first started. Definitely not. This auction should be able to set a record. It will definitely set a record. I don't think there will be such a crazy finale in the next few years. Call. Gu Qinzhou carefully thought about the funds he currently had and the funds his team could raise. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to someone. Someone responded a little later. If you want to borrow money, forget it. Ancient sunken boat. He shook his head speechlessly and continued to send messages to several other contacts in the address book. He soon received responses one by one. Most of them were rejections, but there were 2 who agreed. But after he read the loan terms proposed by the 2 who agreed, he fell silent. But the price did not stop because of his silence, but continued to rise. When it reached 400 billion, box number 1, which had been silent, finally made a bid. The display screen outside the box lit up, and a number appeared. The scene suddenly became quiet. And then exclamations were heard quickly. Box number 1 offers 6,000 billion star dollars. In contrast to the previous excited voices in the audience, the auctioneer was exceptionally calm at this moment. In box number 2, Li Qing paused his tapping fingers. At that moment, he could feel no less than 1,000 eyes staring at him. It's crazy. But I'm crazy too. With a tap of fingers, the upload began, and louder exclamations came from outside the venue. Box number 2 offers 7,000 billion star dollars. Yi Xiao, who was confident in his plan, paused. A trace of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. Do they have so much money? His fingers tapped lightly on the table as if he was thinking. Luo Taiyuan whispered to him. We only have about 7 trillion in cash. But we can still get 200 to 300 billion from within the core. If we sell some of the strategic materials we have stored, we can get 200 to 200 billion. The maximum disposable funds are about 110 trillion. Yi Xiao nodded after listening to it, entered a number without hesitation and sent it. Box number 1 offers 8,000 billion star dollars. Wow! Too rich. How is unknown? In the box 2, Li Qing frowned and sat there. 8 trillion has reached the limit of him and the Legion. Perhaps borrowing from all members in the whole army can borrow 12 trillion. But he had no choice. This group of super elites were of great significance to him. So he had to fight. Call. Take a deep breath. Enter a number again. And upload. Very good. Box number 2 bids another 900 billion star dollars. Hiss. Even though the core members or leaders of each major team in the numerous boxes were knowledgeable, and had a vision far beyond that of ordinary people, they were still extremely shocked at this moment. Are they going to go all in and lose everything? Of course. This group of super elites is too important. If I didn't have so much money, even if I tried my best, I would have gone all in. However, Li Qing is not the commander of the Galan army. Can he make the decision to stake all the army's assets? Yes. He is now the soul of the Galan Corps. The battle a year ago shocked so many people. Many people joined the Galan Corps because of him. If they were not too strict with new members, the size of the Galan Corps would have already caught up with the Halo. That's true. To be honest, I am a little tempted. Such a cool commander must have a bright future. In box number 1, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Then without hesitation filled in another bid and uploaded it. Then, under everyone's expectant eyes, the bid number in front of box number 1 changed from 900 billion to 10 trillion star dollars. At this time, Li Qing did not pay attention to this place, but dialed the communication of Gu Qinzhou, the leader of the Crimson Team. In box number 4, Gu Qinzhou saw the name on the communicator and laughed to the Crimson Corps beside him. Tell me, should we lend him money? She nodded immediately and said, Of course I have to borrow. But I need something valuable as collateral. Watch me. After the call was connected, Li Qing's voice came from inside. Lend me 2 trillion star dollars and pay me back within 3 years. In the first month, I will give you 5 battleships for free as interest. After that, I will give you 5 battleships every year as interest, for a total of 15 battleships, until you pay me back. Well, Gu Qinzhou, who was just thinking about asking for some extra price, suddenly choked. Real or fake? After withdrawing the unsent messages, Gu Qinzhou was silent for a moment and nodded. Can. Then quickly draft the contract, sign it, and transfer the money. And it's done in less than a minute. Looking up again, and seeing the strange expressions on his men's faces, he pinched his chin and explained. I also want to be reserved. But he gave too much. It weakens them, and strengthens ourselves at the same time. I can't refuse. Gu Wei and Shi didn't say anything, because they couldn't refuse it. After all, it was a battleship. Very good. Box 2 bids 11 trillion again. I wonder if Box 1 will continue to bid. Boom! Lu Qing slammed his fist on the table. But this earned him an indifferent look from Luo Taiyuan. How many times have I told you to stay calm and collected? Chapter 118, The Loser. Yi Xiao lowered his head, and ignored Luo Taiyuan's reprimand of his men. He turned on the communication and his eyes fell on Feng Lixiu, the leader of the Freehorn team, and sent a communication. Lend me 2 trillion star dollars. Pay it back in 3 years. And I will pay an additional 300 billion in interest. Soon the other side responded. You are too late. The money has already been lent out. Yi Xiao was startled. Just as he was about to ask who he had lent it to, He took back the words and asked instead what conditions he gives. I will add 20%. Really? He gave me 15 battleships in total. If you want them, you have to give me 18 battleships in 3 years. Ye shall? He quickly communicated with Gu Qinzhou from the Crimson team. But the other side gave him the same reply. Is he crazy? At this time, Luo Taiyuan noticed that his expression was not right and asked, what's the matter? Yi Xiao told everyone the news he had just received from Gu Qinzhou and Feng Lixiu. And everyone present was stunned. He's crazy. Right? He's gambled away the entire Legion's assets. And he's going to provide a total of 30 battleships in 3 years. And he's going to have to pay 4 trillion in foreign debt. Is he going to continue to develop the Gallan Legion? For at least 3 years. The Gallan army will have to work hard to pay off its debts, and will not be able to develop at all. Without these 3 years, they will definitely lose their competitiveness. Is this necessary? Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and contacted several teams he knew. But no team was willing to lend him money at this time. So he declined. Aura is now the top-ranked legion in the outpost, and is already the strongest. If other teams continue to support him at this time, they will not be able to survive. Therefore, all teams are unwilling to lend to him, and are more willing to lend money to Gallan, who is ranked second, to snipe Aura. Doing so will prevent the Halo from becoming stronger. And although Gallan got the thing, he owed a large foreign debt. The development will be slow or even stagnant in the next few years, which is beneficial to everyone. Yi Xiao remained silent in the box. But judging from the faintly unstable fluctuations of his spiritual energy, his mood was also very complicated and extremely entangled. Time passed by minute, and before they knew it, 2 minutes had passed. The auctioneer, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't help but remind them. Box number 2 is now offering 11 trillion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? There was still no response from box number 1. After waiting for another minute, the auctioneer asked again. Now box number 2 bids 11 trillion. For the first time, in box number 1, Yi Xiao kept silent with his hands on his head. After listening to the call of his name twice in a row outside, he suddenly looked up. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand to type on the light screen and pressed it down heavily. Then the green light outside box number 1 suddenly turned red, indicating that box number 1 withdrew from the bidding. But the venue was exclaimed. Everyone looked at the number 2 box. Box number 1 has bid 120,000 again. And this is also the final price for box number 1. Box number 2 only needs to bid a minimum of 10 billion to win this year's finale king item. Absolutely. Gu Qinzhou saw the final 12 trillion bid on the box number 1 and laughed. He really can't bear to suffer any loss. He wants to discuss Gallan even when he gives up. Most people can see that when Yi Xiao had given up at 11 trillion before, it was just 1 trillion yuan. Regardless of whether Halo has 12 trillion in funds and resources, the bid is valid as long as the auction venue does not require capital verification. At this time, the pressure is all on Li Qing. If he wants this group of super elite talents, he must have an extra 101 billion star dollars. And does Li Qing want it? Of course he wants it. With so many coveted top elites, how could he not want them? He would not hesitate even if the offer was raised to 15 trillion. With these, is it difficult to make money? In only 1 year, 10 of the top elites related to shipbuilding were turned into the servant of the light. At that time, a number of at least 100 battleships created the speed of the ship. A batch of more than 4 months. Deducting the impact of various factors, at least 2 batches of 200 battleships in a year. The speed of making money was not a lot. Isn't it too much to sell a finished battleship for 75 billion? 1 batch of 100 ships. 2 batches of 200 ships. Each ship for 75 billion. A total of 15 trillion can be sold. All debts can be paid off directly. This was also the main reason why Crimson and Liberty agreed decisively before. 15 battleships each. That means 112.5 billion star dollars in interest. And it's battleships. How could they not agree? Not to mention, there are quite a few purple-named talents with erudition and talent among this group of elites, totaling more than 20 to 30 of them. If all of them are transformed into servants of light and trained in the later stage, the best they can achieve is the level of building nearly 300 battleships in one wave. To other teams, this is a group of super elites. And to him, it is something he cannot afford to miss, even if he has to bet all his assets and take on huge foreign debts. After he bid 12.01 trillion, The auctioneer did not hesitate any longer. The only competitor, box number 1, pressed the red light, which meant that it had given up and could not bid anymore. As usual, after asking 3 times, no one bid. With a crisp bell ringing, the auctioneer announced the end of the auction. When the auction ended, Li Qing let out a long sigh, followed by a look of worry on his face. 12 trillion. Soon, staff from the auction house came over. A team of appraisers and accountants, ready to count the price of the materials he used as collateral. This is inevitable. No one can come up with as much as 12 trillion in cash at this stage. Before they came, Li Qing had already received 200 million yuan in loans from Crimson and Free Horn. Then he contacted the leader of this group of super elites, Lei Gang, and said directly, "Brother, how about I pay part of the funds first and mortgage the other part with the warship?" Lei Gang nodded readily and said, "Pay 600 million first, and I'll take the remaining 600 million for battleships. Regular night models, 75 billion star dollars each. Exactly 80 ships. How do you want to pay?" Li Qing thought about it and said, "How about this? I still owe you 1.5 trillion. I'll pay you 10 trillion in cash this time. And the remaining 2 trillion will be used as 27 battleships. I'll pay you 15 in 1 year, and 12 the following year. How about that?" Well, Lei Gang glanced around at his companions. Everyone could hear their conversation, and everyone nodded in agreement. "We are all old friends, so we can divide it this way." Next, Li Qing drafted a contract and sent it over, and soon the other parties signed and approved the agreement in the name of the Lei Yun team. When the auction house team came over, Li Qing handed them the agreement. After the auction house communicated with Lei Yun's team to confirm the authenticity of the contract, they turned around and left. They are only responsible for the success of the transaction. Now that both parties have agreed on how to repay the loan and confirm the authenticity, they don't need to worry about it anymore. The first payment of funds must be returned to the outpost, and he also needs to sell a batch of supplies to raise 10 trillion in cash. When the door of the box was opened, there were many people standing in the corridor at the entrance, chatting about the auction. When they saw Li Qing and Ding Yuan pushing the door open, they all nodded. The door of box number 4 opened, and Gu Qinzhou came out with 2 of his men and waved to Li Qing. "I'm waiting for your good news." At this time, the door of box number 3 was opened, and Feng Lixio from Freedom Horn also came out. Li Qing nodded to him and said, "Send someone to the outpost to take over within a month." The 2 smiled and nodded. "We have someone there at all times." After saying this, Gu Qinzhou said to Feng Lixio, "Go together?" The latter nodded, and the 2 left side by side. Outside the door, Gu Qinzhou whispered, "Although Gallon's all in this time didn't break any bones, it did hurt some muscles. Its development speed will slow down a bit. Although Halo didn't take the finale this time, it took a picture of a flagship aircraft carrier. It is estimated that it will be ready for service in 1 year, or at most 1.5 years. It will be a big threat by then." Feng Lixio nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was worried about. So I hesitated when I rejected Yi Zhao's loan. It's difficult. If we borrow the money, it won't hurt the current strength of Halo, and it won't slow down the development too much. But if we lend the money to allow them to capture this group of super elites, the threat in the future will be very great." After a pause, Gu Qinzhou continued, "But the gallant army cannot be underestimated. The super navy commander he has is too powerful. Without several times the number of troops, they can't defeat him at all. Even if the fleet on paper is not strong now, with the bonus of this super navy commander, the threat is no less than that of the Halo. But he can't be suppressed." And Feng Lixio exhaled lightly, looked back, and whispered, "He has a special relationship with the UFA of the Yu clan. If I'm not mistaken, the Yu clan has probably decided to support the Gallon Legion in seizing the Reef Nest planet. They will take action as soon as they confirm the marriage, and we can't stop them at all. But the aura is different. Every time I see Yi Xiao, I feel uneasy and a little threatened. He comes from the Southern Sky Yi family, the Lord of the Star Sea. He is a dragon crossing the river. He has extraordinary ambitions and extraordinary abilities. But most importantly, I feel that he doesn't follow the rules. I feel like he might have skirted the rules. But there's no evidence." Feng Lixio snorted and said, "I noticed it a long time ago. He used various methods to strengthen his strength, whether it was the team strength or the funds. This time he brought nearly 1 billion funds. This is too outrageous. Moreover, he seemed to have known what the last lot would be. When the fearless flagship was auctioned, he had nearly 7 trillion funds, but did not follow to the end. It is obvious that he wanted to keep enough funds to compete for the last finale. It's a pity that I didn't expect that Li Qing of Jialan was so decisive and resolute. He actually risked all of himself, and the entire Legion's fortune to fight him to the end. Now and in the future. The Halo has chosen the present. Gaolan chose the future. No. I chose the present. Even more in the future. When Li Qing left, he did not see Xiao. I didn't know if he had left or did not come out early. When he returned to the outpost base, he first sold the 10 billion square meter ore in the warehouse, and the 1.54 billion square meters of refined steel refining the wreckage collected by the ancient battlefield to the outpost base, with a total of 3,900 billion yuan. Adding the 741.5 billion star dollars he already has, the total is 524.21 billion star dollars. Then he borrowed 300 billion star yuan from Ding Yuran. After a trip back to the Legion, 500 billion star dollars were easily raised. There are so many people in the Legion, and the core members alone can raise enough money. Li Qing promised to pay it back within 1 year. As compensation, the 6 battleships that the Legion had obtained from previous missions at the outpost base, as well as all the battleships obtained from future missions, would be given up and distributed by them as they wish, together with the 2 trillion each from Crimson and Freedom Horn. A total of 4 trillion funds were raised, and a total of 1 billion star dollars were transferred to Lei Gang as soon as possible. Actually, I can barely gather 600 million in funds by myself, and I can repay the rest with battleships. But the loan contracts with Crimson and Liberty have been signed, so I have to continue. Brother, I will let you know if there is such good news next time. Li Qing smiled bitterly. I feel a little weak when you say that. I worked so hard for so long, and you guys took all the money. Ha ha ha. All 11 members of the Lei Yun team laughed out loud after hearing this. But to be honest, he really wants to do this more often. After sending off the Thundercloud Legion, he took out 10 ships from his own fleet and gave 5 ships each to the Crimson team and the Freedom Horn. In this way, the number of battleships under his command was reduced from 24 to 14. But it's not a big problem. Next month, he will immediately appoint a chief battleship engineer to quickly expand the battleship production line. Anyway, he has 120 battleship blueprints on hand, and all of them can be turned into finished battleships in less than 2 years. Deduct? Damn it. We all have to pay back our debts. The Thundercloud team is owed 200 billion star dollars, which is equivalent to 27 ships, 10 each from Crimson and Liberty. A total of 20 ships, which adds up to exactly 47 ships. There is also 1 modified Overlord-class battleship, and 73 ordinary battleships left. It's okay. Besides using it for my own use, I can also sell some of it for money. And this year has passed halfway. From the beginning of the year, it is half a year later. After the 6 months of next year, the family will have 60 battleships in the blueprint for the blueprint. More than 100 battleships will be very fierce even after a few years. We all have a bright future. After arranging everything, there happened to be a new vacancy for enlightening a servant of light. So Li Qing comforted himself and stepped into the Palm universe. An ordinary medium-sized industrial ship is quietly anchored in the starry sky of the Palm-held universe. No one would know that this seemingly ordinary industrial ship is actually worth 12 trillion star dollars. A total of 189 super elites from unknown races were all in cryogenic sleep at this time, and their sealed freezers were all placed in the industrial ship's cabin. Li Qing did not rashly open the industrial cabin. Instead, he used the traction system in the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress to move the entire industrial ship into the experimental area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. He then gently moved out the freezers one by one and placed them in a large isolation laboratory. Then, 3 biologist servants of light began to operate the equipment. Preparing to thaw one of the cryostat chambers, he designated and awakened the sleepers inside. The first awakener was neither the 2 gold-named aliens nor the 11 orange-named aliens, but a purple-named alien with the ability to build battleships. The first awakening is a preliminary attempt, and I don't know if there is a problem with the frozen. Although the Thundercloud team and the auction house had previously confirmed that the aliens in the freezer were alive, it was still better to be cautious before personally confirming it. The most crucial thing here is these 2 foreigners named Jean. He treasures them very much. If anything unexpected happens, he will cry to death. Chapter 119, Cosmic Tragedy, the inexplicable destruction of a civilization. Under the personal operation of the two servants of light, the cryostat slowly thawed, and then the necessary life support equipment began to start up, simulating a suitable living environment for these alien races according to a report on the environmental parameters of the Discovery site sent by the Layun team. As time passed, the cryostat was gradually thawed and various life support equipment was fully activated to keep its life stable. Half an hour later, the brain waves of this frozen alien suddenly appeared, and signs of life began to appear in the body. The servant of light immediately adjusted the parameters slowly stimulating the brain waves and muscles. Li Qing clasped his arms, and watched the alien slowly wake up from the frozen state until his life state completely returned to normal. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a beam of light descended from the sky. No need to talk nonsense. And no need to ask. Asking now will not get you anything. If anyone wakes up from being frozen for who knows how many years, and sees an alien asking him or her a question, will you answer? Directly transform into a servant of light. Then he will answer any questions you ask him. There was no accident. When the power of the stars was filled with the inside and outside of the body, the alien individual was transformed into a servant of light, because it was a chief engineer of a battleship, all of which were all available, and it was improved to LV-20 in one breath. You only needed to watch the construction process of the human battleship to build it by yourself. But before that, Li Qingda had a good chat with the servant of light, whose translated name was Kikan. 5 hours later, Li Qing asked Kikan to have a good rest, and left with a little disappointment. After 5 hours of questioning, Kikan, who had been transformed into a servant of light, basically told him everything he knew, no matter what he asked. However, the result disappointed him. He did get a lot of information from Kikan, but after summarizing the information, he found that the civilization where Kikan was located, which was translated as hell, had been destroyed, completely destroyed. The cause of the destruction was extremely surprising to him. It was not a civil war, nor was it conquered by other civilizations. Instead, it was destroyed by the Taz Raider civilization that Li Qing had encountered before. At that time, the Taz Raider civilization passed through the border of the Hell civilization and routinely demanded tribute from this weaker civilization, but was rejected. So the Taz Raider civilization sent a fleet to attack its home planet. The Taz Raiders at the time had no intention of destroying the Hull civilization, or even of seizing the planet. They were just a looting and wandering civilization. Their favorite thing was to wander in the starry sky, looting resources and people everywhere. They had never thought about settling down. Their original intention was to teach the weak and disobedient Hull a lesson, and then plunder some people from its home planet to supplement themselves. However, they did not expect that the war against the home planet of the Hell civilization would get out of control. Thinking that the enemy was coming to destroy them, the Hell civilization fought to the death and used a destructive super weapon after the fleet guarding the home planet was defeated. As a result, not only was the TAS raiding fleet destroyed, but the home planet of the Hell civilization was also lost. The planet was directly exploded, and all the population on the top died, and only a few of the tens of thousands of meters deep in the depths of the land remained. To be honest, this is quite speechless, but not surprising. The Taz plundering civilization did not indeed intend to destroy the Hull civilization. They also knew the principle of eating one meal and then eating another. In the past, when they encountered a weak civilization, they never wiped out the whole civilization. Instead, they only plundered once and noted down the coordinates, then returned after decades or hundreds of years to plunder again, in a steady and long-term manner. But her civilization does not know. Who dares to be sure that a powerful alien civilization has hit your mother star? I am actually a good person. No civilization is that naive. Thus, this tragedy happened. A thriving third-level civilization disappeared silently in the sea of stars. In any case, an alien civilization that struggled to leave its native home planet came to an end. Even its home planet had been destroyed, and the remnants of the civilization were basically looted by the TAS raiders. It was unlikely that good things like the frigate Mother Chip would be found. Now there are only a small number of remnants and a very small number of survivors. This civilization was basically completely extinct. It is impossible for a few survivors to redevelop a new civilization, unless can recover her civilized population plundered by Ta's civilization and then rebuild. But this may basically not happen. The Hell civilization has been destroyed for thousands of years. A part of the remaining population was indeed taken away by the Ta civilization. But so many years have passed. And who knows where those survivors have gone? I'm afraid they have long forgotten their origins. Even if we haven't forgotten our origins, how can we rebuild civilization when we have nothing now? Sigh. Li Qing sighed lightly and collected his chaotic thoughts. Over the next few days, he stayed in the palm-sized universe, slowly thawing these talents while continuing to work on his previous tasks. For example, routinely persuading the mechanical ascended player to surrender. Or they can travel around agricultural and pastoral areas and strongly encourage the Shar people to have offspring. More and more Shar people have taken a branch that contains powerful vitality and species imprint and planted it. Only this branch that contains species inheritance information can grow into a new Shar person. Ordinary branches on the body will not have that effect. Each Shar usually removes such a branch every 5 years, and will lose this ability after entering age. According to the Shar people's life cycle of nearly 200 years, they have a 20-year growth period and generally enter old age after 150 years. Therefore, a Shar can produce a maximum of 26 offspring within 130 years from the time it enters adulthood to old age. After deducting various accidents, most sub-body can survive successfully. After all, it is a plant species, and it has the survival abilities of both plants and organisms. And its vitality is more tenacious than normal plants and organisms. Because it contains new members in this way, the proliferation speed of the Shul people will be fast. In addition, the Shar people are a hermaphroditic species, with no distinction between males and females. And both can give birth to offspring independently. Theoretically, as long as one individual survives, the species will not become extinct. As these two areas slowly developed, more and more Shar people chose to raise offspring. And these saplings grew in many places in these two areas. Li Qingta designated a large area in the southern part of the pastoral layer as a reservation for the Shar people. That area would not be developed, allowing the Shar people to establish a kingdom of their own there. There would not be any restrictions, even if they researched their own technology there. To be honest, Li Qing was also quite curious about how a civilization like the Shar people developed into a third-level civilization, what their technology was like, and what their warships were like. At the outpost, as the black market auction came to an end, 2 huge flagships were slowly pulled out of the expeditionary camp by a dozen super-large industrial ships using tractor beams. The Halo Legion sent out nearly 10,000 warships to welcome their own aircraft carrier outside the Star City. The other dreadnought was taken by Brilliant. To be honest, Li Qing was quite surprised. He didn't expect that they would still have such strong financial resources after the split. All I can say is that this is a team formed with the core members of wealthy and powerful families. They have a strong foundation, and a temporary setback cannot completely defeat them. They did not take the 2 flagships away, but pulled them out of the barracks, incorporated them into the fleet, and paraded them around the edge of the Star City in front of many players to demonstrate the team's strength. In addition to enhancing their reputation, it also attracted more wavering masters to join the team. After a circle, the 2 flagships had to be pulled back to the dock for further transformation. The hull was already there, but there was nothing on board. Not even the propellers, which all needed to be reinstalled. The most troublesome thing is the T-Slot Doomsday-class weapon on the bow of the Dreadnought, which needs to be customized, which is the most time-consuming. On the contrary, the aircraft carrier does not have T-Slot weapons, so the construction speed is faster, but the cost is higher. 360,000 space fighters are too expensive. Based on the calculation that a 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost fighter costs 5 million each, a full load of 360,000 space fighters would cost a total of 1.8 trillion star dollars. However, a flagship aircraft carrier must have more than just these space fighters, so it must have some spare ones stored in the hangar. Right? At least a dozen super-large or even larger giant industrial ships must be prepared to be converted into aircraft carrier logistics hangar ships, filled with aircraft carrier fighters, so that space fighters can be replenished at any time when there are huge losses in fierce battles. The number of fighter jets stored in this logistics hangar is uncertain, but it is generally at least twice the number of fighter jets on board an aircraft carrier, so as to maximize the combat effectiveness of an aircraft carrier. As a result, The space fighters alone would consume 4 to 5 trillion star dollars, plus the aircraft carrier and other accessories, as well as the most important and most outrageously expensive flagship Halo. The total cost of a flagship aircraft carrier is at least over 700 billion. If you want to equip it with a super powerful flagship Halo, the cost will be even more exaggerated. It can be said that more than 90% of the power of a flagship is related to its accessories, and 90% of the strategic role of a flagship is related to its unique flagship aura. Correspondingly, the price of the flagship Halo is also very touching. The lower limit is hundreds of billions per set, and the upper limit is said to be tens of trillions per set. It is ridiculously expensive, but it is also ridiculously powerful. It can be said that you get what you pay for. Li Qing had talked with UFA before. The dreadnought they were building was equipped with standard flagship Halos. One of the two Halos was the group jump Halo that was standard on all flagships. The other Halo had not been decided when they talked last time, and no one knew which one would be chosen. The effect of the group jump Halo is very simple. With the power of the flagship, the entire fleet can be jumped to the target location in one breath. It has a very strong penetrating ability, and can penetrate the general interference force field and interception force field. It can directly send a powerful flagship fleet to the battlefield and reverse the situation in an instant. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to place the induction coordinates on the battlefield before you can jump. Without the guidance beacon, the flagship can also jump, but it cannot jump accurately to the designated location. The starry sky is so vast that a slight mistake in jumping to a distance of dozens of light years away could mean a gap of thousands or hundreds of millions of kilometers. According to the flagship's slow speed and clumsy reaction, it might be too late to readjust and come back. But no matter what, the flagship is the absolute king on the battlefield and possesses the terrifying power to reverse the situation. Halo and Glory each received a flagship, even though they could not be put into service yet. They instantly ignited public opinion at the outpost, coupled with the guidance of the Navy that both sides had prepared long ago. The reputation of the two teams at the outpost instantly skyrocketed. In particular, the Halo Legion, which was already known as the First Legion of the outpost base, instantly surpassed the Gallon Legion in reputation after displaying this wave of flagship aircraft carriers. Hui Wang also took advantage of this opportunity to boost its reputation. That evening, Li Qing received news that two large teams had merged into Hui Wang. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. It may be true, or it may be fake news released by Hui Wang. However, the resurgence of Hui Wang is inevitable. Relatively speaking, Aquarius, who was once a fellow sufferer with Hui Wang, did not make any big moves this time, and has been left behind by Hui Wang. Compared to the popularity of Halo and Aquarius, the Gallon Legion, which won the finale at the black market auction, has no popularity at all. What they bought was no secret, as so many people at the auction knew about it. However, what they bought were later stage items, which can be said to be of no use in the next 10 or even 20 years. They did not enhance the team's strength at all, so naturally they could not generate any enthusiasm. God knows what will happen in 10 years. It is possible that the Gallon Legion will no longer exist in 10 years. Moreover, Li Qing's all-in move was costly and unprofitable, which greatly slowed down the development of the Gallon Legion. In the eyes of many people, this move was considered a bit stupid. In the opinion of many people, the Gallon Legion may be surpassed by several other large teams in the near future. Even for a legion, if it continues to be in a slump, it is not impossible for it to be surpassed by irregular teams. In fact, there were some voices within the Gallon team, but Li Qing's reputation within the team was too high to be suppressed. As a super naval commander holding the Servant of Light, it is no big deal as long as he does not do anything that angers God and people or seriously harms everyone's interests. Borrowing the collective funds of the Legion to profit for himself is not a big deal. It is a tacit benefit of the Legion's management. As long as he can fill the gap in a short period of time, no one will say anything. For this reason, Li Qing rushed back to the Legion headquarters early and began to work hard to make money. All the raw ores that the Legion had stockpiled during this period were refined in the light forge furnace. The cheaper ores were refined into refined steel, while the more expensive ores were converted into the most valuable refined ores according to the laws, and then sold in bulk. He was not idle either. He found a galaxy with an asteroid belt near the headquarters, and then found a galaxy with high mineral content in the asteroid belt. He opened the channel to the universe in his palm and started collecting meteorites frantically. In order to make money this time, he transferred thousands of large and small industrial ships from the Legion, and asked Li Lai and the newcomer Hong Chanfeng to bring a fleet each to cooperate, using various means to collect meteorites within the range, and try to pick meteorites with high mineral content. He had tried it before and found that one person could collect about 2 billion cubic meters of raw ore in 18 hours a day without any help from outsiders. And after refining, he could produce about 20 million cubic meters of refined steel. Chapter 120, Enlightenment of Gene Ming and Mutation. 1 cubic meter of refined steel costs $390, and 20 million cubic meters is a total of 7.8 billion dollars. This means that without any help, the daily income can be around 7.8 billion dollars. Now we have thousands of large and small industrial ships and a fleet to help gather minerals. So increasing the output fivefold, at the lowest rate, is no problem. In order to make money to pay off his debts, Li Qing stayed in this mining area for nearly 2 months. He collected nearly 10 billion cubic meters of raw ore every day. In total, he collected 600 billion cubic meters of raw ore in 2 months, because he specially selected asteroid belts with a slightly higher mineral content. Only about 1% remained after normal refining, and this batch had 1.3% left after refining. A total of 600 billion cubic meters of raw ore were refined into 7.8 billion cubic meters, at 390 yuan per cubic meter, with a total income of about 3 trillion yuan. He immediately paid off Ding Yuren's debt of 300 billion dollars, and the 500 billion dollars raised by the Legion to avoid affecting their development. Then the remaining 2.2 trillion will be returned to the Legion, because 2.7 trillion of the refined or sold previously belonged to the Legion. And after paying it back, only 500 billion dollars will be owed. Paying back part of the Legion first can make the Legion's funds slightly more sufficient, so as not to affect the Legion's development. The remaining 500 billion can be paid back slowly later. As a result, the Legion is now only owed 500 billion. And the Crimson Team and the Horn of Liberty each owe 10 battleships and 2 trillion dollars. We owe the Leiyuan team a total of 27 battleships. Exactly 4.5 trillion in foreign debt. Li Qing couldn't help but smack his lips at his own madness. Luckily I make money fast enough. Otherwise I would really go bankrupt. After rubbing his head, Li Qing continued to mine, without saying anything else. Let's just mine for half a year to alleviate the financial crisis first. It's not about paying off debts, but about saving some money to maintain the normal operation of his fleet and base. His basic salary expenditure every month alone is over 5 billion. And with continuous development, this expenditure will increase. Now he has more than 40 billion on hand, which cannot last for a few months. Besides, he needs to spend money during this period. So how can he not make some money? After that, he continued to make money in a low-key manner, and entered the palm-sized universe from time to check the development progress within the palm-sized universe. After saving up 2 spots, he came to the freezing area of the experimental floor. First, let his men slowly thaw the 2 designated freezers. That is to say, the aliens in the freezer have been alive, so no need to be polite. He directly specifies the 2 golden famous aliens, one super mathematical and physicist, and the other is the golden super flagship engineer. At this moment, Li Qing's heart was full of expectations for this enlightenment. The Servant of Light was the golden name template, and these 2 alien sons of destiny were also the golden name template. When the golden name template was enlightened to become the Servant of Light, could the superposition of the 2 golden name templates produce a qualitative change and break through the golden name? If he can make a breakthrough, he will have 2 super talents that surpass Gene Ming, which is exciting to think about. Half an hour later, the first super to be thawed was the Gene Ming mathematician and physicist. As the cryochamber slowly opened, a figure was revealed. Although she was an alien, he inexplicably felt that this alien woman was definitely a stunning beauty among the Hell people. The facial lines are extremely soft, giving people a very beautiful feeling. To be honest, it is extremely beautiful even from a human perspective. Sleeping Beauty slowly woke up, and the moment she opened her eyes, Li Qing felt that the room seemed to become brighter in an instant. A very faint but very high-quality spiritual energy fluctuation slowly emerged from her body, rippling with a faint spiritual light, and her star-like eyes flickered with something called wisdom. It has a very mysterious feeling. When you first meet it, it gives you a sense of wisdom, just like when most people hear the surname Zhuge. Their first reaction is that this person might be very smart. The starry eyes turned to look at Li Qing. And the beautiful foreign woman spoke a string of words that Li Qing could not understand but could understand. With an inexplicable sadness in her voice. My civilization is extinct. His tone was extremely certain. As if he had known it for a long time. Li Qing nodded and said, Your civilization is indeed extinct. Suddenly, an inexplicable sadness emerged. And even Li Qing couldn't help feeling sad for a moment. The strength of her psychic powers. A sense of alertness rose in Li Qing's heart. You have to know that there is a tenfold bonus in the palm-sized universe. The psychic power he now possesses has exceeded 1 million. Even in this state, he cannot help but be affected. How strong is her psychic power at its peak? However, just as he was alert, she looked up at him and said, You don't need to be afraid. I'm just a lonely ghost who has lost his civilization. That's not what she said. But through psychic resonance I understood that this is indeed what she meant. Without waiting for Li Qing to answer, she continued, You woke me up because you want me to serve you? Li Qing nodded. Yes. For this kind of truly smart person, who is not only extremely intelligent, but also seems to have a very high emotional intelligence. Beating around the bush will only make her think you are stupid, Li Qing said directly. I need to prepare a ritual for you. For reasons you know. She nodded in understanding. You can start anytime. Li Qing nodded. And without any nonsense, he pointed his finger at her forehead. The next second, a circle of light spread out with his fingertips as the center. Her pupils instantly lit up with psychic light, which conflicted with his transformation. But the next second, she automatically restrained her own psychic power and allowed him to transform. As the light gradually covered her entire body, and her body gradually transformed into light, her spiritual power suddenly began to rise rapidly. Or rather, it quickly recovered the spiritual power that had been dormant for thousands of years, and slowly growing stronger. At first, Li Qing's expression was normal. But as her spiritual power continued to grow, and slowly surpassed his current spiritual power, his expression began to become solemn. It became more and more serious until her psychic power slowly surpassed his current psychic power strength, and gradually approached the psychic power strength of a psychic saint. Damn. Her psychic power is pretty strong. 1 minute later. 2 million psychic power. 2 minutes later. 3 million psychic power. 5 minutes later. His psychic power strength had reached that of a psychic saint. 7 minutes later. The strength of the spiritual energy had exceeded 8 million. And it entered 9 million. And then stopped slowly. At this time, it was 10 times stronger than Li Qingling's strength. The terrifying super strong psychic energy that made him feel rose and fell like waves in the sea. Every vibration made his heart beat, for fear that she would suddenly explode, and that would be troublesome. Fortunately, she did not do anything and let him change the essence of her life. In other words, she could feel that Li Qing's transformation would bring her huge benefits. Wow! This is almost reaching the 10 million mark. Li Qing was shocked. But then, he was ecstatic. With such a powerful servant of light in his hands, he would be able to do more than he imagined. The transformation took more than half an hour. In the first 10 minutes, the psychic energy strength exceeded 9 million. In the next half hour, the psychic energy only slowly stabilized and did not break through the tens of millions level. This was mainly due to the transformation of her life essence. Li Qing watched with his own eyes as she slowly rose from the ground. Her entire body, from top to bottom, inside to outside, from the exterior to the depths of her life, and even her soul, all transformed into a special state between light and shadow. When the transformation was almost over, when the essence deep in her soul was also enlightened, a glazed golden light surged out from her body and surrounded her. At a certain moment, the glazed golden light exploded silently, transforming into countless glazed golden lights that surrounded and woven into a cocoon hanging in the air. Boom! The sound of a clear heartbeat rang out in the quiet room. Li Qing's consciousness became hazy with the sound of the heartbeat, and a golden light appeared out of nowhere in his mind. No need to explain. He made it instantly. Then, he was silent in surprise. At this moment, he needs to make a choice. Should they continue to be enlightened as servants of light, or transform into new members of the same clan? It is known that at this moment, this humanoid alien from the Hell civilization has met all the necessary conditions, and has the possibility of transforming into a true. It's not that this cannot be explained, but that the creator and owner of this palm-sized universe once had no idea what civilization it was called, nor what species it was. so it cannot be explained. But now, this son of destiny from the Hell civilization has met certain conditions, and can be promoted to a true through the power of the universe in his palm. The original name cannot be revealed, but Li Qing can rename it himself. Li Qing knew very well that at this moment, the universe in his palm seemed to have entered a critical moment, because it could give birth to the first real citizen other than himself. The reason for the dilemma is not whether to be enlightened or not, which is inevitable. The main reason is that if you want to be enlightened, you must close the universe in your palm, including giving up the two coordinates in your palm that connect to the virtual world. One connecting to a certain virtual world, and the other being your own psychic saint. Because after enlightening this true citizen, huge changes will occur inside the palm-held universe. If it is not interrupted, this change will inevitably be transmitted to the virtual realm through connection. He can extract the origin of the virtual realm through the universe in his palm. If the universe in his palm undergoes drastic changes and becomes unstable, and the vibration amplitude is too large, the virtual realm can also sense the universe in his palm in turn. Therefore, in order to prevent the virtual realm from capturing the existence of the universe in his palm, he must cut off the connection. The coordinates connected to that unknown virtual being were broken at the beginning. It didn't matter. I could catch another one when I had the chance. But if the connection with the psychic saint was lost, it would be very troublesome to contact him again. Yes, this disconnection also includes the connection with himself, because he has to stay in the palm of his hand during the initiation. At this moment, the sanctuary of the spirit was anchored in the virtual realm based on his own coordinates. And the virtual realm itself was vast and murmur. And it was changing all the time. If the contact was disconnected and the anchor was lost, the lingering saints would lose fixation. In simple terms, it means losing contact. What will happen in the future? You may change your head and be devoured by the powerful spirit in the virtual realm. Of course, it is also possible that he will devour other spirits independently and may become very powerful and maybe. After all, the virtual realm is unpredictable and there is no concept of time in it. In reality, 1 second may mean 10,000 years have passed. You may just see an ordinary virtual spirit the day before, but when you see it again a few days later, it has turned into a terrifying existence, like an evil god. It is also possible that 10,000 years in reality only pass 1 second inside. Discarding the contact, his spiritual energy will lose control, and instantly disappears in the vast virtual realm. In the state of weakness of the saints of the spirit, it is probably the probability. Even if you are lucky, you see and find it. Without a psychic saint, one's own psychic power can ascend. There is no problem with psychic ascension, but it will be quite troublesome if you want to continue with the second or even third stage of psychic ascension in the future. Li Qing let out a long breath. A conflict between his conscience and his desires in his mind. Well, there is nothing to worry about. Although losing the psychic saint is a disadvantage, it is insignificant compared to the repair and recovery of the universe in the palm of your hand. Well, that's it. With a thought, the light cocoon in front of his eyes slowly became transparent and disappeared until it completely disappeared. At the same time, a faint ripple suddenly spread out from the huge high-dimensional fortress Star Witness, instantly spreading to the entire palm universe. And then, Li Qing's pupils suddenly dilated slightly. And at this moment, the entire universe in his palm suddenly became brighter. No, it is not that the universe in the palm is brighter, but that the high-dimensional fortress witnesses suddenly lit up. Then, Li Qing's body suddenly turned into a sky full of light and disintegrated into the universe. And then, the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness suddenly lit up, and a layer of transparent flames burned on the surface. The super fortress, whose size was measured in astronomical units, seemed to be alive. And this is only the surface. Inside the Star Witness, between the high-dimensional fortress and the center of the palm-held universe, there is an endless void that cannot be described in words. Suddenly, a little starlight lights up. And then countless stars light up one by one. The starlight gradually turns into soft streams and moves, slowly forming strings of mysterious symbols that converge towards the center and condense into a cocoon of light. After a while, the light cocoon slowly became solid and then transparent, and a human figure could be vaguely seen inside. Need more energy? A vast will sound. And then the space of the universe and the entire palm began to shake together. The edge of the universe space in the palm of the palm began to be an endless chaotic energy sea, with the covering of the universe in the palm. The edge of the chaotic energy collapsed quickly, and the infinite chaotic energy was injected into the universe in the palm. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe a minute, or maybe a year. At a certain moment, the high-dimensional fortress suddenly burst into dazzling flames, emitting terrifying energy like a superstar that was ignited, forming an indescribable layer of terrifying flames around this super-galaxy miracle measured in astronomical units. From the outside, this group of star witnesses has transformed into a superstar emitting terrifying energy. But there was no change inside the high-dimensional fortress. At least, there was no change in the areas that had been unlocked. The people inside continued to work, and the Shar people continued to transform the environment. Only the dozen or so servants of light could sense that some changes had occurred in the universe in their palms that they could not perceive or express. His Majesty. Many servants of light saw the man of light condensed out of thin air in front of them quickly turn into the appearance of Li Qing. He waved his hand, looked at himself curiously, and called out the attribute panel with a thought.